Chapter 1. Oh no, I've struck it rich. At the tender age of 8, Chu Ci encountered a fortune teller at a street stall who predicted that he would one day strike it rich. Initially dismissive of such notions, he has recently come to believe in the idea of fate guiding one's path, for the fortune teller's predictions have proven remarkably accurate. Oh no, I've truly struck it rich. He lamented. That old man is quite the scoundrel. With a visage etched in sorrow, Chu Ci found himself seated in a marriage agency. Since his stroke of fortune, he has been in this parallel world, Blue Star, for 2 months. As a traverser, a system is a standard feature. However, Chu Ci's system is rather peculiar. It is the Matchmaker System. He can earn rewards merely by facilitating romantic unions. Yet, this world is plagued by a global magnetic field imbalance, resulting in chaotic magnetic forces within living beings. The desire for love among all creatures is astonishingly low. Love? Not even a dog would consider it. What use is this marriage agency I inherited, along with my system? He bemoaned. Curse you, heavens. I wish to return home. Return home? If you don't pay your rent in 2 days, they'll have you thrown out. A voice, dripping with sarcasm, approached. The landlord, resembling a portly warrior, barged in, surveying Chu Ci with a lecherous gaze. In that moment, Chu Ci finally understood the importance of self-preservation for a young man venturing into the world. Damn it, no one wants to pursue love, yet this fellow. He thought, shuddering at the unpleasantness. With a forced smile, he greeted the landlord. Sir, as you can see, business is quite slow. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? Under the roof of another, one must often bow their head. He could not fathom what his counterpart in this world was thinking. Starting a non-profitable marriage agency was one thing, but to have left him without a penny in his bank account, apart from his looks, he seemed utterly worthless. Alas, another extension? The landlord approached, a foul mix of sweat and body odor, nearly causing Chu Ci to recoil. I've already given you 2 months. He continued. If it weren't for your decent looks, I would have tossed you out long ago. The landlord reached out, attempting to take advantage, prompting Chu Ci to dodge in fright. Please, I'm not interested in such propositions. He exclaimed, in your appearance. Chu Ci felt like a startled lamb. You don't know what you're missing. In our circles, I'm quite the catch, the landlord declared, puffing with pride. Chu Ci could hardly bear to look at him. Were the people in this world truly so depraved? Landlord, please. No need for pleasantries. They'll give you 3 more days. If you fail to pay your rent then. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing, licking his lips in a most unsavory manner. Chu Ci felt a wave of despair wash over him. I truly cannot continue this business. After the landlord departed, Chu Ci sighed heavily. He decided to close the marriage agency and seek alternative means of survival. As a traverser, he was not destined to starve. But first, I must find a way to settle this month's rent, he mused. With a deep breath, he prepared to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Before his journey into this foreign realm, he had been a freshly graduated intern in traditional Chinese medicine. Little did he know that upon arriving in this alternate reality, he would return to his roots. He mustn't allow his integrity to falter, preserving it would yield rewards in the future. Brothers, today we won't be matchmaking, but rather foraging for herbs. Chu Ci announced as he gathered his tools and opened a live stream. Matchmaking had been quite the trend in his previous world, but this peculiar realm proved resistant to his attempts, despite his fervent efforts. Hey, has the host changed careers? No more love advice? Love? No one's interested. I'd rather spend my money on games. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I want to fall in love. Host, let me 50,000. I'll find love first. Are you out of your mind? Or am I? Chu Ci rolled his eyes at the chat comments, choosing to ignore them. The marriage agency stood on the outskirts of town, with mountains looming nearby. However, due to its proximity to the city, any valuable resources had long been ravaged. Thus, Chu Ci trudged forward with his hoe into the depths of the mountains. I wonder if there are any good herbs around here. In this day and age, everything's cultivated wild herbs are a rarity. Artificially grown herbs lack the potency of the wild ones. If the host could unearth a century-old ginseng, wouldn't he strike it rich? This is the Southwest. Where would you find ginseng? Listen, is that an animal calling? Goo 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 goo. After a brief period in the mountains, Chu Ci heard the sounds. He paused, scanning his surroundings. It's a fox in heat, he remarked, pointing to a nearby area where a vibrant male fox was calling out. In the spring, animals are in their mating season. Why don't you? Huh? Is there a problem? Whoa, what do you mean by that? Who's incapable? Being unable and choosing not to are two different matters. Host, apologize. In these times, who wants to fall in love? Isn't being single preferable? Exactly. This fox wants to date. Does it not know the struggles of love? Hurry, stop that fox. Host, why aren't you pursuing love? Is it because you can't? What do you mean by that? Chu Ci scrutinized the chat, and a few viewers chuckled. He glanced at the fox, but opted not to comment further. He saw humans, not animals. Sigh, he lamented, continuing his trek. Yet after a few steps, he heard more mating calls. He stopped and scrutinized the scene. You two are ridiculous if you both want partners. Why not just be together? He remarked, exasperated, observing a female fox also seeking companionship. It was a perfect match on male and a female. Yet, despite their proximity, they remained oblivious to one another. Could it be that the magnetic disarray prevented those yearning for love from seeing each other? This world was doomed, it needed to end, and swiftly. Over there is a male looking for a mate. You should hurry and check it out, Chu Ci kindly directed, pointing back to where he had come from. It was a rare opportunity to assist a creature seeking love. He had to seize it. The female fox eyed the direction he indicated with skepticism, but soon spotted the vibrant male. Hesitantly, she approached, spurred on by his enthusiastic calls. The male fox noticed her as well, rushing toward her in excitement. Indeed, this was a romance blossoming in mutual anticipation. However, to Chu Ci and his viewers' astonishment, these two foxes were like thunder igniting the earth. They were. Goodness, they're doing that in broad daylight. Chu Ci's eyes widened in disbelief. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully facilitated a romantic union and earned a reward. Chu Ci? Chapter 2. Finding Partners for Animals. Wait, what did I just witness? Live birth on stream. Can we even watch this without a membership? Is it true that those foxes understood the host's words? Come on. Animals may not speak, but they're not devoid of understanding. Seriously, are they really going at it without a care for the world? I'm also feeling the urge to marry. My spring has arrived. Are you foolish? You can enjoy without marriage. Enjoy what? You might want to clarify. Finally, the system has awakened. I thought you were useless. Upon hearing the system's chime, Chu Ci felt a surge of emotion welling up within him, nearly bringing him to tears. 2 months. Can you fathom the tribulations I have endured over this span? If the host were to unite in matrimony with the landlord, surely the task would have been completed long ago. Silence. He retorted. Are you suggesting that finding a mate for animals counts as fulfilling the task? I never specified it must be limited to humans. Well, you could have mentioned that sooner. You never inquired, did you? In his heart, Chu Ci seethed with frustration, wishing he could drag the system out and give it a sound thrashing. This system was infuriating. Had he known that pairing animals could also suffice, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Animals were not akin to humans. They lacked the demands of vehicles, houses, and finances. Just like the two foxes from earlier, they would breed when the time was right. Finding mates for them was far simpler than for humans. From now on, I shall find mates for animals. With a resolute fist thrust, Chu Ci regained his confidence as a traveler. He resolved to focus on pairing animals, allowing humans to pursue their own whims. With billions of inhabitants on Blue Star, not all were single. Even if merely 1% chose to marry and procreate, humanity would not face extinction anytime soon. Would the host like to check the rewards? The system urged within his mind. Let's see. Chu Ci eagerly replied. Soon, an invisible screen materialized before him. Romantic fragrance. Wearing this will enhance the romantic desires of nearby creatures. Blessing of nature. Grants the host affinity towards various life forms. Fluency in beast tongue. Enables understanding of animal speech. Live streaming equipment upgrade. The host streaming room is upgraded to the latest technological apparatus. Fortune clue. Clue to a medicinal herb worth millions. A fortune clue. Valuable medicinal herbs worth millions. The last reward immediately captured Chu Ci's attention. $1 million item if he could acquire it. He would be set free from financial constraints. While the other rewards were enticing, none could alleviate his immediate plight as effectively as this. System, Where can I find this million-dollar medicinal herb? His heart raced with excitement, pounding like a basketball on the court. Please follow the system's guidance. Without a moment to ponder, Chu Ci proceeded as instructed. Oh, and don't forget to offer me a bride price. He called back to the two seemingly oblivious foxes. He paid no heed to what they were engaged in, openly demanding the bride price. The foxes, preoccupied with their own significant life event, likely did not register his words. Ha ha, the streamer is still thinking about the bride price at this moment. Animals have no money, where would they procure a bride price for you? This business venture is bound to incur losses. Fox, how about I offer my pelt as a fur coat instead? It's a big deal that the streamer finally made a pair. Don't we get a meal out of this? Chu Ci is on the brink of starvation, and you wish to drain him further? He'll gladly support these two foxes. Just put it on the streamer's tab. What folly! Why must these two foxes suffer the pangs of love? Why does it seem the streaming visuals have become remarkably clearer? Who says love is suffering? Chu Ci responded, exasperated. Falling in love and having offspring is a natural occurrence. It is your perspectives that are abnormal. He sighed, shaking his head. You two are not so young anymore. It's time to consider marriage. What will you do if you don't marry and grow old? He'll reside in a nursing home. Chu Ci's words ring familiar. I believe I've heard my grandmother say that. In my grandfather's day, marriage and procreation were encouraged in our generation. Isn't being single more appealing? My friend ventured into the grave of love. Now he lacks even the time to fish. Why must we marry and reproduce? Who imposed this task upon us? I choose to refuse this mission. What's the point of reality? I would rather wed my paper doll wife. Nonsense, go away. Chu Ci glanced at the barrage of comments in the chat and chose not to respond further. The issues in this world were far more grave than those in his previous one. The imbalance of energies left everyone disinterested in romance. It seemed that love had gradually vanished from the lives of humans and other beings. This truly felt like a path to extinction. System, can I return? Not at present. Does that imply I may return in the future? Chu Ci's eyes brightened, yet the system offered no further reply. Nevertheless, hope was enough. He had no desire to linger in this dreadful place. Bidding farewell to the two foxes, he continued onward, intent on locating the million-dollar herb to resolve his pressing troubles. He did not wish to be caught in a bind. Following the system's guidance, Chu Ci ventured deep into the mountains, where weeds thrived and even a narrow sheep path was absent. He relied solely on his instincts to navigate. After what felt like an eternity, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Gasping for breath, he inquired of the system, "Are we not yet at the location you mentioned?" Traversing through desolate woods, towering trees obscured the sunlight above. He could not discern directions, nor could he recall the path he had taken. Doubts began to creep into his mind. This season was one of heightened activity for wildlife in the deep mountains. He hoped not to encounter any ferocious beasts. Had it not been for the promise of valuable herbs, he would never have risked venturing this far. It's midday. Why is the streamer still in the mountains? What medicinal herbs is Chu Ci seeking so far afield? This place gives off an eerie vibe. In such dense forests, most people lose their way, and even electronic devices lose signal. There are not many herbs to gather in spring, but wild vegetables abound. I heard there used to be wild tigers in that area. Streamer, don't come across one. What a joke. Are there still wild tigers? They have long been extinct. Fear not ill, just execute a swift maneuver. They wouldn't dare approach me. There are indeed numerous medicinal herbs in this season. The mountains may be overrun with weeds, yet treasures lie hidden within. It's just that some herbs hold little economic value. With a smile, Chu Ci addressed the live stream. They should be nearby. After a brief walk, he received a prompt from the system and came to a halt. Surveying the area, he soon made a discovery not far ahead. Approaching, he furrowed his brow. No way, is that a corpse? Chapter 3. The million-dollar Chinese herbal medicine. The scene resembled the remains of an animal carcass, ravaged by wild beasts. Chu Ci cautiously approached the corpse ahead, filled with trepidation. System, are you certain there are million-dollar herbal medicines here? The system remained silent, urging him to investigate further. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Where did this animal carcass come from? It's obviously leftovers from a ferocious predator. It resembles a yellow cow. You're kidding. Where would a yellow cow come from in this desolate wilderness? I know. Someone must have been poaching. Host, Hurry and call the police. That's definitely a yellow cow. Look at the remnants of the cow's head. As he neared the corpse, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. Frowning, he pinched his nose and edged closer. Scattered bones lay about, remnants of a recent feast, with bits of flesh still clinging to them. Indeed, it was a yellow cow. Spotting the cow's head amidst the grass, he was struck by its familiar color, a typical domestic yellow cow. If it had been a wild cow, he would have been less surprised. But how could a domestic yellow cow appear deep in these mountains? Chu Ci furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. In these mountains, only a pack of wolves could have consumed such a creature. But how did they manage to drag the yellow cow here? Was it possible that the yellow cow was raised by wild men in the mountains? Are you trying to make me laugh? Where would wild men come from? It's obvious this is a lost yellow cow. Can a yellow cow run this far? I'm more curious about what animal could eat it so thoroughly. Wolves or bears? I think the host makes a valid point. This cow could very well be raised by wild men. Otherwise, how would it end up here? Wait until I send you to a mental hospital. However, at this moment, Chu Ci's primary concern was not the origin of the yellow cow, but rather the million-dollar herbal medicine. Upon discovering the yellow cow's carcass, he felt a sense of clarity. He picked up a dry branch from the ground and approached the body. Aside from the scattered bones, there were many inedible hides and furs. Chu Ci suppressed his revulsion and began to rummage through the remains. What is the host doing? Chu Gu must be starving. He probably wants to take some cow bones home for soup. Don't do that. It's too unsanitary. Wait a few days until it's infested with maggots. That will be high protein. You didn't spare him either. The viewers were baffled by Chu Ci's actions. He offered no explanation, continuing to search through the pile of bones. Finally, just as he felt he might vomit, he discovered what he sought in a corner, an oval, yellow object. At last, he had found it. Ignoring the cleanliness issue, he scooped it up and cradled it as if it were a treasure. Gatojum, you came all the way into the mountains to collect cow dung? I think the host is genuinely starving. All of you who lack knowledge, this is cow bezoar. Natural cow bezoar. Wait, natural cow bezoar? It's said to sell for over $1 million per kilogram now. Excuse me, how much did you say? At this revelation, the viewers in the live stream were engulfed in shock and silence. Clearly, they were aware of the market value of natural cow bezoar, a product that had become rare and precious. Previously, the life-saving Onong Yohuang one used natural cow bezoar, but now, medicinal cow bezoar is mostly synthetic and incomparable to the real thing. Indeed, this was natural cow bezoar. Chu Ci grinned, weighing the bezoar in his hands. Just over a pound, selling it for 100 to 180,000 was certainly feasible. Over the past 2 years, the price of natural cow bezoar had skyrocketed to more than $1 million, surpassing even gold. Wait a minute, weren't you supposed to be starving? How could you find natural cow bezoar? Damn, it must be an illusion. Host, if you don't share half, I'll report you for tax evasion. This bezoar belongs to me. That cow is from my family. Host, put it down, or I'll call the police. Nonsense. That yellow cow clearly belongs to my family. Host, now that you're rich, can you lend me 100 to 180,000? Why should you be the one to find it? This must be fake. Damn it. We agreed to starve together. How did you become wealthy overnight? How dare you? That's my cow. Mine. The live stream erupted with envy and jealousy. It was akin to winning the lottery. Instant wealth. Chu Ci glanced at the chat, chuckling to himself. This was his find. It belonged to him, with his piece of cow bezoar. Just as Chu Ci reveled in his discovery, a sudden commotion echoed through the forest. The sound of pounding footsteps, like a fierce beast, approached. Before he could react, a gust of wind rushed by. Emerging from the trees was a large, strikingly marked creature. Chu Ci stood frozen. Is that a tiger? Where in the world did a tiger come from? His expression morphed into one of disbelief, nearly bringing him to tears. Wow, did I just see a tiger? I told you there were tigers in the mountains, but you wouldn't believe me. The smile won't vanish. It will merely shift to our faces. Is that a wild South China tiger? After searching for so many years and finding nothing, the host encounters one? What luck? Haha, serves you right. Not everyone should have money. You, TSK host, not only will you be unable to take the bezoar, but you might also end up paying the ultimate price. Fortune favors the bold, brothers. If you can escape the tiger-esque jaws, selling the bezoar will be worth it. What should I do now? Chu Ci dared not make any sudden movements, cautiously inquiring in the live stream. The massive creature fixated its large, piercing eyes on him, unblinking. With each swish of its tail, Chu Ci's heart raced. Where's that brother who was supposed to save me? Who? Who's saving you? You can't throw around accusations like that. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Host, you're on your own. Tigers don't typically attack unless provoked, so just keep it fed. Feed it with what? Feed it yourself. At this point, it's every man for himself. Host, if you manage to kill that tiger, you'll bear no responsibility. Ha! Chu Ci felt a cold laugh arise within him. Kill this tiger? Do you think I'm a warrior? I'm no Wusong. It's futile to rely on brute strength. Cunning is the only way to survive. Nervously, Chu Ci watched the large creature, which swayed its tail nonchalantly, seemingly undisturbed by his presence. Perhaps the system's reward of affinity was playing a role, allowing the tiger to refrain from attacking him immediately. However, such a formidable tiger exudes an undeniable aura of power. Its imposing physique, coupled with its indifferent gaze, sends a chill down Chu Ci's spine. After a rapid whirlwind of thoughts, Chu Ci swallowed twice, and then, trembling, inquired, Tiger, dear brother, do you desire a wife? Chapter 4. How can someone as handsome as me not find a wife? As Chu Ci uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. The South China tiger, whose tail had been incessantly swaying, came to a sudden halt. Tilting its head, its mouth slightly ajar, and its eyes wide open. It resembled a human caught in a state of astonishment. What time is it? The host is still thinking about matchmaking. He is truly dedicated. I am in tears. The tiger is not interested in marriage. It merely desires food. Host, why are you dazed? Hurry and run. Run? It would be better to be eaten by the tiger. Treasures like cow bile are beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Wait, look at the tiger's expression. It seems surprised. Could it be that it understood the host's words? No, it can't be. For the first time, the audience witnessed a look of surprise on the tiger's face. After a brief moment of shock, the South China tiger let out a roar directed at Chu Ci. Roar? Are you referring to a warm and cozy wife? With that, the tiger's tail began to sway rapidly, creating a blur. Its sturdy paws took small, excited steps as it gazed at Chu Ci with eager anticipation. Chu Ci, how on earth could a tiger warm a bed? Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. He then looked at the South China tiger in disbelief. Thankfully, this was a tiger seeking companionship. If it were hungry, he could only imagine a fate worse than that of the yellow cow. Did this tiger really understand the host's words? I can see anticipation in its eyes. How absurd. How could a tiger develop human emotions? No way. Is it really thinking about finding a partner instead of focusing on food? Animals are becoming increasingly intelligent. I fear a day when they might replace humans. Now it was the audience's turn to be astonished. Clearly, the tiger's behavior indicated its ability to comprehend human speech. It desired a wife. Yes, the kind that is warm and cozy. Chu Ci responded to the South China tiger. Yes, the tiger could no longer restrain itself, transforming from the cold and majestic king of the forest into a love-stricken admirer. It wagged its tail and approached Chu Ci with a whimper. Alarmed, Chu Ci hurriedly took 2 steps back. Only after confirming that the tiger posed no threat did he exhale in relief. How can you, a tiger, the king of the forest, act like a love-struck fool? Oh dear. Tiger brother, where are you going to find a partner? Shocking. It is willing to forsake its royal status for love. Wow, an animal version of a domineering prince. I suspect this tiger is merely pretending. It might suddenly pounce on the host. Why can't you all wish the host well instead of being envious? No, jealousy drives me mad. This is truly embarrassing for the tiger. The audience, once fearful of the tiger's might, now reproached the South China tiger for its shameful display. The tiger whimpered as it approached Chu Ci, even patting its own face with its paw, leaving the viewers utterly perplexed. Chu Ci could only shake his head in disbelief at the tiger's narcissism. What does this tiger mean? Can someone translate? Tiger, I'm 30 and still single. How embarrassing. Wow, Your translation is quite accurate. Don't lose face. South China tiger, stand up and bite the host. Bite him. This narcissistic tiger lamented its inability to find a partner. Chu Ci, with a face full of exasperation, thought, who could have imagined this was an egotistical tiger? Is that what it means? I believe what the person above said more. Can a tiger really be so full of itself? This tiger is truly confused. It wants to fall in love. Roar. Do you think I'm handsome? The South China tiger suddenly asked Chu Ci, its eyes reflecting genuine curiosity. Without hesitation, Chu Ci responded with certainty, yes. You are indeed very handsome. Roar. Then tell me, why can't someone as handsome as me find a wife? The tiger looked up, gazing at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, its expression one of sorrow and melancholy. Quick, capture this moment. It's prime photographic material. If I'm not mistaken, this tiger is hesitating, right? Indeed, it resembles that pretentious person in my friend circle. This tiger poses quite well. Finding a partner is not your fault. It is the world that is at fault. Chu Ci seized the opportunity to strengthen his bond with the tiger. As far as I know, you are currently the only wild South China tiger in existence. So, it is perfectly normal for you to struggle in finding a partner. Roar. The South China tiger looked at Chu Ci puzzled. It did not care about the number of tigers. It only wanted to know why, despite its handsomeness, it could not secure a mate. Why? Incredible. I feel the South China tiger truly comprehends the host's words. It's not that it should understand, it does understand. A miracle. The tiger, instead of wanting to eat humans, is seeking a partner. But rest assured, since we have met, it is fate. I have a way to help you find a partner. Roar? Really? The tiger's eyes sparkled with surprise. Would I deceive you? I am a professional matchmaker. Chu Ci confidently declared. Host, you are just boasting. Where will you find a partner for a tiger? Isn't your matchmaking service meant for humans? You fool. The zoo has tigers. Just pair them up there. A wild South China tiger is an excellent breeding male. Just don't tire out the South China tiger. Roar. Then hurry. The tiger flicked its tail, appearing a bit anxious. After being single for so long, it was eager to find companionship. No problem. I'll take care of it. Chu Ci reassured. Let us proceed this way. I'll keep an eye out for a suitable partner over the next few days. You just wait up there, and once I find someone, I'll come back to you. After their exchange, Chu Ci began to regard the South China tiger as a pet. He wanted to reach out and pat its head for comfort. But just as he extended his hand into the air, he realized this was not a dog. It was a tiger, not to be touched. Roar? What are you doing? The South China tiger looked up at Chu Ci's hand, suspended in midair in confusion. Haha, nothing. Chu Ci retracted his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. You're making me laugh. Does Chu Ci think this is a dog? You can't touch a tigeress rear. Surely its head is fair game. This tiger must have been hired from a circus. A wild one would be far more ferocious. Did you see the carcass of a yellow cow on the ground? It surely devoured it. As the hour grew late, Chu Ci decided to descend the mountain. I'll be down here for the next few days searching for you. Just wait for me up there. He assured the tiger that he would certainly help it find a partner. However, just as Chu Ci turned to leave, the South China tiger suddenly leaped into the air, soaring to a height of 2 meters. Chu Ci and the viewers in the live stream were instantly left in awe. Is this reasonable? Can it jump that high? It is said that tigers can leap up to 3 meters. What a shame. I thought the tiger was going to eat someone. Something feels off. How did the tiger jump in front of Chu Ci? It must be hungry. It's craving an all-you-can-eat buffet. The South China tiger, having lost its way, finally comprehends its desires. What nonsense is love? I merely seek to satiate my hunger. What do you intend to do? Chu Ci asked, vigilance evident in his gaze as the tiger leaped before him. This creature truly embodies the majesty of the forest. The leap of faith instilled a sense of anxiety within him anew. At that moment, the South China tiger opened its gaping maw and unleashed a resounding roar that echoed through the mountains. How dare you, wretched human, attempt to deceive me? I shall descend the mountain alongside you. Chapter 5. Where did my mushrooms go? Are you coming down the mountain with me? Chu Ci found himself both amused and exasperated by the words of the South China tiger. This creature seemed to believe it was outsmarting him. Brothers, this tiger is coming down the mountain with me, Chu Ci announced, turned to the live stream audience. What? The South China tiger is coming down with you? Impossible. Confirmed. This tiger is indeed raised by the streamer. I see. This is the tiger's long game to catch the streamer and his family. I suggest the streamer contact the Forestry Bureau. A wild South China tiger hasn't been seen in decades. This is a significant matter. I've already called the Forestry Bureau. They should be in touch with the streamer soon. The viewers were quite concerned about the South China tiger. After all, it had been decades since a wild one had appeared. It was hard not to take notice. Roar. Humans, do not deceive me. How am I deceiving you? I'll head down first. I'll return once I've helped you find a mate. Is that acceptable? Chu Ci replied helplessly. Roar. No, I do not trust you. I, a handsome king, know how to judge. Chu Ci. Narcissistic fool, go away. Fine, fine, you can come with me, but you must not harm anyone along the way. Chu Ci warned the South China tiger. He decided to lead the tiger down the mountain, thinking of the Forestry Bureau, which might already be waiting at the foot of the hill. Oomph. The South China tiger turned its head disdainfully, snorting. Humans were not appetizing, and it had no intention of eating them. After glancing at the tiger, Chu Ci turned and began his descent. The peculiar pairing of man and tiger left the viewers baffled. Wait, the South China tiger is just following the streamer down the mountain like that? It's too obedient. Streamer, are you a beast tamer? I'm starting to suspect this isn't a wild South China tiger, but rather a circus animal. Hello, streamer. I'm the owner of a local herbal medicine shop. I heard you have natural bezoar. I'll offer 10 million for that bezoar. If you want to sell, just pretend I never said anything. Is that tiger for sale? With the appearance of the bezoar and the tiger, Chu Ci's live stream was flooded with viewers, many eager to purchase the natural bezoar, a rare find that could not be easily encountered again. That's a scam. That bezoar is mine. Mine. The person above has lost their mind. Shouldn't something like this be turned over to the state? If you don't report it, I'll blow the whistle on you. Damn it. Why don't I have such luck? Some people in a live stream need to tone it down. I'll report you. What can you do about it? As the ancient saying goes, one does not lament scarcity, but inequality. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially something that could lead to sudden riches through sheer luck. Thus, many viewers became envious, and numerous reports against Chu Ci's live stream were filed. Chu Ci, however, paid no mind to it. He had already consulted the system. The natural bezoar was legally his. The cow was not domesticated. It was a product of the system. Thus, he felt justified in claiming the bezoar. I do indeed have intentions to sell this natural bezoar. If anyone is interested, feel free to message me privately in the back end, Chu Ci stated, choosing to disengage from the live stream interactions and instead check his private messages. To his surprise, several offers had come in. He continued walking while reviewing the offers, seeking a suitable selling price. Meanwhile, at the city zoo, Professor Wu, you must come see a wild South China tiger. A wild South China tiger. Zookeeper's son, Tao, exclaimed excitedly to Professor Wu Difu. What wild South China tiger? It has been years since one has appeared. Do not tease me, old man, Professor Wu replied, shaking his head regretfully. He is a renowned biologist in the country, specializing in animal research. The wild South China tiger is acknowledged to have gone extinct in the wild. This is an undeniable fact. In recent years, claims of sightings of wild South China tigers have proven to be nothing but hoaxes, mere tricks. Professor, this is real. A genuine wild South China tiger. Just look, Sun Tao urged, pulling out his phone and showing the live stream to Wu. The once indifferent Professor Wu suddenly jolted upright, trembling as he retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket. After putting them on, he widened his eyes at the screen. This is indeed a real South China tiger, Wu Difu exclaimed excitedly, slapping the table. Quick, contact this streamer. Contact this streamer. At this moment, Chu Ci, on his descent, had already secured a buyer for the natural bezoar, the largest herbal medicine merchant in the city, Bin Chao Tang. The offer was several tens of thousands higher than the market price. After some consideration, Chu Ci agreed to the deal, planning to finalize it the next day to avoid any delays. Just then, Chu Ci, deep in thought, accidentally bumped into the South China tiger. The tiger had raised its head, gazing at a nearby tree. Chu Ci turned to look as well. Ah, what luck! I found a lion's mane mushroom, he exclaimed joyfully at the sight of the white lion's mane mushroom on the tree. This was one of the renowned mountain delicacies and could fetch a good price. Come on, streamer, enough already. Why don't you just take everything from a mountain? Put down that lion's mane mushroom. Friend, would you be so kind as to share that lion's mane mushroom with me? I've heard this has high nutritional value. Has anyone tried it? I have. It's a bit bitter compared to other mountain delicacies like bear paws. Remember, the promotion of lion's mane mushroom highlights its nutritional value, but never mentions its taste. So, now you know whether it's delicious or not. You talk too much. I believe you. Indeed, lion's mane mushrooms can be a bit bitter, but if picked at the right moment, they can be quite palatable. Like the one I'm about to pick now. Chu Ci reached out and plucked the medium-sized lion's mane mushroom from the tree. The South China tiger stood nearby, lazily swishing its tail, perplexed by Chu Ci's fascination with the mushroom. How could something bitter be more appealing than meat? After obtaining the lion's mane mushroom, Chu Ci turned to search the large tree behind him. Here is a fun fact. Lion's mane mushrooms typically grow in pairs. If you find one on a tree, there will surely be another on the opposite tree or nearby. Found it, Chu Ci exclaimed, joyfully walking behind him. Indeed, there was another lion's mane mushroom on a tree behind him. This is the first time I learned that lion's mane mushrooms grow in pairs. I saw it in a documentary. They do grow in pairs. Is that true? How can you be sure they are a pair? What there are three? Then it means one of them is being unfaithful. See, this is the downside of finding a partner. You might get cheated on. Goodness, even plants can be unfaithful. After picking the lion's mane mushrooms, Chu Ci did not linger and continued his descent. The day was getting late, and by the time he returned to the foot of the mountain, it would surely be night. Not long after they left, a small animal bounded into view, stopping abruptly in shock as it gazed at the tree. Where are my mushrooms? Where did the mushrooms I've guarded from winter to spring go? Chapter 6. Do not touch my brother. On the descent from the mountain, Chu Ci received a private message from the local forestry bureau. After being informed of the sighting of a wild South China tiger, the bureau staff intended to ascend the mountain to assist Chu Ci. After all, it was a wild tiger, and they wanted to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. However, Chu Ci declined their offer. Thus, they agreed to meet at the foot of the mountain. Upon witnessing the tiger's behavior in the live stream, the Forestry Bureau personnel acquiesced to Chu Ci's decision. What choice did they have? The tiger appeared to be as domesticated as if it belonged to Chu Ci himself. Had it been anyone else, would they not have already become the tiger's meal? As evening approached, Chu Ci returned to the base of the mountain with the tiger. The atmosphere at the foot was bustling, with Forestry Bureau vehicles and personnel waiting. These individuals were fully equipped with iron cages, chains, and even a veterinary team, resembling a tiger capture operation. When Chu Ci and the tiger arrived, the once noisy gathering fell silent, all eyes fixated on the magnificent creature behind Chu Ci. No one spoke, yet their faces betrayed an almost uncontrollable delight. Chu Ci attempted to greet them, but at that moment, the tiger suddenly leaped in front of him, baring its teeth and adopting a fierce stance, glaring defiantly at the fully armed forestry personnel. What is wrong with the tiger? It's been a long night. It's hungry. Hungry? They're here to capture you. The tiger seemed to think, oh, a buffet delivered right to my doorstep. Quick, get out of the way. The tiger's lost control. Old Wong, give a tranquilizer. Everyone stay back. Hide behind the vehicles. The tiger's sudden movement sent waves of panic through the crowd. The leader shouted for everyone to retreat, while the timid ones had already hidden behind the vehicles, cautiously peeking out. The accompanying veterinarian drew out a tranquilizer gun, ready for action. At that moment, chaos erupted across the entire region of Northwest Jin. Meanwhile, Chu Ci stood bewildered, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Everyone evacuate. That tiger is out of control. A staff member shouted towards Chu Ci. Huh, I thought you. Chu Ci was taken aback. The tension in the air was palpable. Why did the tiger suddenly go berserk? If the tiger doesn't go wild, do you expect it to be hello, kitty? This tiger is biased. Why is it only friendly with the streamer? Don't use tranquilizers. Don't harm the South China tiger. Viewers watching the live stream began to express their concerns, fearing for the safety of both the tiger and the personnel. At that moment, the tiger roared defiantly. I have witnessed your tactics. Do not touch my brother. Despicable mans. Upon hearing the tiger's roar, Chu Ci felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The tiger seemed to believe that the forestry personnel were there to capture it, leading to this misunderstanding. "Let this handsome king protect you," the tiger seemed to declare. Turning to reassure Chu Ci, "What a domineering protector. Such a comforting presence." No, how can I think like that?" Regaining his composure, Chu Ci stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone, please remain calm. This is a misunderstanding." He waved at the Forestry Bureau staff and turned to the tiger, asking, "Tiger brother, is it possible that these people are here to capture you? Capture me? This handsome me?" The tiger tilted its head, confusion evident in its large eyes. Chu Ci felt an urge to give it a firm reprimand. How could a tiger be so self-absorbed? "Be quiet. They are here to find you a mate." Chu Ci shot the tiger a glare and turned back to the Forestry Bureau personnel with a smile. "There is no need to be anxious. Tiger brother was just playing around." Upon hearing that the personnel were there to find a mate for it, the tiger's demeanor softened, losing its ferocity. Its tail began to wag excitedly, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Has this tiger truly come alive? Does it genuinely desire a mate? Playing around? Are you telling me that tigers are just playing around? What joke? The crowd murmured among themselves, still hesitant to approach. "Hello, Chu Ci. I am Lin Fei, the director of the Wild Animal Protection Division at the Forestry Bureau, a staff member in his 30s, wearing silver glasses and an administrative jacket, introduced himself. "Hello, Director Lin." Chu Ci nodded in response. "Are you here to capture the South China tiger?" That was indeed the plan, but Lin Fei glanced at the tiger, uncertain of how to proceed. Normally, they would capture the tiger or return it to the mountains, but this tiger was different. It seemed almost enchanted. After watching Chu Ci's live stream for the afternoon, they felt that this tiger was anything but wild. The harmonious interaction between the man and the beast left them perplexed. "This tiger has a good temperament. It doesn't bite," Chu Ci remarked, causing Lin Fei and his team to pause in disbelief. It was the first time they had heard of tiger being described as having a good nature. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they might not have believed it. Indeed, the Bureau wants us to take the tiger back or return it to the mountains. "Do you have any thoughts on this?" Lin Fei inquired. "Well, I am planning to find it a mate tomorrow," Chu Ci replied, feeling conflicted. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. "You are quite dedicated," Lin Fei chuckled, though bemused. "But this is a tiger. How about this? You come with us, and tomorrow I'll come to pick you up." At that moment, the tiger shook its head vigorously, unwilling to leave Chu Ci's side. "Scoundrel, you want to abandon me? Tiger brother has chosen Chu Ci. Please don't push him away. The life you two share is more important than anything else. You're all insane. What strange pairing are you advocating? A bunch of happy fools." The tiger was adamant about not wanting to return with the forestry personnel, leaving Chu Ci feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Fei and his team exchanged glances, unsure of how to handle the situation. They couldn't resort to force. "Please wait. I will consult with the Bureau," Lin Fei said, turning to make a phone call. After a brief conversation, he returned to Chu Ci. "Here's the plan. We will first take you and the tiger back. The tiger will temporarily stay with you. And tomorrow we will arrange to take both of you to the zoo." Chu Ci had no objections to the Forestry Bureau's proposal, as it would certainly save him a great deal of trouble. "Then I will trouble you." "Not at all. It is our duty. Let's depart. The vehicle has been prepared for you." Lin Fei nodded with a smile. "There is no need to rush regarding the South China tiger. We must deliberate carefully. For now, it suffices to stabilize the situation." After Chu Ci and the personnel from the Forestry Bureau had left, an animal arrived at the spot where Chu Ci had just been. "Ah, this is the scent. It is undoubtedly the thief of my mushrooms." Chapter 7. I command you to feed me. With the assistance of the Forestry Bureau, Chu Ci swiftly returned to the marriage agency, accompanied by the South China tiger. "You can handle this alone, right?" Lin Fei glanced at the imposing figure of the tiger with a hint of concern, fearing that the tiger might mistake Chu Ci for a midnight snack if it grew hungry. "Don't worry. Tiger brother is still waiting for me to find him a mate." Chu Ci chuckled, reassured that he would be safe at least until the tiger found a companion. "Then, take care of yourself." Lin Fei patted Chu Ci on the shoulder. "We'll head out first and come back to pick you and Tiger brother up tomorrow morning." "Absolutely," Chu Ci nodded, watching Lin Fei and his companions depart. He then led the tiger back inside the agency. After closing the roller shutter, he guided the South China tiger to the second floor. Behave and get some rest tonight. Tomorrow, I'll take you to choose a mate, Chu Ci said as he ushered the tiger into an empty room. The tiger looked around, unimpressed, and lay down. Humans are so dull. It's nothing like the freedom of the mountains. I don't have anything for you to eat here. Besides, you've already devoured a whole cow, so you must not be hungry. Just sleep for now. If anything comes up, wake me, he reassured the tiger. Settling the tiger in, Chu Ci returned to the living room. Meanwhile, the South China tiger, bored, lifted its head and flicked its tail. Sleep now, and when you wake up, you'll have a wife. However, after a while lying on the ground, the tiger suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. Intrigued, it followed the scent to the living room, where it found Chu Ci indulging in barbecue and beer. Stiffening in place, the tiger felt a surge of anger building within. You dare to eat behind my back. What are you consuming? I demand to know. Caught off guard, Chu Ci awkwardly looked at the towering tiger. Well, after a busy day, I was hungry, so I ordered takeout. I thought this wouldn't suit your palate, so I didn't call you, he explained sheepishly. Roar. I'm a tiger. Not just any tiger. I can tell if it's delicious just by smelling it. How dare you deceive me, human? This is intolerable. The tiger roared. Hey, what are you doing? You can't eat that. It's barbecue. Chu Ci exclaimed, trying to restrain the tiger's head. Yet, he ultimately lacked the strength to hold back the beast, which shoved him aside. You can't eat this. It's bad for your stomach. Chu Ci pleaded earnestly. The tiger licked its lips, fixated on the savory, oil-dripping barbecue on the table, saliva almost spilling over. It longed to devour the food, but was thwarted by the bamboo skewers. Though it had never tasted barbecue, it knew that besides a certain hefty panda, these skewers were not for it. Thus, Tiger Brother turned to Chu Ci and roared, Feed me. What? Feed me, I command you. Chu Ci sighed, bemused by the tiger's domineering attitude. This is quite the authoritative proclamation. I shouldn't have encountered you. Taking pity on the national protected animal, he decided to indulge it. Just a little taste won't hurt. Animals shouldn't consume too many spices, he reasoned, removing the skewers and placing a piece of meat into the tiger's mouth. Shump, shump. The tiger chewed eagerly, savoring the flavors with squinted eyes, clearly enjoying the moment as it wagged its tail in delight. Roar. More. It demanded, relishing the taste. Reflecting on its past hardships in the mountains, it felt liberated, envisioning a future filled with feasting and joy. Suddenly, the tiger noticed the alluring smell of the beer nearby. Hey, were your eyes wandering? That's beer. It contains alcohol. Animals cannot drink alcohol. Chu Ci exclaimed, swiftly removing the beer from the table. Come on, I'm so handsome. I've never tried this before. Let me have a taste. The tiger insisted, brimming with vanity. Enough with the narcissism. Chu Ci scoffed, rolling his eyes. You can enjoy the barbecue, but if you continue to press your luck, I won't take you to find a mate. Upon hearing Chu Ci's warning, the tiger settled down considerably. Fine, no drinking. I'll feast on barbecue instead. Meanwhile, snippets from Chu Ci's live stream began to circulate online, garnering significant attention. Many viewers were astonished to see a wild South China tiger, exclaiming, No way. A wild South China tiger. It hasn't been seen in years. This one is more obedient than the one in my home. You're finished. I've just shared your comments with your fans. This guy's a beast tamer? Have you read too many novels? You need to uninstall that tomato novel app right away. Wait, didn't this streamer discover natural bezoar? What did you say he found? Natural bezoar? Shock rippled through the audience. Once someone explained its value, envy surged, and viewers expressed resentment that it wasn't them enjoying such fortune. Report him. This guy is too lucky. It's unfair. The streamer is squandering his luck. Doesn't he know that wealth should be concealed? That bezoar should be handed over. Otherwise, I'll report him. Brothers, let us report him. Send me a link to the streamer. I need to check out their profile. In truth, the bezoar belonged not to the streamer, but to the owner of the cow. I'm the owner of that cow. The streamer must return what belongs to me. See? This is what envy looks like. Unbeknownst to the now sleeping Chu Ci, he had surged to fame online, with his follower count skyrocketing. Yet, Among them lurked many with ulterior motives, stealthily plotting to report him. Wealth stirs the heart. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. The following morning, Lin Fei and a few others arrived at the entrance of the marriage agency. Good morning, Director Lin. Have you had breakfast? Chu Ci greeted as he opened the door. Yes, we have, Lin Fei replied. That tiger didn't cause any trouble, did it? Peering inside, he noticed the South China tiger yawning, looking as if it hadn't fully awakened after a restless night with Chu Ci. It didn't cause any trouble. It behaved quite well. Chu Ci yawned in response, suppressing his fatigue. So, shall we head to the zoo now? Yes, arrangements have already been made at the zoo. There are over 10 female tigers for you to choose from, Lin Fei replied cheerfully. With a vehicle ready outside, they could depart at any moment. Chu Ci turned to call out to the tiger inside. Tiger brother, let us go. It's time to find you a bride. Chapter 8, What's wrong with having preferences? Do you fancy the yellow-haired one? Oh, here we go. The moment I heard, I could go find a wife. The South China tiger dashed out of the room with excitement. The more I looked, the more I felt this South China tiger resembled one of my own. Lin Fei chuckled. It's just that this tiger has a good temperament. Chu Ci glanced at the South China tiger and then closed the door. At that moment, the landlord suddenly appeared with several burly men, their faces adorned with thick beards, their muscular physiques intimidating. This time, it wasn't merely 2 men, but 3, 4, or even 5. Mr. Chu, you have 2 days left. My friends are quite interested in your rear end, the landlord said ominously, as if he had already made up his mind about Chu Ci. What? Threatening someone in front of public officials? Lin Fei stepped forward. The landlord, who had been threatening Chu Ci, paused, glancing at the Forestry Bureau personnel, then at the large tiger by the door, utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Did a tiger just appear overnight? Though the landlord had peculiar tastes, he was not a fool. Sensing the situation was amiss, he quickly fled with his companions to sort things out later. You really are an amusing landlord, Lin Fei teased. Hey, after today, I won't be renting this place anymore, Chu Ci said, waving his hand helplessly as he led the South China tiger to the car. He never anticipated encountering such distressing matters. In the car, the South China tiger curiously asked, why are they interested in your rear end? Shut up. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Chu Ci glared fiercely at Tiger Brother, who responded with an innocent look. He flicked his tail and laid down. If you don't want to talk about it, then why get so upset? It wasn't far from Chu Ci's marriage introduction to the zoo. An hour later, they arrived at the destination, Yazhou City Zoo. Stepping out of the car, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance. Zoo employees and media personnel alike brandished cameras, snapping pictures of the South China tiger and Chu Ci. The flashing lights bewildered the tiger. What are they doing? The South China tiger looked up at Chu Ci. Oh, they say you're too handsome and want to capture your image for matchmaking purposes, Chu Ci replied, and surprisingly, the South China tiger believed him. In response to the crowd's photography, the tiger struck poses, sometimes looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, other times depicting a fierce tiger descending from the mountains. He was determined to look splendid in the photos. This spectacle left everyone momentarily stunned. Why is this tiger posing? Perhaps feeling a bit adventurous. It seemed this tiger might have been a vain human in a past life. Stop talking and take more pictures. I need to write my article. The crowd murmured. That's enough. That's enough. You look handsome enough. Chu Ci quickly intervened, attempting to spare himself from the embarrassment of having such a narcissistic tiger. Director Lin. Brother Chu, I am Sun Tao. The head of the zoo. Sun Tao approached them enthusiastically. He had wanted to contact Chu Ci yesterday, but Chu Ci was too busy to see his message. Fortunately, the Forestry Bureau had reached out to him, informing him of today's matchmaking event for the South China tiger. Thus, the zoo had prepared overnight and even closed for the day. The only disappointment was that his mentor, Professor Wu Difu, had to return to Kyoto for an urgent matter, leaving the study of the South China tiger for another time. You're too kind, Director Sunday. Let us first take a look at the tigers at the zoo, Lin Fei said, eager to resolve the South China tiger's single status. Of course, please follow me. Sun Tao led them inside the zoo. Although Tiger Brother was not restrained, everyone felt surprisingly calm, perhaps due to having seen Chu Ci's livestream, which showcased the tiger's amiable nature. This is our bird paradise. home to various rare bird species. Over there is Monkey Mountain, and beside it is the Gorilla Pavilion. Along the way, Sun Tao introduced the zoo to the group. The zoo was vast, with a wide variety of animals. Why do these animals appear so listless? Chu Ci inquired, noticing that the animals seemed devoid of vitality compared to their wild counterparts. As they approached Monkey Mountain, a scruffy monkey suddenly began frantically banging against the iron bars, reaching out with its claws, nearly grabbing Chu Ci. "Help me out. They have needles." The monkey screamed. "Huh?" Chu Ci was taken aback. "Xiao Wang, quickly take this monkey back. What if it hurts a visitor?" Before he could react, Sun Tao's expression shifted dramatically as he ordered the capture of the monkey. Animals behave this way after being confined for too long. They can't be compared to those in the wild. Not only animals, even humans can experience mental issues after prolonged confinement. Sun Tao explained with a smile, hurrying everyone away from Monkey Mountain. Chu Ci glanced back at the monkey, where he saw despair reflected in its eyes. Sighing, he shook his head, choosing not to comment. Animals in this world lived poorly in zoos. To outsiders, these animals appeared fine, but in Chu Ci's eyes, they exhibited signs of distress, resembling creatures that had emerged from a biological lab. Their physical forms suffering from human cruelty, their spirits tormented. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. They must just be used to confinement. Chu Ci murmured softly. Up ahead is Tiger Mountain. Sun Tao pointed ahead. Roar. That long-haired one looks good. At that moment, the South China tiger nudged Chu Ci with its head. Chu Ci turned, exasperated, and patted Tiger Brother on the head. That's a Tibetan Mastiff. You two are not of the same species. You cannot be together. Oh, Tiger Brother, feeling disheartened, flicked his tail. This Tibetan Mastiff looks quite appealing. That fluffy yellow mane is rather nice. I'd like to have one too. As they continued forward, Chu Ci finally saw Tiger Mountain, home to a considerable number of tigers. Roar. What about this one? It looks quite nice too. The South China tiger pawed at Chu Ci. Chu Ci glanced in the direction of the tiger and gritted his teeth. That's a lion, not a tiger. Oh, the South China tiger nodded and then asked Roar. So, they can be together? Chu Ci looked at the South China tiger with an expressionless face. This fellow seemed a bit desperate, but it was understandable. Tigers are creatures of pure yang, and it was normal for them to have strong romantic desires. However, one cannot simply pursue any creature. That is not a tiger. That's a dragon. Tigers and lions can be together. Tiger Brother's face lit up upon hearing this. But I do not approve of this union. Chu Ci gritted his teeth. Roar? Why not? You cannot thwart my pursuit of love. The large visage of the South China tiger is marred by dissatisfaction. Were it not for the crowd, Chu Ci would genuinely contemplate delivering a hefty slap to this fellow. Why choose such a preference? You fancy a blonde, a bleached one at that. Yet, it is fitting, a tattooed individual like you does indeed complement the blonde. However, that is a male. Indeed, that is a male. Chapter 9. Do not speak, just kiss me. Must you be so indiscriminate in your choices? You ought to seek your own kind, not these chaotic creatures. Chu Ci whispered a low growl into the ear of the South China tiger. Although it is true that tigers can mate with lions to produce hybrids, such as ligers or tigans, two males cannot coexist. Moreover, as the sole wild South China tiger, the matter of marriage cannot be taken lightly. There is indeed a throne to inherit. Roar. I'm merely expressing my thoughts. The South China tiger flicked its tail in annoyance, still unaware that the flamboyant creature was male. Who would style a good man in such a manner? Chugu. Ahead lies Tiger Mountain. At this moment, Sun Tao and the others halted, noticing that Chu Ci and the South China tiger were engaged in some unknown activity behind them. Oh, Tiger Mountain, how splendid. Upon hearing Sun Tao's call, Chu Ci quickly rose to his feet, seizing the skin around the tiger's neck and leading it forward. After an intimate exchange between man and tiger the previous night, they had grown quite familiar with one another. However, to an outsider, this action appeared somewhat perilous. Who would dare to grasp a tiger like this unless it were one raised in a zoo since childhood? Otherwise, a mere touch could lead to catastrophe. Chugu is truly impressive. A staff member gave a thumbs up, casting an admiring glance at Chu Ci. See that? This is the natural talent of a caretaker. Hurry, you have a mate to choose. They advanced briskly. Tiger Mountain was indeed vast, housing over 20 tigers of various sizes. Upon seeing the wild South China tiger brought by Chu Ci, the tigers within the enclosure instantly became agitated. The scent of a strong contender, roared the first male South China tiger. He is so manly. I like him, chimed the second male. Another one vying for territory, growled the third male. Such a handsome tiger, exclaimed the first female. Handsome, I want to bear your cubs, called out the second female. The wild South China tiger was evidently quite popular. Lin Fei and the others couldn't help but laugh at the scene. And it was clear to everyone present that the wild South China tiger was markedly different from its captive counterparts, particularly in spirit and vigor. Follow me. The caretaker had already selected the females in heat. Sun Tao led everyone to a nearby room containing 4 female South China tigers, carefully chosen for pairing. Only 4? Chu Ci was taken aback. He had seen several female South China tigers in the enclosure. Why were there only 4 here? Indeed, just these 4? The others haven't been in heat for over 2 years, Sun Tao replied with a wry smile. The South China tigers are doing relatively well. The lions next door haven't birthed a cub in over 3 years. With the imbalance, neither humans nor animals desire romance. Thus, many zoos resort to special measures to maintain their animal populations. Otherwise, they would have long since closed their doors. Very well, Chu Ci sighed, lamenting internally that this world was destined for ruin. Tiger brother, choose one. Select a female tiger to take home. He patted the tiger's head. However, before Tiger Brother could respond, the female South China tigers could no longer contain themselves. Under the influence of Chu Ci's alluring scent, they became quite frenzied. Roar! Oh, what a handsome young man! I feel as if we were fated in a past life. Your hands are so small. You smell delightful. Among the 4 female tigers, aside from the one in the corner, the other 3 transformed into a singular entity, shedding their modesty and openly flirting. Hearing the female South China tigers, Chu Ci was bewildered. Wait, are you tigers being flirtatious? Is that reasonable? He glanced at Tiger Brother, only to find it blushing. Chu Ci was infuriated, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. What are you blushing for? Whereas your confident demeanor. Hurry up and charm these young ladies. Otherwise, your position at home will be in jeopardy. Be quiet, do not call out. The caretaker reprimanded the 3 tigers, who immediately behaved obediently, though their eyes still shone with fervent desire. Indeed, being a handsome tiger was no easy feat. Don't be shy. Quickly pick one. Chu Ci, giving Tiger Brother a nudge to encourage it to select a preferred mate. With some hesitation, Tiger Brother approached the female South China tigers, glancing left and right, seemingly uncertain of whom to choose. After much contemplation, it finally moved toward the female in the corner. Yet, what was the intent of the South China tiger? The onlookers gazed at it in confusion as it picked the leftmost female, leaning its head toward her, raising its chin, and closing its eyes, seemingly unsure of its next move. Roar! Don't speak. Kiss me. Chapter 10. Brother Tiger, perhaps you should join the family. Could you behave normally? Chu Ci approached the South China tiger and gave a light pat. Fortunately, others could not comprehend the tiger's vocalizations. Otherwise, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Where did you learn such domineering statements, my dear animal? Chu Ci pondered. Was this creature perhaps a fan of romance dramas in its previous life? Or is it possible that being a domineering figure is an innate trait? Such qualities are not easily acquired by the average individual. The tiger, under Brother Tiger's influence, appeared somewhat bashful. How forward of you. I don't want to play anymore, it seemed to convey. Chu Ci shook his head and urged Brother Tiger, act normally. Let's choose one. We can select whoever we desire. Alternatively, we could take them all if need be. I believe it is feasible. Sun Tao and the others chimed in. The genes of the wild South China tiger are exceedingly precious. If we could produce a few more cubs, it would greatly benefit the restoration of their wild populations. Additionally, tigers do not adhere strictly to monogamy. A female tiger can mate with multiple males, and vice versa. While monogamous pairings do exist, they are quite rare. Therefore, Brother Tiger is entirely capable of having several partners. The responsibility of propagating the South China tiger species can rest upon Brother Tiger's shoulders. Roar. This king requires none of that. The tiger, however, shook its head in refusal, asserting that one mate was sufficient for it. It was not the type to be fickle. Who would have thought that our domineering tiger could be so devoted? Chu Ci, despite its seemingly disheveled appearance, it appeared to harbor a sincere dedication to love. Do you wish to love just one tiger for eternity? Brother Tiger, you truly can. Which one have you set your sights on? You must consider carefully. Marriage is no trifling matter. Chu Ci pointed towards the female tigers. Brother Tiger seemed to be grappling with indecision, glancing left and right, uncertain of which one to choose. The female tigers were doing their utmost to catch Brother Tiger's attention, akin to participants in a matchmaking event vying for the affection of a handsome prince or a beautiful princess. Who could resist? In their eyes, Brother Tiger was the epitome of desirability, sought after by all. Roar. Young man, look at me. I am ready to bear your cubs. The female South China tigers became increasingly animated. Yet, Brother Tiger remained steadfast in his loyalty, desiring only one mate. After much deliberation, he finally focused on a quiet female tiger in the corner, one who paid him little mind. It seemed he preferred this unassuming demeanor. Among the 4 tigers, she was the most unique. Thus, Brother Tiger roared towards her. Roar. Young lady, you have successfully caught my attention. I am fond of you. Come home with me. Chu Ci face palmed, utterly speechless. Goodness, I thought this creature was shy. Who would have guessed it remained true to form? Even in confession, if a human were to profess love in such a manner, they would likely be deemed mentally unstable. Only these few tigers were moved by such declarations. The 3 female South China tigers gazed at Brother Tiger with starry eyes, clearly infatuated. Watching this made Chu Ci feel a twinge of jealousy. How infuriating that Brother Tiger is showing off. Are you certain you want to choose her? She hardly acknowledges you, Chu Ci pointed out. Roar. Indeed, I'm enamored with this kind of girl. She possesses character, which I greatly admire. Brother Tiger wagged his tail excitedly. Chu Ci. Director-san. This is the South China tiger for me. Chu Ci stood up and addressed Sun Tao. Is this the one? Are you not going to reconsider? Sun Tao pointed to the female tiger Brother Tiger had chosen. The female tiger lifted her head, vigorously waving her tail as if celebrating a hard-fought victory. Clearly, she had employed some clever tactics. It was not as simple as it appeared. The age-old adage holds true. Strategy wins hearts. Brother Tiger, you are finished. Indeed, she is the one. Chu Ci nodded, foregoing any further consultation with Brother Tiger. It was imperative to act swiftly, otherwise Brother Tiger would start to hesitate again. Are you certain you wish to take this South China tiger? Sun Tao inquired once more. Yes, absolutely, I intend to take her. It is only right to find a suitable partner for Brother Tiger. Otherwise, what would it mean to leave her here? Should we let Brother Tiger become a son-in-law? That would be unacceptable. It would tarnish the dignity of the South China tiger. Very well. This tiger is approximately 3 years old and was recently introduced to our park from a breeding base. We spent $50,000 on her. In light of today's events, we will offer her to you at cost, $30,000. You can take this South China tiger with you. Sun Tao smiled at Chu Ci. Chu Ci's face was a picture of shock. Do I really have to pay? Chu Ci, business is business. This tiger was purchased, and there are expenses involved. If we were to give her away for free, you would feel uncomfortable accepting her. No, I would absolutely feel comfortable taking her. Chu Ci exclaimed, his frustration mounting. He had thought finding a mate for an animal would be simpler, yet it proved to be as complicated as human affairs, and now he was expected to pay. Being a matchmaker was no easy task. The worst part was that he currently lacked even 1,000 yuan. He hadn't yet sold that piece of natural cow bile. Brother Tiger, do you have 30,000 yuan? Chu Ci turned to the South China tiger. The tiger shook its head in confusion. What is 30,000 yuan? I am so handsome. I don't need to spend money wherever I go. Chu Ci frowned at the tiger. Brother Tiger, are you certain you wish to find a bride? The South China tiger nodded. It was indeed eager to find a mate. Otherwise, why would it be here? Very well. Brother Tiger, perhaps you should join the family. Chapter 11. The invitation from the Forestry Bureau, huh? What does it mean to be a son-in-law by marriage? Tiger Brother tilted his head, his large eyes brimming with confusion. He could not comprehend the concept of becoming a son-in-law by marriage. Being a son-in-law by marriage is great. You don't have to struggle and can enjoy the good life. Why not let this South China tiger become a son-in-law at our zoo? I offer the best conditions in this area. I would never mistreat Tiger Brother. Sun Tao laughed heartily, taking over the conversation. If this wild South China tiger could come to their zoo, it would be akin to a windfall. There is only this one wild South China tiger in the entire country. It would be hard not to gain fame from it. Sun Tao gazed eagerly at Tiger Brother, constantly encouraging Chu Ci to keep him at the zoo. Tiger Brother rolled his eyes at Sun Tao, impatiently flicking his tail. What is this person rambling on about? What status do you have, and what status do I have? By rights, you shouldn't even be qualified to converse with me. Be polite. This is your father-in-law. Chu Ci playfully patted Tiger Brother and explained, being a son-in-law by marriage means you would have to live here, and your offspring wouldn't carry your surname. Understand now? Tiger Brother was taken aback, glancing around at the iron cages and walls. Living here? That would be worse than death. No, I refuse to be a son-in-law. Tiger Brother shook his head vehemently, rejecting the idea. As a mighty Tiger King, how could he be a son-in-law? Director's son, can't we negotiate a better deal? Chu Ci, feeling financially strained, sought to accomplish big things with little money. Besides, who is a matchmaker paying out money? Shouldn't the matchmaker be receiving money instead? Why is this matchmaker offering to pay? Well, I'll give you 100 off, Sun Tao replied, chuckling. All the animals here are purchased. You need to understand that. The zoo is not a charitable organization, and I have no right to give anything away. However, offering 100 less seemed like just a way to dismiss the situation. Director Lin, I want to report this. Someone here is buying and selling wild animals. Chu Ci changed the subject, looking at Lin Fei beside him. Brother Chu, you can't say that carelessly. Everything here is legal. We have proper documentation. There is no violation at all, Sun Tao quickly clarified. The Forestry Bureau oversees them. Any mistake could cost him his position as director. Director's son, your awareness seems a bit lacking, Lin Fei remarked, startling Director's son, who stuttered, no, I. Enough, I understand. You're a businessman. Lin Fei waved his hand to interrupt Sun Tao. He then turned to Chu Ci, saying, the money for purchasing this tiger will be covered by our Forestry Bureau. However, we do have a condition for you. Consider whether it is feasible. What condition? Chu Ci, Lin Fei cautiously. There was surely no such thing as a free lunch. Come, let's talk over here. Lin Fei bullied Chu Ci. The Forestry Bureau has noticed your ability to interact well with animals. Therefore, we are prepared to offer you an extramural identity as a grassroots forestry liaison. You know how important the wild South China tiger is, so we would like you to be responsible for it. This will save the Bureau a considerable amount of work. Lin Fei patted Chu Ci's shoulder, recognizing his capabilities. Imagine if you encountered this wild South China tiger. There were only two options. Either be devoured while fleeing or confront it like Wu Song. Neither choice was particularly favorable. Yet, Chu Ci had shattered this notion by befriending the tiger. It was as if he possessed a natural affinity with beasts, astonishing them all. They had a series of studies planned for the South China tiger, rather than playing hide-and-seek with it. It would be more beneficial to have Chu Ci act as their intermediary. This arrangement would be advantageous for all parties involved. Take your time to consider this. Lin Fei encouraged, giving Chu Ci's shoulder another reassuring pat. Chu Ci pondered deeply. This job indeed seemed suitable for him. After all, he intended to stay in the mountains to help animals find partners. However, he couldn't help but wonder, is there a salary? The 30,000 yuan spent on the tiger will be your salary, Lin Fei responded. Isn't that taking advantage of the honest man? It's not easy to play matchmaker. Chu Ci protested, yet Lin Fei laughed at his sour expression. However, the salary for the grassroots forestry liaison isn't high, so be mentally prepared. Still, there's a house available in the mountains. If your marriage agency doesn't work out, you can move up there. Lin Fei's subsequent words stirred Chu Ci's interest. I'm in. Chu Ci thought, readily agreeing. All right, I will arrange for someone to introduce you to the job, Lin Fei said cheerfully. With their deal settled, the other matters were wrapped up quickly. After completing the payment, they departed. This is not matchmaking. This is outright purchasing a wife. It's illegal. Yet, Tiger Brother's long-anticipated partner had finally arrived, marking the end of his solitary life. Only, Roar sister, do I look handsome? Tiger brother asked. Handsome, replied Tiger sister. Then, will you be my woman? Tiger brother inquired. You're so annoying. You're so bad. I want you to kiss me. Tiger sister teased. Chu Ci, witnessing this, felt his blood pressure rising. Where's my knife? Where did my knife go? If you two continue like this, I swear I'll chop you both. He exclaimed, exasperated. Doing this in front of me is utterly disrespectful. As I always say, couples who flaunt their love die quickly. You two better head out at noon. Why are you staying here instead of going back to the mountains? Once calm, Chu Ci gazed helplessly at Tiger brother and Tiger sister. After the Forestry Bureau returned him, he never expected that the couple would refuse to leave, cuddling on the living room floor, making him feel increasingly irritated. Aren't you two just rubbing salt in the wounds of single man? He thought. Fine, I won't argue with you. Just stay at home and don't scare anyone. I need to step out for a moment. Chu Ci grabbed the prepared natural bezoar and reminded the two tigers, don't scare anyone, okay? Tiger brother, who was busy being affectionate with Tiger's sister, looked up to indicate he understood before resuming his tender moment. You two need to be careful. It can't be broad daylight. Chu Ci mumbled as he closed the door. Today was the day he had agreed with the owner of the herbal medicine shop to sell the natural bezoar. After selling it, he would finally have money for rent and no longer have to endure the landlord's bullying. It was just like with beautiful girls. They must guard against men, while men must also defend against other men. What then does that make me? You can choose to join them. Shut up, system. Every time the system spoke, Chu Ci felt an overwhelming urge to beat it up. Why was the system of a good person so irreverent? Fortunately, after a brief jest, the system finally got to the point. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for facilitating a marriage. The rewards obtained are as follows. Chapter 12. The system's new features. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards. Nearby feature. The system's new function allows you to view nearby animals seeking companionship. Available for use once daily. Animal feed. This can be likened to cat or dog food, the delectable nature of which is known only to the animals themselves. This nearby feature seems quite promising, Chu Ci thought, his eyes lighting up at the mention of the reward. With this feature, he could ascertain if any animals in the vicinity were interested in romance, thus sparing himself the embarrassment of asking around like a fool. It bore some resemblance to a function in a game he had played, albeit with limited usage, only once a day. Though initially tempted to test it out, he decided against wasting it and resolved to explore this feature further upon his return. First and foremost was the matter of selling the natural bezoar to acquire funds. With the natural bezoar in hand, Chu Ci made his way to the headquarters of the Benchao Hall in Yazhou. Upon his arrival, he was warmly greeted by the awaiting staff. Hello, Mr. Chu, I am Su Xiang, the general manager of Benchao Hall, said a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his balding head indicative of his years. He exuded an air of success, standing tall and composed. The baldness, however, was a nightmare for many middle-aged men. Good day. I hope I'm not late, Chu Ci replied. Not at all. The wind is quite strong outside. Let us discuss matters inside. Su Xiang invited him into the reception area. Once seated, Su Xiang inquired, Mr. Chu, could we first take a look at the natural bezoar to confirm its authenticity? Certainly, Chu Ci replied, handing over the bezoar. Su Xiang treated it with utmost care, as if it were a priceless treasure, fearing any accidental damage. Mr. Chu, you are quite carefree, Su Xiang chuckled wryly. This is worth millions. How can you treat it so casually? At that moment, two elderly gentlemen entered the reception area, making a beeline for the natural bezoar. After examining it closely, they engaged in a serious discussion, their demeanor revealing their expertise as seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. After a thorough analysis, they concluded that it was indeed genuine natural bezoar and of superior quality. This is rare indeed, one elder remarked, taking a whiff of the substance, his eyes narrowing as if he were under the influence of a narcotic. 99% authenticity. How remarkable. Indeed, I personally extracted it from the belly of the cow. Chu Ci smiled. Upon confirming the bezoar's authenticity, they weighed it. Over a pound, nearing 2. Given the high quality of the bezoar, Su Xiang wasted no time and promptly arranged for the payment. Shortly thereafter, Chu Ci received a notification of 1 million yuan credited to his account. Hua Guo Bank. Your account ending in 413 received 1,000,000 yuan at 2347. Current balance 1,000,250. 38 yuan. Yes. Chu Ci felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight of his bank balance. The thrill of sudden wealth was invigorating. Mr. Chu, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. We look forward to future opportunities. We at Binchao Hall purchase all medicinal materials and will offer you a fair price. Su Xiang stated as he rose, eager for future dealings. He was well aware that Chu Ci was in close proximity to a wild South China tiger, a creature whose body contained numerous valuable resources. Understood, no problem. We'll discuss this further when the time is right. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave, Chu Ci replied, sensing Su Xiang's unusual enthusiasm, but choosing not to dwell on it. After all, merchants are skilled in the art of flattery. Thus, he exchanged a few polite words and departed from Binchao Hall, leaving future collaborations for another day. After all, one cannot expect to become wealthy overnight consistently. The system, in its whimsical nature, would not allow him to indulge in daydreams. Then return the bezoar to me, the system insisted. Ignoring the system's demand, Chu Ci hummed a tune as he left. Upon exiting, his first order of business was to pay his rent for the past 2 months to his landlord. After seeing the rent accepted, a sense of relief washed over him. No more enduring this indignity. I must move away from these bizarre humans. Animals are far better companions. Free from such oddities, he lamented, resolving to interact solely with animals henceforth. However, a new worry crept in. With this newfound wealth of 1 million, how should he spend it? Perhaps a nicer vehicle? As he walked, he opened an app to browse the latest electric cars, but soon closed it, shaking his head. Apologies for the intrusion, but I am still too impoverished. As evening fell, he returned home. I'm back, he announced as he rolled up the shutter door. Upon seeing Chu Ci, Hugo leaped up excitedly, letting out a roar. The afternoon's confinement had left him restless. The space was far too cramped for his liking. As darkness enveloped the sky and dinner time approached, Chu Ci said, I suppose you too must be hungry. Let's see what I brought. He held a bag in each hand, overflowing with food. Buns. Hugo sniffed the air. Is this the legendary white bun? Is this truly what tigers eat? Stop staring and eat while it's warm. Chu Ci urged, pulling out a bun and offering it to Hugo. Today marks your wedding night. As tradition dictates, newlyweds eat buns. Buns? Well, just eat the buns, he declared earnestly. Hugo remained motionless, his gaze intensely fixed on Chu Ci, as if to say, though I cannot speak, I am no fool. Why aren't you eating? Hugo retorted. Oh, I'm waiting for you both to finish before we head out for a grand feast. Chu Ci responded nonchalantly. How dare you deceive me, human? Hugo growled, angered. He lunged at Chu Ci, pinning him down in a somewhat suggestive manner. Alarmed, Hussar rushed over to mediate the escalating situation. Stop it. Don't fight anymore, she pleaded, her voice frantic. Ultimately, Chu Ci conceded, promising Hugo a generous order of barbecue delights to quell the brewing conflict. Eat quickly. Once you're done, we'll head back into the mountains tomorrow, Chu Ci declared with determination. With the rent settled, he intended to return to the mountains the following day. The matchmaking service would be relocated to the wilderness, exclusively for animals in search of partners. After ensuring both Hugo and Hussar were well fed, he opened his phone to bid farewell to his fans. However, he was met with an unexpected notification from the system. What? Banned for inappropriate content? I haven't even started the live stream. Chapter 13. The Curious Little Squirrel. It was peculiar. How could the live stream room be banned? Chu Ci gazed in bewilderment at the message from the streaming backend, which alleged that he was involved in inappropriate content. As a host focusing on marriage and relationships, he had barely garnered an audience of 10. Who was he supposed to be showing anything inappropriate to? However, shortly after, another message arrived stating that his live stream room could resume normal operations. The previous ban was due to an excessive number of complaints. After a manual review by the backend staff, his account was reinstated. How amusing, he thought with a resigned smile, and proceeded to open the live stream. To his astonishment, as soon as he began broadcasting, Hundreds of viewers poured into the room, and the numbers kept climbing. What was happening? Was he suddenly popular? Wow, is this the lucky streamer? He looks quite handsome, though not quite as charming as I am. Hey, streamer, did your cow biles sell? I want to see your cow. Wait, what did you just say you wanted to see? I heard the streamer has a wild South China tiger. Where's the South China tiger? I want to take a look. Streamer, I want to date you. Do you have a house and a car? As he read the barrage of comments, Chu Ci gradually understood the situation. It turned out he had indeed become popular. Consequently, jealousy and spiteful individuals had increased, leading to numerous reports that resulted in the banning of his live stream. Nevertheless, even negative attention was still attention. However, the number of those envious of him was overwhelming. The comments varied widely, creating a chaotic atmosphere in his live stream. Chu Ci chatted casually for a moment before hastily ending the broadcast. Fame indeed brought a multitude of troubles, he sighed. After glancing at Tiger Brother and his partner, he retreated back indoors to catch some sleep. The next day, Chu Ci notified his landlord that he would be vacating the premises. After packing his belongings, he prepared to ascend the mountain. Lin Fei from the Forestry Bureau had even thoughtfully arranged for someone to transport Chu Ci's items up the mountain, which deeply touched him. However, Chu Ci preferred to walk up the mountain, claiming it was for exercise, and thus declined to ride along with the luggage vehicle. Throughout this time, the landlord had not made another appearance. Brothers, from now on, our base will be up in the mountains. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu Ci opened his live stream again. Is Chuga not matchmaking anymore? If this goes on, I fear Chuga might really starve. Why did Chuga end the stream so abruptly yesterday? There were too many people. I couldn't even get into the stream. I heard this year's marriage rate has hit a historic low. I'm baffled. Why are there still people wanting to get married? You can have kids without marriage. You little rascal, getting on the bus without paying for a ticket. Huh? He chuckled. I've changed jobs. From now on, I'll be matchmaking for animals instead. Chu Ci laughed heartily. The viewers were momentarily dumbfounded. Matchmaking for animals? Are you serious? Streamer, you should consider seeing a doctor. I genuinely suspect something's wrong with you. Director Wong from the mental hospital. Get downstairs, the car has arrived. Shouldn't that be going down the mountain? Thank you for your hard work, Director Wong. Is Chu Gu trying to emulate finding a partner for Tiger Brother? I'm curious, what's your motive behind this, streamer? Why is the South China tiger still following Chu Gu? Forget it. It's futile to explain to you all. Faced with the viewer's confusion, Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. He went stooped to the level of those lacking in understanding. Tiger Brother, could you two stop being so lovey-dovey? Chu Ci glanced back at the two tigers affectionately rubbing their heads against each other. They had been showing off their affection throughout the journey, driving Chu Ci to the brink of irritation. These two tigers are currently in the throes of romance. Don't worry, within 3 days, they'll surely grow tired of each other. What a sickly, sweet scent of love. Tiger Brother is foolish. Getting married at such a young age. Why not enjoy life for a few more years? If you don't want to get married, that's fine, but don't lead the animals astray. Chu Ci retorted to the viewers. He had little hope for humanity, so he planned to rely on animals for rewards. If no one was getting married, how would he survive? Taking out his phone, he checked the location Lin Fei had sent him. Chu Ci led Tiger Brother and his partner into the mountains. However, as they entered the forest, a little squirrel suddenly appeared on the winding path ahead. The squirrel had a tail larger than its body, with a coat of dark brown and a white belly, and its mouth was a striking orange. At first glance, its head resembled that of a mouse. Look, a little squirrel. Well, this little squirrel isn't exactly a beauty. Indeed, it pales in comparison to the five-striped squirrel. That one is the standard. This squirrel looks a bit like a mouse, sneaky and suspicious. Shut up, accumulate some virtue. Just because you look good doesn't mean you can judge. You can even find people online bullying little squirrels. This is a nationally protected species, the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel. Chu Ci interjected, halting the viewer's discussion. He then turned to the little red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel, asking, "Little one, is there something you need?" He sensed that the squirrel seemed intent on blocking his path, sitting there with an indignant demeanor. But he hadn't provoked the squirrel, had he? Observing the irate little creature, Chu Ci felt somewhat puzzled. The red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel, however, was growing increasingly furious as it realized that this human had stolen its mushrooms, the very mushrooms it had guarded from winter to spring, day and night. Now that it had finally found the thief, it was too intimidated to demand restitution because of the two large tigers following behind him. Caught between anger and helplessness, the little squirrel silently chose to seethe in frustration. "Cursed human, I'll glare you to death." The red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel fumed internally. "Stop being cute. If you have something to say, just say it. Are you here to find a partner?" Chu Ci inquired. How hilarious. The streamer can't seem to stray from his original profession. Surely, he is not genuinely considering matchmaking for animals? It has to be true. What else could it be? Why does the little squirrel look so puffed up? Streamer, be honest. Are you abandoning the little squirrel for Tiger Brother? See, this is why AI can never replace humans. Enough nonsense. The little squirrel stubbornly refused to speak. Chu Ci was at a loss for what the little creature wanted. He was keen to move on, so he didn't wish to waste time with the squirrel. Thus, he pulled out a piece of animal feed, placed it before the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel, and patted its head. "Perhaps we'll meet again." With that, he turned to leave. The little squirrel quickly turned to watch its nemesis disappear from sight. The more it thought about the situation, the angrier and more aggrieved it felt. He just left like that, without a word of apology? The little squirrel trembled with rage, finally puffing its cheeks and angrily chattering a few sounds in the direction Chu Ci had departed. "Chirp, I wouldn't eat your food anyway." After releasing its pent-up emotions, the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel's mood finally began to settle. Glancing at the feed that Chu Ci had left behind, the little squirrel turned to leave, determined not to eat the food offered by its adversary. However, the aroma was too enticing, and it found itself unable to resist. The little squirrel cautiously looked around, ensuring no other animals were watching, then stealthily approached. Confirming the coast was clear, it swiftly snatched the food from the ground, stuffing it into its cheeks until they were bulging. Subsequently, the rosy-cheeked squirrel's eyes sparkled with delight. This flavor, this exquisite flavor, is truly delightful. It is the most delectable food it has ever tasted. Chitter, I forgive you now, you little rascal. Chapter 14. What will I eat if you don't marry? The mountains of Yazhou are neither particularly high nor low. For those accustomed to climbing, they present a perfect opportunity to relish the scenery while engaging in physical exercise. However, for someone like Chu Ci, a self-proclaimed couch potato, it is utterly exhausting. Had he known, he would have simply taken a vehicle to the summit. Chu Ci gasped for breath, seeking refuge on a large boulder, burdened as he was with numerous belongings. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fatigued. He had not felt this exhausted during his previous mountain trek. Could it be that in just 2 short days, he had become so out of shape? Beside him, brother who cast a disdainful glance at Chu Ci. "Is this all the stamina you possess? You truly embarrass me. What are you staring at?" Chu Ci shot back, rolling his eyes at brother who. Could a tiger really look down on him? He glared defiantly in return. "Haha, Chu, your stamina is lacking. It's my first time seeing a tiger roll its eyes. Mother, I've made it. I've seen the Forestry Bureau's announcement. But I still suspect this tiger isn't one you've raised yourself, is it, Chu?" Chu has explained all the way. He didn't raise it himself. If I had climbed the mountain earlier, perhaps that tiger would have been mine. Is it possible that the one lying next to the carcass of an ox would be you? Haha, people have different physiques. It can't be generalized. For instance, I once ran 100 meters in elementary school in just 7 seconds, yet no one believes me. Excuse me, has the driver responsible for the accident been found? Even Bolt would be shouting 666. Chu Ci, seated on the stone, took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. Suddenly, he heard a series of chirps emanating from the nearby bushes. Something was afoot. He cautiously approached the rustling foliage. The chirping was intermittent, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. Stealthily, he crept closer and suddenly parted the bushes, revealing an adorable little creature. The small creature was startled by Chu Ci's sudden action, frozen in fear. "Hello, little sister, are you a bunny?" Netizens commented. What a peculiar way to greet. It seems the streamer is truly losing it. My goodness, in my lifetime, I never expected to see someone harassing an animal. I don't understand. but I respect the streamer. In this day and age, we've grown accustomed to encountering oddities. Third brother is ecstatic. He has finally found a kindred spirit. The streamer seems quite desperate. I have resources if you're interested. Brother, check your private messages. Upon spotting the charming little rabbit, Chu Ci magically produced a pouch of animal feed from his pocket, a reward from the system. The gray rabbit, munching on grass, was momentarily paralyzed by the unexpected scene, forgetting to flee. Fortunately, the tantalizing aroma of the feed captivated its attention, akin to invisible hands seizing its mind and rendering it motionless, surrendering to the allure. Its gaze fixated on the feed in Chu Ci's hand. Chu Ci smiled knowingly. This feed was not to brother Hu and their ilk's liking, yet it had successfully lured the little rabbit. Come here, let me treat you. This is a delicacy. He placed a feed before the little gray rabbit. Is this rabbit foolish? Why isn't it running away? Timid animals tend to freeze in place when startled. Come on, not everyone is as foolish as a deer. Little bunny, be good, open the door. What is Chu feeding it? Spices, I bet it'll be delicious roasted and skinned later. Wild rabbits aren't protected animals, are they? Some snow rabbits are a national second-level protected species. You might want to try. The gray rabbit sniffed the feed before it. The aroma was enticing. Slowly, it approached, nibbled at the corner of the feed, and like a refined lady, began to nibble delicately. However, a nearby voice startled the little gray rabbit. Roar, honey, do you want to eat rabbit meat? Roar, how dare you? The rabbit is so adorable. How can you eat it? I only eat spicy food. Chu Ci raised his head, darkening his expression, glaring fiercely at brother Hu and sister Hu. You two are truly something. You're making the little gray rabbit frightened. He waved his hand in disdain towards brother Hu and sister Hu. Control your drool and step aside. How can you consider eating such a cute rabbit? The streamer is quite the environmentalist. Applause. Exactly. How can one eat such an adorable creature? Of course, it should be braised. Do you even know? Who braises rabbits? It's all about spicy. Hey, come on. Rabbits aren't just meat. You wouldn't understand. Everyone loves rabbits in their own way. For me, I only eat them spiced. Eating any other flavor feels like betraying my rabbit. You're eating a rabbit, not love. Eating a rabbit, and you've turned it into some tragic literature. Brother Hu and sister Hu were pushed aside by Chu Ci's disdain. He turned his attention back to the gray rabbit. Hey, single one, do you want a partner? With nothing better to do, Chu Ci's occupational hazard kicked in, and he sought to introduce the rabbit to a companion, regardless of its willingness. Is the streamer suffering from a professional ailment again? I've never seen such dedication. Chu is now torturing small animals. Can it even understand? Streamer, don't harm the poor creature. Marriage is a grave. Whoever touches it dies. Who said that? I got married last year. My father bought me a house, a car, and gave me $5 million. I think marriage is quite good. Ask my dad if he needs a son. Actually, I want to get married, but I have no money. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Marriage? Dating? That is not something the poor can afford. Seeing Chu Ci attempting to introduce a partner to the little rabbit, the netizens were quick to intervene, insisting he mustn't harm the little creature. What era is this? We advocate for marriage freedom. Nowadays, being single is trendy. Do you understand? The gray rabbit glanced up at Chu Ci, pondering the notion of a partner. What use was that? It wouldn't fill its belly. No. The rabbit decisively shook its head, wishing not to be disturbed while it savored its meal. What? You actually don't want to marry? Chu Ci exclaimed, shocked to his core, as if struck by a thunderbolt. He stared incredulously at the little rabbit. This creature had evidently not succumbed to the aroma of love emanating from him, nor had it stirred any desire for romance. What a pity. The little rabbit continued to chew its feed, oblivious to Chu Ci's bewilderment. How could one not wish to marry? If you don't marry, what will I eat? Chapter 15. Observing nearby animals, Chu Ci clutched his chest in distress. The little gray rabbit paused its nibbling, seemingly pondering the meaning of his words. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. You're hilarious, host. Indeed, if the rabbit doesn't marry, where shall we find our meals? Let it marry. This is the first time I've ever supported marriage. I thought you were concerned about the little bunny, but it turns out you want to eat it. Did you even care? Oh no, If the rabbit doesn't marry, will we not be able to eat rabbit meat in the future? You're worrying too much. We can inject them for reproduction. Marriage is for humans, not rabbits. That sounds rather inhumane. The little gray rabbit continued to munch, its expression adorably blank, seemingly unable to grasp the implications of Chu Ci's previous statement. If you don't wish to marry, why consume my provisions? Chu Ci, feeling mischievous, tucked the food back into his pocket, leaving the rabbit momentarily stunned. Not only the rabbit, but even the viewers were taken aback. Is this appropriate? Host? Goodness, this host is outrageous. Ha! The rabbit is bewildered. Can you really take back what you've given? This is what they mean by taking back what one has given. You've left the rabbit utterly confused. Brother, please don't bully the little bunny. It will be heartbroken. Because of your comment, 2 rabbits must meet their end tonight. Remember, 2 rabbits will perish because of you. Are you a devil? Chu Ci's actions were somewhat questionable, and the viewers began to feel sympathy for the little gray rabbit. The rabbit, contrary to its nature of rarely vocalizing, began to squeak anxiously, even standing to tug at Chu Ci's trouser leg, imploring him to return its food. Shameful rabbit, do not beg for scraps. Rabbit, what are you doing? Do not plead. Obedient little bunny, have some dignity. We shall not consume this. A group of cheerful souls, imposing human moral standards on animals. Do you wish to eat? Then trade your body for it. Perhaps I've misunderstood. Enough, some people come online to unleash their primal instincts, I suppose. Oh well, since you do not wish to marry, I shall not press the matter. Chu Ci shook his head in disappointment and returned the provisions to the little gray rabbit, which devoured them with the fervor of an addict receiving their fix. If you ever wish to marry, come find me. I am a professional matchmaker, he said, patting the rabbit's head before rising to continue his journey. Lin Fei spoke of a small cabin atop the mountain. The winding concrete road, shrouded by lush greenery, ascended gracefully. Following this path, Chu Ci led Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger to the summit. The cabin was surprisingly spacious, consisting of 3 adjoining rooms, with a vast open area in front and a large vegetable garden beside it. Chu Ci's belongings had already been placed at the entrance by the staff, while the previous occupants had long descended the mountain. In such a desolate place, who would wish to linger? One could only wonder how Director Lin managed to persuade someone else to come. This place is lovely, perfect for seclusion. Chu Ci, let me take your job. My dream is to have a yard like this, rising with the sun and resting at sunset, truly enjoying nature. I spent over 20 years escaping the mountains. And you wish to return? The joys and sorrows of humanity cannot be understood among one another. My home is just like this, beautiful but impoverished. Poverty cannot be consumed as sustenance, hence I left. From now on, this will be my new home. Chu Ci was quite pleased with the dwelling before him, as it suited his current lifestyle. The exterior appeared relatively clean, and with a little tidying, it would be livable. He approached, retrieved the key, and opened the door. The interior seemed to have been neglected for quite some time, a damp, musty odor wafting towards him. Chu Ci opened the windows to air out the space. Hey, what are you 2 doing? However, he turned to block Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger from entering. They wagged their tails in confusion, looking at Chu Ci. He gently patted Tiger Brother's head. You 2 are married now. You can return to your own home. Understood? Please do not be dependent on me. Chu Ci is taking advantage of the situation. If I had those 2 tigers, I would laugh in my dreams. Chu Ci is right. Now that they are married, they should live separately and not rely on others. Come stay with me. I won't mind. Be careful. Tiger Brother might consider you as food in the middle of the night. Without the capability, do not take on responsibilities beyond your means. Not everyone is a hero, nor is everyone named Chu Ci. I am quite curious how the host manages to keep the South China tigers so obedient. One mention of wanting a wife, and Tiger Brother became Chu Ci's most loyal companion. Tiger Brother, you fool. In response to Chu Ci's inquiries, Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger expressed their thoughts through actions, plopping down on the ground to rest. You aren't leaving now. Chu Ci sighed in resignation, shaking his head. He ceased to pay attention to Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger, stepping inside to begin tidying the cabin. This would be his home from now on. The interior was fairly clean, albeit with a strong mildew odor due to months of neglect. The furnishings were quite complete. Chu Ci took everything out to wash and air it, then moved his belongings inside. What seemed like a simple task turned into a full afternoon of work, leaving him utterly exhausted. At last, he finished. Chu Ci returned indoors to take a refreshing cold shower, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Finally, some peace. He changed into fresh clothes and moved a stool to sit outside in the open space. The sun was setting, casting a beautiful glow across the sky. The greenery of the mountains seemed to shimmer as the breeze whisked away the sweat from his body. He felt as though he were floating. The serene atmosphere of the mountains was delightful. Chu Ci sighed contentedly, closing his eyes to let the gentle wind caress his face, savoring the beauty of the moment. All right, I haven't tried that search function yet. Chu Ci suddenly recalled the newly added feature in the system. He had forgotten about it since returning yesterday. Now that he had the time, he decided to test it out. In his mind, Chu Ci summoned the system and clicked on the search function on the virtual panel. System is searching. Beep, beep, beep. Search successful. Chapter 16. Encountering a wealthy lady. Task objective found. Task location, the grove behind the house. Oh, indeed, there are creatures nearby yearning for romance. Upon receiving the system notification, Chu Ci excitedly rose from his chair. He glanced up at Tiger Brother, who was presently engrossed in tender moments with his wife, and let out a soft hum before turning back to his beloved. Chugo, what are you doing? You startled me. I was admiring the sunset. You truly are a mood killer. By the way, this place is rather secluded. Let us hope we don't encounter any wild beasts tonight. Tiger Brother, are you questioning my strength? Other animals. Bro, could you please refrain from showing off with us involved? The search function proved to be quite useful, and Chu Ci was thoroughly pleased. This feature would save him considerable hassle, sparing him the need to wander about in search of animals seeking companionship. This time, the system had pinpointed a task objective located in the grove behind the house, specifically a bird. Spring, the season when avian hearts awaken, was upon us. I'm on my way. Chu Ci abandoned his rest and strode towards the grove behind the house. Although night had fallen and visibility was poor in the mountains, where wild beasts might lurk, nothing could deter his fervent desire to play matchmaker for the animals. Few like me are as dedicated to this cause, he mused, allowing himself a moment of self-praise. He then called out, Tiger Brother, cease your affectionate rendezvous with your wife and accompany me into the grove. This proclamation left the online audience astounded, and even Tiger Sister paused, casting a dubious glance between Tiger Brother and Chu Ci. Wait, what did you just say, Chugo? Into the grove? ISNT, the more shocking part, the first sentence? Tiger Brother, you've betrayed Tiger Sister. You are no man. Tiger Sister, I ought to be under the vehicle, not inside it. Hu ye. Maintaining a good relationship with Tiger Brother is far more important than anything else. Tiger Brother, my greatest regret in life is that I cannot provide you with a son or daughter. Tiger Sister, so I'm a third party. You all have crossed the line, even dragging animals into this. Our nation's legal system is continuously improving, yet there are still lawless individuals seeking to retaliate against society through the internet. Remember, the online world is not beyond the law. Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Chu Ci solemnly stated in the live stream, inadvertently eliciting a wave of sighs from the viewers. Understood, the internet is not a lawless realm. Then why don't you catch me if you can? Don't rejoice too soon. Capturing you would be quite easy. Do you really think you have privacy? Oh my, did those words truly come from Chugo? Little gray rabbit, please speak up for me. Huh, the host is clearly a thief, crying stop thief. This old rascal, how dare he criticize others? Tiger Brother, come with me to the grove to handle some matters. Chu Ci disregarded the viewer's comments and shouted again. Hearing Chu Ci's call, Tiger Brother reluctantly rose, yawning and lazily swishing his tail, clearly displeased. Even his pace was sluggish. And yet you're reluctant? You eat my food and live under my roof. How can you feel justified? Let us not forget, your wife was procured by me. Seeing Tiger Brother merely consuming without contributing, Chu Ci grew somewhat irritated and playfully tapped his head. Only then did Tiger Brother muster some enthusiasm, though he shot Chu Ci a disdainful glance. What a disgrace for a grown male to call for a trip to the grove. I just heard some explosive news. Tiger Brother's wife was actually purchased. It is well known that buying a wife is illegal, as is the trafficking of wild animals. Pray tell, How many years will the host and tiger brother be sentenced? Death penalty. They must face the death penalty. From what I know, the funds to procure Tiger Brother's wife were provided by the Forestry Bureau. Oh, then it's all good. Tiger's sister is a captive-bred South China tiger. Will this not impact the genetics of wild South China tigers? They're nearly extinct, and you're worried about genetic influence? I think Chu Ci should venture into the deep mountains. Perhaps he could find other wild South China tigers. I do not have such leisure time, Chu Ci replied, shaking his head. A wild South China tiger has not been seen for decades. Where would I find another? It would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if I found one, what if it turned out to be male? By the way, Tiger Brother, where are your parents? You weren't born from a rock, were you? Chu Ci inquired as he walked. Tiger Brother glanced at him, but remained silent. He had long ventured out to live independently and had not seen his parents or fellow tigers for many years. Had he not encountered Chu Ci, he might have continued in solitude. Right. How did I forget that South China tigers have parents? Do you think everyone is like you, lacking them? Hey, that's crossing the line. Teasing is one thing, but personal attacks are another, especially concerning someone as parents. To the brother who just spoke, let me ask you something. No, brother, there is nothing to ask. Do you think, over these years, Tiger Brother's parents have birthed any siblings? Oh, quite possibly. There must be other wild South China tigers in these mountains. Impossible. Tigers have vast territories. With Tiger Brother here, there cannot be any other tigers in this vicinity. Feel free to explore the mountains yourself. Perhaps you will find something. Rumor has it that the Forestry Bureau is offering rewards. Chu Ci remarked, glancing at the comments. The Forestry Bureau had already devised a plan to search for wild South China tigers, determined to restore the wild population. Forget it. I fear that if we find them, we might become their food. Only two types of people dare to confront wild tigers. The first is the deceased Wu Song. The other is the host. Ye. Wu Song has passed. It's up to you now. Chu Ci, if you wish for me to meet my end, just say so. Actually, I am Wu Song. I am currently pursuing Pangelian. Send me 5,000, and once I capture my sister-in-law Wu Song, send me your account number. I mean no offense. Just wish to support you. Your intentions are so obvious, I feel embarrassed to expose them. Following the system's guidance, Chu Ci arrived at a grove behind the house. Towering trees rose from the ground, with bare branches and exposed earth beginning to sprout tender green shoots. At this moment, some light filtered through the trees, and the surrounding scenery began to take shape. The online audience, observing Chu Ci searching within the grove, was quite perplexed. Is this why you called Tiger Brother to accompany you into the grove? Bah, you are utterly shameless. With spring upon us, Chu Ci began to search the grove. And soon enough, he made a discovery on a tree branch. There, he spotted a large bird's nest. The nest's owner seemed to be absent. Without a doubt, this was his task objective. However, after a few glances at the nest, a new realization dawned upon him. Brothers, today, I have encountered a wealthy lady. Chapter 17. The Wealthy Bird? Chu Ci excitedly pointed at a bird's nest perched on a tree branch. Look at that nest. It seems to be adorned with something shiny. What wealthy bird? Where's the wealthy bird? I was about to leave, but upon hearing about a wealthy bird, I've returned. Indeed, there appears to be shiny objects atop that nest. Goodness, it seems to be gold. If my assumptions are correct, this must be a crow's nest. Why a crow? Crows have a penchant for collecting shiny objects to decorate their nests, Chu Ci explained. This avian species is particularly drawn to such glittering items. Without any other significant reason, simply for their enjoyment. They utilize these luminous trinkets to embellish their homes in hopes of attracting mates. In truth, it is not solely crows that indulge in this fascination. Certain parrots and bowerbirds share this affinity, driven by the same instinct to beautify their abodes. Chu Ci circled the nest, discovering several pieces of gold and silver jewelry, each meticulously placed by the crow as decor for its dwelling. The streamer has struck gold. Hurry and steal it. Don't be so unscrupulous. Such an act is no different from thievery. It's not stealing from humans. Perhaps these items were pilfered by the crow itself. Why am I devoid of such fortune? I also own a crow, yet it has never brought me anything of value. You should consider yourself fortunate. If it were to return with a cigarette, but your home would be in disarray. I once read a news article about a bird that brought back a cigarette, but igniting its nest, it might have been this very crow. A gentleman cherishes wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. How could one engage in such behavior? Chu Ci declared, his tone resolute. Now that he possessed some money, his demeanor had grown considerably more assertive. In the past, he might have been tempted to seize the opportunity. It is no wonder some say poverty breeds cunning, while wealth nurtures conscience. Human nature is indeed complex. As twilight approached, Chu Ci found himself in a state of unease, pondering the whereabouts of the crow. The sun was nearly set, yet the owner of the nest had yet to return. Did Chu arrive in the grove solely to wait for this crow? Our streamer is quite idle. You don't understand. He is waiting for the crow to return so he can claim the gold and silver with its permission. I've noticed the streamer is exceedingly lucky. Why do I not encounter such serendipity? Perhaps I shall wander the mountains someday. Who knows what fortunes may await? You would be better off purchasing a lottery ticket. Chu Ci scolded. Where do you think all this luck comes from? If it were that simple, who would bother with jobs? Everyone would be out scavenging in the mountains. Suddenly, several raspy cries echoed through the air, followed by the flapping of wings. A dark figure approached from afar, landing atop the nest and eyeing Chu Ci and Hu Ge with caution. The nest's owner has returned. The crow's call is truly unpleasant. No wonder some consider it an omen of misfortune. That remark is rather unkind. Crows can symbolize good fortune. Welcome home, my esteemed guest. What commands do you bring? Where did this peculiar maidservant's accent come from? It sounds rather amusing. What kind of crow is this? Its beak is red. The crow perched on a branch differed from the typical imagery of its kind. With a red beak and claws, it was somewhat smaller than the average crow. Yet its keen, glossy black eyes indicated its intelligence. This is a red-billed chough, a nationally protected species, Chu Ci remarked casually. Though the red-billed chough is safeguarded, it is widely distributed across the country and often overlooked. I raised a red-billed chough last year. It was exceptionally clever and affectionate. I had one as well. After being released, it returned on its own. Isn't the red-billed chough a protected species? It's merely classified as such. With the right permits, one can own one. Aside from its unattractive call, it's quite a delightful companion. Is that true? I wish to have one. Are they expensive? They typically cost 300 to 400 yuan, a reasonable price. Wait, if this bird is male, it cannot be referred to as a wealthy lady. Hey. What are you discussing in a live stream? You might get me banned. Chu Ci interjected, noticing the viewers discussing the trade of animals. While it is permissible to sell red-billed choughs, it is limited to those bred in captivity. Just then, the red-billed chough squawked at Chu Ci, its tone revealing its formidable nature, questioning his intentions. Why would a good person constantly observe another's home? It seemed unperturbed by Chu Ci's presence, declaring, "This is my territory. You are unwelcome here." Such a temper. Chu Ci chuckled. Is the red-billed chough truly this irritable? It's not too bad. The ones I've raised weren't this aggressive. Brother Chu, it appears the red-billed chough is not fond of you. Not fond? Believe me, I could capture you and stew you if I wished. Although I cannot comprehend the crow's language, it certainly sounds quite vulgar. Isn't that the truth? How dare you speak to my friend like that? Hu Ge shouted angrily at the red-billed chough. Initially startled, the crow quickly regained its composure and retaliated with fervor. Why are you screeching so loudly? Come and catch me if you can. A battle of insults ensued between the bird and the tiger, leaving the viewers astonished. Wait, how did these two, who seems so unrelated, end up quarreling? Could someone translate this? Where's my ace translator? The ace translator is here. The crow asked what the tiger was looking at, to which the tiger retorted, "What about you?" And thus their argument began. Execute the gold medal translator. How could you deceive me? Do you not know this is a South China tiger, not a Northeast tiger? I never imagined I'd witness a tiger and a crow arguing. This is hilarious. Chu's livestream is truly entertaining. I cannot bear to leave. Then stay and keep watch with Brother Chu. Weren't there claims that no animals dare provoke Tiger Brother? Come forth and see if that holds true. Goodness, why are these viewers holding grudges so fiercely? Calm down, Tiger Brother. Watch how I handle this situation. Chu Ci restrained the agitated tiger, indicating that it should observe his performance. Meanwhile, the red-billed chough continued its raucous outburst, clearly unafraid of the tiger, for it possessed the gift of flight. Regardless of how formidable the tiger might be, it could not soar through the skies. With remarkable composure, Chu Ci addressed the red-billed chough perched upon the tree. "Brother, does your wife not need you?" A profound silence followed. Chapter 18. The understanding red-billed chough. The audience erupted in laughter, questioning the host's absurd idea of matchmaking with a bird. Some speculated that the host had lost his mind, while others expressed disbelief that the chough could comprehend human speech. The unexpected twist left viewers astounded as the chough, previously aloof, became exceedingly affectionate towards Chu Ci. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Ci's words struck a chord with the solitary bird, which had longed for companionship but found the search for a partner exceedingly challenging. Despite the breeding season, it had yet to encounter a suitable mate, leading to its prolonged singlehood. The prospect of being asked if it desired a wife felt like a salvation. The red-billed chough fluttered down from its nest and approached Chu Ci, chirping excitedly and flapping its wings in delight. Amid the earlier commotion, Chu Ci had raised his voice, and now he offered an apology for his earlier raucousness. The incessant cacophony from the chough, however, was grating on his ears, and he found himself wishing for silence. "Stop, please. I understand your eagerness to find a partner, but could you refrain from calling out?" Chu Ci gently grasped the chough's beak, ushering in an unexpected tranquility in the previously noisy woods. The comment from viewers reflected their amusement and disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The chough appeared to demand decorum, as if to question Chu Ci's manners. "I understand your urgency, but please remain calm," Chu Ci reassured, releasing his hold on the chough. The bird settled down, still flapping its wings eagerly, gazing at Chu Ci with hopeful eyes. Nearby, Tiger Goose scoffed dismissively, seemingly unimpressed. Chu Ci shot him a glare, reminding him of his own recent single status. Chu Ci's offer for a partner holds significant weight, one viewer remarked, drawing comparisons to legendary calls for companionship. Others chimed in, expressing their own desires for love and companionship, only to be met with skepticism. How does the host know the chough is seeking a mate? One questioned, while another noted the seasonal nature of animal courtship. Chu Ci, observing the chough's plight, expressed sympathy for its unusual predicament in a world that seemed to marginalize those yearning for love. "Can you assist me in finding a partner?" the chough implored, its desperation palpable. Chu Ci nodded affirmatively, promising to help. The chough erupted in a frenzied chorus, its enthusiasm overshadowing the joy of the moment with its harsh calls. "How do those who keep choughs tolerate such noise?" One viewer mused. "It takes time to adjust, much like caring for a child," another retorted. "Hold on, let me finish," Chu Ci interjected, once again quieting the chough. "I can help you find a partner." But he gestured meaningfully, and the audience quickly grasped his intent. "Is he really asking for payment from the bird?" One viewer exclaimed, incredulous. The red-billed chough, understanding the hint, returned to its nest and rummaged through it, producing a gold necklace that fell at Chu Ci's feet. "That's enough. This token is sufficient for your matchmaking," Chu Ci declared, inspecting the necklace, pleased with its value. The audience expressed both admiration and envy at the exchange, wishing for a fraction of Chu Ci's luck. As if responding to the host's command, the chough produced a silver necklace, presenting it eagerly to Chu Ci, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Payment received. Now, where's my partner? Bring her forth," the chough demanded fervently. Chapter 19. The anxious red-billed chough, rest assured, do not fret. Bread will come, and a wife will come as well. You've endured being single for so long. Can you not withstand this little while longer? Seeing the distress of the red-billed chough, Chu Ci softly reassured it. This creature was even more eager to find a partner than Tiger Brother. Finally, he had to dig deep into his pockets. "Just look at others, and then look at yourself. I not only received no bride price for matchmaking, but even had to invest my own resources." Chu Ci turned and shot a fierce glare at Tiger Brother, who sheepishly nudged Chu Ci with his head, perhaps aware of his own shortcomings. Haha, after all this time, Brother Chu finally sees some return on his matchmaking efforts. Not only does Tiger Brother not provide you with a bride price, but he also consumes your resources. When Brother Chu grows old, Tiger Brother will inherit his fortune. Impossible. Tiger Brother will definitely go first. Tigers do not have a long lifespan. The streamer raises this South China tiger. The Forestry Bureau must be providing some subsidies. Tiger Brother is a wild South China tiger, without an official position. Where would the subsidies come from? Do you see? This is why one must aim for public service exams. Now, tell me, what are your requirements for a partner? Accepting the bride prize from the red-billed chuff, Chu Ci formally began his task. He first inquired about the chuff's expectations regarding a mate. The answer was quite straightforward. No requirements, just a female will do. Chu Ci. How was this any different from rural matchmaking? Little did he know that having no requirements was the greatest requirement of all. Chu Ci looked at the red-billed chuff, pondering how to find a suitable match for this creature. There were surely no appropriate candidates nearby. Could it be that he would have to seek a partner online? Friends in the live stream, do you happen to know any single red-billed chuffs? Please introduce one to my dear friend here. Just look at how wealthy he is, and how beautifully his home is decorated. And then, look at his appearance. He is undeniably a diamond bachelor in the chuff world. Chu Ci patted the chest of the red-billed chuff, which immediately puffed out its chest, holding its head high with pride. With my red-billed chuff, you will never endure a life of hardship. Chu Ci wanted to set up a matchmaking session for the red-billed chuff in the live stream, but the results seemed rather disappointing. Brother Chu, perhaps you should find a mate for the chuff at the zoo. There are no red-billed chuffs at the zoo. I have raised a red-billed chuff, but it hasn't been in heat for 3 to 4 years. If you want to find a partner, you must first pay the bride price. Goodness, Brother Chu is milking the red-billed chuff, while you all are milking Brother Chu. No, I didn't even know this bird before. Brother Chu's words sound so familiar. They resemble what the matchmaker said when I was looking for a partner. It seemed that they could not rely on anyone else. Chu Ci sighed, having read through all the comments in the live stream without finding any useful information. Thus, the task of finding a partner for the red-billed chuff would have to be handled personally. It appeared that a tailored plan was in order. Chu Ci gazed thoughtfully at the red-billed chuff, a sudden inspiration striking him. Are you sure there are no potential partners nearby? He asked the chuff, which shook its head. If it could find a mate nearby, it would not still be single. In this day and age, finding a partner is exceedingly difficult. It simply could not comprehend the thoughts of its kind. Wouldn't it be wonderful to find a sweet and soft girlfriend and enjoy a delightful romance? Yet, it was deemed an outlier. I see. Your social circle is indeed limited. To find a partner, you must expand your horizons, Chu Ci murmured. You have no requirements for a partner, right? Even if they only like your money? The red-billed chuff shook its head once more. What money? I don't care about that. I don't value wealth. Oh, so you're just pretending. Chu Ci retorted with a roll of his eyes. What is the streamer asking this for? I don't know. I feel like the streamer is acting strangely, talking to animals like a shaman. Yes, I noticed too, is the streamer's mind. Hey. Are people not backing the parties involved anymore? I actually want to see how the streamer plans to help this red-billed chuff find a partner. The viewers did not comprehend Chu Ci's actions, and he did not feel the need to explain much to them. I have noted your requirements. Upon returning tonight, I will prepare a plan for you. Just wait patiently. Chu Ci promised the red-billed chuff. Having accepted the bride prize from this creature, he was determined to fulfill his duties. He must find a partner for his clients soon, for he could not tarnish his own reputation. As night fell, he decided to head home. You just wait patiently. I live just ahead, so I want to run away. As the sky darkened, Chu Ci led Tiger Brother back home, while the red-billed chuff followed uneasily. You don't trust me, do you? Chu Ci shot a glare. The red-billed chuff is worried that Chu Brother might abscond with the funds. There must be trust between individuals, you know? What exactly is Brother Chu planning? Please do tell. I can barely contain my anticipation. If you can't wait, then perish. Such harsh words. I still want to know what the streamer stands to gain from this. Nothing in particular, just seeking joy, Chu Ci chuckled. After returning, he began diligently crafting a plan for the red-billed chuff, aiming to resolve its single status swiftly. He toiled away through the night. The next day, Chu Ci, refreshed, opened the live stream, ready to unveil the plan he had meticulously prepared for the red-billed chuff. This plan is the fruit of my labor, painstakingly crafted overnight, and it guarantees that the red-billed chuff will find a partner. Witnessing Chu Ci's unwavering confidence, the viewers were intrigued. What plan could inspire such assurance in him? Enough with the idle chatter, Brother Chu. Let's see it. Let me behold the plan you slaved over all night. The simplest and most straightforward plan is to buy a wife for the red-billed chuff at the flower and bird market. You rascal, that is illegal. Quickly reveal your plan. All right, let me show you my plan. Chu Ci held up a paper covered in drawings to the camera. The image was divided into several sections. At the beginning, a red-billed chuff was shown sending hearts, perched on a nest overflowing with treasures. Next, two red-billed chuffs were depicted engaged in intimate activities. Following that, several eggs were illustrated, along with a few other scenes. However, without exception, everyone found themselves puzzled by his drawings. Just as the viewers were becoming increasingly bewildered, a few bold words at the bottom of the illustration jolted them awake. Heavily investing in offspring. Chapter 20. The Grand Plan for Offspring. I finally understand, Taoist Master. Wait, are you serious about this grand plan for offspring? Incredible. How could someone conceive such an idea? Host, are you in a good mental state? I can't speak for the host's mental state, but I can certainly say mine is not great. I can hardly believe I've witnessed a grand plan for offspring in the animal kingdom. Is this really? Do you find this reasonable, host? I can only say the host is truly remarkable. I always said that AI can never replace humanity. Even artificial intelligence cannot conceive such an idea. It's madness. Humanity is saved. Help! Whose host is so eccentric? The live stream erupted with excitement. Viewers were astounded by Chu Ci's wild imagination. This grand plan for offspring truly provided their minds with a cleansing experience. No matter how hard they tried, they could never conceive such a scheme. Can someone really have such a vast imagination? Chu Ci cast a satisfied glance at the live chat room. This was a plan he had pondered over for an entire night, meticulously crafted based on the characteristics of the red-billed Kalia. If you have wealth, then why not pursue a grand plan for offspring? As the saying goes, a generous reward will attract brave men. With sufficient wealth, one is sure to find a spouse. In that moment, the viewers also began to comprehend the artwork Chu Ci had drawn. Before the phrase grand plan for offspring materialized, they were puzzled. But once it appeared, they felt as if the clouds had parted, revealing the clear sky. You are truly a talent. The grand plan for offspring in the animal kingdom is coming. Honestly, when I saw that ad on a telephone pole as a child, I was genuinely tempted. How old are you to wish to avoid 30 years of detours? Hurry! Notify all the red-billed Quilias to download the anti-fraud app. Seeing grand plan for offspring has unearthed some painful memories. The brother upstairs has a story. Do tell. Darn it. I still find it hard to believe that a normal person could conceive such a plot. Quick, capture the host and examine his brain. There may be something extraordinary about it. Over 20 years ago, I was shocked by the grand plan for offspring. And here I am again, shocked 30 years later. The impact of those 4 words is akin to the first time I watched an adult film. Enough already. This isn't fraud. It's a legitimate grand plan for offspring. Chu Ci remarked, eyeing the barrage of comments in the chat with exasperation. It's merely a grand plan for offspring. Who hasn't seen it plastered on streets, telephone poles, or magazines during their childhood? Who hasn't felt tempted? I'm merely borrowing a familiar tactic. It's not actual fraud. You all saw it yesterday. My red-billed Kalia is indeed wealthy. Thus, the grand plan for offspring is genuine. Following my red-billed Kalia will surely bring no hardship. We know it's real, but about this matter. How should I put it? It's simply shocking. Host, it's a pity you're not working at a mental hospital. I must say, the advertisement for the grand plan for offspring is truly a masterstroke. Who could argue? I almost urged my father to give it a try. À deux votes. Laughter erupted. Host, are you trying to treat us like people from the land of cherry blossoms? Ah, the red-billed Kalia excitedly surrounded Chu Ci, as if envisioning their future spouse. Don't worry. Once the plan is complete, you'll soon find a wife. All you need to do now is wait patiently. Chu Ci reassured the red-billed Kalia. This fellow had clearly been yearning for too long. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so eager to find a partner. A well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Stop yelling. You're disturbing the king. Brother Tiger bellowed at the red-billed Kalia. Have you never seen a female before? The red-billed Kalia shot him a glance alongside Chu Ci. A well-fed man knows not the hunger of the starving. Step aside and Don't interfere with our plan. Chu, your plan can commence. It's hard to imagine how this plan will unfold. So, the question arises, how do we let the other red-billed quilias know we are pursuing a grand plan for offspring? Are you foolish? Put on television, in newspapers, or, at the very least, stick it to a telephone pole. That should do the trick. Do you even hear what you're saying? This live stream is utterly mad. Is there not a single sane person here? I'm dying of laughter. The host plan might just fall apart. Haha, all that effort for nothing. The viewers who realized the absurdity couldn't help but laugh. Chu Ci's plan was grand, yet it seemed unimplementable. Animals, unlike humans, lack access to television or newspapers. Spreading the news of a grand plan for offspring on a large scale seemed utterly impossible. Hence, Chu Ci's plan might face an untimely demise. Did you think I hadn't considered these issues? Chu Ci smiled mysteriously at the barrage of comments in the chat. I have prepared thoroughly, so just wait and see. With that, he turned and returned to his room. Emerging with a handful of animal feed, he began to crush it and scatter it on the ground. This inexplicable action left the viewers thoroughly bewildered. Wait, host, what on earth are you doing? I can't comprehend. I truly don't understand what Chu is up to. No, I can't solve this problem. I can't do this. I seriously suspect the host's brain has been modified by aliens. You'd rather believe in aliens than think Chu is insane. You're a fake fan. You haven't spared Chu either. Animals lack the internet. Therefore, spreading the news of a grand plan for offspring to all animals on a large scale is quite improbable. However, small-scale dissemination is feasible, such as allowing birds to help. Chu Ci then explained to the viewers, what I need to do now is entice these birds to assist. With that, he gazed up at the sky. A flock of birds, drawn by the scent, chirped excitedly above. A slight smile graced Chu Ci's lips. Everything was under control. Meanwhile, the viewers' minds were once again overwhelmed by Chu Ci's creativity, witnessing the expanse of his imagination. Right now, I just want to write a big blessing character for the host. Oh my goodness, how does the host brain even function? Wait, can this actually work? Run, little birds. Don't fall for the host's tricks. Stay away. Wow, the birds are really coming. The air resonated with the cheerful chirping of the birds. The open space before the house filled with a swarm of invisible creatures. Those unaware might mistake it for a cloud, but it was indeed a massive flock of birds. Upon seeing the birds pecking at the scattered feed, Chu Ci laughed once more. With the right bait, they will help us. Chapter 21. Is the plan useless? Take your time eating, everyone. No need to worry. There is plenty to go around. Chu Ci addressed the flock of birds, his trusty companions. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and today, he intended to impart a lesson to them. Oh no, these birds are unaware of the treachery of human nature. They've fallen into the trap. Learning from experience, let us see if they dare to eat recklessly again. Really, Brother Chu, do you genuinely plan to employ these birds? If they fly away, what can you do but stare? By signing a labor contract with these birds, I wonder where they could flee. Dude, are you actually treating birds like livestock? A multitude of birds gathered in the open space, densely packed. True to his word, Chu Ci ensured they were well fed. Once the birds had eaten their fill, he clapped his hands to signal for silence. The flock raised their heads to look at him. Wow, these birds are so obedient. Streamer, you still claim you're not a beast tamer. Is it true that the streamer can make animals obey? I'm astounded. How did the streamer manage this? Brother Chu, tell the truth. Are you the male protagonist of a novel with a system? Now, you must uninstall the Tomato Novel app from your phone. The viewers, witnessing the spectacle, began to believe that Chu Ci could indeed communicate with animals. After they had satisfied their hunger, Chu Ci requested their assistance in spreading a message to the red-billed magpies, a handsome reward for a mate. He began explaining the message to the birds. And it did not end there. He specifically selected a few birds that could fly farther to carry his crafted advertisement for a mate to more distant locales. The scene left the viewers dumbfounded, rendering them speechless. The task was simple, and they quickly sprang into action. Upon completion of the task, substantial rewards awaited. With a flourish of his arm, the birds took flight, embarking on their mission. Really, can this actually work? I'm worried these birds will abscond with the food. Why don't my pets understand what I say? Because they don't wish to acknowledge you. It feels a bit like a prank. Of course. Do you think it's serious? In the live chat, some expressed astonishment, while others voiced skepticism. Chu Ci remained unfazed. Once the message was disseminated, he would let the results speak for themselves. System, activate the nearby search function. Seizing the opportunity while searching for a mate for the red-billed magpie, Chu Ci employed the nearby search feature once more. Beep, beep, beep. System is searching. Search complete. Task target not found. What? No task target found? Chu Ci was taken aback, bewildered. He had assumed the nearby search function would guarantee the discovery of animals seeking companionship. However, reality delivered a harsh blow. Nothing was found. System, what is going on? Why won't you simply call me System? Little System. It's quite simple. There are no animals nearby seeking a mate. I suggest you venture out more to broaden your search area. The System coldly replied. Chu Ci pouted but chose not to argue. He had believed this nearby function was a miraculous tool. It turned out to be rather useless. Clearly, he could not sit idly at home and expect results. He needed to step outside more often. First, he would resolve the matter with the red-billed magpies. Patience is a virtue. One cannot rush matters. Chu Ci turned and returned indoors. Meanwhile, the red-billed magpies began their lengthy wait, longing for their beloved, standing on a branch, gazing into the distance, unwilling to move. From dawn till dusk, they remained vigilant, but alas, no tidings arrived. The red-billed magpie felt a tinge of disappointment. Alas, Brother Chu's plan appears to be failing. See, I told you relying on animals for work was unreliable. Didn't those birds just take the food and disappear? Is that even question? Of course, they fled. It hasn't even been a day. Why the rush? They need time to consider. In a live chat, some began to doubt Chu Ci's plan, believing it to be a far-fetched notion. It was only the first day. Let us give it time. Chu Ci remained confident. The next day, the wait continued, much like the previous day. The nearby search function still failed to locate any animals seeking companionship. The red-billed magpie, on the verge of despair, lay on the ground, no longer inclined to fly. Would it truly face a lifetime of solitude? A melancholic atmosphere enveloped them both. Looks like Brother Chu's plan has genuinely failed. Let us wait a bit longer. There may still be hope. It's only been 2 days. The news surely hasn't spread far. You underestimate the speed of birds. They can travel great distances in a day. Though it may be a bit unkind, I can't help but find it amusing. It seems Brother Chu's grand plan has failed. Indeed, money cannot buy love. That's because you didn't spend enough. Laughable. I was skeptical of this plan from the start. Only you fools believed in it. Who are you calling fools? The viewers in the live chat had already condemned Chu Ci's plan to failure, deeming it nearly impossible to succeed. Even Chu Ci started to question whether his plan would indeed fail. Yet he felt a sense of unwillingness. The plan to find a mate had been laboriously crafted, and he couldn't let it just slip away. Sighing, he looked up at the sky. The sunset blazed a fiery red but lacked warmth, descending as if mirroring the desolation of both Chu Ci and the red-billed magpie. A melancholic tune, reminiscent of reflections of the moon on the two springs, played for the two. Do not despair. If this plan fails, we shall devise another. What man need worry about finding a partner? Chu Ci reassured the despondent red-billed magpie, which lay motionless on the ground, having transitioned from hope to despair, fully comprehending the hardships of avian life. It was ready to give up. Chu Ci, too, was on the verge of surrender. Life was tough. Yet suddenly, Chu Ci's demeanor changed. He stood up abruptly, pointing at a distant shadow soaring towards them. Wait. Hey. No, that is not right. Chapter 22. An unexpected plan. No. This is wrong. It seems I've arrived at the wrong place. Chu Ci stared blankly at the birds soaring from the distance. The plan to procure a child through substantial monetary means appeared to have succeeded. It also seemed to have failed, for the birds that came were not what he expected. Really? Are birds actually coming? Curse it. You succeeded. What is going on? This grand plan to procure a child truly works. Alas, this bird must not have downloaded the anti-fraud app. Is it possible that this bird is merely passing through? Ah, the calls of the distant bird echoed through the air. The lethargic red-billed mountain crow, lying on the ground, suddenly perked up, flapping its wings and taking flight. The other bird from afar also approached. Their gazes met in midair, seemingly igniting a spark of romance. Even those who had doubted the plan to procure a child were taken aback at that moment. Astonishingly, there was indeed a bird that believed. However, this bird appeared to be somewhat different. Though its form was similar to that of the red-billed mountain crow and its call surprisingly matched, its beak was yellow. Apart from its beak, there was no other distinguishable difference from the red-billed mountain crow. To think it was this creature, Chu Ci was equally astonished. The plan had not summoned a red-billed mountain crow, but rather a yellow-billed mountain crow. Why is its beak yellow? Perhaps it has indulged in something unsavory. Come on. Hold on. I recall there is a type of bird that enjoys dipping its beak into waste, thus staining it yellow. Wait, what kind of bird has such peculiar tastes? Your ignorance is astounding. This is known as the yellow-billed mountain crow, closely related to the red-billed mountain crow. Indeed, this was the yellow-billed mountain crow. Chu Ci nodded in agreement. The mountain crow genus comprises merely two species, the red-billed and the yellow-billed mountain crows. Strictly speaking, neither can be classified as crows belong to a different genus. It is more accurate to refer to the red-billed mountain crow simply as a mountain crow, not a crow. Ah, is this a matchmaking event? At that moment, the yellow-billed mountain crow descended, surveying its surroundings. The red-billed mountain crow eagerly flew to its side, embodying the very essence of a lovesick admirer. Indeed, this was a matchmaking affair. Why not chat for a while? Chu Ci beckoned to the yellow-billed and red-billed mountain crows. The red-billed mountain crow resembles a lovesick fool. No, it ought to be called a love-struck crow. The host is truly akin to a deity of animals from ancient Greece. I never anticipated that the host plan would actually succeed. They cannot be together. There is reproductive isolation between them. I once read a report about 2 different types of crows in North America successfully breeding, so these 2 should manage as well. The red-billed and yellow-billed mountain crows belong to the same genus and species. Their reproductive isolation is rather ambiguous, theoretically suggesting compatibility. Yet, Chu Ci cast a worried glance at the 2 crows. Reproductive isolation is quite common in the animal kingdom. Some species within the same family do not experience such barriers, like tigers and lions, yet their offspring do face reproductive isolation. Conversely, some animals within the same family and genus do exhibit reproductive isolation. As for whether the yellow-billed and red-billed mountain crows possess such isolation, even Chu Ci himself was uncertain, as the analysis left him bewildered. No prior experiments have been conducted between yellow-billed and red-billed mountain crows. No, their colors are different. They cannot be together. I do not approve of this union. What's the matter? Su Xian was with Banyangzi after all. Exactly. So what's the issue? You all are rather peculiar. Let them spend some time together. Then we shall discern if there is reproductive isolation. The online spectators were equally curious about the potential reproductive isolation between the 2. However, statistically speaking, it was likely that no such barriers existed, given their shared family and genus. The situation was far less outrageous than a pairing of tigers and lions. Meanwhile, the yellow-billed mountain crow scrutinized the red-billed mountain crow, who was too excited to utter a word. Take it to your nest. What are you dawdling for? Chu Ci chided. The visitor had already come. It was time to showcase one's assets. Hearing Chu Ci's words, the red-billed mountain crow quickly invited the yellow-billed mountain crow to its nest. The yellow-billed mountain crow had come here for the red-billed mountain crow's abode, so they flew together to the small grove behind. As for whether they would succeed, no one could guarantee it. Oh dear, I forgot. Chu Ci suddenly slapped his forehead in regret, thinking he should have adorned the red-billed mountain crow's nest with a string of colorful lights. How beautiful it would have looked when illuminated at night. Fortunately, you did not. Otherwise, the red-billed mountain crow's nest would be in jeopardy. What color would the offspring of a red-billed mountain crow and a yellow-billed mountain crow be? Red and yellow combined yield orange. I eagerly await the arrival of their little orange offspring. My goodness, this could directly alter the genetic inheritance of the entire avian world. Chugu, have you considered a dilemma? What if other birds notice this lucrative matchmaking scheme? Who cares? Let the red-billed mountain crow take on additional mates if it desires to marry. Let it pursue its ambitions. Heavens, why hasn't such fortune befallen me? I wish to marry. Do you possess a vehicle? A house? Any finances? Without these, what marriage can you pursue? That matter could wait for another day. The success rate of procuring a child with substantial resources was inherently low. The mere encounter with the yellow-billed mountain crow was already a stroke of luck. I suspect other little birds have fled with my provisions. Chu Ci thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Waiting 2 days for the return of a single yellow-billed mountain crow was indeed a feat in itself. One could not demand more. Soon, the red-billed and yellow-billed mountain crows returned together. It was evident that the yellow-billed mountain crow was quite pleased with the red-billed mountain crow's nest. The solitary plight of the red-billed mountain crow had been successfully resolved. Congratulations to the newlyweds. Congratulations to the red-billed mountain crow on its joyous union. Phew. Will you host a banquet? I wish to partake in the feast. Brother Crow, you are mistaken. It is attracted to your wealth. I, Brother Crow, possess nothing but wealth. Meanwhile, Chu Ci's plan to procure a child subtly spread across the internet. Those who witnessed it could not help but exclaim at its absurdity. How could this be possible? And with fame comes controversy, especially for one as fortunate as Chu Ci, who had unexpectedly acquired wealth. Some were envious. Unbeknownst to Chu Ci, he had already caught the attention of some dubious individuals. In a rented room in a neighboring city, one henchman said, "Boss, look at this kid. He lives alone on the mountain and is quite wealthy. Should we not make a move on him? Are you out of your mind? Did you not see those 2 tigers?" The burly boss shot a fierce glare at his subordinate. "Boss, I have a plan." The wiry henchman revealed a sly grin. Did your family not lose a yellow cow? Chapter 23. Departure of Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for facilitating a new union. Task rewards are as follows. Animal feed. Top-tier artistic painting techniques. Enhanced search functionality for targeted searches. Targeted searches? Is it not merely specifying a search? Can one specify which animal desires to court? Chu Ci glanced at the system's rewards. If only this feature had been available sooner. He would not have had to go through the trouble of offering a fortune to the red-billed chuff for offspring. System, your efforts are becoming increasingly lackluster. This time's rewards are rather mundane, lacking the allure of previous ones. It seems the rewards truly are random. System, you aren't secretly adjusting my drop rates, are you? Chu Ci inquired suspiciously. This system would never engage in such tasteless behavior. A cold laugh escaped Chu Ci's lips. He chose silence thereafter. He felt as if he had wasted his efforts these past few days. Nonetheless, he had successfully found a partner for the red-billed chuff. As long as they live happily together, that is of utmost importance. Signing off now, brothers. See you tomorrow, Chu Ci announced, closing the live stream and retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. The day passed in a flurry of activity. The following morning, Chu Ci planned to wander into the mountains, hoping to encounter a group seeking love and companionship. To his surprise, Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger came to bid him farewell early in the day. Since you wish to return to the mountains, go ahead. You have already started a family. It would not be appropriate for you to stay here, Chu Ci remarked, patting Brother Tiger's head. Wild animals belong in their natural habitat, and remaining with him was not a long-term solution. With a whimper, Brother Tiger nudged Chu Ci's hand, reluctantly turning to leave with Sister Tiger. Before departing, they glanced back at Chu Ci. Go now, and do not feel the need to visit. Just live your life in the mountains. Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively. Roar? You are not going to keep me here? Brother Tiger replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Quickly depart, Chu Ci retorted, exasperated. This fellow was as vain as ever. Ultimately, Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger left. The red-billed chuff behind the house was busy enjoying tender moments with his mate, leaving Chu Ci feeling quite solitary. Being idle was not ideal. With a sigh, Chu Ci contemplated heading into the mountains. A day without matchmaking made him restless. Brothers, today we shall venture into the mountains, he announced, reopening his live stream. Good morning, Brother Chu. Goodbye, Brother Chu. What about Brother Tiger? Why haven't I seen him today? Brother Tiger is surely busy making little tigers with Sister Tiger. Don't say such things. There are children in the live stream, right? They're still just over 300 months old. If you dare mention baby again, I will punch you. You may not see Brother Tiger again, Chu Ci said with a shake of his head. This alarmed the viewers in the live stream, who quickly inquired if something had happened to Brother Tiger. What do you mean? Did that wild South China tiger perish? Did Brother Tiger meet with misfortune? If so, please leave me Brother Tiger's tail as a keepsake. Oh, Brother Tiger, why did you leave like this? Brother Tiger is still alive, and you all are already mourning him, Chu Ci said, glancing at the barrage of comments in the live stream, feeling a headache coming on. This group was incredibly swift to jump to conclusions, already in mourning for Brother Tiger. Stop crying. Brother Tiger is not dead. He has merely returned to live in the mountains. Why the ruckus so early in the morning? Chu Ci said irritably. What? Brother Tiger is alive? Then I cried for nothing? Is it true that someone actually cried? Why did Brother Tiger leave silently without a word? Brother Chu, did you not try to keep Brother Tiger here? Brother Tiger has found new love and forgotten the old. What a scoundrel. I believe we shall meet Brother Tiger again someday. The viewers felt a tinge of disappointment at Brother Tiger's sudden departure. After all, Brother Tiger had always appeared approachable, far from the cruel nature one would expect from the king of beasts. Had Brother Tiger known of their sentiments, he would surely have been pleased. Chu Ci turned and returned to his home, gathering a few tools before slinging a bamboo basket over his shoulder. After locking the door, he prepared to enter the mountains. Truth be told, in this remote area, locking the door mattered little. There was nothing of value inside. Who is Brother Chu planning to find a partner for next? Brother Chu, I am a kidnapped child. Can you help me find my biological parents? I can help you find a partner. But finding biological parents may be beyond my capabilities. I have a tip for you. Take out a loan from a loan shark and don't pay it back. The collectors will help you find your real parents. What a hellish joke. This is true. It has been reported in the news before. I only seek partners, not people. Regarding your plight, I am unable to assist. Chu Ci shook his head helplessly, just as he was about to enter the mountains. Two fiery red foxes suddenly dashed out of the forest, startling Chu Ci. However, he quickly recognized them. Oh, it's you two. What are you doing here? Chu Ci asked in surprise. They were the same two foxes that had inadvertently revealed the system's functionality to him a few days prior. Brother Chu recognizes these two foxes? Not to mention, these foxes are rather attractive. These two foxes are seasoned performers. Check out Brother Chu's previous live stream. Haha, those two foxes were quite bold, courting right in front of Brother Chu. Oh, so that's why the live stream was suspended a few days ago. I'm dying of laughter. It was suspended because you reported it. What brings you two here? Chu Ci inquired, directing his attention to the two foxes. It seemed they had specifically come to find him. Chirp, 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 we've come to deliver a bride price. The two foxes approached Chu Ci, affectionately nuzzling him with their heads, eyes squinting in delight as they rolled playfully on the ground. Brothers, these two foxes have come to present me with a bride price. Chu Ci exclaimed joyfully. Well, animals today are quite clever, understanding what a bride price is. Why bother with so much, as long as they don't overthink it? Weren't you just saying you came to deliver a bride price? Where is it? The red fox. The bride price is us. Don't be ridiculous. Do you truly think you are Su Daji? Isn't Su Daji just a fox spirit? Brother Chu is nurturing them. Who knows? They might transform into fox spirits one day. Weren't you two here to deliver a bride price? Where is it? Chu Ci asked curiously. The two had jumped out of the bushes without bringing anything. Chirp, chirp, wait a moment. The male fox dashed back into the underbrush. After a series of distressed cries, he emerged with something clutched in his mouth, resembling a small animal. When he placed it before Chu Ci, he finally recognized what it was. Wait a moment. You two are presenting a squirrel? No, wait. I feel as if I know this squirrel. Chapter 24. Do you consider me a favor? Are you polite? Oh dear. It seems even animals comprehend the intricacies of human relationships. What is it biting? A little squirrel? It looks rather familiar. Do foxes eat squirrels? Indeed, they do. Foxes are omnivorous creatures that hunt squirrels for sustenance. But how can you eat such an adorable little squirrel? Child, what accent do you have? If you remain silent, Uncle will commence his feast. Be a person up there. Scaring children, really? Wait, how did you manage to capture this one? Chu Ci stared in astonishment at the little squirrel caught by the red fox. This was no ordinary squirrel. He recognized it as the very one that had hindered his ascent up the mountain. It was a red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel. Chirp, chirp, delicious. Delicious. The red fox placed the bewildered little squirrel before Chu Ci, tapping its body twice with its paw indicating that it was indeed a delectable treat. They had deliberately brought it as a token of gratitude. Had it not been for Chu Ci last time, they would not have found their mates so swiftly. Today, they finally seized the opportunity to visit Chu Ci's new abode. However, they noticed that Chu Ci's expression seemed somewhat off. Could it be that he did not relish the thought of consuming a little squirrel? The fox couple exchanged glances, pondering if their gesture fell short of expectations. Wait, I remember now. Isn't this the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel? Huh? Is it the same one from last time? Indeed, it's the very same. I would recognize it, even if it turned to ash. The world truly is a vast circle, returning to where it began. Who would have thought that these two red foxes possess such manners, returning to express their gratitude to their matchmaker? Red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel. Do you consider me a favor? Are you polite? Red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel. Fee me peanuts. Fee me peanuts. At this juncture, netizens recognized the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel, adding a layer of drama to the scene. However, faced with the enthusiastic fox couple, Chu Ci found himself in a delicate predicament. You can take this back. Oh well, let's stay with me. I appreciate your kindness, yet I must insist you refrain from capturing other animals for me in the future. Chu Ci firmly conveyed his refusal to the fox couple. He was not a wild creature, and thus could not partake in the consumption of such small animals. Chirp? Why not? Not tasty? The fox couple tilted their heads in confusion. No, it is my friend. I do not eat friends. Chu Ci pointed at the squirrel feigning death on the ground. Friends are delicious. Friends, add food. Take him upstairs and give him 30 lashes. No, let him become a good friend of the food. These red foxes are too enchanting. I wish to keep one. You may keep one, but the scent on a fox is rather overwhelming. Most cannot bear it. Surely this little squirrel isn't dead? Upon hearing Chu Ci's words, the fox couple glanced at the squirrel on the ground, pondering if humans could truly befriend squirrels. We accept your goodwill. If there's nothing else, you two should return to the mountains. Just live well. Chu Ci gently patted the heads of the fox couple. Overjoyed, they rolled on the ground, exposing their bellies, their calls filled with exuberance. The call of the red fox is so captivating. Something seems off with you. Seeing this makes me want to adopt a fox. It's simply too adorable. Chu Ci reached out to stroke the bellies of the fox couple, who, after a lingering farewell, returned to their woodland home. All right, you can stop pretending to be dead. Wake up quickly. Those two troublemakers have left. Chu Ci patted the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel on the ground. Once certain the area was safe, the squirrel opened its eyes. Upon seeing Chu Ci, it immediately sprang up, puffing its cheeks, glaring at him with wide eyes, as if attempting to slay him with its gaze. Chirp, chirp, you little thief. I shall never forgive you. What? When did I offend you? Seeing the irate squirrel, Chu Ci was utterly perplexed. After all, he was this little creature's savior. Yet, this attitude was highly problematic. Is this how one treats their benefactor? Truly disheartening. The real heartbreak lies not in loud protests, but in, does this squirrel think that Brother Chu captured it? Does Brother Chu have a grudge against the squirrel? The last time it saw you, it was also in a huff. Strangely enough, the squirrel looks quite charming when angry. Haha, you wicked people. When one's strength is lacking, no matter how furious you are in others' eyes, you simply appear adorable. I mentioned last time that Brother Chu must have abandoned the squirrel to be with Tiger Brother, and now it has come to find you. Keep talking nonsense, and I shall sue you for defamation. What absurd fabrications. Chu Ci rolled his eyes at the netizens. He then inquired in his mind, System, why does this little squirrel harbor such animosity towards me? Do you recall the lion's mane mushroom you picked last time? Yes, I remember. What of it? Is it its head? What head? That lion's mane mushroom was something it had guarded day and night against the elements for several months. Chu Ci, damn it. Why does it feel as though I've acted inhumanly? Why didn't you remind me then? It was you who picked it, not me. Chu Ci, dodge. Finally, understanding the source of the red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel's hostility, he realized it stemmed from the lion's mane mushroom. The critical point was that he hadn't known it belonged to someone. This situation left him feeling somewhat guilty. I apologize for picking your lion's mane mushroom last time. It was unintentional. Chu Ci produced a handful of animal feed, squatted down, and placed it before the little squirrel, softly explaining his actions. The once furious red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel, upon catching the scent of the animal feed, felt its anger dissipate by half. Yet, it still puffed its cheeks and stubbornly addressed Chu Ci. "I want to eat a lot of this." Having said that, it extended its tiny paw, cautiously pointing at the animal feed on the ground. "All right, no problem. Eat as much as you wish." Seeing the little squirrel no longer upset, Chu Ci smiled, gently lifting it onto his shoulder. He then picked up the feed from the ground. "Let us go. Come with me into the mountains and take a look." "Huh? Is that all? Not angry anymore?" This little squirrel is too easy to appease. It's not like your stubborn mule of a girlfriend. It's definitely easy to please. Animals are far more entertaining. Just a bit of food makes them friendly towards humans. "Oh dear, I want to adopt another cute little squirrel." The area where Chu Ci resided was not very high and was relatively flat. He didn't dare venture too far, planning to stroll nearby. It was springtime, the weather warm, and the branches budding with green, making it an ideal season for outings. Even the animals came out to bask in the sun. Observing this scene, Chu Ci naturally seized every opportunity to play matchmaker. System, search for animals nearby that are seeking love. Ding dong. System is searching. New task objective identified. The task objective is ants. Chapter 25. You two can just get married directly. What? An ant? Upon hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind, Chu Ci was taken aback. He never anticipated that the only creature he could find for a romantic encounter was a solitary ant. In such a vast mountain, was there truly no larger animal available? With a resigned sigh, he realized that relying solely on the system was rather unreliable. One could never predict what kind of creature would reveal. Turning his attention to the system's task prompt, he noticed that the ant was right beside him. After searching for a while, he finally spotted the minuscule creature. "Hey, brother, you wish to fall in love, don't you?" Chu Ci addressed the ant directly. "Chu, what on earth are you doing?" Came responses from the live stream's viewers. "I can understand other animals, but an ant? Don't worry. It's just Chu being his usual eccentric self. You'll get used to it. I've long since grown accustomed to Chu's peculiar behavior. If he is not acting crazy, I'd be worried. If one day Chu truly goes mad, everyone here shall bear the responsibility. Is he not mad already?" The viewers were perplexed by Chu Ci's actions, believing he had lost his mind over matchmaking, even going so far as to involve an ant. Yet, the tiny ant seemed to comprehend his words, nodding its head and waving its antennae in apparent delight. Unfortunately, the ant was far too small for anyone but Chu Ci to perceive its subtle expressions. Having confirmed the identity of the ant, Chu Ci began to operate in his mind. System, initiate directional search. Target search. He paused, glancing at the ant. "By the way, are you male or female?" He suddenly inquired of the ant. The black ant wiggled its antennae. "Oh, a male." Chu Ci nodded, mentally commanding System, set the target as a female ant. How is Chu talking to an ant? Are you not concerned about the host's mental state? He might have gone a bit crazy from work. Come on, tell me how you discern the gender of an ant. Actually, it's quite observable. The majority of ants are male. That question is a bit tricky. It touches on my knowledge blind spots. Why is that? Are ants male dominant as well? Ant reproduction relies heavily on the queen ant. Seizing the moment while the system executed the search, Chu Ci began to educate the viewers. In an ant colony, there are both male and female ants. And most of these ants are offspring of the queen. Furthermore, the queen only needs to mate once in her lifetime to produce offspring continuously until her death. The male ant that mates with her, however, will perish shortly after. Of course, my statements aren't entirely accurate. There are numerous species of ants on land, and not all follow this pattern. Chu Ci chuckled. Just then, the system's notification chimed in, indicating that another female ant seeking a mate had been located. More precisely, it was a female ant looking to reproduce. So, ants share a mother, somewhat akin to bees. Is this the legendary idea of give me a woman, and I can propagate a species? Aren't you worried about exhausting yourself? Does no one feel sympathy for the male ant? Such is the fate of the male ant. Are there other female ants in the colony besides the queen? Certainly, otherwise, how would future generations come to be? Where's the female ant? Chu Ci inquired. The system wasted no time, promptly presenting a map indicating her location, just a few hundred meters away. While 300 meters poses little challenge for humans, it is an arduous journey for ants, akin to traversing mountains and seas. Come, let me assist you in finding your beloved. Chu Ci gently picked up the male ant from the ground, preparing to take it to meet its potential mate. The viewers had grown accustomed to Chu Ci's eccentricities. No matter how absurd his actions became, they accepted them without question. The little squirrel perched on his shoulder, however, seemed bewildered by Chu Ci's intentions. Was this little rascal not a bit off-kilter? Be careful, Chu, don't crush my ant. Chu, are you certain this ant desires to fall in love? Ants cannot speak. Whatever Chu says must be true. Ant, let me go. This is a forced marriage. I disagree. I disagree. Who says ants cannot speak? Ants can shout. Ants hey. Huh. That joke is rather stale. Following the system's guidance, Chu Ci soon arrived at the designated location on the map. Let me see where she is. He crouched down, meticulously searching for a while before finally spotting the female ant in a corner. Ha, found you, he exclaimed joyfully. He then placed the male ant beside the female and said, all right, you two can just get married directly. Huh? Get married? You mean right away? No, host. You've truly lost it. Rejecting arranged marriage. The host's behavior is increasingly resembling that of a mental patient. Which asylum did this individual escape from? Isn't anyone going to intervene? Isn't this ridiculous? How can you ask them to marry after just meeting? Isn't this a bit too casual? The viewers were utterly bewildered. The more they watched Chu Ci, the more he appeared to be unhinged. Yet, it was not casual. These two ants were indeed interested in one another. Look, Chu Ci pointed out, and indeed, the two ants proceeded to mate. Reminiscent of the previous pair of red foxes, an irresistible spark igniting their union. Perhaps this was the essence of animal love. Simple yet fervent, passionate yet unrestrained. Wait, they're serious? Chu, how did you know these ants wanted to fall in love? Is this really possible? When you find yourself as whimsical as him, you'll understand. I seriously suspect the host has consumed too many wild mushrooms. His brain is beyond saving. The viewers expressed their growing confusion over Chu Ci. They never expected such an outcome could arise, successfully facilitating a union between two ants. I've told you, I'm a professional in this. Chu Ci chuckled with pride. Regrettably, the system's rewards were rather meager. To earn substantial rewards, one would need to seek out larger animals. Let us go. I shan't disturb this newlywed couple any longer. After glancing at the ants, Chu Ci stood to leave. Don't go yet, Chu. You haven't collected the bride price. How can one possibly pay a bride price for such a tiny ant? Hold on, Chu. Wait for a moment to collect the male ant's remains. Isn't this the saying that one can die under the peony and still be a ghost of romance? I wonder if the host can become any more whimsical. Who says I'm whimsical? I'm merely acting in the interests of the animals, preventing their extinction. In the future, I even intend to organize an animal matchmaking event. Chu Ci huffed with self-satisfaction. Never mind, it will be futile to explain to these ordinary folk. After a leisurely stroll, he prepared to return. Just then, a commotion of animalistic running echoed nearby, followed by the sudden appearance of a gaunt, scruffy creature barreling towards him. Before Chu Ci could react, the animal collapsed at his feet. What the? An attempt to scam me. Chapter 26. The animals in the laboratory. Chu Ci stood in shock, gazing at the animal sprawled on the ground before him. In this day and age, had even animals learned the art of deception? What deception? This is merely food delivered to our doorstep. What kind of animal is this? It looks so filthy. It resembles a lamb, but it appears lifeless, utterly still. What happened to this lamb? Its body is riddled with wounds. Could it be an animal infected with a virus? Quickly, let's maintain our distance. We must avoid falling ill. Chu Ci moved closer to the creature. The online commentators were indeed correct. This was a lamb, and it was devoid of breath. Upon a closer inspection, Chu Ci involuntarily gasped. The lamb's body was covered in wounds. Some had scabbed over while others still oozed blood. It was a harrowing sight. Who could have subjected such a creature to this? Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A little squirrel, horrified by the lamb's tragic state, covered its eyes with its tiny paws, too frightened to look. Zhugu, Please don't look. It's rather frightening. Is this a lamb that escaped from the slaughterhouse? Goodness. Has he encountered a psychopath? Zhuge, you must search quickly. Perhaps the fiend hasn't ventured far. Have you seen the videos of cruelty towards cats and dogs? This lamb bears a striking resemblance. How can there be such twisted individuals? So what? It's just an animal. If it's dead, then so be it. Hey, do you have no compassion? How can you speak so callously? What's wrong with my words? It's a mere animal, meant to be slaughtered. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream began to argue. In a vast forest, one could encounter all manner of creatures. How could everyone possibly share the same beliefs? Chu Ci remained silent, picking up a nearby branch. He gently prodded the lamb's lifeless body. Suddenly, he noticed numerous puncture wounds on its skin. What was the meaning of this? Why were there needle marks on the lamb? Chu Ci was intrigued. It must be from injections. Too many, and it ends up like this. Could it have escaped from a laboratory? That is a possibility. Those conducting experiments are often the ones who mistreat animals. Zhuge, keep your distance. This lamb might carry a virus. God forbid it has a virus. Otherwise, it could spell disaster for humanity. System. This lamb isn't infected with a virus, is it? Chu Ci anxiously inquired of the system. No. Upon receiving the system's reassuring response, Chu Ci exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the lamb's unfortunate condition left him feeling uneasy. Observing the speculations of the viewers, Chu Ci began to doubt whether this lamb had truly fled from a laboratory. The wounds and needle marks on the lamb could only be inflicted by either a sadistic individual or someone conducting experiments on animals. In their eyes, animals were merely tools for experimentation. Would one feel pity for a mere tool? May you find a better fate in your next life, Chu Ci sighed. He picked up 2 wooden sticks nearby and secured the lamb's hind legs, dragging it into the adjacent thicket. Returning to nature is your best resting place, he declared. I thought Zhuge was going to bury the lamb. Someone commented. Bury it? Why not roast a whole lamb over a fire instead? Better to bury it. What if the carcass carries a virus? Come on, would you dare eat a lamb that escaped from a lab? I can't fathom why anyone would conduct experiments on animals. It seems so cruel. Then what should we do? Would you prefer to be the subject of experimentation instead? Who decreed that humans are the masters of this world? Why ponder too much? If humans weren't the masters, it wouldn't be the lamb lying here today, but us. Zhuge, are you certain this handling is without repercussions? Rest assured, it won't lead to any issues. Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively. The viewers ceased their complaints regarding Chu Ci's method of handling the situation. The decomposition of animal carcasses in the wild occurs rapidly. During summer, it could transform into a pile of bones within weeks. Farewell, dear creature, Chu Ci sighed. Choosing not to elaborate further, he suddenly sensed he had stumbled upon a secret. However, using animals for experimentation was commonplace in his previous world, and one would expect it to be an ordinary occurrence. Yet, Chu Ci felt an underlying peculiarity to this matter. Let's return. Overthinking serves no purpose. Chu Ci gently patted the little squirrel resting on his shoulder, losing the desire to continue forward. He turned back. Stop covering your eyes, he said, giving the little squirrel a light pat. The squirrel lowered its paws from its eyes, its round eyes darting around, ensuring no danger lurked nearby. Once it felt reassured, the little creature exhaled in relief. The earlier scene had terrified it. As a herbivore, it had never witnessed such a gruesome sight. The little squirrel is adorable. Surely no one conducts experiments on squirrels, right? Some do, believe it or not. There are many dark corners in this world. You might not realize that somewhat. Speak up. You're making me anxious. Half a statement without the punchline. This guy must know something, but is too afraid to continue. Just putting on a show. Do you really believe him? Sometimes, the truth is revealed in jest. Chu Ci chose not to engage in the discussions occurring in the live stream. He held no conspiracy theories. For now, living each day to its fullest sufficed. Oh look, another lion's mane mushroom. Not long after turning back, Chu Ci unexpectedly spotted a lion's mane mushroom on a large tree. This discovery pleasantly surprised him. He hadn't anticipated such bountiful resources in the mountains. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mushroom, mushroom. The little squirrel perched on Chu Ci's shoulder became ecstatic upon seeing the lion's main mushroom, clearly excited by its find. "Zhuge, what luck! We've encountered a lion's main mushroom again. What is so special about lion's main mushrooms? I pick a few every time I venture into the mountains. To be honest, I've never seen a lion's main mushroom in real life until now. Why is the little squirrel so eager?" "Chirp! Mushroom! Mushroom!" The red-cheeked, long-nosed squirrel eagerly chattered, almost leaping to pick the lion's main mushroom. "Don't rush. I'll get it for you," Chu Ci reassured the little squirrel, patting its head. However, before picking it, Chu Ci carefully surveyed the surroundings and the tree, wary of encountering any previous mishaps regarding ownership of the mushrooms. Why is there only one lion's main mushroom? Isn't there's supposed to be another? Lion's main mushrooms typically grow in pairs. You don't know. Perhaps the other mushroom has eloped with a mistress. Very clever. No wonder you're a fan of Zhuge. Your mind is quite unconventional. Hello, is this a gathering of the mentally unhinged? This lion's main mushroom seemed unclaimed. Chu Ci meticulously scanned the area, confirming the absence of other small creatures before confidently reaching for the mushroom. Just then, a creature roughly the size of a domestic cat suddenly leaped down from the tree. "Chirp! That's mine. Goodness, where did you come from?" Chapter 27. Disdained by the little squirrel startled, Chu Ci exclaimed, "How did I not see you just now?" He clutched his chest in disbelief. Moments ago, he had scrutinized the area twice, ensuring no other creatures were present before extending his hand. To his surprise, an unexpected presence had startled him. This little creature seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "I was startled too. Where is this fellow hiding?" "Did you not see it, Brother Chu? I spotted it just now, up in the tree. Then why didn't you warn me?" "Why should I? You sly one. This animal is quite the sly one too." Indeed, Chu Ci regarded the online commentator who failed to alert him with disdain. However, he himself had genuinely overlooked the little creature perched in the tree, making it the true trickster, elusive and unpredictable. Hiss! The creature lounged on a branch, baring its teeth and threateningly exhaling toward Chu Ci and the little squirrel, clearly indicating that the monkey head mushroom was its territory and none should dare approach. "Chirp! That's ours." The little squirrel, standing boldly on Chu Ci's shoulder, extended its tiny paw and pointed defiantly at the intruder, refusing to back down, exuding a fierce determination reminiscent of a feisty brawler. "You are quite brave," Chu Ci remarked with surprise, glancing at the little squirrel. Despite its diminutive size, this creature exhibited considerable courage. Upon receiving Chu Ci's praise, the little squirrel proudly lifted its head. With Chu Ci as its ally, it felt emboldened, no longer the timid creature it once was. From this day forward, it would hold its head high and reclaim its identity as a squirrel. "I sense the little squirrel behaves like a dog relying on its owner for strength. No need to sense. It is indeed relying on Brother Chu to act so audaciously. This is a case of a rodent leveraging its protector. What kind of animal is this? It looks quite hideous. This is a civet cat, a nationally protected species. Are you aware of the famed Kopi Luwak? This creature consumes coffee beans and excretes them. Hurry, Brother Chu, fetch a bowl to collect the Kopi Luwak." "Ugh, that sounds disgusting. Who would drink such coffee?" The whims of the wealthy often defy convention. "You are all mistaken. This is not a civet cat, but rather its younger sibling, the lesser civet. No Kopi Luwak here." Chu Ci interjected. The lesser civet closely resembles the civet cat, with both being national treasures and emit a unique fragrance. As for the Kopi Luwak, only the civet cat produces it. The excretions of other animals lack authenticity. For Kopi Luwak, I only consume that which is sourced from the civet cat. So, it is the lesser civet. I was unaware. This one resembles a palm civet. I've captured a palm civet before. You're in trouble. The palm civet is also a protected species. What were you doing with the palm civet? Seeking to replicate my brother Long's dish of palm civet with fish bladder? What distinguishes the civet cat from the lesser civet? I can't tell them apart. Remember, the civet cat has big in its name, while the lesser civet has little. Hearing this sage advice, Chu Ci chuckled at the comments. Yet, he was too lazy to explain the distinctions between the two civets. Given their striking resemblance, it is challenging for the average person to differentiate between them. For most, it suffices to know that no matter which one you encounter, You will inevitably be invited for tea. Hello, friend. We mean no harm. Chu Ci greeted the lesser civet with a smile, attempting to bridge the gap between them. However, the lesser civet seemed impervious to his charm, perceiving Chu Ci as a foe. The moment he spoke, the lesser civet hissed and assumed an aggressive posture, refusing to allow him near the prized monkey head mushroom. The little squirrel on Chu Ci's shoulder did not yield either, waving its tiny claws defiantly. Emboldened by Chu Ci's support, ready to match wits with the adversary. Despite its small stature, it displayed a formidable spirit. The lesser civet's antics elicited an involuntary chuckle from Chu Ci. The lesser civet seems to resent Brother Chu's presence. It likely believes Brother Chu is after its monkey head mushroom. Isn't that the case? Not quite. The lesser civet is carnivorous and does not consume monkey head mushrooms. You're mistaken. The lesser civet is omnivorous and occasionally eats plants. This creature should be easy to feed, much like my big ginger cat. This is a civet, not a cat. They are two distinct animals. Typically, the lesser civet consumes fruits and may not even eat mushrooms. Chu Ci noted that although the lesser civet is omnivorous, it does not eat everything. From his understanding, fungi like mushrooms do not appear to be on its menu. However, who could say for certain? Perhaps it has an unexpected fondness for them. Scientists have likely not conducted such detailed studies. Hey, big brother, do you want to mate? Chu Ci inquired amiably, hoping to close the distance between them. Oh no, Brother Chu is deploying his tactics. Fellow traveler, please hesitate. Run, lesser civet. Don't fall for this rogue's trick. Alas, yet another creature is about to enter the realm of matrimony. Brother Chu, how uncouth. Why must you propose so abruptly? I'm dying of laughter. Brother Chu never forgets to play matchmaker wherever he goes. Now that's what I call professionalism. Once Chu Ci's words were uttered, the online commentators could no longer contain their laughter. They recognized his intentions immediately. However, this time, events unfolded contrary to everyone's expectations. The lesser civet, which had previously maintained a calm demeanor, became aggressive upon hearing Chu Ci's words, continually threatening him and the little squirrel. Get away. Who wants a mate? The lesser civet growled fiercely. If you don't want to mate, then just say so. No need to be so aggressive. Chu Ci took a couple of steps back, surprised that his plan had backfired, failing to win over the lesser civet, which appeared to be a staunch advocate of singlehood. It seemed he had miscalculated. Huh? This statement from the host had no effect on the lesser civet? Haha, this is hilarious. Brother Chu, you are experiencing this for the first time. The lesser civet sees through it and firmly rejects marriage. This time, Brother Chu has miscalculated. Well done, little panda. You have firmly turned down Brother Chu. TCH. Chu Ci scoffed disdainfully and turned to leave, as if resolved to a newfound determination. Chirp, you're a bit cowardly. The little squirrel chirped dejectedly. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci bristled. How could he be looked down upon by a mere squirrel? How am I cowardly? I simply choose not to stoop to its level, he retorted coolly. Chirp, then go deal with it. Retrieve our mushroom. The little squirrel waved its claws, encouraging Chu Ci. Unable to resist, he gently tapped its head. This little creature, which had previously seemed timid, now displayed such feistiness. The world of adventure is not merely about conflict. It is about the nuances of human relationships. Chapter 28. What? A bounty on my head? Is the host truly leaving just like that? Handing over the monkey head mushroom? The host seems a bit timid, unable to even defeat a mere creature. Losing to Brother Chu would be humiliating, yet winning would land him in jail. I miss my tiger brother on the first day. I can't forget the days when he was around. If you can't forget him, tattoo it on your skin. Tiger brother has gone home, not passed away. You really don't understand anything. Who has the leisure to vie for food with an animal? In the face of the netizens' ridicule, Chu Ci remained unfazed. As he said, who would bother to argue with a mere creature? Hey, where's your home? Do you need me to escort you back? Chu Ci inquired, nodding at the little squirrel perched on his shoulder. The squirrel shook its head, indicating it did not wish to return. It had many homes, yet none brought a joy like being with Chu Ci. Thus it chose to stay. Staying with me means you can't freeload. You must assist me, Chu Ci asserted, gently tapping the squirrel's head. Upon hearing about work, the squirrel sprawled out on Chu Ci's shoulder, belly up, feigning death and acting spoiled. What an adorable little squirrel. Take that. Don't let your cuteness fool you. I too shall strike you. The Hammer King of the Northwest is going too far. A bunch of devils. Not even sparing the little squirrel. Wow. I find these wild animals fascinating. I want to catch some play with. Hey, hold on. Capturing wild animals is a serious offense. Seeing some viewers eager to imitate him, Chu Ci quickly intervened. Zhigong once said, "Wine and meat may pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. If the world were to imitate me, it would be akin to entering the path of demons." He was able to communicate with these wild creatures due to his system. If these unaware netizens attempted to follow his example, they could easily encounter trouble. Don't worry, Brother Chu, if anything goes wrong, I'll just say you taught me. Right, right? We can just blame everything on Brother Chu. You one T hold a grudge. You lot. Stop trying to harm others. Haha, just kidding, we would never do such a thing. Brother Chu, could you teach us how to make these animals obey? A viewer curiously posed this question, one that had troubled them for quite some time. Domesticated animals could eventually understand human speech, but wild creatures were a different story. Seeing the inquiries from the viewers, Chu Ci candidly replied, "To tell you the truth, I am a traveler from another world, endowed with a system. That is why these wild animals heed my commands." Upon this revelation, the live chat fell into silence. Moments later, the viewers erupted in excitement. Hurry, uninstall Tomato Novel from the host's phone. It's confirmed. The host truly has a mental illness. Brother Chu, could you share a piece of your system with me? Brother Chu, I believe you because I am Qin Shi Huang. Send me money. I'm dying of laughter. Someone actually got lost in a novel. Chu Ci chuckled at the barrage of comments on the screen. Indeed, sometimes speaking the truth leads to disbelief, even if the truth seems far-fetched. But I assure you, everything I say is genuine. Please don't doubt me. I'm not mentally ill. Chu Ci's desperate defense appeared somewhat feeble to the viewers. Brother Chu, stop talking. Your condition has worsened. Quick, increase your medication. Why doesn't anyone believe in my Brother Chu? I, too, am a traveler from another world. Someone please, grant the upstairs a mental asylum. Any professionals here to discuss the severity of Brother Chu's condition? This situation is beyond mere mental illness. I suspect the host may have a split personality. I feel the same. The host's mental state truly seems off. Without uttering a single word, Chu Ci was diagnosed as a mental patient by the viewers, who expressed concern that he should see a doctor before it worsened. I truly appreciate your concern. Chu Ci gritted his teeth, deciding not to explain further. The truth was already out. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. Let us go home, he declared, striding confidently with the little squirrel in tow. Although he had not ventured far from home, the journey, coupled with delays, meant that by the time Chu Ci returned, it was already afternoon. This mountain is vast. That trip was quite exhausting, he remarked, sitting at the doorway and patting his thigh. Meanwhile, the little squirrel happily perched on a stool, nibbling on its provisions. The small morsel was grasped delicately with its tiny paws as it took little bites, a sight that brought warmth to the viewers. Chu Ci picked up a cup of tea beside him, took a sip, and affectionately stroked the little squirrel's head. Chirp! The squirrel looked up at Chu Ci, annoyed, as if to say, "Don't interrupt my meal." I didn't expect the little squirrel to be such a heartwarming sight while eating. I once raised a squirrel too. They're truly adorable. I recommend you all get one. I find myself a bit envious of the host's life. Little animals truly have a healing power. Is that true? My husky doesn't seem to heal me at all. I'm talking about small animals. Small animals. Just as Chu Ci was chatting with the viewers, a sudden chorus of mountain crows erupted from the sky behind the house. Chu Ci promptly stood up and peered back. To his astonishment, a massive flock of mountain crows surged forth, darkening the sky. An estimated 100 crows, resembling a plague of locusts or the end of the world, evoking a sense of dread. Chu Ci was utterly taken back. What on earth do these mountain crows want? He gaped as the crows flew overhead, hardly daring to breathe. The little squirrel, still munching its food, was now frozen in place, staring blankly at the sky, forgetting even to chew, its morsel falling unnoticed. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking for the little squirrel, which could not fly. Goodness, where did all these mountain crows come from? I have no idea. I'm utterly mesmerized. Could this flock of crows be here for a wedding? They probably heard about Brother Chu's generous plan for offspring. Unlikely. Their demeanor suggests they are here for a fight. So many mountain crows. My fear of clusters is triggering. A gathering of crows is never a good omen. Something significant must be happening. Keep an eye on the recent news. The massive exodus of mountain crows stirred concern among the viewers in the live stream. After all, unusual behavior among small creatures often precedes significant natural disasters. For instance, the vast congregation of mountain crows was indeed alarming. Unable to discern what the crows were calling out from such a distance, Chu Ci furrowed his brow. The mountain crows flew too high, and he could not make out their cries. At this moment, he shared the viewer's anxiety, yearning to understand the crow's intentions and whether a calamity was truly imminent. Just as Chu Ci found himself at a loss, his own red-billed crow landed in the yard. Chu Ci hurried over to inquire. "No, what are you doing? Are you going to protest?" Chu Ci pointed to the sky. Upon hearing Chu Ci's inquiry, the red-billed raven replied, My kind has issued a bounty in the world. I have come to bid you farewell." "Oh, a bounty in the world, is it? Wait a moment." Chu Ci abruptly looked up. "Are you referring to the bounty in the world?" Chapter 29. Can I inherit your family's wealth after you die? A bounty notice in the underworld? Is this a game you all play? Chu Chung stared blankly at the red-billed chuff. The notion of a bounty notice emerging from a bird's beak indeed took him by surprise. It seemed that the animal kingdom also had its own set of rules and social dynamics. Nevertheless, it was a bounty notice, not a decree of treachery. One of our brothers has been harmed. We are now off to seek vengeance," explained the red-billed chuff. Who was the adversary? Chu Ci was quite curious about the target of the red-billed chuff's wrath. Such a large gathering resembled a military campaign among humans, indicating that the enemy's strength was formidable as well. I am unaware that the red-billed chuff's response was rather straightforward. It didn't know, and yet it was ready to charge forth. Chu Ci found himself a loss for words and lightly tapped the red-billed chuff on the head. It's all for our brothers. The red-billed chuff was quite loyal. It was prepared to confront an unknown enemy. But what about your home and your spouse once you depart? Chu Ci felt that this bounty notice was somewhat unreliable. He attempted to dissuade the red-billed chuff, but it seemed resolute in its quest for vengeance. The yellow-billed chuff decided to accompany it as well. United as a couple, their strength was unbreakable. You two truly are a perfect match. Chu Ci chuckled wryly, feeling quite helpless. To avoid causing panic, he turned to the live stream and explained, "Brothers, this group of chuffs is off to engage in a brawl. There is no impending natural disaster. Please refrain from spreading rumors. Animals can engage in brawls too. Can they distinguish who is who? It's quite normal for animals to fight. Our village dogs often split into two factions and brawl every few days. Is that for real? Surely, Chu Ge must be fabricating this. Don't expose Chu Ge. He is trying hard to create an entertaining show, and we should be understanding. These chuffs resemble a gang. Isn't Chu Ge going to follow and see how these chuffs fight? I would like to join, but alas, I lack wings." Chu Ci shook his head in resignation. Scenes of animal brawls were rare. Unfortunately, he did not possess an action camera. Otherwise, he would have strapped it to the red-billed chuff to capture this thrilling moment. "All right, if you are determined to leave, I shall not stop you. However, may I pose a question?" Chu Ci gazed intently at the red-billed chuff. The red-billed chuff immediately responded, Given our relationship, is there anything we cannot discuss? If perchance you do not return, may I inherit your wealth?" Chu Ci rubbed his hands together, seemingly a bit bashful. The red-billed chuff. What a peculiar notion. Wait, are you serious about inheriting the red-billed chuff's wealth? Streamer, this is... Please remember, my native language is bewilderment. Inherit it. Perhaps I can inherit the yellow-billed chuff as well and create a series on new widows. This matter is quite absurd. Even an AI would struggle to conceive the idea of inheriting a red-billed chuff's wealth. Not only the red-billed chuff, but even the netizens were left dumbfounded. Once again, Chu Ci's imaginative thinking astonished them. Who on earth would contemplate inheriting an animal's estate? This is not a thought a sane person would entertain. Nevertheless, to be fair, the red-billed chuff's estate is substantial. There are numerous treasures nestled within its nest. Inheriting would not be a misfortune. After a moment of contemplation, The red-billed chuff finally nodded in agreement, consenting to bequeath its fortune to Chu Ci upon its demise. I shall take my leave with my brothers now. Farewell. The red-billed chuff did not linger to exchange further words with Chu Ci. It spread its wings and soared high into the sky, joining the larger chuff troop. Safe travels. Chu Ci waved and called out to the heavens. Wait a moment. Shouldn't Chu Gu be hoping the red-billed chuff does not return at this point? Red-billed chuff, since I consent to you inheriting my estate, could you perhaps call me father now? I am ready to compete with this group of gifted oddities. Chu Gu is merely putting on a show. It is impossible for him to actually inherit the red-billed chuff's wealth. To be honest, the red-billed chuff seems rather affluent. I find myself envious. I, for one, would gladly adopt the red-billed chuff as my adoptive father. Have you no shame? Chu Ci shook his head in disbelief at the barrage of comments from the netizens. The current generation of netizens is increasingly difficult to manage, each more outrageous than the last. I hope you return soon. Why should someone so young wander the underworld? Chu Ci sighed as he gazed at the departing flock of chuffs before turning back inside. After the departure of the red-billed chuff, only Chu Ci and the little squirrel remained at home. Days passed, and a week flew by in the blink of an eye. Chu Ci had assumed the red-billed chuff would return shortly. Yet, to his surprise, it had not returned even after such a lengthy period. Chu Ci dared not overthink it, dismissing it as the red-billed chuff and its mate indulging in their escapades. However, he had been enjoying a leisurely existence these past few days. His daily routine involved checking with the system for any nearby animals seeking companionship. If there were any, he would assist with matchmaking. If not, he would simply lounge at home. Unfortunately, the searches yielded only small creatures, and the rewards were meager. It seemed he would need to venture deeper into the mountains. Chu Ci set down his hoe and glanced back at the little squirrel, which was currently clutching the hoe specially crafted for it. A short piece of wood, affixed with a metal piece, the little squirrel hugged the wooden stick taller than itself, with both tiny paws. It bent over, gritting its teeth as it vigorously scratched at the ground. Do not slack off. Work faster. Today we must till this entire plot of land. If we do not finish the work, no one shall eat today. When it comes to being a pet, I believe Chu Gu excels. Dog. It is the one who is a dog. I am not. Chu Gu, please let my little squirrel rest a bit. Do not tire it out. This is hilarious. The streamer is truly making the little squirrel work. This is not a feat that just anyone can pull off. Little squirrel, hurry and flee. There is an endless amount of work ahead. Upon hearing Chu Ci's words, the little squirrel felt as if the sky was collapsing. It tossed the small hoe to the ground and lay back, facing the sky, limbs sprawled out in a star shape, shaking its legs in utter despair. I refuse to work. I want to go home. Do you wish to quit? That cannot be allowed. Chu Ci squatted down, picked up the little squirrel's hoe, and propped it back up, forcefully placing the hoe back into the little squirrel's embrace. He admonished, unless we till this land, we will have no means to grow vegetables. Without vegetables, what shall we eat in the future? Therefore, for the sake of our future sustenance, hurry up and get to work. The little squirrel gazed despondently at the vast expanse of unplowed land. I could return to the mountains to feast on tender shoots. Bird eggs and nuts, no, that is not healthy. I cannot trust you to eat that. Chu Ci shook his head, dismissing the little squirrel's suggestion, urging it to get back to work. That was close. I almost let you live in comfort. Chu Gu, grant me a favor and release the little squirrel, would you? Who are you to ask for favors? Even if the Bull Demon King were to arrive today, you must till 2 acres of land before leaving. My wife is as stubborn as a mule. I intend to send her to help Brother Chu for a few days. It's the first time I've ever heard of someone sending off their wife. Is it possible that Brother Chu is merely teasing Little Squirrel? Thank you. I almost became a fool. Little Squirrel chose to give up, lying flat on the ground in a starfish position, a look of utter despair on its face. It refused to work. This time, not even a beating would make it budge. Upon seeing this, Chu Ci chuckled and casually picked up a straw hat, placing it atop Little Squirrel's head to shield it from the scorching sun. Feeling the cool shade, Little Squirrel cautiously pushed the hat away with its tiny paws, peeking out with its little head, secretly observing Chu Ci, who was busy at work. The moment Chu Ci turned around, it would lie down and play dead, determined not to let him catch it slacking off. What a delightful scene. Little animals are truly amusing. They fill my old heart with affection. I enjoy playing like this with my cat at home. It's so entertaining. I just realized that animals also require companionship. Indeed, animals need companionship too. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the forest. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Ci turned to take a glance. "Oh, Sister Tiger, what brings you back?" Chapter 30. Did Brother Tiger actually strike his wife? "Ah, Sister Tiger, you're back," Chu Ci exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise as he saw Sister Tiger return. He set down the hoe in his hand and approached her. Little Squirrel hastily wriggled his body, struggling to push aside the conical hat resting upon him, and curiously followed along to see what was happening. Sobbing softly, Sister Tiger appeared deeply aggrieved. "What's wrong?" Chu Ci hurriedly moved closer. "Hiss, where did you get those wounds? Did you fight with other animals? Where's Brother Tiger? Didn't he protect you properly?" He uttered a series of questions, his eyes widening in astonishment as he observed the several wounds on Sister Tiger's body. Is it possible that Sister Tiger was actually injured? Surely there aren't animals in the mountains that can challenge Tiger. Even a black bear, just awakened from hibernation, could rival a tiger. Wild boars can also overpower tigers. But where is Brother Tiger? Why didn't he safeguard his wife? Could it be that Brother Tiger fought valiantly, allowing Sister Tiger to return to report? You all should write novels with such wild imaginations. The online spectators were equally astonished by the wounds on Sister Tiger. Sobbing it was all him, Sister Tiger nudged her head against Chu Ci, her eyes brimming with tears. Who struck you? Brother Tiger?" In response to Chu Ci's bewildered gaze, Sister Tiger slowly nodded. "What? Brother Tiger actually hit you?" Chu Ci was profoundly shocked once more. Brother Tiger had previously exhibited the qualities of a good husband. How could it be that after such a brief separation, domestic violence had erupted? Brother Tiger did not appear to be the type to engage in such behavior. Yet the wounds on Sister Tiger's body were undeniably real, genuine, bloodied injuries. As the saying goes, it is easy to paint a dragon or a tiger, but difficult to depict their bones. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. Could it be that he had truly misjudged him? Brother Tiger would resort to domestic violence? That cannot be. Brother Tiger does not seem the type. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. Stop making excuses. There are no good men who engage in domestic violence. Could it be that they were quite affectionate before? Married couples often start off as inseparable, only to later grow resentful of one another, even resorting to physical altercations. But isn't this happening far too quickly? Witnessing the wounds on Sister Tiger, the online community was left dumbfounded. Brother Tiger, how could you do this? Before you had a wife, you longed for one. Now that you have a wife, you strike her. This is truly disappointing. Where's Brother Tiger? Didn't he accompany you back? Chu Ci added angrily. As a mediator between the couple, he felt compelled to intervene in their quarrel. Brother Tiger must be too afraid to show up. Some individuals are entirely different before and after marriage, having masqueraded their true selves quite effectively. Thank goodness I chose not to marry. That's not true. There are those who are very happy after marriage. Don't speak so lightly. Indeed, at least I feel that having a home through marriage is quite pleasant. Sobbing still in the mountains, Sister Tiger lamented, her sense of grievance deepening. This situation bore the semblance of thunder without rain. Brother Tiger was utterly out of line. Chu Ci was infuriated. He turned and closed the door. Gulme, take me to see him. I want to see what kind of monster he has become. Chu Ci, brimming with righteous indignation, led Sister Tiger to seek retribution. Brother Chu, remember to bring tools. Otherwise, you won't be able to take on Brother Tiger. That scoundrel Brother Tiger. What if Brother Tiger becomes enraged and devours the host? If he eats someone, then so be it. It's not me who is being eaten. You have a truly wicked heart. Brother Tiger wouldn't harm Brother Chu. Would he? Chirp. Wait for me. Wait for me. Little Squirrel, who had been spectating nearby, saw Chu Ci and Sister Tiger departing and promptly hopped along to follow. He quickly climbed on a Chu Ci's shoulder and waved his tiny paws. Chirp, chirp. Let us go. In Rongqing, one of the largest aquariums in the southwestern region, Sun Wei, the penguin keeper, looked helplessly at the few penguins under his care. This year had been somewhat fortunate. as the penguins had entered their mating season. However, a mistake occurred while assigning partners. One female penguin adamantly refused to pair with any of the available males in the aquarium. Clearly, she was uninterested in her fellow companions. They even attempted to borrow some of the finest penguins from nearby colleagues, but to no avail. The female penguin showed no interest at all, even refusing to glance at them. "Sister, what are your requirements? Just tell me," Sun Wei exclaimed, on the verge of tears. In past years, pairing animals had never been this troublesome. Animals should simply reproduce without being so picky. The female penguin rolled her eyes at him, conveying the message that he should figure it out for himself. "If I could speak, you would have been scared away long ago. None of these male penguins catch my eye. If a suitable partner were not found soon, they would have to administer hormone injections." Manager Wong. Sun Wei stood up as he spotted his supervisor. "Manager, we can't give too many hormone injections. It will affect the penguins' health." Sun Wei hurriedly explained. "Which is more important, the health of the penguins or the aquarium's profits? If they die, we can always buy more. Animals are merely animals. When they come here, they must accept their fate. I don't care about anything else. We must ensure the penguin birth rate this year." Manager Wong shot Sun Wei a fierce glare. The birth of a single penguin could yield substantial profit. Not only could they be sold, but there would be no need to acquire new penguins. Furthermore, the injections would only be administered once a year. They would die off too quickly. After all, penguins don't have long lifespans. If they die, we just replace them. The annual profits alone would cover this gap. Moreover, the deceased could be sold as specimens. Hence, this business arrangement was quite lucrative. Manager Wong, this approach, what's wrong? If our competitors can do it, why can't we? You are an employee of the aquarium. Remember, everything must prioritize the aquarium's interests. If you can't comply, then get lost. There are plenty of others willing to take your place. Manager Wong impatiently departed. Sigh. Back in the mountains, Chu Ci spent the journey questioning why the couple had quarreled. It had only been a week. Had they already grown weary of one another? Yet, Sister Tiger remained inconsolable, refusing to divulge why Brother Tiger had struck her. "You two aren't having any issues, are you?" Chu Ci muttered softly, suddenly sensing that the situation might be more complex than he imagined. However, he believed he would understand the circumstances once he encountered Brother Tiger. Regardless, hitting one's wife is unequivocally wrong. What if the situation isn't as straightforward? Brother Tiger's absence suggests he is feeling guilty. See, this is the downside of marriage. Just as Chu Ci followed Sister Tiger to confront Brother Tiger, a limping figure appeared on the path ahead. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, Chu Ci froze. "No way, Brother Tiger, what happened to you?" Chapter 31. You two are truly pathetic. What has happened to you? Who has harmed you? Chu Ci stood in shock, gazing at the battered and limping Brother Tiger. The wounds adorning his body far surpassed those of Sister Tiger. His face was marred by scratches, and several of his whiskers had been severed, stripping him of his former charm and vigor, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "Did you inflict these wounds on Brother Tiger?" Chu Ci turned to glance at Sister Tiger, who averted her gaze in embarrassment. It was evident. This couple had been engaged in mutual combat. Who could have done this to Brother Tiger? Who else but Sister Tiger, of course. How can you be so sure it was Sister Tiger? What if Brother Tiger was fighting other animals to protect her? Weren't you listening to what Chu Ci asked Sister Tiger? This is the true essence of a fierce tigress. Brother Tiger, you have endured great injustice. Weren't there rumors of Brother Tiger being abusive towards Sister Tiger? Is it possible that Brother Tiger wished to be abusive but found himself overpowered by Sister Tiger? That's impossible. Sister Tiger is significantly smaller than Brother Tiger and could hardly contend with him. Brother Tiger, upon seeing Chu Ci, seemed to find solace in a familiar face. He approached with a pitiful whimper, though the pain from the wound on his right paw made him cry out as he limped along. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The little squirrel perched on Chu Ci's shoulder observed Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger with curiosity, perplexed by the severity of their injuries. It was clear that Brother Tiger had suffered more, to the point that he could barely walk. With a soft whimper, Brother Tiger stood before Chu Ci, expressing a deep sense of grievance, as if he had countless woes to share. Just over a week had passed, and this couple had reached such a tumultuous state. Chu Ci was at a loss for how to address this situation. Sister Tiger, witnessing this, was equally unwilling to concede defeat. She turned to Chu Ci, playfully pouting to indicate her own injuries. Both of you, quiet down. Chu Ci, overwhelmed by their cacophony, delivered a gentle reprimand to each, bringing a momentary silence. Now, pray tell, why did you two engage in such a brawl? It has only been a few days. Some minor squabbles are quite normal in a married life. Look at the state they are in. This hardly seems like a minor dispute. I believe Brother Tiger is more of a victim in this scenario. They are real tigers. In a marital conflict, there is rarely a true attempt to harm. Brother Tiger, whoever accused me of being an abusive partner, step forward. Let us settle this one-on-one. Forgive me, Brother Tiger, for I have wronged you. Please pardon my rashness, Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger, forgiving you is divine. My mission is to send you to meet the heavens. No one shall escape. Seeing Brother Tiger's more severe injuries only heightened the sympathy of the viewers. It was evident that Brother Tiger had been yielding to Sister Tiger. Otherwise, given their size difference, he could easily have overpowered her. Thus, it seemed that Brother Tiger was indeed the true victim, demonstrating that he was not the kind of tiger to strike his mate. Roar, I want another wife. I refuse. Brother Tiger, in his moment of grievance, explained the absurd reason for their quarrel. Listening to him, Chu Ci found it preposterous. However, was this not a good thing? Tigers are not bound by monogamy. Brother Tiger could take additional mates, thus contributing to the proliferation of little tigers and the growth of the wild South China tiger population. Why would Brother Tiger oppose such a notion? He turned to Sister Tiger, intrigued. Why would you want him to find another? Roar. The sister tigers in the zoo are not doing well. Sister Tiger suddenly expressed her sorrow. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci nodded. He had visited the zoo recently and could attest to the poor conditions there. Being confined for prolonged periods could drive any creature mad, let alone animals. Sister Tiger's sentiment reflected a noble intention, though her temperament was somewhat volatile. Brother Tiger's refusal indicated his loyalty. It would be inappropriate to force him into a situation he opposed. Roar. I desire no one but you. Brother Tiger gazed at Sister Tiger with deep affection, and she reciprocated the sentiment. Sister, brother. The sudden declarations of affection left Chu Ci utterly bewildered. Isn't this a bit excessive? Are you two trying to toy with me? How infuriating. You both deserve reprimand. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ci forcefully separated the two, preventing their display of affection from continuing. Why is Chu Ci so furious? Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger's gazes seemed charged. Are they about to engage in another bout? Could it be that their fighting has deepened their bond? Wait, why are you two suddenly reconciled after such a conflict? There's an old saying, fighting is a sign of love. Perhaps we are merely witnessing a facet of their unique relationship. I don't care. They must divorce. Otherwise, my condemnation of Brother Tiger would be in vain. You see, I told you not to meddle in the affairs of couples. In the end, we find ourselves in a precarious position. Chu Ci, why did they fight, and why the sudden reconciliation? A viewer in the live chat inquired. I have no idea. I haven't figured out how to fabricate a story yet, Chu Ci replied, exasperated. The truth was too absurd for the viewers to believe. He would have believed it himself had he not witnessed it firsthand. Thus, he chose to remain silent, attributing their behaviors to a peculiar mindset. Ahem. Do you still wish to be with Sister Tiger, despite the injury she inflicted on you? Aren't you angry? Chu Ci curiously asked Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger nodded, gazing at Sister Tiger with longing. Not angry at all. Pain is a sign of love. His eyes were filled solely with affection for Sister Tiger. And you? Brother Tiger has caused you such harm. Never mind. Your expression speaks volumes. Chu Ci sighed, feeling drained. These two had fought fiercely, yet here they were, still together. It was unclear whether their bond was strong or if they were simply masochists. Chu Ci struggled to comprehend the nature of their love. You two are truly pathetic. Chu Ci could not help but exclaim. Indeed, they have beaten each other to such a state, yet they remain together. What do you know? Couples fight and then reconcile. Wait, why do they come to Chu Ci? Just to flaunt their love? I have never witnessed such a violent display of affection. Chu Ci is correct. They truly are wretched souls. I detest public displays of affection. Thanks to Chu Ci's intervention, Brother tiger and sister tiger quickly reconciled. The two tigers began to tend to each other's wounds, appearing as harmonious as ever. Who could have guessed that their injuries were inflicted by one another? Roar. Am I still handsome? Roar. Handsome. Brother tiger and sister tiger unabashedly continued their display of affection. Feel free to do as you please. But your antics only serve to irritate me. As Chu Ci observed the lovebirds, his irritation grew, prompting him to turn and leave with the little squirrel. Brother tiger and sister tiger watched, puzzled as Chu Ci walked away in anger. They had reconciled. Should he not be pleased? What are you waiting for? Come home and let me tend to your wounds. Chu Ci turned back, shouting at them with feigned anger. Brother tiger and sister tiger obediently trailed after him. Meanwhile, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for salvaging a marriage on the brink of collapse. The Fate system has introduced a new testing feature, Compatibility of Destiny. Chapter 32, Compatibility of Marriage, Marriage Compatibility, by entering the names of both parties. One can calculate the suitability of a newlywed couple. Is it true? Upon reading the system's explanation, Chu Ci, filled with curiosity, entered the names of Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger. Calculating marriage compatibility. Result, 100. Wow, you two are indeed a match made in heaven. Chu Ci glanced at Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger in surprise. Their marriage compatibility reached an astonishing 100. No wonder they are so affectionate with each other, despite their bickering. A pair of masochists, indeed. You two should lock it down and spare the rest of us from your antics. Huh? Brother Tiger looked at Chu Ci with confusion, not understanding why Chu Ci regarded him with such a gaze. Could it be jealousy over his looks? Surely that must be it. Brother Tiger defiantly shot a glare back. Chu Ci rolled his eyes at Brother Tiger. The online community labeled him as mentally unstable, but in truth, Brother Tiger was the real eccentric. As time passed, one would discover just how ridiculous Brother Tiger's behavior could be. Speaking of which, let's check the compatibility of other animals. Intrigued by the system's new feature, Chu Ci entered the names of the red-billed chough and the yellow-billed chough. The compatibility revealed a solid 90, which still suggests a perfect match. I wonder. Chu Ci suddenly grinned mischievously and entered the names of the little squirrel and Brother Tiger. Calculating marriage compatibility. Result, 10. Oh, only 10? Chu Ci's tone held a hint of disappointment. Your thoughts are rather alarming, the system cautioned. Uft. I merely find this amusing. Chu Ci decided against further tests of marriage compatibility. He had already assessed most of the animals around him. As long as he played Matchmaker, the compatibility scores were generally above 90. With this tool, he could ascertain whether a couple truly suited one another, thus avoiding the chaos of random matchmaking that would lead to complaints about his matchmaking skills. Brother Tiger, can your legs still walk? Chu Ci turned to glance at Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger lifted his right paw, signaling that he was perfectly fine and could walk normally. What s with you? Who taught you to be so cunning? If you do that again, I'll break your legs. Chu Ci turned back, speechless. Haha, Brother Tiger can also be crafty now. I never expected Brother Tiger to be so dishonest, resorting to sympathy tactics. I thought Brother Tiger was seriously injured. Turns out he was just faking it. Your Majesty, he is deceiving you. Though Brother Tiger is not limping, his injuries are still considerably worse than Sister Tigeress. What? He was even hurt? Chu Ci exclaimed, I happen to have a baseball bat. Would you like to use it? Let Brother Tiger experience the cruelty of human nature. That's absurd. Harming a first-class protected animal is illegal. I would never break the law. Chu Ci chuckled. Just then, a chorus of chuff calls echoed from the sky. Chu Ci looked up to see several red-billed chuffs soaring above, circling a few times before vanishing into the horizon. Ah, those rascals are back from their brawl. Chu Ci was overjoyed. It had been over a week since the red-billed chuffs had left. Birds can fly great distances in a week, but Chu Ci doubted they would venture far for a fight. They must have remained nearby. However, their absence for an entire week was quite unusual. The red-billed chuffs have returned. Oh, Chu Ci, you're in trouble. You can't inherit the red-billed chuff's legacy now. Ah, they're not dead yet. With so many red-billed chuffs, what if the ones returning aren't from your home? You have quite the knack for jinxing things, don't you? Be quiet. Can't you wish them well? Exactly. If you can't say something nice, just don't say anything. Does Chu Ci seem like the type to covet petty gains? The red-billed chuffs are fortunate to have survived. Surely, they must have returned. With so many of them, it's improbable that only one would fail to come back. Stop flaunting your love and hurry back, Chu Ci urged, eager to see if the red-billed chuffs had returned. Yet, brother tiger and sister tiger continued their display of affection, severely lagging behind. Hurry, let us go. The little squirrel stood on Chu Ci's shoulder, hands on hips, commanding brother tiger and sister tiger. Brother tiger and sister tiger are utterly shameless, still flaunting their love. The little squirrel has gotten a bit too bold, daring to shout at brother tiger. If brother tiger slapped him, he would behave himself. Is brother tiger completely under sister tiger's thumb? Isn't being submissive a trait of men from Sichuan? Don't be absurd. Men from Sichuan are fierce. They can conquer both the dining room and the kitchen. Isn't that a description of women? Yes, those who are fierce have started doing the same with the same gender. That's slander. It's an insult to the men of Sichuan. Stop following those marketing accounts. They cannot provide a complete statistical analysis. Although Chu Ci was not from Sichuan, he defended his kin. Not everyone is like that. Be cautious of vast exceptions, right? If there are vast exceptions, can they still be considered exceptions? Could anyone from the area speak up? Is it really? What Chu Ci said is correct. Stop following marketing accounts. Most of us are perfectly normal. So, there is still a portion that is not normal. Great. Now we can't explain anything clearly. Chu Ci bantered with the online community as they walked. After a while, brother tiger and sister tiger suddenly halted, gazing warily at the nearby bushes. Why aren't you moving? Chu Ci realized that brother tiger and sister tiger had fallen behind. He turned to find them staring intently at the bushes, unsure of what to do. Curious, Chu Ci approached to see what was in the bushes. What's there? Brother tiger shot Chu Ci a glare, signaling him to be quiet so as not to scare whatever was hiding in the bushes. What's there? Chu Ci wondered, also peering curiously at the bushes. Suddenly, the bushes began to shake, and soon after, a small black and white creature staggered out. Chu Ci was momentarily speechless, astonished at the sight. When the little creature lifted its head and looked at Chu Ci with its big, watery eyes, he finally reacted with a joyful scream. Oh my! It's a giant panda. Chapter 33. The inheritance of family wealth. Chu Ci was filled with immense joy. To his astonishment, he encountered a young panda. The tiny creature, no more than a month or two old, resembled a small puppy in size. Its fur was impeccably clean, a striking contrast of black and white, with large, expressive eyes. It had an adorable appearance that could melt the hearts of many. Fearless and spirited, the young panda dashed out from the bushes, heading straight towards Chu Ci, completely disregarding the nearby tiger brother and tiger sister. Chu Ci quickly crouched down to observe the little one closely. How utterly charming, he exclaimed. Chirp, not as cute as me. The nearby squirrel retorted, clearly irked. To think it's a baby panda. I'm in awe of your luck, streamer. One viewer commented. Last year, I also saw a panda on the national highway, a mother crossing with her cub. It was simply adorable, another viewer added. I've seen adults, but never a cub, someone else chimed in. Where can one encounter wild pandas? Another viewer inquired. Remarkably, this little one seems unafraid of tigers, another noted. Could it be that it does not yet comprehend what a tiger is? Someone speculated. The appearance of the baby panda caused Chu Ci's live stream to reach unprecedented heights. For this creature is a national treasure, a first-class protected species. The panda's popularity even eclipsed that of the tiger. The little one was indeed enchanting. Chu Ci yearned to reach out and touch the panda cub, but ultimately refrained, as touching a wild panda could result in it acquiring the scent of a stranger, which might lead the mother to abandon it. He could not allow a fleeting impulse to jeopardize a panda's life. How adorable! Tiger's sister gazed at the baby panda with maternal affection. The sight of such a delightful creature easily stirred her innate nurturing instincts. Let us have one of our own, Tiger brother declared boldly. Keep it down. You're disturbing the little darling, Chu Ci admonished, casting a disapproving glance at them. Truly, Chugo, have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new one? A viewer teased. Should I leave then? Tiger brother jested, urging for a tiger cub to be born. Be cautious, Chu Ci, the panda mother may be nearby, someone reminded him. Indeed, panda mothers are particularly fierce during this time, and will see anyone near their cub as a threat, another viewer warned. The presence of such a tiny panda cub indicated that its mother was likely close at hand. Little one, where is your mother? Chu Ci mused, pulling out some food and placing it before the cub. The panda sniffed the offering, and upon confirming its edibility, eagerly began to feast. Seeing the cub enjoying its meal brought a smile to Chu Ci's face. This small creature could not speak, so he decided it was best to leave quickly before the panda mother arrived, and explanations became difficult. He placed more food in front of the cub and hurriedly led tiger brother and tiger sister away, ensuring not to cross paths with the panda mother, which could lead to complications. Why doesn't Chu Ci take the cub with him? One viewer questioned. It has its parents. There is no need for you to meddle. Another replied. If it were me, I would definitely reach out to touch it. Someone else remarked. Touch it again, and I'll chop your hand off. Another warned. I doubt this little one can eat that much food at such a young age, a concerned viewer noted. Rest assured, this food is specially formulated for it. It can definitely digest it, Chu Ci reassured with a smile. The diverse flora and fauna of the mountains continually astonished him. To encounter a wild panda was remarkable. Who knows what other wild animals he might meet in the future? However, he resolved to avoid disturbing their habitats. Otherwise, he would be a transgressor. In the future, he must seek out deeper mountain areas to find more animals. As time passed, Chu Ci returned home. To his surprise, the couple of red-billed blue magpies had not yet returned. He did not see them in front, so he promptly made his way to the small grove behind the house. The empty nest indicated that its owners were absent, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Could it be that the red-billed blue magpies truly would not return? Could it be that something has happened to the red-billed blue magpies? Someone speculated. It's quite possible. It has been quite some time. Something must have occurred, another agreed. If that is the case, does that mean Chu Ci can inherit their possessions? Someone quipped. Is that really what you're thinking about at a time like this? Another chastised. Farewell, red-billed blue magpies. A magpie lost cannot return. Chu Ci, my condolences, someone else lamented. A bow. Another bow. A third bow. The family pays their respects. Another chimed in. Wait, I don't drink. I prefer to sit at the kids' table, someone interjected. As time elapsed, many viewers had resigned themselves to the belief that the red-billed blue magpies would not return. Chu Ci glanced at the empty nest without speaking and turned to leave silently. In truth, he was reluctant to believe that something had happened to the red-billed blue magpies, especially since the couple had only recently married. Surely they could not meet their end in a brawl. That would be such a waste. Chu Ci contemplated seeking out other magpies for information. However, apart from the few he encountered on his way back, he had not seen a single one, indicating that the main group of red-billed blue magpies had likely not returned yet. There was still hope. Just wait a little longer. Perhaps they will return in a few days, he consoled himself. Chu Ci, stop comforting yourself. The red-billed blue magpies really are not coming back. You should prepare for their passing, someone bluntly stated. You really don't know how to speak, do you? Do you understand how hurtful that is to a lonely elder? It's a case of white-haired people sending off black-haired magpies, another replied. Stop talking about him. You haven't spared Chu Ci either, someone else added. I've always been curious about who the red-billed blue magpies were fighting against, another viewer pondered. Who knows? The opposing force likely wasn't weak either, someone speculated. Don't say you don't know. I don't know either, Chu Ci replied, somewhat helpless. Before their departure, he had no idea who the enemy was. The unknown adversary is the most daunting of all. You two come here. Let me tend to your wounds. He called the tiger brother and tiger sister as he returned to the front. He retrieved a first aid kit and began to treat their injuries. When the iodine touched tiger brother's wounds, he yelped in pain. What are you yelling for? Endure the pain. This is the consequence of your brawl. Don't try to run. You'll need to be treated with iodine too, Chu Ci remarked, noticing tiger sister attempting to slip away. Seeing tiger brother grimace in pain made tiger sister want to turn and flee, but Chu Ci had already anticipated this and locked the door upon their entry. Neither of you is leaving today. At that moment, they realized the severity of the consequences of their fighting. So, tiger brother is afraid of pain too, one viewer commented. What kind of statement is that? Tiger brother is also a carbon-based life form. Of course, he fears pain, another replied. Is it truly that painful? Someone questioned. Not too bad. But I suspect Chu Ci is taking revenge on Tiger brother. It's like he is pouring iodine without mercy, another speculated. Fortunately, this isn't even alcohol yet. Another chimed in. Roar. Am I not handsome enough to avoid disfigurement? Tiger brother grimaced, but still remembered his concerns about his appearance. You should be aware. If you keep this up, disfigurement may become a reality. Chu Ci shot him an exasperated glare. Tiger brother was so frightened that he dared not move, obediently allowing Chu Ci to apply medicine to his wounds. Fortunately, he had not been disfigured. Otherwise, all his handsomeness would have been in vain. Soon, Chu Ci completed the application of medicine on Tiger brother and his mate, cautioning them against engaging in any vigorous activity until their wounds had scabbed over. The two tigers, feeling shy, retreated to a corner, indulging in sweet nothings. What a pity, Chu Ci sighed. The following day, as usual, Chu Ci resumed his search. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Ding dong. Search completed. Task target has been locked. This task's objective is Wild Giant Panda. Chapter 34. The outrageous matchmaking requirements of the giant panda. Oh, is that a giant panda nearby? For Chu Ci, this is indeed a delightful surprise. He encountered a panda cub yesterday, and today he has discovered a giant panda looking to find love. It seems fortune is smiling upon him. Chu Ci immediately got up to gather a few items. Are you two coming with me into the mountains, or staying at home? He inquired. Stepping outside, he noticed brother tiger and sister tiger basking in the sun. As for the little squirrel, it had seemingly vanished, perhaps fleeing from work. No need to worry about it. It won T-Starve. Upon hearing Chu Ci's question, brother tiger lifted his head and gave him a languid glance, lazily flicking his tail. The message was clear. You two stay home and relax. I'll venture into the mountains to find the giant panda. Make sure to guard the door. With that, Chu Ci departed, heading toward the direction indicated by the system. It appeared that there was a giant panda conservation research base in Yaju City. As he walked, Chu Ci reflected on the rich biodiversity of the area. The flora and fauna here are abundant, making it one of the primary habitats for giant pandas. There would be ample opportunities to witness them in the future. After traversing a mountain, Chu Ci arrived at a bamboo grove. The giant panda, seeking companionship, was located right here. He cautiously strolled around the perimeter of the grove and soon spotted the wild giant panda. This was an adult panda, plump and adorably clumsy, leaning against a slope, munching on bamboo with a sound akin to crunching. After a couple of bites, it paused, glancing around suspiciously, sensing that someone might be watching. Once reassured that there was no danger, the panda resumed its bamboo feast, as satisfying its hunger was its utmost priority. Look, everyone, a wild giant panda, Chu Ci whispered excitedly to himself. I'll go ask if it's looking for a partner. He discreetly opened his live streaming channel from a corner. What? Another giant panda? Oh my, it's an adult wild giant panda. Chu Ci, don't approach it. Adult wild pandas can be temperamental and dangerous. Brother tiger, just because it has a bad temper doesn't mean I have a good one. Our host is truly dedicated. Not giving you a labor medal would be an injustice. Come on, Chu Ci, let the show begin. The viewers had grown accustomed to Chu Ci's eccentric behaviors, yet they were puzzled by how he frequently encountered these protected animals. Is nature your backyard? Hello there. Chu Ci emerged from his hiding spot. The giant panda, momentarily taken aback while nibbling on bamboo, shook its head, bewildered. Where did this human come from? I didn't see him earlier. Greetings. Do you need help finding a partner, my friend? Chu Ci approached the giant panda. Initially wary, the panda perked up at the mention of finding a partner, dropping the bamboo and rolling excitedly toward Chu Ci. Slow down. Don't knock me over. Chu Ci sidestepped. Can you really help me find a partner? The panda stood up, hugging Chu Ci's leg, looking at him with eyes filled with excitement, as if they were old friends. Oh my, this panda genuinely wants a girlfriend. Not necessarily. What if it's looking for a boyfriend? Everyone, don't imitate Chu Ci. Wild giant pandas are dangerous. I wish a wild giant panda would cuddle my leg like that. While cuddling is out of reach, a solid whack is certainly achievable. Absolutely. I'm here to help you find a partner. Chu Ci reached out to stroke the panda's head. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first encounter with a giant panda, and the feel was delightful. The viewers watched in envy as the scene unfolded. Get your filthy hands off. Let me do it. Help. A partner. A partner. The giant panda cried joyously. Hold your horses. Finding a partner takes time. Patience is key. Chu Ci quickly established rapport with the giant panda, knowing precisely how to cater to its needs. Wild giant pandas have notably low reproductive rates, making it challenging to find a suitable match. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, he could accurately identify animals seeking love and marriage. By the way, do you have any offspring? Chu Ci asked almost instinctively. Upon hearing this, the panda paused, its eyes flickering with an enigmatic glimmer. Lost offspring? That must mean I have none. How clever of me. Don't misunderstand. I ask this to better match you with an excellent potential partner. Chu Ci hurriedly clarified. Why is Chu Ci asking this? There are unique considerations when it comes to finding partners with children. It's best to inquire in advance to avoid misunderstandings. It's challenging to find a partner when children are involved. Who says? Those with children can also find a suitable next partner. As someone with experience, I advise caution when dealing with second marriages involving children. It's a hard lesson learned. What's wrong with having children? Do you think you can handle what even Doragon couldn't? You overestimate yourself. Do you know Shaju? You might end up just like him. A giant panda should have no issues with offspring, right? Once giant panda cubs reach maturity, they will live independently, at which point no one knows anyone else. So second marriages are possible. The giant panda shook its head, indicating it had no children. All right then, Chu Ci nodded. Now, share your requirements for a partner. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Since I've taken on this matchmaking endeavor, I must take my responsibilities seriously. Chu Ci spoke earnestly, as there were few matchmakers as thoughtful and committed as he. What are you saying? Marriage isn't a joke? How can those words come from your mouth? Marriage isn't a joke? Repeat that. Chu Ci is treating this differently. How discriminatory. That ant seemed pleased with its partner. Or else it wouldn't have rushed into a den. But now, it's probably past the mourning period. The mourning period has long since passed. What mourning period? What are you all talking about? Upon hearing Chu Ci's inquiry, the giant panda tilted its head, genuinely pondering. What requirements did it have for a partner? After munching on a piece of bamboo, it contemplated again. I've got it. The panda suddenly excitedly patted its black and white fur. Upon hearing the panda's request, Chu Ci's expression shifted. He then seriously asked, Are you certain you wish to find such a partner? The panda nodded vigorously. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Well, this is quite a tall order, Chu Ci mused thoughtfully. What requirements did the giant panda make? Come on, host, spill it. I'm dying of curiosity. I want to throttle the host. The giant panda. I want to find a rich second generation. Everyone, don't fret. Chu Ci is surely still crafting the storyline. Be patient. I'm eager to see what bizarre plot will unfold this time. The giant panda. I want to. Goodness, you're quite greedy. Well, who can blame you? You're a national treasure. The more, the merrier. Then we'll each have a giant panda to cherish. The viewers in the live stream began to feel anxious, eager to comprehend the recent actions of the giant panda. Although your request is modest, it proves to be elusive. Await my news. Chu Ci gently patted the panda's head. Despite the fact that the panda harbors but a singular desire, this request is rather peculiar. Upon hearing it, Chu Ci felt a tinge of skepticism regarding its feasibility. The panda nodded in affirmation. Chu Ci then turned to share this unusual matchmaking criterion with netizens. The panda's sole requirement for a partner is to find an adult panda. But this panda must not share its distinctive black and white coloration. Netizens were left bewildered. Chapter 35. Rejected as a nice guy, You don't want a black and white panda? What do you desire then? A hammer. Though it's just this one condition, I find it rather high. High or not, it's rather absurd. But pandas are all this color. Does it not wish to marry? One could seek out black bears, brown bears, or polar bears. Those three could meet its criteria. They are in T of the same species. There may be reproductive isolation. Who says so? Black bears and brown bears do not necessarily have reproductive isolation. It is indeed ridiculous. Chu Ci threw up his hands, feeling utterly helpless. Are you sure you want a giant panda, and not a black bear or a polar bear? Thus, Chu Ci lowered his head and asked once more. Black bear? The giant panda hastily shook its head. That fellow is too ugly. I don't like it. As for the polar bear, it was unfamiliar to it. This is a polar bear. Chu Ci deliberately found a photo of a polar bear to show the giant panda. After viewing it, the panda shook its head again. The polar bear is far too white. It looks effeminate, devoid of any masculinity. I do not favor it. All right, you are rather picky. Chu Ci silently tucked away his phone. The polar bear is also white, merely appearing so due to sunlight. Today's matchmaking task seems rather challenging. It's hardly easy when I find a giant panda while rejecting the black and white color scheme. How about attempting to fly? Isn't there a panda that isn't black and white? Yes, I recall there were albino giant pandas discovered in the past. Are you not aware of the brown panda named Chu Ci? It surely wishes to find one like that. Chu Ci is rather old and already has a wife. Then why not ask Chu Ci if he desires another wife? To Chu Ci's surprise, there exist brown giant pandas in this world. From the comments of netizens, it seems that Chu Ci is indeed older, but still in his prime. That is not too old, is it? Age is just a number. Do you prefer someone older? Chu Ci tentatively inquired of the giant panda. Upon hearing this, the panda shook its head. I have only been an adult for less than 2 years. This is the prime of my beauty. I do not want someone older, just a tad older. No. Very well. Chu Ci suddenly regretted taking on this matchmaking task. It is exceedingly difficult. This giant panda is quite selective, refusing anyone older. Chu Ci is only 15. That's the prime of human life. More like middle age. It's not wrong to dislike older individuals, is it? Then, Chu Ci, you're in trouble. There is but this one brown panda in the entire world. Lonely for life. Seeing the giant panda shake its head, the netizens also felt this matter was overly complicated. This is not merely a request. It encompasses numerous stipulations. Where can one find a suitable match? Isn't this creating trouble? Can we still find one? The giant panda noticed Chu Ci's expression had soured and raised its head curiously. We can still search. Chu Ci gritted his teeth. System. Search for differently colored giant pandas. He commanded the system in his mind to search for atypical giant pandas. The last glimmer of hope lay with the system. System is searching. Searching. Chu Ci frowned slightly. He did not expect the once swift system to exhibit delays. This merely illustrates how outrageous the giant panda's matchmaking conditions are. Beep. Search complete. Target not found. Please proceed to deep mountains to expand the search area for the target. No way. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Ci's face darkened further. Is it truly this difficult to find partner? The system couldn't even locate a target. Your expectations are rather high. Chu Ci glanced at the giant panda. Chu Ci, aren't you a top-notch matchmaker? Keep going. Believe in yourself. I'm quite curious why it doesn't wish to find a black and white panda. Isn't it itself black and white? Do you know what the giant panda's greatest wish is? To have a colorful photograph taken. What a pity. Chu Ci's offspring are all black and white, having not inherited Chu Ci's genes. I believe this issue is easily resolved. Simply dye a giant panda in the desired color, customizing it as per preference. I suggest dyeing it yellow. Yellow fur would surpass all. Brown could also be considered a shade of yellow. It seems the giant panda has an affinity for this. I think I ought to dye my hair yellow as well. Do you not know that giant pandas are colorblind? Don't spout nonsense. Giant pandas are not colorblind. This method is unfeasible. Chu Ci shook his head, dismissing the netizen suggestions. Such an act would amount to marriage fraud. Thus, he cannot proceed in that manner. He is a top-notch matchmaker. He cannot tarnish his own reputation. Oh my, Chu Ci is surprisingly conscientious. Of course, my Chu Ci is the most principled broadcaster. The broadcaster speaks wisely. Marriage is no trifling matter. One must not engage in deception. Aunt, is there no one to speak for me? You've already passed your 7th day. Don't come here to join the fun. Following the system's instructions, he must venture into the deep mountains to search. Hence, it is necessary to ascertain the distribution range of giant pandas within the mountains. Chu Ci then messaged Director Lin Fei to inquire about the distribution of wild giant pandas and the most likely locations they might inhabit. After obtaining the data, Chu Ci would take the giant panda home to prepare. He had rushed out earlier without any preparation. Now, he needs to gather some supplies before venturing into the mountains. Let us go. First, come back home with me. Wah, you are a good person. The giant panda clung to Chu Ci's leg and cooed. For you, I risk my reputation as a top-notch matchmaker. Chu Ci patted the giant panda's head. Retracing his steps, he returned home to prepare before heading into the mountains. Wah, good person, wait for me. The giant panda chased after Chu Ci. Chu Ci halted, turned around, and looked sternly at the plump panda. What good person? How many times have I told you? When working, you must be professional. Call me top-notch matchmaker. Chu Gu is truly shameless, calling himself a top-notch matchmaker. All right. Hi, plant. Please do not misattribute. It should be referred to as Chu Plant. Laughing to death, Chu Gu is quite the show-off. Chu Plant. Have you seen the side livestock of my big yellow? What's side livestock? As I recall, it's a proper livestock. In the midst of laughter and banter with the netizens, Chu Ci traversed mountains and valleys, returning home by the afternoon. Upon seeing the giant panda, Tiger Gu, who was rolling on the ground, paused. Why is it this little chubby one? All it does is eat bamboo, utterly unremarkable. Come, Tiger Gu, let me introduce you. This is a giant panda. Tomorrow we shall venture into the mountains to help it find a partner. This is Tiger Gu, and beside him is Tiger Saw. They're a couple I introduced. After a brief introduction, the giant panda felt a greater sense of trust toward Chu Ci upon learning that Tiger Gu and Tiger Saw were introduced by him. Today, let it stay with me. Tomorrow, I will take you into the mountains to find a partner. Chu Ci patted the giant panda's head and turned to enter the house. However, it was not long before he emerged with a furrowed brow. Brother Who, where is the little squirrel? Chapter 36. Brother, you are quite apt at cooking. Huh? I'm not sure. Brother Tiger lazily flicked his tail. He had not seen the little squirrel all day. Who knows where it had scampered off to? Surely, it would have forgotten to return home. Chu Ci did not dwell on it, assuming that the little squirrel had gone back home. With its clever demeanor, the likelihood of any trouble was minimal. He shook his head and returned inside to continue preparing the supplies needed for tomorrow's mountain excursion. As night fell, while Chu Ci was enjoying his dinner, the little squirrel bounced back from outside, not only with its cheeks stuffed full, but also clutching an array of nuts in its tiny paws. It hopped in front of Chu Ci and placed the bounty on the table, then promptly spat out the contents of its mouth to share with Brother Tiger, Sister Tiger, and the newly arrived giant panda. Brother Tiger, upon seeing this, disdainfully shook his head, rejecting the little squirrel's generous offer. This king does not consume food that has been salivated upon. However, Sister Tiger and the giant panda were unperturbed and sampled the nuts presented by the little squirrel. Chirp, you want tea, get any next time. The little squirrel shot a glance at Brother Tiger, turning its head away in a haughty manner. It turned out the little creature had gone foraging for pine nuts to enhance its diet, without a word, leaving Chu Ci to worry all day. Seeing the pine nuts on the table, Chu Ci chuckled, having thought the little rascal had returned home. Chirp, try this. It's delicious. The little squirrel eagerly nudged the pine nuts towards him, showcasing its favorite delicacy from the squirrel clan, which it had specially brought back. I'll give it a try. Chu Ci accepted the little squirrel's goodwill and picked up a pine nut from the table. However, upon cracking it open, he discovered it was somewhat moldy, clearly not fresh. Wait a moment, are there pine nuts in season at this time? Chu Ci paused, realizing that the season for ripening pine nuts should be autumn. Where could these nuts possibly have come from at this time? Observing the moldy nut, Chu Ci surmised it was likely last year's stock. Do you have a burr nearby? He inquired, picking up a non-moldy pine nut and questioning the little squirrel. The little squirrel shook its head, explaining that its home was quite far and a round trip would take an entire day. Then where did you get these pine nuts? Surely, you Haven-T pilfered them from other squirrels? Chu Ci joked as he peeled another nut. The little squirrel, upon hearing this, hastily shook its head. No. How could I steal food from my fellows? I gathered these. Gather them. The little squirrel insisted emphatically. All right, I understand they were gathered by you. Chu Ci patted its little head. The little squirrel shot him an angry glance. Humph, I won't share them anymore. It stuffed the pine nuts back into its mouth and bounced away. Chu Ci noticed, however, that the little creature seemed to have lost quite a bit of fur from its tail. Do squirrels shed fur too? The following day, Chu Ci, accompanied by the giant panda and brother and sister tiger, ventured into the mountains. The little squirrel had once again vanished early in the morning. Chu Ci couldn't be bothered to search for it, knowing it wouldn't starve. The priority today was to find a mate for the giant panda. According to the map, there were over a dozen giant pandas at the indicated location. Let us head there first and see what we can discover. Chu Ci decided to visit the largest gathering of pandas based on the data provided by Director Lin. Golden Matchmaker takes action. Brother Chu is wasting time. The probability of encountering a brown panda is exceedingly low. That is not entirely true. Since research began, brown pandas have been spotted 10 times. Really? I thought only 7 was a brown panda. Currently, only one, named Chu Ci, is still alive. Others have been found before, but have since passed away. Do you know about the giant panda Dandan? The first recorded brown panda lived 28 years and passed away in 2000. This is the first time I've heard of it. So it's possible for Brother Chu to find a brown panda after all. Don't even think about it. All the brown pandas have been discovered in the Yearning Mountains. There are none in Sichuan. Haha, it seems even fate is against Brother Chu. Not necessarily. What if there are brown pandas in Sichuan as well? Chu Ci retorted. The appearance of brown pandas is merely a result of genetic mutation, and if they thrive in Yearning, they should also exist in Sichuan. Why should all the golden fur be found on your side? Is it that all I have here are ghostly youths? This is hardly fair. Eat less on the way. We must quicken our pace. Finding a partner is our utmost priority, Chu Ci advised the giant panda earnestly. They had only walked for half the morning, and this creature had already rested twice and enjoyed 2 meals. He had never encountered such a glutton. Calm down. A giant panda can consume dozens of pounds of food in a day. Giant pandas in zoos only do 2 things, eat and sleep. Giant panda. What do you think made me so plump? Oh, look over there. A red chicken. Brother Chu, quick, look. A red chicken? Chu Ci glanced at the comments and then turned his head to look. Sure enough, a red chicken appeared in the bamboo grove behind him. With its golden crest, red body, and long tail, it was unmistakably a golden pheasant. It seemed to be foraging for food and had unexpectedly encountered Chu Ci and his group. A golden pheasant. The golden crest reminds me of certain someone across the ocean. Chu Ci watched in surprise as the golden pheasant cautiously approached him, but halted upon seeing Brother Tiger. Frightened, the golden pheasant is a bit scared of Brother Tiger. Isn't that obvious? It's a tiger. Who wouldn't he be afraid? The golden pheasant is truly beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also quite delicious. I've heard that golden pheasants can be farmed, yet I've never encountered one. Golden pheasants are a nationally protected species, but can be farmed with permission. I've heard this chicken is what the phoenix used to be. It does resemble a phoenix. Look at you two scaring it away. Chu Ci scolded Brother Tiger, who looked quite aggrieved. This is not my fault. I didn't make any sudden moves. Who knows why these animals flee upon seeing my handsome visage. Sometimes, being a dashing tiger is truly challenging. The golden pheasant cautiously glanced at Brother Tiger. Realizing it was not worth the trouble, it turned and fled without hesitation, feeling that lingering any longer could spell its doom. How dare it run away? Chu Ci chuckled and nudged the giant panda to stop eating and get moving. Wine, just one more bite. The giant panda pleaded cutely. Chu Ci had no choice but to wait a moment longer. At that moment, Chu Ci suddenly spotted something intriguing not far behind the giant panda. His eyes brightened, and he swiftly turned, calling out to the already departed golden pheasant. Hey, brother, don't leave yet. Brother, I found a dish that pairs perfectly with you. You are quite suited for cooking. Chapter 37. I shall bring my foe over. Upon hearing Chu Ci's cry, the red-bellied pheasant swiftly vanished from sight. I trust you. Not at all. Alas, what a pity. Chu Ci rose and walked a short distance behind the giant panda. Beneath a towering fir tree, he noticed several dark brown caps with white stalks, the prize morels. The online viewers erupted with excitement. Isn't that a morel? Brother Chu, you're on a lucky streak. This season is perfect for morel mushrooms. Just the other day when I ventured into the mountains, I stumbled upon morels and had planned to return for them. But alas, some old fox must have snatched them. Such delicacies require swift action. Hesitation leads to loss. Morels make for a splendid soup. Chew! Hurry and call back the red-bellied pheasant. The combination of mushrooms and chicken is simply unimaginable in its flavor. Actually, we often stir-fry mushrooms instead. Crunch, crunch! The giant panda munched on bamboo, leaning over to glance at the morels. Its massive head obstructed Chu Ci's view. The crunching abruptly ceased. Realizing something was amiss, Chu Ci embraced the panda from behind, moving it aside. "You are quite heavy," he remarked, patting the panda's head. To his dismay, he saw it had grasped a freshly picked morel, and without hesitation, it chewed on it. Perhaps finding it unpalatable, it immediately spat it out, opting instead for a couple of bites of bamboo to cleanse its palate. "What a travesty! You're like a cow chewing peonies." Chu Ci pointed at the panda's paw, trembling with indignation. Yet, it was akin to playing the lute to a cow, as the panda remained unfazed, leisurely gnawing on its bamboo. "What did you say? I can't hear you." "Ha! The giant panda is quite the curious creature. So adorable. I want to pat its big belly. It must feel delightful." Now, that is harassment. Don't blame the panda. It's merely inquisitive. Aside from bamboo, surely it can feast on mushrooms as well. Not only mushrooms, they even consume meat. Much of the remaining morels had been damaged by the panda's clumsy paws. Chu Ci looked at the ruined mushrooms with a pained expression. What a waste. We must not squander what is left. He crouched down to collect the mushrooms when, unexpectedly, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight, blocking his hand, reaching for the morels. "Hey, what are you doing here? Did you bring the seasoning pack?" Seeing the red-bellied pheasant return, Chu Ci chuckled. "Aren't you walking right into the tiger's den? Be careful. Tiger brother might truly devour you." "Brother, may I borrow your life to make a soup?" Red-bellied pheasant. "Will you return it after borrowing?" Red-bellied pheasant. "Do you find this joke amusing?" "I find it quite funny. You practically delivered yourself to my door." "Oh, look at the red-bellied pheasant. So bold to come back." "No worries. The red-bellied pheasant is game. Without seasoning, it will taste even fresher." Morels and red-bellied pheasant pair remarkably well. Now, with chicken and mushrooms in hand, what are you waiting for, Brother Chu? The viewers continued to cheer. With the ingredients ready, it was time to cook. Yet, Chu Ci hesitated. He wouldn't dare to consume a nationally protected animal in front of countless viewers. He wasn't foolish. "Step aside. Don't obstruct me, or I might just feed you to the tiger." He disdainfully pushed the red-bellied pheasant away. Red-bellied pheasant. "Just a moment ago, you called me brother. Now you're pushing me away? Why aren't you eating, Brother Chu? I have prepared the materials to report you. You have truly put Brother Chu in a bind. He doesn't wish to wear that garment." "Garment? What color is it?" Cha-cha-cha, the red-bellied pheasant suddenly emitted a loud and urgent cry for help. Drawing closer to Chu Ci. Curious, he turned to see Tiger Brother and Tiger Sister rushing towards them. It seemed Tiger Brother, having overheard Chu Ci, assumed he truly intended to eat the red-bellied pheasant, prompting him to chase it back. The red-bellied pheasant, sensing danger, hurriedly sought Chu Ci's aid. "Tiger Brother, this is a nationally protected animal. It cannot be consumed." Tiger Brother tilted his head in confusion. "A nationally protected animal? Is it that impressive? Even I cannot eat it? Don't even think about it." "Tiger Brother, don't believe his nonsense. He can't eat it, but you can. This is hilarious. Which protected animal can my Tiger Brother not eat?" "Tiger Brother, so, should I switch to vegetarianism?" "Remember, you are a first-class protected animal. The South China tiger is likely the rarest among first-class protected animals. The baiji, which is now extinct, is even rarer." Tiger Brother was left bewildered. "So, I cannot eat a nationally protected animal? Then what have I been consuming all this time? I shall report that there is a violation of protected animal laws here. You are truly a fool. All right, it will not eat you anymore." Chu Ci reassured the red-bellied pheasant and hurriedly picked up the morels from the ground. If he didn't act fast, this group of animals would ruin them. He intended to dry them for soup. Placing the morels into his bag, he bent down to pat the red-bellied pheasant's head. "You should hurry home. Be cautious of predators that may devour you." With that, Chu Ci stood up and departed with Tiger Brother and the others, sparing the red-bellied pheasant any further trouble. The red-bellied pheasant watched the direction in which Chu Ci had left, feeling a surge of emotion. What a good person! He is a fine tiger as well. To repay the kindness of this good person and fine tiger, it decided to introduce its own foe to them. It was a chicken filled with gratitude. Ahead lay the largest gathering of giant pandas in Yazhou. After walking for some time, Chu Ci glanced at the map and muttered, "By the way, where's your home?" Turning to the giant panda, he asked, "Huh? Home?" The giant panda pondered for a moment before shaking its head. "I do not remember. Why bother recalling such things? They cannot be eaten. You're quite the bear yourself." Chu Ci chuckled helplessly. After walking all morning, they had arrived at this place. Yet there was no guarantee of finding news about the rare-colored giant pandas. It seemed that finding a mate for the giant panda would require considerable effort. Brother Chu is still too naive. Just capture a giant panda. Don't say brown ones. Even green ones could be dyed. Captured giant panda. Did you consider my feelings when you said that? After walking for so long, why haven't we encountered other giant pandas? Wild giant pandas are scarce. They do not appear just because you wish them to. In fact, wild giant pandas are recorded. If there were other brown giant pandas, the Forestry Bureau would certainly be aware of it. Chu Ci remained undeterred, but the viewers in the live stream had grown despondent, believing that finding a rare-colored giant panda was an insurmountable challenge. It is indeed difficult to find. He glanced at the mountain path ahead, encouraging himself, and strode forward with determination. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system chimed in. Ding dong. System alert. Nearby searchable task objectives detected. Chapter 38. Is it not a brown panda? Can it be searched? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Chu Ci felt a surge of joy. His arduous journey had not been in vain. After traversing mountains and valleys to find a mate for the panda, he was finally hearing good news. System, quickly tell me where I can find the color variant panda. Chu Ci was eager to know the whereabouts of his target. System is searching. Task target found. Color variant panda. Location pinpointed. System, this feels a bit like overkill. We already know where the color variant panda is. Yet you still insist on this tedious process. Chu Ci remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You are now an extramural member of the system. You must follow the protocol. Do you understand? All right, you win. I won't argue with you. Chu Ci huffed, though his spirits were high. With the location of the color variant panda confirmed, he pressed onward. The destination lay not far ahead, but required crossing two formidable mountains. For the sake of finding a partner for the panda, Chu Ci was determined. His pace quickened, each step becoming more vigorous. Brother Chu, slow down. I can't keep up. Something feels off with you. Why is Brother Chu suddenly so energetic? Don't rush. Just wait and see. The host will tire out soon. At that moment, Chu Ci seemed to possess boundless energy, leading the animals forward with remarkable speed. He swiftly crossed the two mountains and reached the summit, where he beheld a valley lush with bamboo, stretching towards the opposite mountain. There, amidst the sea of bamboo, was the color variant panda. This expanse of bamboo is quite substantial. Surely, it must house a panda, Chu Ci exclaimed, catching his breath in excitement as he urged the animals onward. However, the panda suddenly became obstinate, plopping down and refusing to budge. Wah! I'm not going anymore. I'm hungry. Chu Ci, who had been leading the way, sighed in exasperation. Listen, dear lady, this endeavor is to find you a mate, not for my own benefit. Can you please focus? Despite his pleading, the panda remained unmoved, insisting on eating before proceeding. How amusing. It's a classic case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuchs are calm. Not quite the same. This panda is utterly indifferent to her own affairs. Well, she's just too cute to be upset. Absolutely adorable. I'm just curious why Brother Chu is finding mates for animals, but not for himself. Do you know how Brother Chu has managed without a partner for over 20 years? Yes, you all know. I advise you to retract that statement unless you wish to invoke my ire. But really, how has he managed? I'm baffled. You little rascal, pretending to be wise. Aren't you? With no other option, Chu Ci waited patiently for the panda to munch on a few bamboo shoots before it finally stood up and descended the mountain. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered a top-notch matchmaker like me. Otherwise, you might have remained single for life, he said with a sense of pride, glancing at the panda. However, the panda's attention was solely fixated on the bamboo, drooling with desire. Had Chu Ci not scolded it earlier, it would have likely been indulging right there. Sighing, Chu Ci reflected on the panda's carefree nature, its mind seemingly absent. But perhaps that was a blessing. A simple-minded panda need not worry about life as complexities. Uncertain if any other pandas were in the vicinity, he placed his hands on his hips and pretended to search the area. With such a vast bamboo grove, there must be pandas here. Not necessarily. Sometimes, pandas can also be found along the national highway. I adore the bamboo forest. Who understands the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves? When the bamboo grows through your house, you won't be so fond of it. Wait, I think I see a panda. Just as Chu Ci was about to venture deeper into the bamboo thicket, a panda wobbled out from within. Both he and the viewers were momentarily stunned. It was indeed a color-variant panda, but it was gray. Is this panda a product of insufficient ink during its birth? I've never seen a gray panda before. A gray panda seems to lack something. The fourth type of panda has appeared, the gray panda. My goodness, in my lifetime, I might actually see a gray panda. Hey, don't act so naive. Gray pandas do exist. Gray pandas are indeed a reality, but they were a color characteristic of the ancestors of the giant panda, Chu Ci explained. However, there had previously been a gray panda cub named Achievement, which eventually grew up and returned to normal coloration. As for adult gray pandas, Chu Ci had brushed up on his knowledge of pandas the previous night, yet he was still taken aback by this gray panda. This was simply unscientific. The system had never mentioned that a gray panda would be present. He had never encountered one before. Reversion. This must be a case of atavism. I've seen that gray panda cub named Achievement. It was truly gray. The gray panda's appearance has diminished its charm. It resembles a cantankerous old man. I believe that S called having a youthful face with gray hair. This gray panda seems rather timid. As the viewers noted, the gray panda did indeed display signs of timidity. Upon spotting Chu Ci and the animals, it was startled and quickly hid behind the bamboo, attempting to conceal its large body behind the slender stalks. It was a comical attempt at hiding, as if it were thinking, if I can't see you, you can't see me. After believing it had found a good hiding spot, it cautiously peered out with one eye, curiously observing Chu Ci, a timid creature with a blend of curiosity and apprehension. Huh, a new age attempt at hiding. How amusing. This panda is quite entertaining. Such a small heart. Perhaps its unusual coloration has led to its exclusion. I wonder why Seven doesn't face exclusion. Because Seven was raised in a zoo. This panda is so adorable. I just want to hug it. The viewers found the gray panda to be quite charming, albeit a bit timid as it peered out from behind the bamboo. Come here, little one. I have some delicious treats, Chu Ci coaxed, brandishing animal snacks in a tone meant to entice children. The other panda, having dropped its bamboo, looked at Chu Ci in shock and disbelief. Wait, why do you have treats for it and not for me? Huh, am I not as cute? The panda, feeling slighted, tossed its bamboo aside and turned away in a huff. But Chu Ci was entirely focused on the gray panda and remained oblivious to the growing resentment of the other. Brother Chu seems to be quite skilled with his words. Has he perhaps used this charm on young maidens in the past? Thank goodness the host has switched careers. Otherwise, he would surely become a human trafficker. Wow, Brother Chu has quickly become the villain. Under Chu Ci's persistent coaxing, the gray panda gradually emerged from behind the bamboo, taking tentative steps towards him, though still exhibiting a degree of vigilance. Just as Chu Ci believed he had earned the gray panda's trust. Suddenly, a giant panda emerged from the forest, glaring fiercely at Chu Ci and Tiger Brother. Woof! Do not harm my sister, exclaimed one of them. Goodness! Yet another panda of an unusual hue. Chapter 39. Effortlessly mastering the situation. Chu Ci was once again taken aback. Emerging from behind was yet another rare giant panda. This time a brown one. Two extraordinary giant pandas had come together. Goodness, what am I witnessing? A brown giant panda. Is it really possible for giant pandas to undergo such a genetic mutation? I am utterly astounded. Today is truly a visual feast. It bears a resemblance to Ci. Could they possibly be a pair? Would that mean Chu Ci's giant panda would be left without a mate? Is this creature truly a giant panda? Why does it bark like a dog? Are you referring to the barking or the dog that is barking? The online community, much like Chu Ci, was equally astonished by the sight of the two rare giant pandas. When did mutated giant pandas start appearing in such numbers? However, There is a glimmer of hope for resolving the giant panda's singlehood dilemma. Do not be alarmed. I'm not here to harm you. The immediate priority was to soothe the emotions of the two unusual giant pandas in order to proceed with the next steps. The brown giant panda exhibited a high level of wariness towards Chu Ci. Despite his repeated attempts to entice it, the panda remained cautious. At that moment, Chu Ci leaped forward, striking a rather flamboyant pose as he gazed at the brown giant panda. This unexpected appearance instantly provoked the brown giant panda's ire, baring its teeth menacingly, while the gray giant panda retreated behind a bamboo pole. Chu Ci, what are you doing? This is not the time for you to show off. I never realized Chu Ci could be so ostentatious. Haha, is Chu Ci trying to make me laugh to death? I respect Chu Ci as a true man. Do not cause trouble, Chu Ci. Chu Ci found himself both amused and exasperated as he pushed Chu Ci aside, hoping to avoid further complications. Rest assured, my friend, I would never bring you harm. Chu Ci reassured the brown giant panda, who remained unconvinced. In desperation, he tossed a piece of food and took a few steps closer, attempting to engage in conversation. With the system's assistance, the brown giant panda gradually lowered its guard, though it still kept its distance. Are you siblings? Chu Ci inquired. The brown giant panda nodded. Impressive, Chu Ci exclaimed, giving the brown giant panda a thumbs up. The ability to produce two rare giant pandas showcased the exceptional nature of its mother, whom he was eager to meet. Unbelievable. They are actually siblings? Genetic mutations can lead to such outcomes. Genetics conceals numerous biological secrets. I am curious about the color of these two giant pandas' mother. Quite simple, a vibrant mix of black. Or else they wouldn't have produced two rare giant pandas. During his exchange with the brown giant panda, Chu Ci discerned that any mention of its sister triggered a defensive response. Clearly, this was a panda with a strong attachment to its sibling. Therefore, to eliminate the brown giant panda's hostility and foster trust, he needed to approach the matter from its perspective, strengthening their bond. Observing the brown giant panda's size, Chu Ci remarked, "My dear friend, I sense you must be of age and have been single for quite some time." He feigned a gesture of calculation, prompting the brown giant panda to pause and then nod. Is it true that your kind does not seem to favor you? He probed further. The brown giant panda nodded once more, this time more emphatically, its gaze shifting with a hint of emotion. Remarkably accurate. Do you know why you remain single? The panda shook its head. Because your fate has yet to arrive. However, this year, your romantic destiny awaits. So, are you interested in finding a partner? Upon hearing this, the brown giant panda sprang forward with the ferocity of a hungry tiger, startling Chu Ci into retreat. Fortunately, the brown giant panda did not intend harm. Instead, it clung tightly to his leg, nodding fervently. Oh my, it desperately yearns for companionship. Unfortunately, its unusual coloration has led to a lack of interaction with its peers, leaving it dejected for years. Could this human be its savior? The brown giant panda's psychological defenses crumbled, its eyes brimming with tears, yet glimmering with hope. It was helpless. At an age of 11 years in reality, 12 in nominal years, and approaching 13, it was a single panda facing the prospect of aging alone. The longing for marriage weighed heavily on its heart. Chu Ci is quite the charmer, akin to a street fortune teller. Indeed, when I consulted a fortune teller, they said the same. Alas, Chu Ci has activated his skills. This brown giant panda is ensnared. Chu Ci has these creatures completely under his control. Giant panda, do you desire a mate? Fear not. I am here to bring you romantic fortune. To be more precise, I am here to introduce you to potential partners. Chu Ci adopted an expression of a sage from beyond the mortal realm, while the brown giant panda clung to his leg, unwilling to let go. Eager to shower Chu Ci with affection. Patience, my friend. Allow me to introduce today as potential match. Behold, the lovely heiress over there. Chu Ci gestured behind him, only to find the giant panda had turned away, seemingly preoccupied. He called out, "Hey, what is that beautiful lady doing?" Chapter 40. Please call me the golden matchmaker. Hey there, beautiful. What are you daydreaming about? Come over here. Let me introduce you. Chu Ci waved his hand. The previously irate giant panda turned its head and unexpectedly locked eyes with the brown panda, their gazes filled with eagerness. After a moment of stunned silence, it shyly lowered its head. Haha, the beautiful lady is shy. Don't be shy, gorgeous. I'm introducing you to your prospective partner. This is hilarious. Even a panda can feel bashful. Is this what blind dating looks like? It's a bit awkward for me. I'll tell you plainly, blind dates are inherently awkward. Under Chu Ci's repeated encouragement, the giant panda shyly approached. The brown panda immediately took a liking to it, looking at Chu Ci with an expression of disbelief. Is this truly the match he is being introduced to? Can such an unattractive creature really find a partner? Don't rush, Chu Ci signaled for patience, assuring them that everything was under control. What do you think? This brown panda meets your criteria, right? The giant panda glanced up at the brown panda, then once again lowered its head, responding shyly with a faint murmur and a slight nod. Chu Ci then asked the brown panda, "Do you like it this way?" The brown panda nodded enthusiastically, its excitement palpable. It adored this arrangement. Very well, since there are no objections, you two shall pair up and live together. Chu Ci declared decisivity. With mutual agreement, he promptly arranged for their cohabitation. Both were there for blind dates, aware of their desires. Consent equated to compatibility. Isn't this a bit casual? Then what do you propose? Should I prepare a dowry and organize a wedding? That works. I could use a feast. Dream on. These are animals. If they fancy each other, they can mate and produce offspring. But this seems too swift. They don't even know each other's personalities. What if they argue once together? The online audience struggled to adapt to the rapid marriage customs of animals, possibly projecting human perspectives while forgetting that animals primarily exist for survival and reproduction, far less complicated than human affairs. Rest assured, after my mediation, they are undoubtedly a perfect match. Chu Ci confidently assured the viewers in the live stream. He was simply that self-assured, echoing the wisdom of his elders. Confidence can extend one's life by 200 years. Of course, this confidence was partly due to the system's assistance. He had just discreetly checked their compatibility through the system. 100. A match made in heaven. I've made my decision. You have no objections, right? The brown panda nodded vigorously, having no reservations whatsoever. And you have no objections, either? The giant panda shyly emitted a sound of agreement. Then I shall consider this mission accomplished. My task as a matchmaker is fulfilled. With such an expansive bamboo grove, it would suffice for their lives together. Chu Ci sighed in relief, a smile returning to his face. After resolving such a challenging dilemma, he was eager to discover what peculiar conditions other animals might present later. Chu Gu truly deserves the title of Golden Matchmaker. He can make even this work. This streamer is impressive. I'm so anxious. Why doesn't Chu Gu take on human matchmaking? Why wait? It's too late now. Who knew about Chu Gu before? Had I known he was this capable, I would have sought him out. Are your family pressuring you to marry? How did you know? I've been there. It's just a matter of some trials and tribulations. By the way, where are your mothers? I'd like to pay a visit. Chu Ci quietly inquired of the brown panda. He was quite curious about the mother panda that could give birth to two differently colored offspring. Wah, we came from afar. Our mother has long been missing. The brown panda shook its head. From afar? Chu Ci was taken aback. You aren't from the Qinling Mountains, are you? The brown panda tilted its head in contemplation. Although it wasn't entirely certain where Qinling was, it had frequently heard that name during its travels. Thus, they must have come from there. You two are impressive. Chu Ci expressed admiration for the two differently colored pandas. To travel such a long distance from Qinling to Sichuan required both capability and courage, surpassing that of some humans. The giant panda would not suffer in following it. However, it seemed that the brown panda's gene mutation was indeed unique to Qinling. Sichuan might only produce the fiery-haired youth in the future. Why is Chu Gu whispering to the giant panda again? Don't disturb him. Yes, just having a moment. It'll pass. I wonder if the offspring of this brown panda will inherit its coloration and produce a vibrant picture. The brown panda and the giant panda shared a mutual affection, albeit with a touch of shyness. Chu Ci felt it was time to leave, not wanting to intrude on their budding romance. This bamboo grove is ample enough for the three of you. Should anything arise, come find me at home. I must return now. May fate bring us together again. At that moment, both giant pandas approached and affectionately rubbed against his legs. All right, you want TBC me for a while. Life is not an endless banquet. Strive to have many offspring to strengthen the panda lineage. The sky was growing dark, and Chu Ci was eager to return. He hurriedly pried himself from the two pandas' grasp, taking Tiger and the others with him as they made their escape. If he lingered any longer, he might find it hard to part. Wah, good person. Hearing the giant pandas call out to him, Chu Ci turned around and coolly replied, "Please call me the Golden Matchmaker. Oh, and don't forget to send my matchmaking fee to my home." Haha, I was just about to praise Chu Ci, but hearing that made me reconsider. The only dowry the giant pandas might offer is bamboo. Perhaps the only fee Chu Ci might receive is the golden necklace from the red-billed blue magpie. Not to mention the little squirrel gifted by the red fox couple. Chu Ci has facilitated several matches, yet we haven't even partaken in a celebratory feast. Wah, I can't bear to part with the giant pandas. I still want to see them. Chu Ci, don't go. Meanwhile, within the Public Security Bureau, two scruffy, disheveled young men, one stout and the other slender, hurried inside. Upon encountering the uniformed staff, they fell to their knees with a thud, knocking their heads in desperation. Before the staff could react, cries of utter despair erupted. "Oh, mighty Lord, please champion the cause of us, the impoverished. A while ago, someone stole my cow, which contained $1 million bezoar. That was the money for my brother's medical treatment. Without that bezoar, we are left with no means of survival." Chapter 41, it is him. He stole my family's yellow cattle. Let us speak calmly. Please stand up first. The staff from the Public Security Bureau were taken aback by this scene and promptly helped the individuals to their feet before escorting them inside to inquire about the situation. If this matter were mishandled, the repercussions could be significant. Once inside, the two continued to wail as if they had suffered a great injustice. After much persuasion from the staff, they finally managed to stabilize their emotions. Could you share the specifics of what transpired? The officer responsible for taking notes felt a pang of sympathy for the two and sighed. "Our yellow cattle has been stolen. That was the money for my brother's medical treatment. We are honest farmers. You must stand up for us." The plump man, who was the elder brother, began to weep again after only a few words, tears and snot streaming down his face, especially with his disabled brother beside him, who seemed unable to speak and cried incessantly. The surrounding witnesses were moved by their plight. They had already gathered a rough idea of the situation, and when they learned that the stolen cattle contained natural bezoar worth millions, everyone furrowed their brows. This was indeed a serious case that required earnest attention. Please recount the detailed sequence of events. Do you know who stole your cattle? Or do you have any clues? Yes, we know who the cattle thief is. The plump man nodded eagerly. Who is that individual? The staff exchanged glances, suddenly sensing that the matter might not be as simple as it seemed. Could it be that a local bully was once again preying upon the innocent? That person's name is Chu Ci. He has been live streaming recently. He is the one who stole our yellow cattle. Here is the receipt from when we purchased the cattle. Take a look. The plump man rummaged through his clothing and produced a receipt. The nearby staff member stepped forward, took the document, and examined it briefly. It did not appear to be forged. It was a legitimate receipt from the livestock market within their jurisdiction. They had also verified the identities of the two men through their internal system, confirming that they were indeed villagers from the vicinity. The brothers were clearly dependent on one another, and the brother's illness was genuine. It seemed likely that the cattle thief had targeted them because he perceived them as easy victims. However, the name Chu Ci sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He was live streaming. An officer suddenly had a moment of inspiration, pulled out his phone, and searched online. Is this Chu Ci the one you mean? The plump man craned his neck to take a look. Yes. That rascal is the one who stole my cattle. As the day waned, Chu Ci realized he would not make it home that night and decided to spend the night in the mountains, planning to return in the morning. Brother Who, are you familiar with the area? Are there any caves nearby? We can spend the night in the mountains, Chu Ci said to Brother Who. Spending the night in the mountains is too dangerous. Don't underestimate me. I'm not a mere house cat. Brother Who, how shameless. You want to spend the night outside on your first outing. I have seen you several times upstairs. If you send such comments again, I will come through the internet to deal with you. Count me in. I want to deal with him too, ruining the atmosphere of the live stream. Are you talking about the same person? Hurry up, take him away too. Hearing Chu Ci's inquiry, Brother Who silently led him in a direction. Chu Ci hastily followed, as having a local guide would be convenient. However, as they walked, Chu Ci suddenly sensed something amiss. They had already crossed several hills, and the sun was nearing its descent. Why had they not arrived yet? Brother Who, it's getting dark. Haven't we found a cave yet? Don't you know the way? Chu Ci glanced at the sky and complained. Well, I truly do not know. Brother Who turned around with an innocent expression, but Chu Ci was beginning to feel frantic. So, you have been leading me around without knowing the route? Why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to see if I could find the way. Sometimes, one should not be overly confident. Brother Who, be careful not to get lost. I think Brother Who might be leading us astray. Brother Who lives in the mountains. He must know the area well. The mountains are vast. Can you truly know every detail? Be cautious. It's nearly dark. Chu Ci. Watch out for wild beasts in the mountains. Are you speaking without thinking? Which wild beast would dare come out to trouble itself? Though the viewers were unaware of the conversation between Chu Ci and Brother Who, they unanimously agreed that Brother Who was undoubtedly leading them astray. I remember that Chu Ci came through this area not long ago. Don't say that out loud. What if it frightens Chu Ci? Chu Ci would prefer you to tell him the truth. Doesn't Chu Ci have a signal on his phone? Use the GPS to see if there are any caves nearby. I thought you meant to check if there was a way out. Come on, tell me. Which map software indicates cave locations in the mountains? What if there are wild men in the mountains? Send that fellow to Africa to accompany the second brother. I mean immediately. Let us take a break. I'm tired from walking. Chu Ci didn't want to waste energy wandering aimlessly any longer. As he sat down to rest, he didn't even glance at the barrage of comments flooding the live stream. He felt he had eaten too much, but he would not allow these people's imaginations to surpass his own. While Chu Ci was resting, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for creating another success, facilitating a pair of fated relationships. Rewards are as follows. Beauty filter camera. Are you still anxious about your appearance? With a beauty filter camera, even your parents wouldn't recognize you in the photos. Senior Veterinarian Qualification Certificate. The most authoritative and highest title in the veterinary profession. Zhang San Professional Lawyer Team. One intervention. Zhang San, true to his name, is terrifying. Hiring him could even land employers in jail. Wait a moment, system. Are you serious about this Zhang San Professional Lawyer Team? Chu Ci was dumbfounded by the last reward. The first two rewards were acceptable. The beauty filter camera was a useless product. One cannot live perpetually in a virtual world that is not authentic. Besides, he was handsome enough not to need it. Was he supposed to take pictures of animals? They cared little about appearances. Thus, this reward was indeed superfluous. The only useful one was the Senior Veterinarian Qualification Certificate, the highest title that only top-tier professionals in the veterinary field could obtain. With this certificate, his veterinary skills would soar. But what about this Zhang San Professional Lawyer Team? What does the system mean? Am I supposed to hire him and then let him send me to jail? What do I gain from that? Regardless, Zhang San is here for you. How you utilize him is up to you. After the system explained, it fell silent. Chu Ci scolded. The system was getting better at manipulating him. He hoped he would never need this Zhang San team. Ding! In recognition of the host's recent outstanding performance, a new system feature has been activated. Drifting bottle feature one way. Chapter 42. The drift bottle from afar. Drift bottle one way. The host can retrieve the thoughts of animals by fishing out bottles. Daily usage limit. 3 times. A drift bottle? System, you are increasingly resembling a certain application. To be frank, have you not borrowed from that green bubble? Chu Ci gazed at the familiar drift bottle interface, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Before his journey through realms, he had made considerable use of this feature. He recalled the year when the drift bottle function was immensely powerful, filled with content both varied and chaotic. Any infraction one could conceive was likely found within. However, this very aspect led to the eventual removal of the drift bottle function, leaving many with a sense of regret. Chu Ci had not anticipated encountering a drift bottle in this alternate world. Alas, it was one way. He could only retrieve bottles, not cast them. After musing for a moment, he decided to experience this new feature. Bottle retrieving in progress. Bottle opening. The bottle is from Tiger Brother. Why am I so extraordinarily handsome? Remening usage, deux trois. Chu Ci. Goodness, how can this fellow be so self-absorbed? He shot a glance at Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother, taken aback, found Chu Ci perplexing and promptly glared back. Ignoring the feline, Chu Ci continued to fish for more drift bottles. Bottle retrieving in progress. Bottle opening. The bottle is from Tiger Brother. Alas, I'm just too handsome. Remaining usage, 1-3. Can I tolerate this? Absolutely not. Filled with indignation, Chu Ci marched towards Tiger Brother, who appeared utterly bewildered, and gave him a light tap on the head. Can you please refrain from such narcissism? There's no need for so much inner monologue, understood? The entire world now knows how handsome you are, he said with exasperation. Roar, I am not. Tiger Brother stubbornly denied his vanity. Being handsome is simply being handsome, after all. Oh, I see. You are just jealous of my superior looks. Ha, ugly human. No. You think I am oblivious to this? You are the most self-absorbed of all. Your thoughts are abundant. Chu Ci slapped Tiger Brother again. Moving away, still agitated, he returned for another slap. Did you hear that? No need for so many thoughts. Even thinking is a crime. Chu Ci's slap was well-timed. Bewilderment caused no harm. Why did Chu Ci suddenly erupt in such fury? Perhaps he is vexed by Tiger Brother leading him astray. Let's pardon Tiger Brother. He did not mean it. The viewers in the live stream pleaded for Tiger Brother. Chu Ci was too irked to explain extensively. With so many animals around, why was it only Tiger Brother's thoughts that were so abundant? Meanwhile, Sister Tiger remained quiet. 3 opportunities a day, and you squander 2 of them. Chu Ci expressed his displeasure, turning away to distance himself. Having moved far enough away, he hoped to be free from Tiger Brother's mental disturbances. Essentially, the drift bottle was a voice for the animals' hearts. System, let me use the drift bottle once more. Chu Ci rubbed his hands together, seemingly eager. Bottle retrieving in progress. Bottle opening. The bottle is from a penguin at the Rongqing Oceanarium. I wish to return home, to my Antarctica, to see my kind. Remaining usage 0-3. Wow, the drift bottle can travel such distances? Chu Ci was astonished to receive a message from a penguin. Upon further inspection of its heartfelt longing, he realized this creature was a penguin from the Oceanarium yearning for its homeland. This penguin did not consider the human-raised penguins as kin. Chu Ci was genuinely surprised. However, Antarctica is far too distant. Alas, I cannot assist. He chuckled, finding the drift bottle rather enjoyable, as it allowed him to randomly uncover the sentiments of animals. However, he mused that discovering these thoughts might not be particularly useful. It would merely serve as a source of amusement. Turning back, he noted that the day was fading, the surrounding light beginning to dim. Tiger Brother, let us find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. We shall make do for the night, he instructed. Tiger Brother yawned widely and got up, leading Chu Ci in search of a suitable spot. How dare you make me, Chu Ci, spend the night exposed? Mountain God, come forth. Mountain God, if I were to appear, you would be kneeling before me. Do you not realize that tigers are in fact mountain gods? Chu Ci, let us collaborate to develop an app that marks caves and shelters. Trust me, this is a promising venture, given the needs of wild men or animals in the mountains. Quick, increase the dosage. Your idea is sound, but it seems you have misidentified your target clientele. The concept is intriguing, yet impractical and somewhat absurd. You are simply unaware. I have heard of maps marking where droppings can be found abroad. Opening such a map would reveal a screen full of excrement. Chu Ci had no time to engage in idle banter with the viewers. He needed to find shelter before darkness enveloped the land. Just then, a figure ahead captured his attention, compelling him to fixate upon it, momentarily entranced. Look there, a limping blue-headed diving duck. It even supports itself with nearby grass. Chu Ci suddenly burst into laughter. Not far away, a blue-headed diving duck limped toward them, unsteady on its feet. It extended a wing to prop itself against the surrounding weeds, a sight both comical and endearing. Haha, this duck is quite amusing. It must have just returned from a brawl. Blue-headed diving duck, what are you laughing at? I am a nationally protected species. Dare you mock me? I not only laugh at you, but I shall eat you. An amusing soul surely possesses a delightful body. Shameless. You dare utter such words. Even targeting a duck? Chu Ci, hurry, heat the oil. We cannot let it escape. This hilarious duck walks just like I do when I limp. Everyone, do not go overboard. Stifle your laughter. Do not make sound. The duck's way of walking was indeed comical. Though mocking, it was impolite. No one could contain their laughter. Viewers on their phones erupted in mirth, while Chu Ci, too, found himself laughing. The echoes of laughter reverberated through the forest, prompting the blue-headed diving duck to stop and glare in their direction. Though the distance obscured its expression, it was undoubtedly filled with fury. Quack, the blue-headed diving duck let out an angry call, silencing Chu Ci's laughter, which was replaced by sheer astonishment. Wait, how can you still fly with a limp? My mistake, dear sir. Chapter 43. Young man, learn to roast duck with me. Amid the relentless mockery of Chu Ci, the green-headed diving duck furiously spread its wings and soared into the air, lunging towards Chu Ci with the ferocity of its remaining good leg. Chu Ci hastily raised his hands to shield his face, desperate to avoid disfigurement. Wait, how can this fellow fly? Chu, are you joking? The creature is limping, but its wings are intact. Huh, it's a bird, not a beast. A limp leg doesn't impede flight. How audacious, daring to be arrogant with a broken leg. Let's break its other leg. Watch my username. I'll kick that good leg hard. See? This is the consequence of mocking someone to their face. One must always ridicule from shadows. Brother, you've got it wrong. Chu Ci retreated while pleading for mercy. The green-headed diving duck seemed to unleash all its fury upon him, attacking with relentless vigor. Despite having only one good leg, its assault was formidable, enhanced by its powerful wings, leaving Chu Ci in a state of disarray. However, seizing the opportune moment, Chu Ci lunged forward, grasping the duck's neck, instantly neutralizing its attacks. I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you. I hope you can forgive me. With one hand firmly locked around the duck's throat, he frantically apologized. The green-headed diving duck struggled, its eyes nearly rolling back in disbelief. Is this how you apologize? Who choked someone while saying sorry? Chu, let go of the green-headed diving duck. It's about to pass out. Chu, your method of apology is quite hardcore. This is not an apology. It resembles a brawl. Apologizing while holding it captive? Chu, you truly have a unique approach. Green-headed diving duck. Choke me? Just you wait. Will you forgive me? Will you? If not, I'll make you wish you had. After his apologies, Chu Ci finally released the duck, which stretched its neck and coughed a few times on the ground. It nearly faced its demise. Brother, your leg is injured. Allow me to examine it. I can help you recover. Chu Ci said with genuine concern. Then without further ado, he grasped the diving duck's injured leg, intent on providing treatment. Do you really think you can heal this leg? Chu, don't move recklessly. What if you break its leg again? If it breaks, we'll just roast it. The green-headed diving duck is a nationally protected species. You can't afford to roast such a duck. If I heal it, how will you cover the medical expenses? Simple. Turn yourself into roasted duck as payment for Chu. Rest assured, when it comes to veterinary matters, I am an authority. Healing a broken leg is a trivial task. Chu Ci proclaimed confidently. I am a senior veterinarian. Do you think I jest? I can treat not only animals, but also humans. The green-headed diving duck was displeased by Chu Ci's rough handling. However, what choice did it have with its injured leg? As soon as Chu Ci began, he exclaimed, "Remarkable! Brother, your leg is truly splendid." The duck extended its neck and puffed out its chest with pride. Of course, just look at whose leg it is. Chu, please, don't act like a lunatic. Mom, I'm scared. It feels like there's a weirdo here. Host, your taste seems rather peculiar. This kind of plot would be explosive in the domestic quirky genre. You must have reincarnated in the wrong place. You should have been born next door. The green-headed diving duck croaked proudly. Chu Ci continued, your leg is too beautiful. Honestly, it's a pity not to turn it into roasted duck. He clicked his tongue, tinged with a hint of regret. Young man, how about learning to roast duck with me? Once you master it, you could open a duck restaurant. It's a no-risk business compared to your current life of wandering and discomfort. What? Wait a minute. Did you just say I should learn to roast duck? And open a duck restaurant? Why does it feel like the one saying this isn't even human? I knew it. I knew Chu wasn't tea this simple. Huh. Roasting duck requires specific breeds. The green-headed diving duck certainly wouldn't tea taste good. How do you know it wouldn't tea taste good if you haven't tried it? Once the green-headed diving duck learns, it could roast itself. It knows its own body best. ISN tea it a no-risk business. When customers arrive, just slaughter a fellow duck for fresh roasting. I'll only eat roasted duck prepared by the green-headed diving duck. The online spectators felt Chu Ci's idea was somewhat impolite. How could one let the ingredient roast itself? Wasn't he that putting the poor creature in a predicament? Let me go. Let me go. The green-headed diving duck attempted to retract its leg to escape, but Chu Ci held it firmly, preventing its movement. This leg has quite a bit of strength. Not only can you become a roasted duck, but you could also learn a martial arts secret technique. This technique would suit you well, allowing you to conquer the world. Hearing Chu Ci's incessant chatter, the green-headed diving duck gradually ceased its struggles. It became intrigued by the promise of an unbeatable martial arts secret. However, Chu Ci abruptly stopped mid-sentence, leaving it infuriated. What martial arts secret? Speak up. All right, you should take a stroll. Next time, avoid brawling with others. Chu Ci quickly assessed the situation and swiftly reattached the duck's leg. Is it necessary to have medical skills just to be a streamer these days? You got it wrong. It's not that streamers have become doctors, but rather doctors have become streamers. Chu just had the green-headed diving duck dazed with his words. Young man, I see potential in your bones. You might be a genius in martial arts. I have an unparalleled secret manual here, and it can be yours for just one roasted duck. The green-headed diving duck flailed on the ground. Guess what? It's healed. Gah! The duck was astonished as it looked at Chu Ci. Its leg had miraculously recovered. Just a trivial matter. Chu Ci waved his hand nonchalantly. The feeling of being admired was truly delightful. Stop laughing. Quickly find a place to stay. Tiger Brother reminded. Oh right, I nearly forgot. The forest has grown dark. It's completely night now. Relying solely on the brightness of the live stream screen, one tea suffice. Brother, I want tea ask for medical fees. You seem local. Please tell me where I can find a place to stay. Chu Ci sought assistance from the diving duck. Medical fees? What medical fees? I never asked you to treat me. The green-headed diving duck quacked, then turned and soared into the sky. Chu Ci was momentarily stunned, realizing the duck had flown off without paying for its treatment. What the? You're leaving without paying for the medical fees? Tiger Brother, who had broken the duck's leg, saw the green-headed diving duck fly off without a word and felt a surge of anger. He directed Tiger Brother to chase after the diving duck. Break its legs again. 2 legs. Remember, 2 legs. The green-headed diving duck didn't fly far before landing again, turning its head to signal Chu Ci. Come on, what were you doing just now? Oh well. Chapter 44. Which path do you walk? Chu Ci awkwardly scratched his head. He never anticipated that the teal duck would not flee. This situation was quite embarrassing. However, the fault lay with you. Who told you to run off without a word? You made me misunderstand. Apologize to me. Ahem. Well, let us go. Hurry up and follow my brother. Chu Ci quickly changed his demeanor and hurried to catch up. Tiger Brother cast a puzzled glance at him. Not gonna break your legs? Don't worry. It's merely a nationally protected species. I have feasted upon it before, let alone breaking 2 legs. I guarantee this will be handled clearly. To say it was done by me, Tiger Brother. Let us see who dares to harm my brother. Let us not fight for now. We are all family. Why fight? Chu Ci waved his hand, signaling Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger to follow swiftly. The darkness of the mountains made it difficult to navigate, or rather, there was no path to choose. Chu Ci could only urge the teal duck to fly more slowly. Slow down. I can't keep up. If only I had wings. Chu Ci lamented. My dear, fly slowly. Damn the bullet screen. It stirs up my youthful memories. Your song is wrong. They are singing about butterflies. I thought the teal duck was about to escape. I envy how Chu Gu interacts with animals. I adore little creatures. So do I. Especially when they're braised, paired with a chilled beer. It's delightful. How about you, little sister? You've made the little sister introverted. The mountains were shrouded in darkness. Chu Ci could only rely on the dim light from his phone. Brothers, my phone is running low on battery. I will end the live stream. See you tomorrow. Chu Ci noticed his phone as battery was dwindling and hurriedly bid farewell to his online followers before shutting down the stream. Quack, hurry up, I'm waiting to fight. The teal duck paused, waiting for Chu Ci, a hint of impatience in its tone. Humans are troublesome. Walking is no match for my flying speed. Your legs have just healed. Why fight? Chu Ci retorted after catching up. Why do animals also crave conflict? The red-billed chuff has yet to return. The teal duck's legs have just healed, yet it seeks to fight again. It seems that animals are the true territorial warriors, while humans must yield. Quack, I want to smash that damned group of red-billed chuffs, the teal duck declared angrily. If it weren't for that group of red-billed chuffs, how could its legs have been injured? Chu Ci was taken aback by this revelation and hurriedly inquired, Are you saying you fought with the red-billed chuffs? Where are they? Quack, I don't know, I encountered them halfway. They were very overbearing, occupying my flight path, and even broke my leg. The teal duck quacked angrily, as if it bore a deep-seated grudge against the red-billed chuffs. I see. Chu Ci felt a twinge of disappointment. He had thought the red-billed chuffs were seeking revenge against the teal duck. To his surprise, the two parties merely crossed paths, yet this encounter birthed enmity. You red-billed chuffs are indeed bandits. However, this also indicates that the targets of the red-billed chuffs' vengeance are likely not in this area. The red-billed chuffs are quite fleet-footed. Chu Ci muttered under his breath. Then he turned to the teal duck. When will the quarrel between the crows and ducks end? A step back leads to vast horizons. He attempted to console the teal duck, urging it to abandon the notion of revenge. Quack. Impossible. Absolutely not. I will definitely break their legs. The teal duck stretched its neck and quacked several times into the pitch-black sky, its voice laden with sorrow and fury. Why should it endure the injury to its leg without seeking retribution? This is moral coercion. Listen to me. The world is not merely about fighting. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. Are you skilled in combat? What use is your strength if you cannot wield it effectively? To survive, one requires power and connections. Which path do you walk? Chu Ci probed further, genuinely concerned for the teal duck's safety. If the teal duck were to face a multitude of red-billed chuffs, he would certainly advise against it. But it was just you alone. Wouldn't he that be courting death? The teal duck shook its head in response. Currently, it was indeed alone. Its kin had flown to the other side of the mountain, and it could not keep up. Oh, so you're just a little petty thief, Chu Ci scoffed. Do you truly believe you can overpower that entire group of red-billed chuffs? They are quite united. Remember, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of running out of firewood. I trust my words have touched your very soul. Reflect on them. Chu Ci had witnessed the unity of the red-billed chuffs. In pursuit of vengeance for their kin, the entire faction of red-billed chuffs mobilized. With such solidarity and action, a lone teal duck stands no chance against them. The teal duck bowed its head, feeling the sting of Chu Ci's words. Its kin were scarce, utterly outmatched by the red-billed chuffs. If a confrontation arose, they would indeed be no match for the opponents. But should I just give up? Is my leg's injury to be in vain? This is infuriating. Damn it. Precisely. A step back leads to vast horizons. Instead of perpetually engaging in conflict, why not learn to roast duck with me? It would be far more enjoyable. Chu Ci patted the teal duck's back. The teal duck immediately drooped its head in dejection. Seeing this, Chu Ci took on the role of a life coach, continuing to console it. Life is not solely about fighting. Roar. I see a cave. Tiger Brother suddenly exclaimed. Where? Chu Ci ceased his educational efforts and hurried to follow Tiger Brother to the cave he had spotted. The cave was not far from where they stood and was relatively clean, devoid of any residing animals. There was no need to worry about accommodation. Chu Ci set his belongings on the ground and sighed in relief. At last, a place to stay has been resolved. Oh, where's the teal duck? Chu Ci glanced around but found no trace of it. He did not pay it much mind and proceeded to charge his phone while reopening the live stream. There was no escaping the solitude in this dark cave. Tiger Brother and Sister Tiger were incessantly displaying their affection. Who could withstand that? Was your phone out of battery? Chuga, have you found a place to stay? Chuga, don't sleep too soundly tonight. Who knows what may happen? What is going on? Has Chuga been devoured by Tiger Brother? This cave doesn't seem too accommodating. Well, it'll have to do for one night. What else can be done? Chu Ci retrieved the dry rations he had brought. In this season, There was little to forage in the mountains, and lighting a fire outside was impossible, so he could only nibble on dry provisions. Oh dear, Chu Ci, is this all you'll eat tonight? Your life is too miserable. What about the teal duck? Bring it back to demonstrate, and teach it to make roast duck. You all are truly something. Chu Ci clearly hasn't spent a night in the mountains before. He should have prepared some self-heating rice. Chu Ci, you're failing. The person next door has already started eating hot pot in the mountains. Having something to eat is already quite fortunate. What is there to be picky about? Chu Ci took a sip of water, nearly choking. Just as he was gnawing on the hard bread, Director Lin suddenly called. What is up? The origins of your natural bezoar stone, are they authentic? Chapter 45. This is my cousin. He wishes to make Peking duck. Chu Ci found himself momentarily bewildered by the sudden inquiry. Why was this topic being brought up again? He had already sold the beef bile, and the money was in hand. Why were people still questioning its legitimacy? It came from a system. What more could be said? What it should even mean? He demanded a definitive response. This matter is of great importance. Chu Ci, Lin Fei stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci replied earnestly, Director Lin, rest assured, my natural beef bile has a legitimate source. There is absolutely nothing illicit about it. Although he was unsure of Lin Fei's intentions in making this call, a vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that someone had their eyes on the beef bile he possessed, wishing to stake a claim? A man is innocent, yet the possession of something valuable can lead to trouble. Life can be quite cruel at times. That assurance is sufficient. Today, someone from the Public Security Bureau called inquiring about the beef bile. I suspect someone is targeting your supply. When you return home tomorrow, do not associate with anyone until our department's personnel arrive, Lin Fei advised with grave seriousness. I have made some inquiries. This situation is quite tricky. Apparently, the other party has produced compelling evidence claiming the beef bile is theirs. What? The beef bile is theirs? Chu Ci was taken aback by Lin Fei's words. Well, you natural beef bile, you're quite the player. You've hidden your connections remarkably well, managing to acquire other owners behind my back. How would you treat me this way? Subsequently, Chu Ci inquired within his mind, System, do you have other hosts outside of me? Am I not your sole master? We are merely in a system-host relationship. Your words are somewhat ambiguous. The system responded, a cold sweat breaking out. Rest assured, this beef bile and its natural origins are legitimate. There is no truth to the claim that it belongs to someone else. If they have the audacity, let them come and confront me. The system provided Chu Ci with a sense of reassurance. Director Lin, this piece of natural beef bile rightfully belongs to its true owner. We need not fear anyone, Chu Ci asserted confidently. Haha, quite the confidence. However, the other party is well prepared. If you cannot produce evidence for this beef bile, it may very well be surrendered, Lin Fei cautioned. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, what was meant to come would eventually arrive. This piece of natural beef bile was undoubtedly a prized asset that had likely attracted many interested parties. After all, to outsiders, his acquisition of it appeared to be sheer luck, as though he had stumbled upon it. The owner of the cow must have some claim, making the beef bile theirs. Without substantial proof that the cow belonged to Chu Ci, it left a gap for those with ulterior motives to exploit. Be cautious when you return home tomorrow. I'll arrange for a competent lawyer through a friend. Lin Fei expressed his concern. A lawyer? Thank you, Director Lin, but there is no need for such trouble. I have already retained legal counsel, eagerly awaiting this day. Chu Ci responded gratefully. Very well. Do not hesitate to reach out if anything arises. Lin Fei said before concluding the call. He had done what he could. The rest was up to Chu Ci. System, contact Zhang San, Chu Ci instructed. Understood, host. All evidence and materials have been forwarded to Zhang San's professional legal team. With a sorrowful gaze, Chu Ci looked outside the cave. Ah, so you wish to force my hand, do you? Do you really think Zhang San is to be trifled with? When he takes action, several will surely be sent away. Others interpret the law. He writes it. So may fortune favor you all. After the call, Chu Ci glanced at the time. It was growing late, and sleep beckoned. He rose and approached Hu Sa. Why are you walking over to Hu Sa to sleep? Is the next segment paid content? I've already prepared a loan. Dear host, hurry up. What an interesting fellow, taking out a loan for a stream. Chu Ci, move your head. You cannot lie on Hu Sa. Tiger Ge. Why are you just watching? Stop him. That's your wife. Enough of this. I wonder where all this wild imagination comes from. Chu Ci interjected. They're merely seeking amusement, someone chimed in. After walking over, Chu Ci laid out his sleeping bag on the ground and rested his head against whose saw, settling down. The tiger, true to its nature, radiated warmth. Meanwhile, Tiger Go shot Chu Ci an angry glare. What do you think you're resting your head? Get up, Chu Go. Tiger Go is about ready to devour you. A brazen superior, a silent wife, and my own incompetence. You little rascal, you've seen a lot, haven't you? As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the streaming room shifted dramatically. Useless. You can't even protect your own wife. It was his insistence. Oh, so you just complied? Didn't I tell you that? Very well. I declare you the great ancestor of the Tiger clan. What's it like lying on Tiger? I wish to experience it myself. Try it, and you shall meet your end. Brothers, it's getting late. Let us meet again tomorrow. Good night. Chu Ci reached out and closed the streaming room. Leaning against the two tigers, he fell asleep within moments, exhausted from the day's endeavors. The next day, gentle morning light streamed into the cave. Leaning against the two South China tigers, Chu Ci awoke with the dawn. So soon, morning has arrived? He stretched and made his way outside the cave. Tiger Go and Hu Sa followed suit, stretching as well. The manner in which felines stretch is remarkably synchronized, with their front paws and heads lowered, while their rear ends arch high. Afterward, they did not forget to let out a yawn. Chu Ci, glancing into the distance where the morning light filtered through the trees, creating a picturesque scene. Suddenly, a familiar quacking sound echoed from afar. Two teal-headed ducks flew in and landed at the cave entrance, one of which was the limping duck from yesterday. What did you run off to last night? Chu Ci greeted the teal-headed duck. Quack, I wish to learn your martial arts secrets. The teal-headed duck replied earnestly, having pondered this all night. This was inspired by Chu Ci's mention of possessing a martial arts technique suited for it, promising invincibility upon mastery. Learn what? Martial arts secrets? Chu Ci stifled a yawn, momentarily speechless. He found the situation both amusing and absurd. What martial arts prowess? He had merely spoken casually the night before. Did the duck genuinely believe him? If only he had such abilities, he too would wish to learn. Alas, he had not traversed into a world of martial arts, but had instead found himself in this peculiar reality. Quack, this is my cousin. The teal-headed duck pointed to another duck nearby. Oh, and then? Chu Ci inquired, perplexed by the introduction. Quack, he wishes to make Peking duck. Oh, so you want to learn how to prepare Peking duck? Wait, what? Cousin? Chapter 46. The Duck Realm's Dong Tianbao Quack. The young male teal was taken aback by this remark, turning his neck stiffly to gaze in astonishment at the teal. Dear cousin, you didn't mention before we arrived that you intended to become a roast duck. I thought we were here to feast on roast duck. Are you certain it's going to be a roast duck? Chu Ci echoed, equally astonished. Quack, quack. The teal nodded affirmatively and flapped its wings at its cousin. Hurry and say it. Declare your desire to become a roast duck. Quack. I do not wish to be a roast duck. I refuse to be a roast duck. The cousin teal, flapping desperately, soared into the sky, fleeing without looking back. I shall return to inform your mother. You have betrayed me, cousin. Am I no longer your true cousin? Hey, your cousin has flown away. Chu Ci whistled toward the teal. The teal heaved a sigh, its chest heaving. It seemed that this cousin was of no use now. Once I have mastered my skills, wouldn't it be better to roam the world with my kin, unbeatable? Couldn't you make a small sacrifice for your entire clan, even if it means your own life? The teal expressed its disappointment. It appeared that this human's martial arts secrets were beyond its reach. With its head drooping in despair, the teal turned to leave. However, at that moment, Chu Ci called out to it, Stay and learn my martial arts secrets with me. The teal turned around, astonished at Chu Ci. Is that true? Am I truly allowed to learn your martial arts secrets? Your willingness to sacrifice family reminds me of someone. My fate is determined by me and not by heaven. Dong Junbao, if I am not mistaken, you are the renowned Dong Junbao of the Duck Realm. Chu Ci earnestly addressed the teal. Do not underestimate this wild teal. Its ambitions were considerable, reminiscent of Dong Junbao. He yearned to see how far this wild teal could grow, primarily to satisfy his own peculiar whims. Quack, quack. The teal nodded excitedly. Quack, please teach me quickly. The teal was eager, impatient to grow stronger. There's no rush. We shall discuss this upon returning home. Remember, one must not be hasty in the pursuit of martial arts. Chu Ci's sage demeanor sparked admiration in the teal. You haven't figured out how to deceive it yet, have you? Silence, system. It is inappropriate to strike the face while hitting, and to criticize without revealing the truth. You are being rather excessive. Am I deceiving the teal? I merely have yet to devise how to further manipulate it. By the way, do you wish to pursue romance? Chu Ci's sudden inquiry caught the teal off guard. The teal pondered if this was a test of its resolve. This posed no challenge to it. Quack. I prioritize my career. I shall not consider romance. The teal stretched its neck skyward, wearing a proud expression. Very well. If you refuse to entertain romance, I shall cease teaching you. You may leave. Chu Ci replied coldly with a hum. Teal. No. You're not adhering to the established protocol. The teal was bewildered. Pursuing martial arts is a physically demanding endeavor. I am considering your future. You wouldn't want to be left without options, would you? Chu Ci explained with righteous fervor. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to pursue romance? At this juncture, the teal grasped the situation and nodded affirmatively. It desired romance. It had longed for a partner, but had yet to find one. Excellent. Chu Ci grew increasingly satisfied with the teal. System, search for nearby animals interested in romance. You truly are insufferable. Hurry up, system. I wish to ascertain whether the teal has deceived me. Currently searching. Task identified. Male teal. Splendid. Upon seeing the system's alert, Chu Ci beamed. The teal had not deceived him. It was indeed seeking romance. While learning martial arts, it could simultaneously aid him in completing a task, an opportunity to achieve two objectives at once. System. You shall accompany me in learning. However, there is one stipulation you must remember. Should you cause any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to invoke my name. I shall come to your aid. Chu Ci's commanding and protective words made the teal nod vigorously. It seemed it had not erred in its choice of mentor. Nearby, Tiger Brother emitted a disdainful snort. A mere duck cannot stir up much commotion. I am the king of the forest. How could it choose to learn from this human? Who pales in comparison to my appearance? Have you truly lost your mind? What is that snort for? Chu Ci glared at Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother turned his head away, opting to ignore him. Let us head down the mountain first. We can discuss other matters later. Chu Ci swiftly gathered his belongings and exited the cave. Good morning, brothers. Good morning, Brother Chu. Ah, Brother Chu, your phone still has battery? There exists something called a power bank. Brother Chu, did you sleep comfortably on the tiger last night? Absolutely. Genuine leather. Quite warm. Chu Ci patted Tiger Brother's head. Tiger Brother impatiently swatted Chu Ci's hand away. Is my head something you can touch? What? Are you saying you can't even touch it now? Wasn't it you who begged me to find you a mate? Want not to be so ungrateful. Chu Ci shot a glare at Tiger Brother, forcing himself to pat Tiger Brother's head once more. Tiger Brother sighed silently, choosing not to speak. Alas, he had fallen into this human's clutches. Oh, Brother Chu, you're becoming increasingly audacious. Now you're even disregarding Tiger Brother. Hey, it was clearly Tiger Brother who approached first. Can someone tell me what it feels like to pet a tiger? You can treat it as an oversized cat. It's not much different from petting a cat. Ah, the distinction is vast. Petting a cat may result in a sore hand, but petting a tiger could result in losing your hand altogether. With a route from yesterday fresh in his memory, Chu Ci made swift progress on his journey home. In less than a morning, he returned to the familiar mountainous region, encountering the well-trodden path he often traversed. Almost home now, I shall rest for a moment. Chu Ci, panting, found a clear patch of ground to sit. At that moment, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures approaching from a distance. It was the Red Fox couple. Why are you two here again? Chu Ci waved at the Red Fox pair. Upon seeing Chu Ci, they raced toward him. However, trailing behind them was an adorably fluffy little creature, stumbling as it attempted to keep up, occasionally tumbling over. It resembled a fox, yet not entirely. After all, juvenile canids often look quite similar at a young age, making it easy to mistake one for another at first glance. What brings you here? Chirp, chirp. Our child, the male red fox exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the little creature behind them. This little one is, chirp, 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 ours. The female red fox added with equal exuberance. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci stood in disbelief. They had known each other for less than a month, and now their child had grown so large. Come on, do not smile foolishly, my friend. It is I who owe you an apology, the male red fox replied, utterly baffled. Chapter 47. It was found, not stolen. What? What does Brother Chu mean by that? Did Brother Chu turn the red fox green? The child has grown so big. We can no longer call it the red fox. Let us call it the green fox instead. Could it be that the red fox has become the one to take over? Quite possibly. Otherwise, why would Brother Chu utter such words? This is indeed the matchmaker's fault. Brother Chu must take responsibility. I observe that the red fox seems utterly unconcerned about being the one to take over. My dear brother, you are quite open-minded. The one taking over appears to be enjoying it immensely. Chu Ci sighed, secretly admiring the male red fox. You are a true man. You rival the father of that little scamp, Chun Huazi. As he pondered, Chu Ci scrutinized the small creature trailing behind the red fox couple. Initially, he thought it was the offspring of the female red fox. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not, despite bearing some resemblance to the red fox. This little creature seemed to resemble a wolf. Chu Ci's heart jolted. Come on, you two, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire this little wolf? Chirp. It's ours. The red fox couple stared blankly at Chu Ci. Do you truly think I am foolish? This little creature is undeniably a wolf. Chu Ci delivered 2 sharp taps to their heads. A wolf? You claim this canine-looking creature is a wolf cub? To be fair, many canids look alike when young. How'd I not recognize this as a wolf? Let me teach you a simple method to distinguish between a wolf and a dog. Place your hand on the other's nose. If it's wet, it's a dog. If your hand is gone, it's a wolf. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Were you waiting for me to be discharged from the hospital? See, this is the speed of 5G. The internet is indeed fast. I'm quite curious how these 2 foxes managed to give birth to a wolf cub. It defies logic. You know it's illogical. Hence this wolf cub cannot belong to the foxes. Now, tell me the truth. Where did you find this wolf cub? Chu Ci questioned the little wolf cub. The cub was not at all compliant. It opened its mouth filled with milk teeth, attempting to bite Chu Ci. Realizing the situation had been exposed, the red fox couple ceased their deception and confessed the truth. Chirp, we found it by the roadside. Indeed, its parents are nowhere to be found. Yes, so we brought it back. Are you two jesting with me? Chu Ci shot a glare at the harmonious red fox couple. Their coordination was impressive, truly a match made in heaven. However, was this truly finding? It was blatantly theft. You two are guilty of child trafficking and poaching a nationally protected species. Chu Ci reprimanded sternly. These 2 foxes are quite audacious, daring to steal a wolf cub. Did you not hear, Brother Chu? These foxes believe they are merely picking up something. The red fox couple. Can the actions of foxes be deemed theft? Can someone tell me how many years these 2 foxes would face? Child trafficking plus poaching a nationally protected species would result in a death sentence. Chirp, we found it by the roadside. It has no parents. The red fox couple insisted that they merely picked up the wolf cub, not stolen it. Your logic is astonishing. That tree is also by the roadside, an unclaimed object. Why don't you take it home? Chirp, it's too heavy. The red fox couple looked at Chu Ci with innocent eyes. Chu Ci, exasperated, chose not to respond. So you truly intended to do that? You two should form a duo and call yourselves the thieving couple. Whatever you fancy, just take it. Don't hold back. If it's by the roadside, it's yours. Chirp, is that true? The red fox couple believed him, thinking he was praising them, happily rolling on the ground in delight. Do the red fox couple not comprehend the difference between praise and sarcasm? How can they still smile? Did they not hear Brother Chu's mockery? They are merely animals. What can you expect them to understand? If the car by the roadside is unclaimed, can I not take it home? Haha, the thieving couple officially debuts today. Oh no, the forest shall surely be disturbed from now on. Roar. And what about us? At this moment, Tiger Brother interjected. What about you two? Don't cause trouble. Chu Ci gently pushed Tiger Brother's head. Tiger Brother, displeased, flicked his tail. Enough. You two stop your antics. Chu Ci sternly chastised the red fox couple. They immediately sat upright, not daring to act out. Where did you find this little creature? Now return it to its rightful place. Such a small wolf cub. How could its parents not be watching over it? The fact that it arrived here alive is a miracle. Chirped the red fox couple lowered their heads. You touch me with your paw, I'll touch you with mine. They pushed each other playfully. Chirp we dare, not finally. The female red fox timidly called out. Oh, so you too can feel fear. Chu Ci found himself both amused and exasperated. All right, you two, come with me for now. We shall wait for the cub's parents to arrive. With no time to return the cub, Chu Ci decided to wait for the parents to come to him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Then we shall return. Return? First, come back home with me. I need to educate you properly. Can't you produce your own offspring? The red fox couple hung their heads, sighing. The fox's great king. Please no. Ha ha. Truly reminiscent of the calamity-bringing Chu Ci. These two red foxes seem to be quite desperate for children. You and T understand. It's much easier to take one than to give birth. Indeed, giving birth is painful, and the nurturing is a hassle. Why not just pick up a ready-made one? Daddy, 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 my dear son, I no longer want you. At this moment, outside Chu Ci's door, a few individuals rushed over. Upon seeing the tightly locked door, they opted to wait. Judging by their appearances, these individuals seemed rather formidable. One stout, one slender, a burly man, and a woman carrying camera. When this scoundrel returns, block his escape route. Do not let him flee. With a reporter present, he cannot escape. Today, we shall demand justice for you two. Gazing at the locked door and then into the distance, their patience waned. Just then, Chu Ci finally returned with Tiger Brother and the others. Upon seeing the individuals at the door, Chu Ci frowned. Before he could approach, the stout man rushed towards him. It's him. He is the cattle thief. Chapter 48. I do not care what you think. I care what I think. It is you, you scoundrel. You are the one who stole the cattle from my home. A hefty man, in a fit of rage, lunged toward Chu Ci. His name was Gao Chong, and his brother was Gao Shang. These two siblings had reported that Chu Ci had stolen their cattle. While the Public Security Bureau was still investigating, the brothers had brought a reporter to Chu Ci's residence, attempting to intimidate him through exposure. Sensing the escalating situation, Chu Ci promptly shut down the live stream. Boy, are you trying to bully honest people? I am here to seek justice for these brothers. I am the embodiment of righteousness. A burly man stepped forward, hurling threats at Chu Ci. Get lost. At that moment, Brother Who shouted, instantly silencing the crowd. The expressions of those present changed dramatically, realizing they had forgotten about the presence of a fierce tiger. Gao Chong and the burly man exchanged glances and took a couple of steps back. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. However, the only woman among them stepped forward. You must be Chu Ci, right? I am Zhang Tingting from the Urban Daily. May I ask why you stole the cattle from your fellow villager? Your actions have already crossed the bounds of the law. Her tone escalated, sharp and piercing. Do you not know how miserable the Gao brothers are? With hands and feet, how can you sleep soundly at night, knowing you have acted against your conscience? Zhang Tingting immediately began to interrogate Chu Ci. With thin lips and a long chin, a black mole at the corner of her mouth gave her an acerbic appearance, reinforcing Chu Ci's negative stereotype of this group. How can you be certain that I am the cattle thief? Be careful, or I will accuse you of defamation. Chu Ci replied coldly, unwilling to engage with this group. You think your intuition is infallible? My instincts tell me you are the thief. Zhang Tingting retorted, unyielding. Well, my intuition suggests that you resemble a shrew. Chu Ci, who are you calling a shrew? Zhang Tingting was instantly enraged. What qualifications do you, a mere biological male, have to point fingers at me? You have no respect for independent women. Zhang Tingting began to berate Chu Ci, completely devoid of the grace expected of an urban lady. This further solidified her image as a shrew. Chu Ci rolled his eyes and ignored her. Brother Who and Sister Who shouted at her, startling her to the point of nearly falling over. Enraged and embarrassed, she grabbed her bag, ready to throw it at Brother Who. Why are you yelling? Is being a tiger so impressive? A beast will eventually kill you. Can I bite her? Brother Who glanced at Chu Ci. Hold on, Chu Ci advised, not wanting Brother Who to act recklessly. If he were to bite someone, he could be caught. Ugh, You humans are truly bothersome, brother who sighed. System. When will Zhang-san arrive? I do not wish to waste my breath on these fools. Please wait, host. Zhang-san is on the way. Tell him to hurry. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with this foolish woman. I refuse. I fear that my words may be too harsh and lead to my account being banned. Then you must expedite Zhang-san's arrival. Get this group of people out of here. Chu Ci gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, several police vehicles arrived and halted nearby. Gao Shang, who permitted you to bring a reporter here without authorization? Captain Liu of the Public Security Bureau stepped out of the vehicle, separating the individuals involved. Captain Liu, will your bureau intervene in this matter? This scoundrel has stolen my cattle and sold several million worth of cattle bile. That is my brother Gao Shang's life-saving money. Gao Chang sat on the ground, weeping profusely. He appeared more like a shrew than a man. Beside him, Gao Shang, with a crooked mouth and squinted eyes, continuously exclaimed in distress. The two brothers looked truly pitiful, their clothes tattered and torn. Given the initial impressions, people were more inclined to sympathize with the brothers. Stand up and speak. Put away your cameras. Captain Liu frowned, silencing their cries. He then turned to Chu Ci and pulled him aside. Mr. Chu Ci, I am Captain Liu from the Public Security Bureau. I presume you are already aware of the situation? Hello, Captain Liu, Chu Ci nodded. With the commotion these individuals had caused, who would not be aware of the unfolding drama? Captain Liu, you must seek justice for us. This scoundrel has stolen my cattle. Gao Chang shouted. Captain Liu ignored him and continued. We are here to mediate the conflict between both parties. Mediation of conflict? Chu Ci raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Captain Liu nodded, then quietly remarked to Chu Ci. We are also investigating this matter internally. As it stands, you are at a disadvantage. Captain Liu's tone grew serious. Your source of cattle bile is problematic. If issues arise during the investigation, we may have to confiscate your cattle bile and any illicit funds. However, we are here to mediate. Considering the uncertain origins of the cattle bile, we advise you to give a portion to the two brothers to prevent further disturbances. We can address other matters later, once the uproar subsides. After all, you're not entirely in the right. While you may have found the cattle bile, it does not absolve you of responsibility. Captain Liu's words irked Chu Ci. So, those who create chaos are the ones deemed correct? Why should I give them anything? Chu Ci suppressed his rising anger. The opposing party had undeniable evidence proving the cattle belonged to them. Furthermore, after our preliminary investigation yesterday, the current situation was not in his favor. In terms of facts and reason, he was not in the right. This was something he needed to understand. If the situation escalated, it would not look good for anyone involved. Moreover, these brothers were living in hardship. If the matter grew larger, it would create a negative public backlash. Am I responsible for their hardships? Do they have video surveillance proving that I stole the cattle? Without evidence, I will not admit to anything. Chu Ci countered. What kind of world is this? The poorer you are, the more you are deemed right? In that case, why should anyone work for a living? Let us all resort to robbing the rich to benefit the poor. After all, I am poor, so I am justified. Even without reason, I can still take your money. Mr. Chu, we are here to investigate and mediate. The root of the issue lies in the ownership of this cattle bile, since both parties cannot reach an agreement. We hope you will accompany us to the Bureau to assist with the ongoing investigation. Captain Liu said sternly. According to the current information they had, Chu Ci was a potential suspect. However, the video evidence provided by the other party was somewhat unclear, and they could not yet be entirely certain. Seeking to settle the matter amicably, Chu Ci did not appear to be a man in need of money. Meanwhile, Gao Chang and his brother were clearly impoverished. Moreover, with Chu Ci being an external staff member of the Forestry Bureau, if public opinion escalated, it would not bode well for any party involved. After all, today's internet users are quick to judge and spread rumors, only believing in one-sided statements and disregarding official announcements. They intend to suppress the matter for the time being. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci's expression darkened. To mitigate public opinion, they choose to ignore the facts. Is this not a form of bullying honest individuals? Are they not afraid that I will escalate the issue? Is it truly the case that the impoverished are always justified? Chu Ci silently stiptazide. Until my lawyer arrives, I shall utter no further words. Chapter 49. Do not pull. They're almost full, Captain Lu. Look at this man. Does he even respect the law? Indeed, apprehend him. The confrontation escalated as Gao Chong and others directed their ire at Chu Ci, hurling insults. Even Lu Yun frowned in disapproval. Logically, they possessed the authority to summon Chu Ci for a statement at the precinct. However, a word had been passed the previous night. Niu Huang can be dealt with, but Chu Ci is off limits. Thus, their visit today was genuinely to mediate, not to summon him. Mr. Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence. His stance was unequivocal. He would not utter a word until Zhang San arrived. Captain Lu, as a journalist, do I not have the right to record this? Zhang Tingting approached, her voice laden with indignation. No, please cooperate with our work, Lu Yun replied, shaking his head. But I am a journalist. I am a crownless king. I have the right to know the truth. When Lu Yun remained unmoved, Zhang Tingting suddenly erupted, revealing her true nature. Vulgar woman, please do not obstruct our law enforcement. Lu Yun's tone was frigid. After 3 warnings, we have the right to detain you. At that moment, some individuals were at a loss for their thoughts. After all, he was the captain of the security bureau. Even if one were a journalist, shouting at him was hardly permissible. Did they truly believe that the law would coddle them? Captain Lu, I have the right to conduct interviews. Your behavior is a disrespect to female professionals. I will file a complaint against you. Just then, a dark cloud of birds appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching. Everyone instinctively looked up. Red-billed chuffs? Chu Ci was momentarily stunned. Before anyone could react, the flock had flown overhead. My clothes! My clothes! Damn those birds! I will pluck every feather from you! Zhang Tingting shrieked, attempting to wipe away the bird droppings that had besmirched her attire. However, her efforts only succeeded in spreading it more evenly, as if applying a layer of cream. Droppings began to fall from the sky like rain, bird droppings rain. It accurately landed upon Zhang Tingting and her companions. Get away, filthy birds! Scram! My new clothes! Captain Lu shouted, desperate to disperse the flock. Ugh! Who let that into my mouth? Zhang Tingting, Gao Chong, and others, as if electrified, scattered in all directions while frantically twisting their bodies. Yet, the falling droppings seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting them wherever they fled. With not a single drop wasted, the enforcers beside Chu Ci stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding scene. They turned back, astonished, to look at Chu Ci, who among them did not know of the close relationship between Chu Ci and the red-billed chuffs. If this behavior had no connection to him, they would be utterly bewildered. Mr. Chu, how about you persuade the red-billed chuffs to cease their antics? These individuals have already been punished. Lu Yun gently patted Chu Ci's shoulder, his tone significantly softened. There was no helping it. The earlier scene had been too shocking. It was evident to all that the birds had been summoned by Chu Ci for retaliation. How else could they have targeted Zhang Tingting and her companions while sparing the others? Such power exceeded their comprehension. Mr. Chu, I have no connection to the red-billed chuffs. I do not know them at all. Chu Ci adamantly denied, keenly aware of the need to avoid any misinterpretation. He genuinely did not recognize the other red-billed chuffs. Careful, or I will sue you for defamation. I understand. But could you at least attempt to convince them to stop? If this continues, those few will soon be overwhelmed. Lu Yun gestured towards Zhang Tingting and her companions. In mere minutes from head to toe, they were utterly drenched in the droppings of the red-billed chuffs. At that moment, everyone recognized the true extent of Chu Ci's power, truly terrifying. Chu Ci himself felt a twinge of astonishment at the bird's capacity. All right, I will give it a try, but I cannot guarantee that they will listen to me. With that, Chu Ci called out to the sky, enough. They're already full. Save it for next time. As soon as he finished speaking, the flock dispersed, disappearing without a trace, as if the incident had never occurred. Lu Yun and the others turned to Chu Ci. You claim not to know the red-billed chuffs? Do not look at me. I genuinely do not know them. Chu Ci vehemently refuted, insisting it was a misunderstanding. I understand. Lu Yun politely patted Chu Ci's shoulder, while the others appeared utterly grotesque, resembling living sculptures crafted from bird droppings, their expressions betraying a sense of despair. Chu, I will kill you. Zhang Tingting lunged at Chu Ci, her fury palpable. Even if she could not kill him, she sought to disgust him. All of you die. The surrounding individuals hurriedly dodged, as the scene resembled a chaotic melee. Wherever Zhang Tingting charged, disaster followed. Suddenly, a yellow figure burst forth from the side. A massive paw swept through the air, striking Zhang Tingting with a resounding thud. Damn it, I have tolerated you for far too long. Tiger Brother, recalling Chu Ci's admonition not to kill, had restrained his strength somewhat, but could easily incapacitate her for months. Roar, darling, am I not handsome? Tiger Brother, ever the showman, struck a pose after delivering the blow. Roar, hubby, you are the most handsome. Chu Ci was taken aback, witnessing a fight with cheers of support. Quickly, help her. Quickly, help her. Lu Yun urgently directed his subordinates to check on Zhang Tingting. However, due to the droppings, their faces were filled with reluctance. No one had warned them about such a messy situation beforehand. Mr. Chu, are you not a doctor? Perhaps you should take a look. Captain Lu, I am a veterinarian. A veterinarian. The others exchanged glances, bewildered. Do not worry. That woman is fine. She will not die. Tiger Brother is still holding back. As Chu Ci had predicted, after spitting up some blood, Zhang Tingting was merely unable to stand, otherwise unharmed. Meanwhile, Gao Chong and the others cowered in a corner, resembling frightened hedgehogs, too terrified to move. Scary, so scary. Mommy, I want to go home. I want to go home. Sighing, Lu Yun was at a loss for words. The scene had descended into utter chaos. Although there may not be a direct connection to the Chu Ci, there is certainly an indirect one. Who is unaware that this group of animals serves as your subordinates? Chu Ci, shall we accompany you to the bureau to file a statement? Today's matter seems difficult to handle. Lu Yun adopted a serious expression once more. However, at that moment, a resonant voice suddenly interrupted. Hold on. Who intends to take my client away? Chapter 50. Are you insane? Do you wish to imprison me? The crowd turned to look, startled by the arrival of several impeccably dressed men, exuding an air of societal elite. The renowned legal practitioner, Zhang San. Lu Yun was slightly taken aback by his appearance. Zhang San's name resonated throughout the legal realm, known to all and feared by wrongdoers. Curiosity piqued, even the one wielding the gavel could send you to prison. Amidst the astonished gazes, Zhang San approached Chu Ci. Greetings, Mr. Chu. I am your attorney, Zhang San. You finally arrived. I was on the verge of being berated into silence by that insufferable woman. Chu Ci exclaimed, visibly relieved, as if he had spotted a savior. Zhang San's expression remained impassive, though a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Berated into silence? I believe it's others who might soon be overwhelmed by your antics. The earlier dramatic scene had been observed by them from a distance, leaving even the most psychologically adept momentarily speechless. Fortunately, their timing had allowed them to avoid being caught in the crossfire. This employer appeared formidable. Vigilance was essential. Rest assured, Mr. Chu, in the presence of irrefutable evidence, we will handle this matter with utmost professionalism. No one shall infringe upon your rights, Zhang San asserted, radiating confidence. In the legal field, the name Zhang San epitomized authority. Very well, I entrust the remainder to you. Chu Ci breathed a sigh of relief. Being a man of few words, he felt considerably more at ease with a professional managing the situation. Absolutely, Mr. Chu, Zhang San replied with a confident smile, then strode towards Gao Chong and others, receiving several sheets of paper from an assistant. Gao Chong, you are accused of defamation, fabricating facts, and extorting my client, Chu Ci. The charges are numerous, with the amount involved exceeding $1 million. The potential sentence is life imprisonment. Here is the letter from my office. Please take it. And no, I didn't tea. Upon hearing Zhang San's professional declaration, Gao Chong's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. No one had mentioned that imprisonment was a possibility. Why had this man engaged an attorney? Keep the letter. Do not be afraid. Life imprisonment is merely that. Life, not the death penalty. Zhang San placed the prepared letter atop Gao Chong. Surprisingly, Gao Chong felt a semblance of relief. At least it was life and not death. Wait, life imprisonment is still unacceptable. Meanwhile, the robust man beside Gao Chong had also clutched Zhang San's letter, bursting into tears upon receiving it. Do not weep. You are far better off. At least it's not the death penalty. You'll be out in a few years. Zhang San comforted the burly man, displaying unexpected empathy. The onlookers watched in awe at Zhang San's performance. Had a verdict already been rendered? Zhang San then approached the prostrate Zhang Tingting. Upon seeing him, her face contorted with rage and fear, but the pain she felt rendered her speechless. The wretched tiger had broken several of her ribs. Once she recovered, she would not let these people go. Zhang San brandished the letter. Zhang Tingting, you are accused of defaming and insulting my client, Chu Ci. Given that my client is a prominent internet celebrity, your slander has inflicted severe social repercussions. The maximum penalty is 3 years. Here is the letter from my office. Furthermore, you have harmed my client, Tiger Brother, a nationally protected species and the only known wild South China tiger. I shall initiate a public prosecution against you. Be prepared to defend yourself. Tiger Brother, this involves me as well. Zhang Tingting coughed, her anger boiling over. I will expose you. Just wait. I will see you all unemployed. Clenching her teeth, she summoned all her strength to utter a few words. Zhang San, unfazed, turned to his assistant. Was that recorded? It has been documented. The assistant affirmed with a nod. Zhang Tingting, you are accused of personal intimidation against me. This is my letter from the office. The crowd gasped. Is this letter simply blowing in with the wind? Why is it so varied? Yet, to openly threaten Zhang San, you, Zhang Tingting, possess some courage. Upon receiving Zhang San's declaration, Zhang Tingting could no longer suppress her anguish and spat blood. She was the victim, lying on the ground, yet sentenced. She could not accept this. You men are all despicable, including that wretched tiger. Has the emergency call been made? Lu Yin inquired urgently. It's on its way. Given that we are on a mountain, even the fastest ambulance will require some time, came the response. During this interval, Zhang San completed his judgments against Gao Chong and the others. Lu, what about me? Lu Yin gasped, realizing he too was implicated. Are you going to prosecute me as well? Your matter will be addressed later. Zhang San replied coldly, mercilessly attacking all present. The letters were personally handed to them. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to voice it. I can certainly add a few more years to your sentences. Zhang San surveyed the room, exuding an aura of confidence. I ask again, is there anyone else? Even a passing dog would receive a letter from my office to proceed. The oppressive atmosphere caused several present to weaken at the knees, nearly collapsing. I was wrong. Spare us. We were merely following orders. This truly has nothing to do with me. Gao Chong and his brother felt the weight of despair crash upon them. Penti, they said the evidence was irrefutable. Guarantee they promised immediate compensation. Why had this Zhang San appeared? See, this is what we call professionalism. Chu Ci pointed at Zhang San's team, addressing Tiger Brother. Truly a professional team. Every point is well-founded. Their expertise is formidable. They only take on cases with a minimum of 10 years. They wouldn't even consider anything less. It would devalue their reputation. Oh, there are hidden masterminds? How intriguing. Zhang San adjusted his glasses, a smirk curling at his lips. His confident and slightly wicked smile led Chu Ci to believe he was the true protagonist. Damn, stealing my thunder. Huh. With a glance exchanged between man and tiger, an unspoken understanding was reached in that moment. Mr. Chu, Zhang Ren approached Chu Ci. Well done, Attorney Zhang. Chu Ci admired Zhang San's adept handling of the situation. You see, this is what we call professionalism. Mr. Chu, you are privately keeping wild animals, which is suspect. Chu Ci's expression shifted dramatically. What? Are you insane? You wish to imprison me, as well? Chapter 51. Do not imitate your cousin. You must not consume excrement. Chu Ci gazed at Zhang San in astonishment, his heart racing with anxiety. Could it be true? Had the employer really been implicated as well? Would such behavior jeopardize future business opportunities? Gust ist, Emerhu. There is no need for concern. I have investigated your situation, Zhang San replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he glanced at the nearby Hugo. Aside from Izu, this was indeed his first encounter witnessing a harmonious coexistence between humans and animals, more akin to friendship than mere companionship. Upon hearing Zhang San's words, Chu Ci exhaled, relieved. Your reputation precedes you, Zhang San. Your fearsome reputation is well known. This jest lacks humor, he admitted, still shaken from earlier events. Leave the subsequent matters to me. Rest assured. This incident will bear no adverse consequences for you. It is a favorable situation, and the resources provided by the system will suffice. Thus, it presents no challenge for me. Of course, Zhang San was unaware that the information was sourced from the system. He merely knew he was hired by Chu Ci to perform a task. As long as Lawyer Zhang was involved, Chu Ci felt reassured. Zhang San then turned to converse with Lu Yun and others. At that moment, the distant wailing of an ambulance pierced the air. When the medical personnel arrived, they were left utterly bewildered. Did someone fall into a sewage pit? Why is the individual covered in bird droppings? They exchanged worried glances, knowing the situation warranted a vehicle from the crematorium more than an ambulance. Despite the repugnant sight, their professional duties compelled them to load Zhang Ting onto the ambulance, driving away without a backward glance. We must wash the vehicle upon our return. No, we cannot keep this vehicle. It should be sold to the crematorium. Meanwhile, Gao Chong and his companions were escorted by Lu Yun and the others for further investigation and processing. With Zhang San present, it was improbable they would avoid a stint in confinement. Mr. Chu, I must take my leave. Should any matters arise, I will inform you post-haste. With that, Zhang San departed swiftly, having concluded the on-site proceedings with his team. Chu Ci finally felt a sense of relief as the crowd dispersed. The ancients often spoke of wealth being discreet, and now he understood its significance profoundly. Were it not for the system, he might have struggled to clarify this incident. A refreshing breeze drifted through the trees, gently tousling his hair, bringing him a sense of tranquility. However, an unpleasant odor soon interrupted his reverie. Oh no, how foul! Chu Ci quickly covered his nose. The accumulation of bird droppings was overwhelmingly pungent. Without a breeze, the stench was manageable, but once the wind picked up, it invaded his senses. That raucous red-billed blue magpie returned without so much as a word and bestowed upon me this unwelcome gift, he lamented, shaking his head. After opening the door and placing his belongings inside, he commenced the arduous task of cleaning up the droppings that had besmirched the ground and roof alike. If left unaddressed, his abode would become the magpie's lavatory. Time passed swiftly, and dusk approached. Where has the little squirrel wandered off to? Why is it not here to assist me? Having cleared the droppings at the entrance, Chu Ci was panting from exertion. The volume of work was considerable, and his obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to ensure every corner was immaculate. With Hu Gu and the others unable to lend a hand, he was left to toil alone. What are you doing, little rascal? That is not food, Chu Ci exclaimed, his temper flaring as he hurried over to the little wolf cub, which seemed driven by hunger and was about to devour the remnants of bird droppings. Had he not intervened in time, it might have already tasted the foul morsel. You two should keep a closer watch, he scolded the red fox couple, glaring at them. Ever since they had brought the cub here, they had shown no concern. If the mother wolf were to come looking, they would be in for a world of trouble. They say a dog cannot change its nature. Must you two indulge in such filth? Chu Ci lifted the little wolf cub, admonishing, You must not be sullied at such a tender age. You are a wolf, not a dog. Do not emulate your cousin De Huang. Understood? The little cub squirmed and opened its mouth anxiously, emitting a few adorably plaintive sounds akin to a newborn pup. After all, dogs are but wolves in a different guise, and there is no reproductive isolation between them. Your howls lack authenticity. Come, learn from me, Chu Ci insisted, tapping the cub as head, eager to teach it the proper wolf call. A woo, a woo. Ah yes, that is the true, unadulterated wolf howl. But wait, who was that howling just now? Chu Ci paused, perplexed. A woo, more wolf howls echoed, growing closer. The little cub also joined in with a few howls. Before long, a mother wolf emerged from the woods, rushing towards the cub upon sighting it. However, Hu Ge let out a fierce growl, startling the mother wolf, who immediately became wary, baring her teeth at Chu Ci and Hu Ge. Do not fret. I mean no harm to your offspring. Chu Ci hastily reassured the mother wolf. Simultaneously, he noticed numerous wounds on her body, blood-dried, but the flesh clearly torn, indicative of a recent altercation. Have you suffered domestic violence? He inquired with concern. The mother wolf, however, was ungrateful, growling incessantly, intent on reclaiming her young. Seeing this, Chu Ci gently set the little wolf cub down, allowing for a reunion between mother and child. Upon noticing the red fox couple hiding behind Hugu, the mother wolf's demeanor shifted. "Oh, you," she snarled, her eyes blazing with rage. The sight of the very individuals who had abducted her child ignited her fury further. Just then, a familiar voice rang out as the red-billed blue magpie returned, landing atop the roof. Spotting the mother wolf, it exclaimed in surprise, "Ka, is it you?" Chu Ci was taken aback, and before he could inquire about the past grievances, the green-headed teal swooped in, recognizing the magpie on the roof and unleashing an indignant cry. "Ka, it's you, Chu Ci." Chapter 52, The Gathering in My Home. Wait. Do you all know each other? Chu Ci stared in bewilderment at the assortment of animals before him. Each creature claimed to know the other. How is it that you are all acquainted? How? I know them all, even if they turn to dust. The she-wolf glared furiously at the red-billed crow. If it weren't for this group of crows, she wouldn't be in such a dire predicament, having fled with her young only to become separated. All because of that very red-billed crow. Oh, I think I understand now. Chu Ci saut clarified. It turned out that the red-billed crow sought revenge against the wolf. The she-wolf's kin had, by mere chance, devoured one of the crows and thus brought about the crow's wrath. Despite the prowess of the wolf pack, they were overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Who wouldn't be intimidated by a sea of adversaries? Consequently, the entire pack was scattered, and the she-wolf sought refuge here. What followed was the incident involving the thieving couple and their adopted child. However, it was evident that the crows had also suffered significant losses during this feud. Inflicting harm upon the enemy often leads to self-damage. It was clear that the number of red-billed crows in the mountains had diminished considerably in recent days. As for the teal duck, its injured leg was indeed linked to the red-billed crow. Thus, they were sworn enemies. "Howl! Come down here!" The she-wolf shouted to the red-billed crow perched atop the roof. "Caw-caw! If you have the ability, come up here." The crow taunted back. The animals began to bicker amongst themselves. "So, you all came to my home for a gathering of foes, did you?" Chu Ci glanced from the she-wolf to the red-billed crow, then to the teal duck, and finally at the couple of red foxes cowering in the corner. "You all know each other. You have grievances, yet you come here for a grand meeting? Is this reasonable? You ought to resolve your own matters. I refuse to be the moral arbiter in this situation." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared himself an indifferent bystander, allowing the animals to sort out their conflicts amongst themselves. It was inappropriate to favor one side over another, for each animal possessed its own justification. The only ones lacking a legitimate excuse and feeling guilty were the red fox couple, having taken someone else's child. How could they not expect retribution? Thus, Chu Ci chose not to intervene, allowing them to settle their disputes. If he did step in, it would likely result in an attempt to reconcile their differences, which seemed improbable. "You all continue," he stated quietly, retreating to observe the unfolding drama. "Howl! Come down here!" The she-wolf barked at the red-billed crow on the rooftop, who merely cawed in delight and even danced in triumph, confident that the she-wolf posed no threat to it. "Come at me! You dare to strike me?" The crow's arrogance only incited more furious howls from the she-wolf. "They have certainly become more brazen since returning," Chu Ci remarked to his companion, Brother Hu, as they analyzed the current standoff. Indeed, the she-wolf was unable to contend with the crow, primarily due to its ability to fly. "I have a suggestion. Why not engage in an all-out brawl? It would not only resolve your grievances, but also determine who is the strongest among you." Chu Ci's proposal was laced with mischief. "Roar! I want to join," Brother Hu exclaimed eagerly. "No professional competitors allowed," Chu Ci chided, playfully nudging Brother Hu. If professionals participated in such an event, it would be akin to a master entering a novice arena and wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, the animals remained oblivious to Chu Ci's words, continuing to challenge one another, attempting to lure their opponents down or up. "Chirp! Want some pine nuts?" Suddenly, a little squirrel appeared from nowhere, swiftly climbing onto Chu Ci's shoulder, its cheek stuffed with pine nuts. "Chirp! Will you eat?" The squirrel cautiously extracted one nut, rubbing it on its fluffy tail before offering it to Chu Ci. Chu Ci was at a loss, unsure whether to accept or decline. "Chirp! If you won't eat, Then forget it. The squirrel huffed, reclaiming the nut, and, using the same method, offered it to sister who, while pointedly neglecting brother who. Brother who sulked, discontented. Why not offer me a taste? I am quite handsome. Where did you run off to yesterday? Chu Ci queried, observing the tense standoff between the she-wolf and the red-billed crow, while absent-mindedly stroking the squirrel's tail. Chirp. I went out to find pine nuts. Where would you find pine nuts at this season? You didn't steal them, did you? A flicker of suspicion crossed Chu Ci's gaze. Chirp. You're accusing me unjustly. I would never do such a thing. The squirrel stood defiantly, eyes narrowed at Chu Ci. All right. I know you're not that kind of squirrel. Chu Ci gently patted the little creature's head and gestured toward the charged atmosphere of the ongoing altercation. Would you care to join? After all, it was the thieving couple who brought you here. At this, Chu Ci realized something. The red fox couple had indeed committed numerous misdeeds. They had captured the little squirrel before, and today, snatched a wolf cub. They truly were a pair of thieves. Although their intentions may have been good, well-intentioned actions can lead to disastrous outcomes. Now, as the she-wolf was embroiled in a dispute with the red-billed crow, once she found a moment's respite, the couple would find themselves in dire straits. Chirp. I refuse to. The squirrel shook its head vigorously, clinging to Chu Ci's shoulder. It was not foolish. It understood its limitations. Every animal present was a potential foe. To descend into that fray would be a path to certain demise. Hence, it remained on Chu Ci's shoulder, content to watch the spectacle unfold. You are quite astute, Chu Ci chuckled. Meanwhile, the confrontation had reached a stalemate, as neither side could gain the upper hand. Howl! Howl! The wolf cub, stumbling on its little legs, joined its mother in voicing its defiance against the red-billed crow. However, its feeble cries lacked any real menace. Night was fast approaching. Chu Ci murmured to himself, at this rate, these animals will never resolve their differences. Just then, the little squirrel unexpectedly dashed from his shoulder, scurrying into the midst of the battlefield. Come back. Chu Ci rushed forward, intent on retrieving the squirrel. Yet the little creature was already dissatisfied with the current situation. You lot are using no strategy at all. If you continue like this, none shall emerge victorious. It is up to me, the little squirrel, to offer guidance. Standing resolutely, the squirrel pointed its tiny paw at the she-wolf, then spun to indicate the teal duck, and finally turned back to furiously point at the red fox couple. Chirp! Your enemy is it. Bring it down, and then you can settle your scores with the rest. She-wolf, teal duck, red fox couple. Chapter 53. It only abuses me. It must love me. The words of the little squirrel left the animals present momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of joy. After a prolonged stalemate, they had each been pursuing their own interests, completely overlooking such a crucial point, setting aside the little squirrel and the red fox couple. The enemies of the she-wolf and the teal duck were none other than the red-billed chuffs. The she-wolf couldn't fly, but the teal duck could, if they were to collaborate. The she-wolf and the teal duck exchanged a knowing glance, a spark of mutual understanding igniting between them. Why not join forces? Meanwhile, the red fox couple trembled in fear, hiding behind the tiger sister. No, don't attack them. They are quite harmless and have provoked no one. That wicked little squirrel. You little rascal. Why incite the she-wolf against them? The red fox couple dared not show themselves. Upon hearing this suggestion, the triumphant red-billed chuffs perched on the roof halted their boastful antics, a flicker of panic crossing their faces. With a loud caw from the teal duck, a fierce battle was imminent. Realizing the precarious situation, the red-billed chuffs spread their wings and took flight into the distance. If it didn't flee now, when would they? The teal duck followed closely, intent on capturing the red-billed chuffs. The she-wolf let out a furious howl towards the sky, picked up her pup, and vanished into the woods, pursuing the direction in which the red-billed chuffs had flown. Tiger Brother followed, urging caution. Let us not cause any fatalities. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ci instructed Tiger Brother to keep an eye on the situation, ready to intervene if necessary. A scuffle was acceptable, but fatalities would be disastrous. Without a moment's hesitation, Tiger Brother plunged into the forest. Chu Ci could no longer see the unfolding events and awaited Tiger Brother's return for updates. I was so caught up in the commotion that I forgot to deal with you. Chu Ci remarked as he lifted the little squirrel. You should let these matters resolve themselves. Why meddle? If it leads to casualties, you'll have to compensate. Chirp, chirp. Listen to me. Listen to me. The little squirrel protested, indignant. Was it's playing good? You've been hiding your true colors, harboring a grudge. Chu Ci tapped the little squirrel's head. Had it not been for those words, the she-wolf would still be arguing with the red-billed chuffs. Chu Ci had intended to wait until they exhausted themselves before sending them off, but the little squirrel's interjection forced the red-billed chuffs into a precarious situation, facing attacks from both sides. You're also in need of a lesson. Chu Ci shot a glare at the little squirrel. Once the she-wolf departed, the red fox couple finally dared to peek out, glancing around like thieves before darting to Chu Ci's side, opening their mouths in protest against the little squirrel. Chirp, chirp. Why did you betray us? Indeed, you are truly wicked. Truly wicked. The red fox couple was furious. Chirp. You stole our pups. The little squirrel, perched on Chu Ci's shoulder, spoke haughtily to the red fox couple. It was not merely for personal gain nor revenge against them. This was a quest for justice for the she-wolf. Call me the just squirrel, the forest mouse judge. It was quite proud of itself. You're reveling in this, Chu Ci remarked, tapping the little squirrel's head. Where had it learned such grandiosity, proclaiming itself the forest mouse judge? Chirp. We didn't steal. We found them. Found them. You're too wicked. Too wicked. The red fox couple, boasting a compatibility rate of 90%, truly made a perfect pair, their banter reminiscent of a comedic duo. The forest mouse judge could not hold its ground against them, and turned to Chu Ci for assistance. Enough. This is giving me a headache. Chu Ci decided to administer a balanced punishment to both parties and retreated to prepare dinner. Having been busy all day without eating, solely focused on adjudicating their disputes. After dinner, Tiger Brother returned with good news. Having failed to catch the two birds, the she-wolf had departed the forest with her pups. Before leaving, she cast a glance towards the house and then disappeared into the night. Chu Ci sighed upon hearing this, feeling a sense of guilt as if he were preying upon a widow and her orphaned young. Damn, it wasn't my doing. I'm not guilty of anything. He reassured himself before inquiring about the teal duck and red-billed chuffs. They had engaged in a direct aerial battle, and from the looks of it, there was no significant outcome. They were evenly matched, neither able to best the other. As long as the red-billed chuffs didn't resort to attacking anyone, there would be no grave consequences. The intricacies of animal grievances are truly baffling, Chu Ci remarked, somewhat exasperated. Well, as long as nothing happens on my territory, it's fine. He patted Tiger Brother's head and gazed into the night, lost in thought. The following day, Chu Ci, adhering to his routine, searched for animals in the vicinity seeking romance, but found none. He had introduced all the nearby creatures capable of marrying, and to fulfill his task, he would have to venture deeper into the mountains for a stroke of luck. System, fetch me a drifting bottle. Fetching bottle. Opening bottle. The bottle is from Tiger Brother. I am truly handsome, and my wife is exceedingly beautiful. Tiger Brother is up so early? Chu Ci turned a glance outside and saw Tiger Brother nestled against Tiger Sister, both still lost in slumber. Why all this mental activity while sleeping? Chu Ci rolled his eyes. Tiger Brother's narcissism needed to be addressed. System, next one. Ding. The drifting bottle is from the little squirrel. They surely won't find this place, will they? Remaining uses of the bottle, 1-3. What is this little squirrel up to? Chu Ci furrowed his brow, deciding not to dwell on it. Who knew what the little rascal had been busy with these past few days, talking in its sleep? No, these two won't do. Change to another batch. Change to another batch. System. Ding. The bottle is from a female antelope. Yesterday, he only abused me, but not the other cows. Indeed, he loves me the most. It's another blissful day. You have exhausted today's drifting bottle uses. Gasp. Upon reading the contents of this drifting bottle, Chu Ci sat up in astonishment, involuntarily inhaling sharply. When outrageous drifting bottle. When outrageous antelope. Chu Ci shook his head, amazed by the peculiar antelope's perspective early in the morning. It was a viewpoint he had never considered. It seems being abused was self-inflicted. Could it be that animals also experience Stockholm Syndrome? The sentiments of these creatures were quite amusing. Chu Ci chuckled softly, closing the drifting bottle interface. He got up to tidy his room. Just after finishing breakfast, he received a call from Director Lin Fei. You've done well. Even Zhang-san could be invited. It seems the lawyer prepared for you 1 TB necessary. Lin's cheerful laughter resonated through the phone. Purelak, Chu Ci. As long as the issues are resolved. By the way, someone from the Haofeng Oceanarium wants your assistance. I've given them your phone number. They should contact you in the next few days. They want my help. Chu Ci was taken aback. What assistance is required from him at the aquarium? I heard from the person in charge that it seems to be related to the penguins. Chapter 54. Did the little squirrel disturb their ancestors' tomb? Related to penguins? Upon the mention of penguins, Chu Ci was suddenly reminded of the message in the drifting bottle he had discovered a few days prior. It seemed a penguin from an aquarium yearned to return to its home in Antarctica. Could it be that this penguin required assistance? Indeed, word from that side suggested that the penguin was seeking companionship, and who better to assist than Chu Ci, whose expertise uniquely aligned with this endeavor. Lin Fei erupted into laughter. It was common knowledge that Chu Ci specialized in matchmaking for animals. Thus, the request directed toward him would invariably pertain to such matters. They had indeed sought out the right person for the job. Chu Ci chuckled as well, speculating that the penguin in need of companionship was the very one yearning to return home, as mentioned in the bottle. Being a stranger in a foreign land, the penguin was likely struggling to adapt to the confines of captivity. It was only reasonable for the aquarium staff to seek a mate for it to alleviate its loneliness. Since you believe there is no issue, I shall have him contact you, he confirmed. All right, Director Lin. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the call concluded. Before Chu Ci could anticipate a call from Haofeng Aquarium, he busied himself once more. The ground he had turned over days ago was now ready for sowing seeds. He had a substantial quantity of vegetable seeds. After organizing them meticulously, he selected a few to plant. Gigi, why are you burying the fruit underground? The little squirrel hopped over, curiosity evident in its eyes. These are seeds. Buried in the earth, they will yield more fruit, Chu Ci explained. The little squirrel's eyes lit up at his words. Gigi, wait for me. I'm going to find some pine nuts to plant. In a flurry of excitement, the little creature dashed away. Chu Ci felt a pang of reluctance to disclose the truth to this naive being. While pine nuts are indeed seeds, their cultivation to fruition would require decades. By the time the squirrel planted pine nuts bore fruit, it would be well past its time. The little fellow remained blissfully unaware of the realities of nature. Engaged in planting and tidying up his abode, it was another fulfilling day. The scenery surrounding his home was exquisite. Under the clear skies, the sunset could be seen for miles. After a day of toil, it was time to rest. Chu Ci moved a stool outside. Good evening, brothers. He greeted as he settled down and opened his live stream. Wow, is Chugu finally out? Why did Chugu abruptly end his stream yesterday? I heard Chugu's cowbell came from dubious sources and he was dealt with. Wait, are you sure you didn't team a stipe? Ridiculous. Were you hearing this? Chugu is perfectly fine. Chugu, if your cowbell is illicit, share half with me, or I'll report you. Be careful, or Chugu might unleash Tiger Go on you. As he opened the stream, an array of messages flooded in. Chu Ci glanced at the screen, surprised to see that many astute viewers were already aware of what transpired the previous day. Truly, there are masters among the populace. Do not believe rumors, nor spread them. I am perfectly well, he said, waving his hand dismissively. When queries persisted, he chose to ignore them. Suddenly, the teal-headed diving duck returned. Oh, you weren't killed by the red-billed mountain crow? Chu Ci exclaimed, surprised by the duck's resilience. Aside from some lost feathers, it appeared to be in good spirits, as if it had emerged victorious from a confrontation. Quack! How rude! I could never be defeated by it. The teal-headed diving duck boasted, puffing its chest in pride. Do not celebrate too soon. If it rallies its kin, you may be in for trouble. The red-billed mountain crow has many allies, Chu Ci warned, reminding the duck of the importance of camaraderie. You cannot face multiple foes alone. Why did the teal-headed diving duck engage the red-billed mountain crow? Not sure. When did the crow return? They're both ducks. Why fight? They should learn a new skill from Chu Gu and open a duck roast shop together. One's a duck, the other's a crow. There's a difference. Is the teal-headed diving duck the main course while the red-billed mountain crow handles the roasting? Precisely. Such division of labor is reasonable, eliminating any conflict of interest. Indeed, once they're roasted, what is there to argue about? The teal-headed diving duck quacked impatiently, eager for Chu Ci to teach it martial arts. Once mastered, it would be invincible. There was no rush, however. Chu Ci intended to test the duck's resolve first. By the way, has the red-billed mountain crow not returned? He mused, scanning the surroundings. Only the teal-headed diving duck was present. The whereabouts of the crow remained a mystery. The couple had not returned since setting out for revenge. Upon finally coming back, they were chased off by the teal-headed diving duck. The animal kingdom is indeed complicated. Chu Ci fell silent, sitting at the entrance, watching the sun slowly descend. The golden rays bathed his face, leaving the viewers in awe. This fellow is as handsome as I am. Streamer, what do you call your wife in your dialect? I know. You call her wife. Did I ask you to answer? Are you annoying or what? Brother. You become a clown. Tell the clown to return to Gotham. Batman said he wouldn't harm him anymore. Didn't he expect Chu Gu to have female fans? Chu Gu's looks are comparable to mine. It's normal to have female admirers. Your face is incredibly thick. Just as Chu Ci was peacefully enjoying the scenery, the little squirrel returned in a flurry. It bounded over to him, panting with urgency. What's wrong? Are you in danger? Chu Ci inquired, intrigued. The little squirrel pointed frantically outside. What is it? Chu Ci asked, bewildered as he glanced outside. From a distance, he saw numerous black dots bouncing toward him. As they drew near, he realized they were all squirrels. The sheer number left him astounded. He turned to the little squirrel. Did you disturb their ancestors' tomb? The little squirrel slowly nodded in response. Chu Ci was left speechless. Chapter 55. I want to report. I want to achieve something. Do you know what ancestral graves are? Chu Ci shot a fierce glare at the little squirrel. Squirrels are solitary creatures, typically living alone except during mating seasons. Once dead, they are simply dead. There are no ancestral graves. Did you steal someone else's pine nuts? The little squirrel fell silent, clearly acknowledging the truth. It had indeed pilfered pine nuts and now faced the consequences. The problem was that there were quite a few squirrels at the door, dozens of them, and their presence made Chu Ci's head ache. Had this little rascal summoned all the squirrels from the mountains? Oh my, so many squirrels. So many adorable creatures. I just want to hug them. What are these squirrels so angry about? Looks like the little squirrel has done something wrong, and now they have come to confront it. Goodness, has it offended all the squirrels in the mountains? Chattering loudly, dozens of squirrels gathered at the entrance, glaring furiously at the little squirrel. Their voices sounded like a rallying cry, demanding, return our pine nuts. Hand it over. You, human, arbitrate this matter. It has stolen our pine nuts. Shall we starve? Come on, my forest rodent judge. Explain what's going on here. Chu Ci cast a cold glance at the little squirrel, who could only remain silent. Unable to find a justification. It did not steal your pine nuts. It found them. Found them. Suddenly, the red fox couple stepped forward, harmoniously countering the accusations of the multitude of squirrels. Even Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger eyed the little squirrels with suspicion, which moved the little squirrel deeply. See? This is what it means to be a loving family. When trouble arises, they stand by you. Wow, the thieving couple really comes through. Of course they would support their own. But Chu, why do you have a den of thieves at home? I get it now. Chu must also be a thief. In the eyes of the red fox couple, what they did was not theft, but merely foraging. Isn't that a bit too much? Honestly, we shouldn't apply human moral standards to animals. They only know that what they see is unclaimed. This is nothing. Some animals even take food directly. What can you do? It's merely the law of survival in the animal kingdom. Stealing your food is the least of it. They might even eat you. Both of you, step aside. With your reasoning, you'd have your legs broken in the human world. Chu Ci urged the red fox couple to retreat. The animal kingdom is one of the survival of the fittest. It was the squirrel's own fault for not guarding their food. However, in the human world, this would constitute theft. Yet, if the victims do not report the crime, the authorities will not intervene. Losing food is part of the animals' daily lives, something they have long grown accustomed to. But now, the little squirrels were demanding justice, which made Chu Ci wonder if there was someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Dear little ones, please quiet down. May I have a word? Chu Ci stood up, and gestured for the noisy squirrels to settle. Gradually, they quieted down, raising their heads and stretching their necks to look at him. Wow, they are so obedient. My son, raised for over 20 years, is not as compliant as this bunch of squirrels. I suspect Chu must possess some magical ability. Otherwise, how could he command these animals? It feels like watching a cartoon. I understand that you're all distraught over your stolen food. However, I must clarify that my little squirrel did not steal your food. It intended to use your food for your own benefit. Chirp. At this, the little squirrel was taken aback, eyes wide, exchanging glances of confusion over what it meant to use their food for their benefit. Wow, is Chu really trying to exonerate the little squirrel? Now I see where the red fox couple learned their ways. It's from you. Chu, are you not distorting the truth? Does your conscience not ache? Isn't this bullying the little squirrel? Where's the justice? This sounds familiar. Use your money for your own benefit? The live stream erupted in chaos, with viewers condemning Chu Ci. They felt he was being shameless. It was normal for the squirrels to be upset. They had long accepted the loss of food. But now that they had come seeking justice, he was shielding the little thief. That was where he was wrong. Quiet down. Listen to me. Chu Ci urged the squirrels to pay attention. After the little squirrel took your pine nuts, it did not consume them. Rather, it buried them here. Chu Ci walked over to the ground and pointed out the spot. It buried the nuts, so in the future, many pine nuts will grow. The little squirrel was thinking of you, worried that you would go hungry later. You misunderstood its intentions. Chirp. Exactly. Silence. Chu Ci shot a glare at the little squirrel, who seemed eager to speak. The skies had cleared, and the rain had stopped. Did it think it could act so brazenly? Wow, what Chu said. Is it true? Did the little squirrel really think that way? The little squirrel. I never knew I was so noble. Sob, 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 I can't believe I fell for Chu's nonsense. Isn't this taking advantage of the little squirrel's naivety? It would take decades for the nuts to grow. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. The little squirrels have been duped. Their food is gone for nothing. Chirp. The little squirrels exchanged glances, not being as clever as humans, began to feel swayed by Chu Ci's words. Yet, what if this human was deceiving them? The squirrel's eyes reflected a hint of hesitation and distrust. Seeing this, Chu Ci had a backup plan. He produced the animal rations he had accumulated recently. This is food I'm distributing to you all. Once the pine nuts grow, we will continue to share. You all have a stake in this. Everyone will get a share of the nuts. At the moment the animal rations were revealed, the squirrels completely believed Chu Ci's tale. Their eyes sparkled with eagerness for the food. Come now, everyone, don't rush. There's enough for all. Chu Ci distributed the animal rations, ensuring each squirrel received their share. These rations were sufficient to compensate for their losses, leaving everyone content. Thus, the little squirrels, with their provisions in hand, gradually retreated. Throughout this incident, the only true victim was Chu Ci. Take care, and come back to play anytime. Chu Ci smiled as he sent off the last squirrel. Is the issue resolved just like that? Why did Chu exonerate the little squirrel? He could have just distributed the food to the squirrels, and that would have sufficed. Chu doesn't want the little squirrel to have a criminal record. It's still just a child. Then it's settled. The little squirrel will never be able to take public exams. Now the question arises, will this group of squirrels ever get their pine nuts? Let alone them. Their offspring will also be deprived of nuts. Never fear. Once the pine nuts mature, Chu will serve them to this group of squirrels. Family. Family rituals must not forget the squirrels. Admitting it directly would tarnish my reputation as a premier matchmaker and harm my business. Chu Ci sighed. The red fox couple. With a swift turn, he shouted in anger. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Here. The clever red fox couple stepped forward. Seize it. Today, I shall demonstrate my skills by preparing a dish of squirrel and mandarin fish. Chu Ci rolled up his sleeves, ready to return to the kitchen for a knife. This little rascal had completely devoured its stored provisions. The little squirrel frantically chirped on the ground, attempting to escape, but was intercepted by the red fox couple. Chu Ci emerged from the kitchen wielding a knife, gripping the little squirrel tightly in one hand, casting a fierce glare at it. Chirp, I will report you. I want to achieve merit. The little squirrel struggled to assert. Report? Who do you intend to report? Among these few animals, whom do you wish to accuse? Chu Ci coldly observed the squirrel's performance. Chirp. I will report the red-billed blackbird. It was with other birds. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chapter 56. Where has your wife gone? A significant revelation. Upon hearing the words of the little squirrel, all the animals present perked up their ears. They quietly encircled the squirrel, their eyes gleaming with the thrill of gossip. Brothers, handle your family matters. See you tomorrow. Don't, Chu Ci, don't kill the little squirrel. This is truly the essence of squirrel and mandarin fish. Oh no, Chu Ci is going to get the authentic version. Chu Ci, don't harm the little squirrel. Just neuter it. The little squirrel lamented. I don't think I deserve this. Let us hope we see the little squirrel alive tomorrow. Without further ado, Chu Ci turned off the live stream. At that moment, the little squirrel nimbly hopped onto Chu Ci's shoulder, while the other animals gradually drew closer, as if to listen to a lecture. I warn you, do not speak carelessly. Be cautious of the red-billed blue magpie returning to retaliate against you. Chu Ci lightly tapped the little squirrel's head. Chirp, I'm not speaking carelessly. I truly saw it with my own eyes. The little squirrel protected its head with its tiny paws, fervently insisting. Roar, let's speak. Chirp, let's speak. The gathered animals eagerly encouraged the little squirrel to continue. It seemed that all creatures held a shared affinity for gossip. Then tell us how you discovered this. Chu Ci was equally curious about the gossip, especially since it appeared that only the red-billed blue magpie had returned recently. Where had its wife, the yellow-billed blue magpie, gone? Could it be? A chilling thought crossed his mind. Chirp. Yesterday, I saw it in the forest. The little squirrel stood upright, one tiny paw resting on Chu Ci's head as it began recounting its observations from the previous day, detailing how it witnessed the red-billed blue magpie's infidelity. Unfortunately, it lacked a camera, otherwise it would have captured the evidence. Upon hearing the little squirrel's account, all the animals erupted in furious cries. They were astonished that the seemingly innocent red-billed blue magpie had strayed, even with a wife. How despicable! Has this fellow become arrogant? Chu Ci gritted his teeth. I told you this fellow is a rogue. As the red-billed blue magpie's longtime rival, the teal duck immediately hurled insults, having long sensed that it was no good. The other animals nodded in agreement, echoing the teal duck's sentiments. This creature is utterly wicked. Roar. The red-billed blue magpie is not only ugly but also unfaithful. Unlike me, who is so handsome and devoted. Roar, brother, you are the best. Chirp. I demand justice for the yellow-billed blue magpie. Justice. Will you all go show off your affection elsewhere? Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively at Tiger Brother and the others, exasperated. Constantly flaunting your love. Don't you find it tiresome? The red-billed blue magpie is likely having an affair which could severely tarnish my reputation as a matchmaker. If this gets out, who would dare ask for my assistance in finding a partner? Just then, a familiar call echoed from outside. Chu Ci and the animals turned in unison toward the door. Upon entering, the red-billed blue magpie was momentarily taken aback. Why? Why are you all looking at me like that? It felt a shiver down its spine, as though they were about to devour it. Had the teal duck been bad-mouthing it from behind? Come, let me ask you something. Chu Ci smiled broadly, his expression deceptively pleasant, which startled the red-billed blue magpie. Oh, there's a murderous intent. It turned to flee, but found Tiger Brother had somehow circled behind it, blocking its escape while casting a sinister glance. Further ahead, the teal duck appeared ready to confront it. The little squirrel perched on Chu Ci's shoulder, regarding it with a judgmental glare, as though it had committed an unforgivable sin. In that moment, the red-billed blue magpie understood it could not escape. It cautiously looked at Chu Ci. Are we going to have a tribunal today? I'm doomed. Brother Magpie, you've returned for 2 days now. Where's your wife? Where has the yellow-billed blue magpie gone? My wife. All the animals glared intently at the red-billed blue magpie. Should it falter in its words, it might be torn apart by this righteous assembly. What has happened to your wife? Chu Ci inquired again, his smile failing to mask his ominous intent. He thought to himself, having gone to great lengths to find you a partner, spending a fortune and traversing mountains, only to be met with such ingratitude? If you don't suffer consequences today, I'll change my surname. Do you really think I'm a pushover as a matchmaker? My wife has gone back to her family. The red-billed blue magpie hastily explained. Oh, really? I find that hard to believe. This sounds like a tale fit for a ghost. Where would a bird like you have a family? At this point, the red-billed blue magpie still refused to be honest. Roar. I'll give it a slap, and then it will tell the truth. Chirp. Let me do it. I have the most experience in catching birds. Yes, we are the most experienced. Let me handle it. We are sworn enemies. The animals were eager to pounce, each volunteering to capture the red-billed blue magpie. Standing in the center, the red-billed blue magpie looked helpless and terrified as it gazed at the others. I'm telling the truth. She really went back to her family. The red-billed blue magpie jumped up in a panic, trying to explain. But Tiger Brother pressed it down, intent on teaching the red-billed blue magpie a lesson, demonstrating what true power looked like. What are you doing, Tiger Brother? Chu Ci instructed Tiger Brother to release the red-billed blue magpie. It quickly flew to perch on Chu Ci's other shoulder, nearly losing its balance from fright. Don't think of hiding the truth. Speak plainly. Where has the yellow-billed blue magpie gone? And who is the other bird? Chu Ci regarded the red-billed blue magpie with cold eyes. The red-billed blue magpie froze. Chirp. You all know? Chapter 57. Is it your dear sister? Ah, you rascal. Indeed the most untrustworthy one. Chu Ci glared furiously. This fellow had truly committed an offense against the yellow-billed magpie. Roar. Hand it over to me, and let it witness my cruelty. Caw. I shall avenge the yellow-billed magpie. Squeak. Let us turn it into a squirrel and fish dish. The little animals clamored in outrage against the red-billed magpie. The red-billed magpie was nearly in tears. It's not like that. It's not what you think. Speak up. What exactly is going on? Who is that bird? Don't try to wriggle out of this. There are witnesses here. Today, we are interrogating you. Squeak. That is right, I saw it. No one can escape the eyes of this forest judge. My eyes on my measure, the little squirrel proclaimed proudly. Caw. That was an old friend of mine. The red-billed magpie hurriedly explained. The bird the little squirrel saw was merely an old acquaintance. They hadn't team met in ages, so they were just catching up. It wasn't tea, as the little squirrel imagined. It truly was about to be wronged. Are you both truly just friends? No other thoughts? Chu Ci scrutinized the red-billed magpie with suspicion. Caw. We are really just friends. The red-billed magpie was on the verge of tears. Caw. I don't want a partner. Oh. Chu Ci nodded. It seems what is before me may not be entirely true. Squeak. You're lying. Where is your wife? The little squirrel pointed an accusatory finger at the red-billed magpie. Caw. She truly returned to her family. The red-billed magpie explained repeatedly with a pained expression. It was indeed wronged. Why does no one believe it? Are you certain she is not your old flame? Your dear sister? Chu Ci also asked, filled with doubt. Caw. She truly isn't. If she were, I would have become as ugly as her. The red-billed magpie swore in desperation. The one injured is the blue-headed duck. Caw. You're the ugly one. You're the ugly one. The red-billed magpie and the blue-headed duck began to quarrel once more. Enough, you two stop shouting. It's giving me a headache. Chu Ci forcibly interrupted their bickering. For now, I'll take your word for it. However, we will confirm this matter when the yellow-billed magpie returns. Implicitly, Chu Ci still did not fully believe the red-billed magpie. With the yellow-billed magpie absent, who knows if the red-billed magpie is concealing the truth? Thus, the matter was temporarily set aside. Squeak. He is lying. The little squirrel jumped out again. Stop jumping. Now, let us address your issues. And you too, the thieving couple. Chu Ci slammed the table. The little squirrel, startled, immediately lay down obediently. The thieving couple was taken aback. How did they get involved? They hadn't committed any heinous acts. The couple lowered their heads, nudging each other playfully. You all pay attention. From now on, you can only pick up things found on the roadside. Items from others' homes are owned property. Do not touch them. If someone comes looking for you, I want help. Chu Ci stated sternly. The little squirrel drooped its head in acknowledgement. The thieving couple, however, grinned widely. So, does that mean they could take whatever they wanted in the future? Observing the animals' reactions, Chu Ci couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Such a misfortune. Truly a misfortune. He felt a heaviness in his heart. Dismissed, he wearily returned to his bedroom. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone received a verification message. The sender claimed to be Sun Wei, a staff member from Haofeng Oceanarium. Hello, Brother Chu, I am Sun Wei, the keeper from Penguin World at Haofeng Oceanarium. The other party introduced himself and then sent another message. Brother Chu, we have a penguin that has entered its mating season but has yet to find a suitable partner. Could you please come take a look? Rest assured, our oceanarium is willing to offer you a reward of 20,000. Chu Ci said nothing as the other party finished explaining everything with great sincerity. All right, the day after tomorrow works for me. I will come by then. Chu Ci replied after a moment of thought. Haofeng Oceanarium seems to be located in Rong City, one of the largest oceanariums in the southwest region and even throughout Huagua. Not far from here. He could complete the task and earn some money at the same time. This deal seemed quite favorable. Good, Brother Chu. Just contact me when you arrive. Okay. Upon seeing Chu Ci's reply, Sun Wei finally let out a sigh of relief. The past few days had nearly driven him to baldness. If that penguin couldn't find a partner soon, it would have to receive hormone injections detrimental to its health. This was the last thing he wanted as a keeper. Fortunately, he had stumbled upon Chu Ci's live stream and learned of his abilities. This was precisely what he needed. Thus, without hesitation, Sun Wei reached out to Chu Ci. When Chu Ci agreed, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. The next day, Chu Ci gathered the animals together in an open space at the entrance for a simple family meeting. Tomorrow, I will be going on a long trip and return for a few days. You all should return to the mountains and not linger here, living off me. Chu Ci informed the animals. Brother Hu and the others expressed indifference, stating they could live anywhere. However, the little squirrel was quite noisy, insisting on accompanying Chu Ci on his trip. No, human transportation doesn't allow animals on board. You should stay home obediently. Chu Ci flicked the little squirrel's forehead. What about the red-billed magpie? Has it left? Chu Ci looked around, but did not see the red-billed magpie. Caw is still sleeping in its nest. I will go wake it up. Don't you fear the red-billed magpie retaliating against you? Chu Ci grabbed the blue-headed duck's wing. This fellow is always thinking of provoking the red-billed magpie. If one day the red-billed magpie truly got angry and called upon hundreds of its kind, you wouldn't even have time to run. Let us not worry about it for now. We'll see how this fellow behaves later. We'll deal with it when the yellow-billed magpie returns. Chu Ci did not believe the red-billed magpie's explanation from yesterday. Return to its family? Where would that family be? Squeak? Could it be that it has already perished? The little squirrel suddenly suggested. Can't you think of something positive? Chu Ci tapped the little squirrel's head. What nonsense fills that little head of yours? Yesterday, the red-billed magpie explained that the yellow-billed magpie had returned to its family, and that the crow was merely an old acquaintance. Don't overthink it. The animals exchanged glances, contemplating why they hadn't subjected the red-billed magpie to torture yesterday. Caw, is there a marriage recruitment happening here? Just then, a black crow descended from the sky, landing in the open space in front of the house, seemingly clutching a piece of paper in its claws. Chu Ci and all the animals were taken aback. Caw, is this the place for seeking a partner? The other party inquired once more. You are. At that moment, the little squirrel suddenly leaped forth, pointing at the crow and exclaiming with great excitement, It is it. It is indeed it. Chapter 58. Have you truly never loved? Not even a little. Do you recognize it? Chu Ci curiously gazed at the little squirrel. Chirp. Yesterday. Yesterday. The squirrel gestured urgently. Both Chu Ci and the animal suddenly realized. So it was that. The good friend of the red-billed chuff. You say you're here for matchmaking? Caw. The cold crow nodded. Chu Ci was taken aback. This creature was a cold crow, primarily found in the northwest. There were no cold crows in the Sichuan region. However, it was quite normal for cold crows to coexist with red-billed chuffs in their native habitat. But this cold crow had traveled such a long distance. 1,000 miles in search of love? Go summon the red-billed chuff for me. Just tell it that its dear sister has come to find it. Chu Ci gritted his teeth and said, Indeed, the red-billed chuff was hard to trust. Just yesterday, it claimed they were merely friends. Yet today, someone had come knocking for marriage. Caw! The teal duck excitedly darted off. It was thrilled at the prospect of witnessing the red-billed chuff's embarrassment. The other animals stared curiously at the cold crow. This fellow was truly dark. Where did you find this paper? Chu Ci inquired, taking the piece of paper from the cold crow's claw. It prominently depicted its extravagant plan to seek a mate. Evidently, its scheme had spread quite far. Caw! I found it on the way. The cold crow tilted its head, attempting to explain. It was quite curious that this human could actually understand its words. Found it on the way. Huh, I suspect you came prepared. Indeed, you are the dear sister of the red-billed chuff. Caw! Upon receiving the news, the red-billed chuff hurried over. Upon seeing the cold crow, it froze. Caw! How did you find this place? The animals widened their eyes, collectively curious as they stood by, munching on their snacks. Caw! I have come from matchmaking, the cold crow declared. Caw! You should leave. I already have a wife. The red-billed chuff replied resolutely. It understood that if it uttered a single wrong word, those few creatures behind it, staring intently, would surely pluck its feathers. Caw! Why? The cold crow leaped in front of the red-billed chuff, anxiously questioning. Caw! Because we are not of the same kind. Yes, beings of different species cannot fall in love. Chu Ci interjected from his side. While there may not be reproductive isolation between the red-billed chuff and the yellow-billed chuff, they belong to the same species. However, the cold crow and the red-billed chuff were merely of the same family, separated by a significant distance, undoubtedly leading to reproductive isolation. Even if these two were to be together, they would not find happiness. Caw! You should leave. I do not like you. The red-billed chuff turned its head away coldly. Caw! You truly have never harbored feelings for me? Not even for a fleeting moment? The cold crow confronted the red-billed chuff. Caw! We are merely friends. The red-billed chuff explained. Caw! I see you find me unattractive. The red-billed chuff fell silent. It was guiltless in its heart. It genuinely regarded the cold crow as a friend. See, the friendship between a blue-eyed and a red-eyed friend is prone to distortion. It either transforms into love or becomes something else entirely. Chu Ci remarked, clicking his tongue. Such situations are all too common in the human world. That single opposite-gender friend who has accompanied you for a long time may very well harbor certain feelings for you, regardless of gender. Evidently, the friendship between the red-billed chuff and the cold crow had transformed. Alas, the one had feelings while the other remained indifferent. Chirp? What is something else? The squirrel inquired curiously. Is the love of chickens. Chu Ci remarked. You two are not of the same species and cannot be together. Moreover, the red-billed chuff is now a bird with a family. Chu Ci directed this at the cold crow. However, the cold crow would not listen. It insisted on a resolution from the red-billed chuff. Was all their friendship merely a fabrication? Caw! You should leave. The red-billed chuff refused to even glance at the cold crow. It had not anticipated that friendship could undergo such transformation. Sister, we truly are not suited for each other. Caw! Just then, a familiar figure appeared. It was the yellow-billed chuff. At the moment the yellow-billed chuff arrived, the red-billed chuff panicked. What if its wife saw this? Wouldn't that lead to a misunderstanding? Caw! Wife! Caw! Who is your wife? Clearly, the yellow-billed chuff had returned and hidden in the corner, witnessing the entire affair. Caw! No wonder you wanted me to return to my family. So was the yellow-billed chuff, evidently not as articulate as the cold crow, was enraged and flew away. Caw! The red-billed chuff turned to Chu Ci for help. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and chase after it to explain. Chu Ci, exasperated, urged. Only then did the red-billed chuff hastily fly off to clarify. The cold crow also wished to follow, but with a glance from Chu Ci. The teal duck intercepted the cold crow. Call little sister, how do you view me? Don't you dare play any twisted games, or I will let the red-billed chuff deal with you. Chu Ci glared at the teal duck, then turned to the cold crow. You're not of the same kind as the red-billed chuff. You cannot produce offspring. Therefore, you cannot be together. Chu Ci explained a few more points to the cold crow. The cold crow lowered its head, feeling somewhat disheartened. Love is not something that can be attained merely through prolonged companionship. That is friendship. Do you understand? Chu Ci assumed the role of a heartfelt mentor, patiently guiding the cold crow to discern between friendship and love. Wait for me to finish my tasks in the next couple of days. I will personally help you find a suitable partner. Caw! I want two. All right, two it is. Chu Ci laughed helplessly. This fellow was rather greedy. However, As long as the cold crow ceased its pursuit of the red-billed chuff, he would be satisfied. He had painstakingly orchestrated a few couples. He could not afford any further mishaps. Otherwise, where would he place his reputation as a renowned matchmaker? In the evening, uncertain if the red-billed chuff had managed to coax its wife back, Chu Ci sat at the door, reflecting on the events of the morning. A whole day had passed, yet the red-billed chuff had not returned. Had they truly severed ties? Chu brother, aren't you too young to be retiring? Young people should strive. Chu brother, do you have retirement funds? Seeing Chu brother so leisurely, someone find him some work to do. You all have no idea how much that cow dung from Chu brother can fetch, do you? If I had that much money, I wouldn't work either. To be honest, a million isn't much in this society. Just buying a house in a first-tier city would consume it all. If this were in reality, I would envy you, but alas, we are online, so I can only say a million is merely a drop in the bucket. Having a million doesn't necessitate living in a big city. Life in a smaller city can be quite comfortable. Chu Ci. A million in a small place is more than sufficient. Chirp! It has bloomed. At that moment, the little squirrel suddenly leapt off Chu Ci's shoulder and dashed towards a nearby spot. What flower? Chu Ci glanced over, initially indifferent but suddenly became alert. Wait! Do not touch that flower. Chu Ci's expression changed abruptly as he called out to the little squirrel. The squirrel skidded to a halt, nearly tumbling to the ground. What is wrong with this flower? Why is Chu brother so agitated? Have you never heard that song? Do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside. You are quite the talent. Could it be that this flower is poisonous? Netizens were perplexed as to why Chu Ci would be so animated about a flower. Chu Ci then rose from his seat and walked towards the flower, remarking as he walked, "Let me share an obscure piece of knowledge. Friends who often engage in lethal pursuits should already be aware." Chapter 59. Tips for handling corpses. Wait. What did you say? Frequently committing murder? Who has the leisure to kill often? Exactly, it's usually just occasional. Who has killed? He slanders me. He slanders me. Oh no, the host has discovered it. This fellow cannot be left alive. I suggest we apprehend a few individuals upstairs for questioning. I suspect they may have truly committed murder. Could this flower be the legendary murder flower? Friends who often kill should know that burying or disposing of a corpse is an exceedingly troublesome affair. If not handled properly, the likelihood of being discovered is substantial. At that point, one would certainly be unable to evade the legal ramifications. Thus, I propose a brilliant idea. This statement from Chu Ci left the viewers in the live stream momentarily stunned. Are people truly this hardcore nowadays? Teaching others how to bury a corpse? Are you serious? Wait, what idea do you have? Brother Chu is demonstrating live how to handle a corpse. Host, please refrain from teaching recklessly. No one here is planning to kill. The host is preparing to randomly select a fortunate fan to kill. Folks, you are in for a treat. Please, I cannot accept such a fortune. Let it be reserved for the next person. How does the host know I've just dispatched someone? Quickly tell me how to dispose of corpse. I've reported it. Upstairs. You should await legal retribution. At this moment, Chu Ci approached a freshly bloomed wildflower. The blue petals were somewhat flamboyant, radiating vitality in the spring season. It is widely known that national key protected wild plants are prohibited from being excavated. Not even a mere touch is allowed. Thus, burying a corpse beneath a protected plant ensures that, if discovered, no one would dare to excavate. Before digging, they must also consider the consequences, right? The viewers in the live stream had fallen into a profound silence upon hearing this. Chu Ci continued unabated. For instance, this little blue flower is a nationally second-class protected plant. The daffodil iris. Burying a body beneath it, no one would dare to disturb it. Wouldn't this method be perfect? Chu Ci's smug smile aroused skepticism among the viewers. Do you think the host has done this before? No, I suspect there might indeed be a corpse buried beneath this daffodil iris. Brother Chu, I've already reported it. Do not blame me for being heartless. Your ideas are truly terrifying. I must admit, Brother Chu's idea is indeed feasible. I will try it next time. Only someone with 20 years of cerebral thrombosis could conceive such a method. While it's a good idea, it is absolutely impractical in real life. If a corpse truly appears, it must be excavated. Are you trying to glitch the system here? So, the question arises, Do the workers who excavate national protected plants need to go to jail? This. All right, enough discussion. I was merely joking. If one truly did this, an additional charge of damaging protected plants might be added. Chu Ci. In reality, such actions are certainly inadvisable. Excavation must occur when required. Do not meddle. Chu Ci reached out and lightly tapped the little squirrel's head, instructing it not to disturb the flower. This is a nationally second-class protected plant, on par with you. No one is allowed to touch this flower. Chu Ci warned the other animals, pointing at the daffodil iris. Aside from the little squirrel, the other animals showed no interest in the flower. What's so fascinating about a flower? I thought Brother Chu had truly done this before. I suggest investigating the host. I have a feeling he is not clean. It is well known that Brother Chu is a bit of a lunatic. Would you believe the words of lunatic? I have heard of daffodils and irises, but I have never heard of a daffodil iris. This flower must be a hybrid of daffodil and iris. It is quite beautiful. I'll search online to see if seeds are for sale. National second-class protected plants. Who would dare sell them? Some protected plants can be artificially cultivated and sold with permission. Brother Chu, I have memorized your method. When I get caught, I will say it was my mentor Chu Ci who taught me. Cool me. Dare you reveal your true address? Let's see if I will truly visit you offline. Chu Ci nearly erupted in the live stream, cursing under his breath. These folks are indeed a bit troublesome. I shall refrain from imparting such tricks to them in the future. I will keep them for myself. By the way, I have yet to check today's drift bottle. After resuming his seat, Chu Ci remembered that he had forgotten to check today's drift bottle. System. Retrieve the drift bottle. The drift bottle is currently being retrieved. 2 drift bottles appeared, both from the animals at home. Either was Tiger Brother being narcissistic or the teal-headed duck contemplating an attack on the red-billed magpie. There was not a shred of useful information. However, in the last drift bottle, Chu Ci once again encountered the heartfelt thoughts of the antelope, once more astonished by its outrageous notions. Did it stop hitting me yesterday and today because it no longer loves me? Young lady, please have some dignity. Chu Ci sighed upon looking at the drift bottle. This must be what they refer to as Stockholm Syndrome, leading to a severely distorted perception, where it believes that being hit is normal. Animals seem not so different from humans after all. Chu Ci shook his head and closed the drift bottle interface. The following day, early in the morning, personnel from the Haofeng Oceanarium had already arrived at the mountain. They were specifically there to fetch Chu Ci. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am the driver, Old Wong. We can set off now. All right, I'll make some arrangements at home. Chu Ci nodded, calling the animals over and giving them some instructions. I'm leaving now. Take care of the house. I will return tomorrow. Chu Ci waved at the animals and got into the vehicle. As he watched the car descend the mountain, the animals at the entrance suddenly seemed deflated. They looked at one another, devoid of any spirit, languidly lying on the ground, unsure of what to do. Chirp! At that moment, the little squirrel jumped forward. Walking in front of the animals, it shook its head and exclaimed, Chirp, I have something fun. Do you want to hear it? Swoosh! Several animals perked up their ears, curiously gazing at the little squirrel. The squirrel halted, looking at Tiger Brother and the others, and with arms wide open, excitedly declared, Chirp, I know of a fellow in the mountains who enjoys domestic violence. Roar? What? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Roar, roar. Quack, quack. Chapter 60. The best method to oppose domestic violence. Chu Ci, already seated in the car, was evidently unaware of the events unfolding at home. Engaged in conversation with the driver, Old Wong, he inquired about the condition of a particular penguin. However, Old Wong, merely a driver, expressed his ignorance regarding the internal situation. Suddenly, the car came to a screeching halt, causing Chu Ci to nearly lose his balance. What happened? He quickly asked once he steadied himself. A gazelle has appeared ahead. Old Wong pointed out. A gazelle? Chu Ci was taken aback. Indeed, right in front of the car stood a gazelle, lingering obstinately before them. Its eyes appeared dazed, reflecting a certain disorientation. More troubling were the numerous wounds adorning its body, prompting a frown from Chu Ci. Could it be? Old Wong, please wait a moment. I need to assess the situation. Despite Old Wong's anxious calls, Chu Ci stepped out to confront the gazelle. The driver watched nervously, aware of the creature's reputation as a formidable predator in the Qinling Mountains, particularly fierce in the Sichuan region. He feared a sudden outburst from the gazelle, which could potentially damage the car. "Hello there. You must be the gazelle that enjoys a bit of rough play," Chu Ci bluntly remarked, identifying the creature. The gazelle, taken aback, stared at him in astonishment. How did this human know such a thing? Humans truly are terrifying. Has it not struck you in a while? Are you feeling unloved? Chu Ci continued, noticing the gazelle nodding, as if it had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, it hasn't struck me in days. Is it because it no longer cares for me? The concern was palpable in the gazelle's voice, as it admitted to being unable to eat, lost in troubling thoughts. "Do not fret. I am here to assist you," Chu Ci reassured, gently patting the gazelle's head. Old Wang could only stare in disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What on earth is happening? Is this gazelle really under his care? Why is it so obedient? Would you like it to love you more? Chu Ci asked with a mischievous grin. The gazelle nodded furiously, longing for that affection. "It feels as though it cannot live without it. You seem rather possessive in a peculiar way." Chu Ci mused inwardly before addressing the gazelle. "The solution is quite simple. It strikes you, and you strike back. That's all." "Strike back?" The gazelle looked perplexed. "Yes, precisely. Remember, love is mutual. If it enjoys hitting you, it must care for you deeply. If you love it, why not reciprocate? Do you understand why it has refrained from striking you these past few days?" The gazelle shook its head in confusion. "Why not? I wish to know why it has stopped." "Because it has not felt your love. It has been giving, but you have not reciprocated. Over time, it has grown disheartened and ceased its actions. You must strike back to convey your genuine affection. The depth of your love should mirror the intensity of your actions. Make it feel your fervent heart." Chu Ci's words left the gazelle somewhat dazed, but upon reflection, a semblance of understanding dawned. It realized it had failed to express its affection adequately. "Now I comprehend what I must do. Remember, love is reciprocal. Solely unidirectional devotion is insufficient. Strive earnestly." Chu Ci offered words of encouragement, boosting the gazelle's confidence, which was eager to return and apply its newfound understanding. "Be sure to hit it hard. Don't fear it. Ignore its protests. Just strike." The gazelle nodded solemnly, committing the advice to memory, determined to express its love fervently upon returning home. "All right, you may go now. Should you ever seek a second partner, feel free to consult me. I can assist you in finding a better match." "No, I want it," the gazelle exclaimed, revealing a hint of Stockholm syndrome mixed with obsessive affection. Chu Ci chuckled, resigned to the situation, and patted the gazelle's head as it hurried away, eager to implement its plan. Watching the gazelle depart, Chu Ci sighed, realizing that it had fallen victim to an unhealthy relationship. Separation was clearly not an option. Thus, the optimal solution lay in a tit-for-tat approach, striking back with equal fervor to instill a sense of fear in the partner. It seemed even animals required methods to combat domestic violence. Shaking his head, Chu Ci returned to the car, while old Wang, who had witnessed the bizarre exchange, remained speechless. If it weren't for his superior's insistence, he might have deemed Chu Ci a lunatic. "Mr. Chu Ci, about that earlier. Oh, the gazelle was a victim of domestic violence. I was teaching it how to stand against it." Old Wang stared at Chu Ci bewildered. Domestic violence among animals? Such a niche topic. "By the way, old Wang, you don't engage in domestic violence, do you?" Chu Ci inquired. I do not. I do not." Old Wang hastily shook his head, convinced that Chu Ci had indeed lost his mind. He feared that a misstep in conversation might provoke a violent reaction. Turning his head cautiously, old Wang drove, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, feeling a sense of dread. Had he known, he would have declined this ride, sensing an imminent threat to his safety. "Old Wang, why do you seem anxious?" Chu Ci observed his nervous glances. "And no, I might have just had a restless night," Old Wang replied with a forced smile. Chu Ci, not dwelling on it further, leaned back to rest his eyes, recalling his own sleepless night, disturbed by the ruckus of several animals. Upon returning home, he intended to evict them from a space, tired of their incessant demands. Yaju City was not far from Rongqing, merely 100 kilometers away. A drive of 1 or 2 hours would suffice, though entering the urban area caused some delays. Approaching noon, Old Wang delivered Chu Ci to the entrance of the Haofeng Oceanarium, where he met with the penguin caretaker, Sun Wei, with whom he had previously communicated. "Hello, Chu Ci. You finally made it, Sunway exclaimed excitedly, shaking Chu Ci's hand. Hello, hello. Let us go see the penguins, Chu Ci replied, eager to get to work. Absolutely. Right this way. Please. Sunway, surprised by Chu Ci's promptness, hurried to lead him into the aquarium. Thank goodness I found you. Otherwise, that penguin would have received hormone injections. Those injections. Sunway animatedly began to explain the situation. That is quite unkind of you. Is that so? Chapter 61. Do you not wish to return to Antarctica? At this moment, deep within the mountains of Yaju City, 3 differently colored giant pandas ambled along a narrow path. They took a step and paused twice, occasionally nibbling on bamboo as if they were on a leisurely excursion. Just as they emerged from the bamboo grove, they encountered Tiger Brother and Squirrel, who were on their own adventure. Recognizing old friends, the 3 pandas excitedly rushed over, bamboo in hand. Hey, what brings you out here? The giant pandas inquired with curiosity. We're here to accomplish something great, Squirrel proclaimed while perched atop Tiger's sister's head. As the instigator of the entire endeavor, Squirrel now held a position of great importance, tasked with providing wisdom to the team. What great thing? The pandas asked, setting down their bamboo and glancing curiously at Tiger Brother and his companions. Under the leadership of the Forest Mouse Judge, we are here to uphold justice. I will be the voice of fairness, Squirrel declared, standing tall and waving its tiny paws as if embodying the essence of righteousness, the savior of animals. Would you like to join us? Squirrel inquired of the 3 pandas. The more animals, the greater the strength. Yes, we shall go. The pandas responded enthusiastically, raising their bamboo in agreement. Though they were unaware of what it meant to uphold justice, they found the idea quite thrilling and wished to partake. Why are you here? Tiger Brother interrupted their conversation, eyeing the trio of differently colored pandas with curiosity. Having lived in the mountains for so long, he had never seen 3 such unique little chubby bears. We're here to deliver a surprise. The black and white panda beamed. The surprise was intended for Chu Ci, who had previously asked them not to forget the media gold. However, they soon discovered that Chu Ci was not at home. What surprise? Tiger Brother asked, intrigued. The pandas appeared to have brought nothing with them. This, the black and white panda, pointed behind them. Who? Squirrel asked, peering curiously over the panda's shoulders, but saw nothing. Is that the surprise? Just air? Indeed. The panda turned around, its eyes widening in shock. Where's my child? The one I just found. At that moment, within the Haofeng Oceanarium, Chu Ci was watching the penguin keeper, Sun Wei, with a half-hearted smile. He had recently learned about the practice of administering hormone injections to animals, which had become common knowledge in various zoos and aquariums. While somewhat inhumane, it was effective and few cared to intervene. Who has the time to concern themselves with animals? Chu Ci's candid remarks caught Sunway off guard, prompting him to give a thumbs up. You're right, Brother Chu. I feel the same about those leaders. Luckily, I found you otherwise. That penguin would surely have received hormones as well. Sunway shook his head, feeling helpless against the oceanarium's practices. As an ordinary worker, there was little he could do. Getting Chu Ci to come was already his utmost effort. Let's go see the penguin, Chu Ci suggested without further comment. All right, Brother Chu, Sunway replied, leading him to the penguin exhibit. The Haofeng Oceanarium was expansive, and along the way, Chu Ci encountered various marine creatures, even whale sharks. After a short walk, they arrived at the back entrance of the penguin enclosure. Brother Chu, Fong is hiding in the rockery and doesn't want to come out. I'll go call her, Sunway explained. Fong was the name of a penguin who had recently been feeling down due to her inability to find a suitable mate. No need. I'll go myself, Chu Ci replied. Brother Chu, Fong is wary of strangers. Sunway began, but Chu Ci waved him off. Don't worry. I have a way with animals. He approached the rockery alone. Miss Fong, please come out. I'm here to find you a mate, Chu Ci called out. Sunway stood nearby, anxious that Chu Ci might frighten Fong. However, hidden within the crevices of the rockery, Fong not only heard Chu Ci's call, but also caught a whiff of his scent, which felt familiar and comforting. After several calls, she waddled out, swaying side to side in the typical penguin manner. Fong was quite tall, nearly a meter, with an orange beak and a distinctive white feather above her eyes, setting her apart from other penguins. Aha, beauty. Chu Ci complimented Fang. Fang. Stop it. She flustered, shyly waving her flippers, seemingly bashful but happily waddling toward Chu Ci. This scene astonished Sun Wei and the other staff members. Did he just bond with a penguin in one sentence? Onlookers might think this penguin belongs to him. Sun Wei marveled. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I've never seen someone flirt with a penguin before. Wait, who is that? Oh, it's Brother Chu. Well, that's different. His peculiarities are understandable. I think we could learn from this. The staff, initially shocked, soon accepted the bizarre encounter as normal, knowing Chu Ci's reputation as an eccentric individual. You are quite large, Chu Ci remarked as he gently stroked Fong Fong, whose size was only second to the emperor penguin among all species. Such a large penguin was rare in the oceanarium, a testament to its status as the largest in the Southwest. Hello, Fong Fong. I'm a top matchmaker, specifically for animals. I've gathered some information about you. I hear you wish to return to Antarctica? Chu Ci asked, petting her head. Huh? I don't want to go back to Antarctica. Fong Fong replied, puzzled. She thought to herself, why return to a place she had never lived? Not want to return? Chu Ci was taken aback, recalling the sentiments he had gleaned from the penguin in the message in a bottle. I want to find a husband with Antarctic residency. Chapter 62. The Brahmin of the Penguin World. Does your husband have an Antarctic residency? Upon hearing this, Chu Ci was utterly bewildered. In this day and age, even animals are demanding residency permits? And an Antarctic one at that. Why not just ascend to the heavens? Chu Ci gazed speechlessly at Fong Fong. No wonder this creature had yet to find a partner. It seems that its expectations were rather lofty. The circle of penguins in the exhibit looked on. To say they had Antarctic residency was a stretch. Merely being wild would be quite a feat in reality. Most of the penguins in the exhibit were bred in captivity. The cost of capturing wild ones was prohibitively high, while breeding them artificially was considerably more economical. After all, they are all penguins, and as long as they can be observed, the audience remains oblivious to such details. Other penguins are not suitable? Squawk. Absolutely not. Fong Fong vehemently shook its head, casting a glance of disdain towards its nearby kin. Squawk. I possess a noble Antarctic lineage. My partner must also have an Antarctic residency. Fong Fong confided in Chu Ci about its expectations for a mate. In recent days, no one had truly understood it. Only Chu Ci seemed to grasp its desires. In this era, even animals exhibit regional discrimination. One might mistakenly think you hail from a Brahmin lineage. Chu Ci chuckled softly as he patted Fong Fong's head. He realized that the reasons for the majority of animals being single were likely akin to those of humans. Besides the primary issue of mismatched energies, the rest stem from rather unique expectations. They were a mixed bag, none of them easy to please. Thus, even those animals harboring romantic inclinations faced challenges in finding their perfect match. Squawk. Can you help me find a husband of Antarctic descent? Fong Fong looked up, eyes filled with hope as it gazed at Chu Ci. Chu, how's the conversation going? At that moment, Sun Wei rushed over with a bucket of fish. He feared that if he didn't hurry, Fong Fong would follow Chu Ci away. He had seen enough cases of human trafficking. This was his first encounter with animal trafficking. Fong Fong, come and eat something. Sun Wei pinched a fish to offer to Fong Fong, but it merely raised its head to look at Chu Ci, completely ignoring the zookeeper. Give it to me. Chu Ci took the small fish and fed it to Fong Fong. Sun Wei stood off to the side, feeling somewhat dejected. How could Fong Fong betray him so soon after Chu Ci's arrival? I am your zookeeper, Fong Fong. Do our days of companionship not outweigh that of an outsider? It is said that childhood friendships cannot compete with sudden encounters. Now, I understand. I am the outsider here. Sun Wei's face reflected his discontent. Are you constipated? Chu Ci glanced at Sun Wei in confusion. Sun Wei quickly shook his head. Was Fong Fong captured from Antarctica? Chu Ci inquired further. No. Fong Fong's father was obtained through special channels from Antarctica, Sun Wei quickly clarified. The reason the administration insisted on administering hormone injections to Fong Fong is because of its Antarctic lineage. The offspring would not be ordinary, even in terms of sale. They would fetch a higher price than regular penguins. Oh, so the lineage is not entirely pure. It is a hybrid. Chu Ci nodded. Regardless of the purity of its lineage, Fong Fong's father is at least a bona fide native of Antarctica. Therefore, it is only natural for Fong Fong to seek a partner with a similar Antarctic residency. Crustaceans seek crustaceans, fish pair with fish, and turtles with mung beans. We all have bright futures ahead. After finishing the fish, Fong Fong continued to gaze expectantly at Chu Ci. Rest assured, I will certainly help you find a satisfactory match. Chu Ci reassured Fong Fong while simultaneously directing the system to search for nearby penguins from Antarctica seeking romance. If all goes well, this penguin should be the one yearning to return to Antarctica, just like a message in a bottle. Chu Ci, can you help Fong Fong find a partner? Sun Wei asked anxiously. Fear not. However, Fong Fong's true soulmate may not be in your aquarium. Chu Ci received a notification from the system. Where is it then? Sun Wei inquired with curiosity. They had previously sought assistance from other colleagues for matching, yet none had proven satisfactory for Fong Fong. Which places in Rome City have penguins? The Rome City Aquarium, the polar region. Just the Rome City Aquarium? Chu Ci interrupted Sun Wei. The system's search results indicated that the penguin was indeed at the Rome City Aquarium. Wow, where did you know that, Chu Ci? Sun Wei's eyes widened in surprise. This information was something Manager Wang stumbled upon yesterday. But how did Chu Ci know upon his arrival? Indeed, Fong Fong's true partner resides there. If Chu Ci had donned sunglasses at that moment, he would have appeared like a mystic in Sun Wei's eyes. Chu Ci, are you certain? Sun Wei hesitated. About 90% sure. You may converse with the other party and see if you can facilitate a match for them, Chu Ci suggested, glancing at Fong Fong. This is not the wild. For Fong Fong to successfully pair with that penguin will likely require considerable effort. All right, Chu Ci, I will consult with the leadership now. Sun Wei bit the bullet and decided to seek guidance from the higher-ups. Fong Fong had already lost a lot of weight over the past few days, so there was no time to waste. Chu Ci, please wait here. I will return shortly. With that, Sun Wei turned to leave. By the way, can you live stream here? Chu Ci asked a nearby staff member. Certainly, Chu Ci. The staff members gathered around him enthusiastically. You need not follow me. I will wander about. Also, Fong Fong has not eaten for the past few days. Hurry and prepare some food for it. Chu Ci pointed to Fong Fong. The staff quickly prepared some of Fong Fong's favorite food. Surprisingly, Fong Fong, who had initially lacked appetite, began to eat heartily. Hey, incredible! How did Chu Ci manage that? Fong Fong, we are also searching for a partner for you. Why do you ignore us? Indeed, Fong Fong, you are being biased. Squawk. You are only seeking out the odd ones. Fong Fong stretched its neck and squawked twice. Unfortunately, the staff did not understand and assumed Fong Fong was simply starving, quickly bringing over a bucket of small fish. After leaving the penguin exhibit, Chu Ci began to wander around while simultaneously starting his live stream. Brothers, look where I have arrived. An aquarium? Is Chu Ci craving fish? This seems to be the Haofeng Ocean Aquarium I visited once before. Given Chu Ci's professional ethics, which fish is he matchmaking? Which fish can no longer suppress their loneliness? The aquarium is not only home to fish. Indeed, I am here this time to find a partner for a penguin, Chu Ci remarked while walking. Some people recognized him along the way, but hesitated to approach. After all, his behavior in the live stream resembled that of someone unhinged. What if he was the same in real life? It is well known that it is not illegal for the mentally ill to strike others. Finding a partner for a penguin. Chu Ci's business has truly expanded. He is now venturing into aquariums. Chu Ci, can you find a partner for my electronic dog? Wait, what dog? What is wrong? An electronic dog, ISNTA dog? I'll have you know that S discrimination. People's sanity seems to be increasingly deteriorating. Oh, as Chu Ci passed by a water tank, he suddenly came to a halt. Gazing at the fish within, he let out a couple of clicks with his tongue. Indeed, Rongqing is deserving of its title as the heart of Sichuan. Even the fish cultivated here exhibit a certain sophistication. Chapter 63. The red silk fish that can change sex. What does Brother Chu mean by that? I have a premonition that our Rong City might be in trouble again. I recognize this fish. It seems to be called the red silk fish. The last time I saw it, there was nothing particularly special about it. That is because you did not take a closer look. The red silk fish can change its sex. What? It can change its sex? Who performs surgery on them? Indeed, the red silk fish possesses the remarkable ability to change its sex. Chu Ci pointed to the group of pale pink fish in the tank and explained. The surrounding visitors, hearing his elucidation, mistakenly assumed he was a staff member and instinctively drew closer. The red silk fish is a social species that practices polyandry, with typically only one male and a group of females, who are considered the male's partners. When a male red silk fish dies, the strongest female in the group will step forward and gradually transform into a male, assuming the deceased position and taking over his harem. After listening to Chu Ci's explanation, both the online viewers and the attendees were left in astonishment. These creatures could actually alter their gender? Impressive red silk fish, capable of turning male. Does this mean it's putting a green hat on its husband? Female red silk fish. Dear husband, you wouldn't want your harem to be taken over by other fish, would you? You outrageous contenders. I'll challenge you. I recall that the eel can undergo a similar gender reversal, right? This is different from eels. Eels can change their sex at any point in adulthood. I suddenly want to be an eel. Change your IP for me. How infuriating. Who is spreading rumors about us? Even though I might be part of it. You're not here to defend yourself. We didn't ask for your testimony. This only deepens the stereotype about Rome City. Such occurrences of gender transformation are not particularly rare in the animal kingdom. Even hens can, under certain conditions, turn into roosters. The situation with hens is quite similar to that of red silk fish. When there are no males in the group, the strongest hen will rise to the occasion and transform into a male. However, this phenomenon is relatively rare among terrestrial creatures. Marine animals, perhaps due to the absence of sunlight, may grow in arbitrary forms and even choose their gender as they please. A rooster that lays eggs? A fighting cock among roosters? A comment from a nearby visitor sparked laughter among the crowd. Can a hen really turn into a rooster? Yes, I witnessed it as a child. But no one believed me then. It's a normal natural phenomenon I read about in a popular science article. Why can't humans do the same? Young man, your thoughts are rather perilous. The surrounding visitors began a lively discussion, finding this peculiar notion quite amusing. Just as they wished to hear more from Chu Ci, he had already vanished from sight. Hey, that young man runs so quickly. He doesn't take his job seriously at all. That young man is not a staff member of the aquarium. He is Brother Chu, so be cautious when speaking ill of him behind his back. Who is Brother Chu? I don't know him. He is the one who found the South China tiger and helps animals find partners. Oh, you mean that amazing Chu Ci? Though he had already distanced himself, Chu Ci overheard the visitor's chatter, his expression darkening in frustration. Who is tarnishing my reputation? Brother Chu, don't be angry. They think you're crazy, but I see you as a fellow comrade. You haven't spared Brother Chu either. I believe Brother Chu will eventually become insane. Remember, if Brother Chu loses his sanity, you all will share part of the blame. Brother Chu, welcome to Rome City 3rd Hospital to keep me company. Didn't Brother Chu say he would help the penguin find a partner? Why isn't he gone yet? The penguin's requirements are too high. It wants a household registration in Antarctica. Chu Ci spoke the truth, yet the netizens found it hard to believe. After all, isn't the penguin an exclusive inhabitant of Antarctica? Only 5 species truly have Antarctic registration, the rest do not. With time on his hands, Chu Ci strolled while chatting with the netizens. At that moment, Sunway hurried over. How did your discussion with your superior go? Brother Chu, our leader wants to meet you. He thinks this matter is too absurd. Sunway spoke awkwardly, as the situation sounded rather unbelievable, leading to his leader's skepticism. All right, I'll speak with your leader, Chu Ci said, patting Sunway on the shoulder, urging him to lead the way. Perhaps no one aside from him would believe this matter. Another lengthy explanation awaited him. Meanwhile, in the forest, a saiga antelope was panting angrily, glaring at a group of animals across from it. This group was unruly, attacking it without reason. Why are you hitting me? The saiga antelope bellowed. Because you hit your wife. We demand justice, chattered a squirrel. As the judge of this forest, I declare you guilty. The little squirrel fearlessly extended its tiny paw toward the enraged saiga antelope. With so many of us, how can we not overpower you? Today, we are here to uphold justice. How dare you? What does my hitting my wife have to do with you? She enjoys it. Mind your own business. Brothers, let's take him down. The squirrel shouted, and the tiger and others surrounded the saiga antelope. Do not hit my husband. At that moment, another saiga antelope dashed out from the forest, immediately defending her partner. The male saiga antelope looked at the female with gratitude. "You are the best, my dear. You risked yourself to save me. For these few days, I one-T hit you, and once you're healed, I'll resume." Finding such a caring husband, she could be secretly pleased. "What is happening?" "Roar. My wife is back." "Quack. Didn't T you say he hits his wife?" The animal stopped, bewildered. "Isn't it said that the male saiga antelope beats his wife? This doesn't seem right." The female saiga antelope stepped forward to defend him. We become the villains. The animals were taken aback. Yet the next scene left them even more astonished. "Dear, you are so good. I want to hit you today. Hey, dear, what are you doing? Stop. Quickly stop." Chapter 64. Are you two siblings? Moo. Wrong, dear wife. Please stop colliding. The anguished cries of the male antelope echoed through the forest as the female antelope relentlessly rammed into him. Not only was the male antelope bewildered, but even Tiger Brother and his companions were taken aback. They exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the bizarre scene before them. At first glance, it seemed that the male antelope was the victim of domestic abuse. Had they misjudged the situation? Your information is erroneous. Look at the mess you've caused. Chitter. Little squirrel, you deceived us. The animals glared angrily at the little squirrel, who was now utterly dumbfounded, watching the female antelope mercilessly assault the male. The news it had received indicated that the male was the aggressor. How had the roles reversed? Roar? Should we go help him? Tiger Brother suggested earnestly. Just then, the female antelope abruptly halted, glaring at Tiger Brother and the others. Moo, you are so wicked. How dare you bully my husband? Huh? Gah. The animals were completely bewildered. Who could explain this perplexing situation to them? Moo, my husband is only allowed to be beaten by me. Understand? Tiger Brother and the others exchanged knowing looks and decisively chose to retreat. This couple might have some serious issues. After the animals left, the female antelope gazed affectionately at the male. Moo, don't come near. Let's separate. The male antelope looked at the advancing female with terror. The pain from earlier was still fresh. How had he never realized how formidable she was before? He needed to flee quickly. His life depended on it. Upon hearing the male's words, the female felt a pang of sadness. He truly no longer loved her. He wanted to part ways. However, recalling what a human had said, she felt invigorated. They say that pursuing a husband is akin to facing a fiery furnace. Previously, she hadn't shown her husband enough affection. That would change from now on. Moo, it seems my husband still hasn't felt my love. What do you think you're running? Take this blow. Meanwhile, in the Halfong Aquarium, Chu Ci had yet to clarify the matter of penguin matchmaking. Sunway's superior, Manager Wong, hurriedly emerged. Mr. Chu, I am the manager here. My surname is Wong. We just received news that the penguin from the Rongqing Aquarium is now depressed, supposedly due to loneliness. They heard we have a white-browed penguin here, so they plan to bring theirs over for a matchmaking session to alleviate its melancholy. Manager Wong swiftly outlined the situation. It turns out that the penguin from Rongqing is also a white-browed one. They had acquired it some time ago, but its condition had deteriorated significantly. It refused to eat or drink. This had caused them great distress, as they had invested a considerable amount of money into its purchase. If it were to die, the loss would be tremendous. Hearing that Halfong Aquarium also had a white-browed penguin, they thought to try pairing the two. Being of the same kind might help ease the solitude. As for the future, both aquariums would care for the two penguins together, with specific details to be discussed after their meeting. Mr. Chu, once the staff from their side arrives, we may need your assistance as a matchmaker, Manager Wong chuckled. No problem. It is my duty, Chu Ci replied with a smile. It seemed that Fong Fong's matchmaking process was progressing smoothly, and she would soon find her dream penguin. After waiting for over an hour with the aquarium staff, the staff from the Rongqing Aquarium arrived with the penguin. A cage draped in black cloth was brought to the back entrance of the aquarium. The penguin had arrived. Everyone turned their attention to the cage. The caretaker from the Rongqing Aquarium lifted the cloth, revealing a male white-browed penguin that appeared to be in poor condition, a hint of melancholy evident in its eyes. Mr. Chu, I understand. Chu Ci nodded and approached the male white-browed penguin. Hey buddy, don't think about heading back to Antarctica. Let me introduce you to a girlfriend from Antarctica. Chu Ci tapped the cage. The male white-browed penguin lifted its head and glanced at Chu Ci, showing a flicker of vitality. Fong Fong, come out. Don't be shy. Chu Ci beckoned. Fong Fong, a bit bashful, swayed her way over, her innocent demeanor eliciting laughter from those present. How can a penguin be shy during matchmaking? Look, brother, she is fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. And the key point is she has an Antarctic household registration. Do you like her? Chu Ci remarked to the male white-browed penguin. Chu Ci, you're quite the smooth talker, haha. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long legs. Those are all attributes Fong Fong lacks. Is it possible that Fong Fong is the belle of the penguin world? If such a beauty can't find a partner, what does that say? Can a beauty have high standards? You're quite something, really. The nearby staff debated. Meanwhile, the previously listless white-browed penguin perked up upon seeing Fong Fong. Here it could finally see its kind. Chu Ci signaled for the staff to release the male white-browed penguin. Once they met, the two penguins began to wobble their heads back and forth like bobbleheads, even bowing slightly, akin to nodding and greeting. What are these two penguins doing? Greeting each other? Indeed, it resembles a greeting somewhat like humans. The penguins wobbling their heads are truly adorable. I suddenly want to raise a penguin. What should I do? Then just keep thinking. In the future, you can think about whatever you want. Gah, you're also from Antarctica? The male white-browed penguin exclaimed excitedly. Fong Fong nodded without hesitation. Indeed, she was from Antarctica. Although she hadn't grown up there, her father was from Antarctica. So she belonged there too, right? You both hail from the same place. Have a good chat. Chu Ci encouraged from the side. He had just heard Manager Wong mention that Fong Fong's father and this male white-browed penguin were from the same area. Perhaps there was some connection between them. This was what one might call fate. Fong Fong turned to Chu Ci, her eyes filled with gratitude. She was quite pleased with his husband, tall, strong, and from Antarctica. She adored him. Thus, Chu Ci stepped aside with the staff, allowing space for the two penguins to converse without interruption. Meanwhile, he discreetly assessed the compatibility of the two penguins. Marriage compatibility inquiry in progress. Query result, 90. 90% is quite good. It's likely because Fong Fong has not lived in Antarctica. However, a compatibility of 90% suggests a perfect match. Chu Ci was immensely satisfied with this pairing. Chu, what are they discussing? Indeed. Chu, could you translate for us? The crowd turned their attention to Chu Ci. Please, stop putting pressure on Chu. He hasn't figured out how to fabricate a story yet. Exactly. Can we wait a moment? In real life, Chu seems a bit bashful. A mental health patient looks like this when they aren't in a state. Case solved, this is the truth. Be careful. You might find yourself sued by Chu one day. Don't cry then. What else can one discuss during a matchmaking encounter? Typically, inquiries revolve around one as profession. The number of family members, past romantic experiences, and whether one possesses a vehicle or a residence. Both parties appeared quite content with each other as responses. Chu Ci's remarks elicited uncontrollable laughter from those nearby, finding the situation exceedingly amusing. At that moment, the two penguins concluded their conversation. Just as everyone presumed the pair had found a mutual attraction and might unite, the male white-browed penguin turned to Chu Ci with a serious tone and exclaimed, "No, we cannot be together." Chu Ci was taken aback and questioned, "Why not? Are you two siblings?" Chapter 65. The concerns of the white-browed penguin. What is the matter? Are you two incompatible? Chu Ci asked, his composure faltering slightly. The system indicates that you are a match made in heaven. How could you put on such a display? Are you not undermining my credibility as a matchmaker? I do not possess a house. We cannot be together. I must take responsibility. Hearing the male white-browed penguin's explanation, Chu Ci felt an unexpected surge of respect. You see, this is the hallmark of a true gentleman, responsible and accountable. However, it was merely a matter of housing. That was easily resolvable. Brother Chu, what is going on? Are these two penguins quarreling? Sun Wei approached with concern. No, just arrange a separate room for this fellow as a bridal chamber, and they can marry, Chu Ci suggested, pointing to the male white-browed penguin. Like other avian species, male penguins build nests before marriage to attract mates. This is a common characteristic among most birds. Some penguins even engage in a ceremonial bowing during their wedding, replete with ritualistic significance. Oh, Is there anything else we should be aware of, Brother Chu? Sunway inquired humbly. Although he had raised penguins for years, he felt Chu Ci possessed a deeper understanding. Otherwise, he would not have sought Chu Ci as assistance today. There is nothing more. You may deliberate on the arrangements for these two penguins yourselves. They are quite compatible together. I shall not interfere further. Chu Ci nodded. Since both had chosen one another, there was little else to discuss. His task was complete. From here on, you are on your own. I shall take my leave. Fong Fong, I am departing. Until we meet again. Chu Ci waved goodbye to Fong Fong, who reciprocated the gesture. After bidding farewell to the others, he prepared to leave the aquarium and return home. Resolving the matter within a single day, he would soon pocket 20,000 yuan. It seems that being a matchmaker is quite lucrative. As afternoon approached, he wondered if he would make it home before nightfall. Brother Chu, allow me to escort you. Sun Wei promptly followed. Had it not been for Chu Ci's help, Fong Fong would not have found such a suitable partner. Brother Chu, could I trouble you to take a look at the polar bears in our exhibit? A staff member cautiously approached Chu Ci, hesitating before speaking. Polar bears? What seems to be the issue? Are they struggling to find partners as well? Chu Ci asked, intrigued. The system showed no signs of nearby animals seeking romance. Oldly, did you not find a mate for your polar bears? Sun Wei interjected. We did find a mate. But Oldly appeared troubled and pondered before continuing. Recently, we attempted to pair a few of our polar bears. Initially, it seemed promising, but one male polar bear has since become despondent and has lost his appetite. We have investigated for days without discernible reasons. Could you please take a look? Oldly's expression bore a hint of embarrassment. Is this a joke? Are you treating Brother Chu as free labor? Brother Chu, can you help me check on my dog, De Huang? He also seeks a companion. The pet hospital is overflowing with animals and heat. You should check there. That is not the same. Seeking Brother Chu is akin to matchmaking, while the pet hospital is just a breeding ground. You present an angle I had never considered. I suggest shutting down the pet hospital. They're evidently organizing. Upon entering the live stream, I realized that the real talent was right here. I'll take a quick look. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ci agreed. Better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage. Since he was headed that way, he would assess the situation. All right, Brother Chu, this way, please. Oldly hurriedly led the way. The polar bear exhibit was adjacent to the penguin enclosure, one from the Antarctic, the other from the Arctic, a mere figurative distance apart. There were only 7 or 8 polar bears in the exhibit. Oldly pointed to one seated by the water's edge. Brother Chu, that's the one. Its mood has been quite poor lately, and it shows no interest in the mate we arranged for it. Do you think this polar bear is incapable? Oldly speculated with evident concern. I too sense that this polar bear may be lacking. How can it disregard a beautiful mate? I have never heard of an animal being incapable. I suspect it is indeed incapable, leading to feelings of inferiority. Don't ask how I know. I have a friend with similar experiences. There are no outsiders here. You needn't mention your friend. Simply share how you resolved it. I believe it is due to the mate you arranged. It simply does not find her appealing. How picky. It is fortunate to have a beautiful partner. Who does not appreciate beauty? It is human nature. I am unlike you. I would marry even someone considered unattractive. I see you are truly famished. Is it not enough to have a partner? Why the unhappiness? Intrigued, Chu Ci approached the polar bear. Be careful, Brother Chu. Oldly waved his hand anxiously. The polar bear posed a greater danger than the penguin. After all, it was a bear. If it were to become agitated, it could inflict harm. Do not worry. Observe those polar bears. Sunway reassured Oldly, gesturing inside. To their surprise, rather than attacking, the polar bears turned their curiosity towards Chu Ci, even gradually approaching him. This astonished Oldly. When he first began working there, the polar bears were not so amiable. In a few strides, Chu Ci reached the polar bear's side and exchanged a few words. Afterward, he gently patted the polar bear's head and returned to the entrance. Sunway and Oldly gazed at him in astonishment. Is this polar bear yours? You were able to touch its head? The reason is clear. The mate you arranged is too beautiful. This polar bear prefers the less attractive. Chapter 66. The polar bear's unique taste. The onlookers, initially eager for entertainment, were utterly astounded by the unexpected outcome. A preference for the unattractive? This revelation certainly deviated from the norm. Brother Chu, Does it genuinely prefer the less appealing? Oldly voiced his incredulity. Absolutely. A wife of striking beauty is a challenge to keep, constantly attracting unwanted attention. Just look at Wu Dalong. He not only lost his wife, but also his life. Hence, one ought to avoid marrying a woman of extraordinary beauty. This polar bear seems to share that sentiment. During his conversation with the bear, Chu Ci discerned an underlying insecurity within it, leading to a sense of trepidation when faced with the staff's choice of a mate, resulting in a melancholic demeanor. Sun Wei and Oldly exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with helplessness. Who could have foreseen that the root of the issue lay in such a peculiar preference? They had considered the possibility that the polar bear might not fancy this partner, but never anticipated that it would have such an unconventional taste. It's amusing. Really, this polar bear fears becoming another Wu Dalong. Indeed, it is wise for ordinary folk to avoid marrying stunningly beautiful women, lest they find themselves perpetually in competition for their affections. The bear's worries are exaggerated. Who would vie for a mate with a bear? Conflicts among animals typically arise over territory, not partners. Your perspective reveals a lack of understanding of the animal kingdom. I would prefer a beautiful partner, but alas, no one wishes to marry me. What era are we in? And yet you still harbor such notions. Though times have changed, human thoughts remain steadfast. Brother Chu, what should we do next? Oldly inquired, glancing at the polar bear with concern. Their original intention had been to find a companion for the bear, but it had inadvertently led to a state of depression. Perhaps a more ordinary partner would remedy the situation. This creature exhibits a degree of insecurity and requires gentle encouragement. Forcing a match would only exacerbate its melancholy, suggested Chu Ci, gesturing toward the polar bear. Remarkable. In this day and age, one still finds those with such unconventional preferences. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? The crucial point is that admiration alone does not sustain a relationship. I've taken a screenshot of your comments to share with your fans. It certainly reveals the depths of your thoughts. How have we been impugned? There is nothing more to discuss. It's a minor issue. Reach out if needed. Brother Chu, your assistance has been invaluable. I am uncertain how to express my gratitude. Consider it a trifling matter. Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively and departed from the polar bear exhibit. All right, Brother Chu, I shall arrange for your return. Sun Wei and Oldly escorted Chu Ci out of the aquarium. On the journey there, they had been driven by Old Wang, but to their surprise, a different driver was assigned for the return trip. However, Chu Ci paid it no mind. Take care on the road, Brother Chu. Visit us again soon. Here is an annual pass from Manager Wang, Sun Wei said, producing a pass for the Howang Ocean Park. How generous. I appreciate this, Chu Ci replied with a smile. Accepting the pass. In the future, I shall bring Tiger and the others to witness the wonders of the world beyond the mountains. They ought to see that there are always those who surpass them in charm. Return safely. I shall take my leave now. Wishing you a smooth journey. The two waved as the vehicle departed toward Yazhou. Brother Chu, why not spend a night in Rongqing to experience its unique charm? What charm does Rongqing possess? Barbecue? Have you not heard that song? Walking through the streets of Rongqing, and subsequently shedding sorrowful tears, I presume, I found it perplexing at first, but upon associating it with the Sichuan dialect, it suddenly made sense. Seriously? This song can be interpreted in such a manner? To be frank, Sichuan men have been unfairly maligned. Chu Ci in resignation. The advancement of the internet has only deepened people's stereotypes. There are too many who indulge in memes. Endless grievances that seem never-ending. The urban area of Rongqing was extensive with heavy traffic. Merely exiting the city consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time Chu Ci neared Yazhou, evening had set in. A bustling day had passed. Let us conclude our journey here. It will soon grow dark, and the roads will become treacherous. As the vehicle approached the mountainside, Chu Ci requested the driver to stop, intending to walk the rest of the way. Mr. Chu, I shall take my leave now. All right, travel safely. Chu Ci waved goodbye as the vehicle turned around and gradually faded from sight. The mountain forest was enveloped in tranquility, save for the occasional chirping of birds. The mountain path, bathed in the twilight glow, seemed to brim with mystery and allure. Eagerly, Chu Ci ascended the path. pondering where Tiger and the others had wandered off to during his absence. The scenery in the mountains is truly breathtaking. Has Brother Chu forgotten his own limitations, allowing the driver to depart midway? Having worked all day, witnessing the streamer relish such leisure fills me with indignation. I must report this. Since you've reported it, I shall do the same. I too will report it. Why should he enjoy such ease while we toil? With each of our reports, the streamer will be swiftly apprehended. Behave yourselves. If you succeed in getting my live stream banned, you shall never behold my glorious visage again. I can permit you to admire my face for free. Take pleasure in that. Chu Ci scoffed, inciting a wave of defiance among the netizens. Brothers, let us flood the streamer with reports. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I shall report you relentlessly. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Mirror, oh mirror, who is the most handsome man in the world? It is Brother Chu. This is troubling. The mirror must be faulty, perhaps a counterfeit. Among men, beauty is divided into 10 parts. I share 9 with Brother Chu, leaving but 1 for you all. Young man, dare you reveal your address? I wish to send you some local delicacies. As Chu Ci strolled, he engaged in playful banter with his online audience, scarcely noticing the exertion of the uphill trek. However, as darkness encroached, the mountain path grew dimmer. Just as he prepared to rest, a familiar figure caught his eye nearby. "Oh, it's you again," Chu Ci exclaimed brightly, striding toward the figure. "We meet again. Are you expecting a child now?" Chapter 67. This is an unlawful act. Why are you running away? Chu Ci firmly grasped the little gray rabbit that attempted to flee. Sometimes, fate is indeed wondrous. After so many days, he unexpectedly encountered this little creature again. "What are you afraid of? I have no intention of harming you." Chu Ci lifted the little gray rabbit and gently tapped its nose. Remarkably, this small creature possessed considerable strength. He nearly lost his grip. No wonder rabbits can kick fiercely when frightened. Did you heed my words from our last encounter? It has been over half a month now. Have you given birth yet? Poor little gray rabbit, once again in the hands of Brother Chu. Only half a month. Even a cesarean section wouldn't be this swift. Little rabbit. Ugh, humans have no sense of boundaries. Is this the same gray rabbit from before? In this day and age, are animals also being pressured to marry and reproduce? You haven't seen Brother Chu's previous live streams. He urges rabbits to breed for the sake of rabbit meat. Seriously, can a human do such a thing? This aligns perfectly with my stereotype of Brother Chu. He's quite the eccentric. Squeak. The little gray rabbit struggled a couple of times, but could not escape Chu Ci's grasp. They say rabbits do not make noise, but that is only until they are pushed to their limits. I ask you, little rabbit, what is your problem? Can you not consider the bigger picture? Are you aware that biological aging is rampant, and the birth rate of animals is alarmingly low? As a rabbit, you must think beyond your own needs. The collective interest must take precedence. There is a current encouragement for reproduction, yet you refuse to comply. How does that make sense? If you do not reproduce, and neither do others, must I bear the burden? Let me tell you, this constitutes unlawful behavior. Cease such actions immediately. Chu Ci unleashed a tirade upon the little gray rabbit. The little rabbit stared wide-eyed, bewildered by Chu Ci's words. Is this human insane? I am male. Male. Where would I find a way to bear children? Brother Chu, have you previously worked in a propaganda department? Who would have thought that not reproducing could be considered illegal? Indeed, as a rabbit, one cannot solely focus on oneself. Consideration must be given to whether others can enjoy a meal. If the little rabbit does not reproduce, how will I enjoy rabbit head? It must reproduce. It must. Brother Chu, this is somewhat morally coercive. If the rabbit does not wish to breed, can you truly force it? This is hilarious. The pressure to reproduce has now extended to animals. Little gray rabbit. Oh, I truly am at a loss. How did I encounter such a misfortune? I can relate. It feels akin to my mother pressuring me to have children. Brother Chu, have you considered the rabbit's perspective? Who will care for the offspring if they're born? Once born, I shall take them home and care for them. I have a fondness for nurturing small creatures. Chu Ci confidently asserted his plan to take care of the little rabbit's future offspring. However, netizens interpreted this rather differently. If you raise them, you could directly kill them for meat, right? Only by raising them yourself can you eat them with peace of mind. Is it the green-headed diving duck planning to open a roast duck shop? Perhaps the little gray rabbit should open a rabbit meat shop too. Are you a devil? Brother Chu has left the little gray rabbit utterly stunned. Listen to this. Are these words something a sane person would utter? Brother Chu was never normal. Did you just realize this? Squeak. At this moment, the little gray rabbit anxiously squeaked a couple of times. What did you say? Chu Ci furrowed his brow. Squeak. Oh, so you're a male. Chu Ci suddenly had an epiphany. He then shifted his tone and sternly admonished. What being male? Can males not reproduce? If I encounter you again without a girlfriend, I shall intervene. Chu Ci made a slicing motion, causing the little gray rabbit to tremble in fear, its back chilled. Help! Is there truly someone here coercing others into relationships? Feed me peanuts. Feed me peanuts. Very well. Off you go, and remember my words. Chu Ci released the little gray rabbit, which promptly hopped a couple of times before vanishing into the underbrush. It would likely never dare to wander carelessly again. Why are there so many odd humans? I have encountered those who consume my kind, but this pressure to marry and reproduce is a first. The country should award Brother Chu. Otherwise, his talent would be wasted. So you've been pressuring it for so long, only to discover it's a male rabbit. What of male rabbits? Can males not reproduce? Watching the streamer is making me hesitant. To be honest, the root cause likely lies in the magnetic field imbalance decades ago, which diminished the desire for romance in many species. I have a premonition. Humanity may face extinction in a century. A century later, I'll be long gone. What does it matter to me? Could this be an extraterrestrial conspiracy? Have you heard of the human extermination plan? It is said that 95% of humanity is to be eliminated. Goodness, could this magnetic field imbalance? Go about your business. Live each day as it comes. Chu Ci maintained a casual outlook, for he had once experienced death. Perhaps, should anything occur in this world, he might traverse to another realm. Am I correct, system? I'm trying to act aloof. Chu Ci scoffed and continued his ascent up the mountain. At this moment, the mountain path was dimly lit, and the animals within had completed their shift. The nocturnal creatures began their night activities. Roar! Just as Chu Ci was nearing home, Tiger Brother and the others suddenly dashed out from the house. Upon seeing Chu Ci, they immediately rushed over. How did you know I was back? Chu Ci. My dog does the same. It knows I'm about to return from afar and waits eagerly at the door. Animals seem to possess this remarkable ability. I have observed that many abilities in animals would be considered superpowers if possessed by humans. I have noticed this as well. Do you think humans once had these capabilities and lost them through the process of evolution? Did you delay me for a month's salary of 3,000? Your understanding merits only a 3,000 salary. Any more would be an affront to knowledge. Roar! Come quickly to see my wife. Tiger Brother hurried to Chu Ci's side, speaking urgently. What is wrong with your wife? Chu Ci rushed towards Sister Tiger. The animals encircled Sister Tiger, their faces filled with concern. Do not move. Let me examine you. Chu Ci placed his hand on a specific spot on Sister Tiger's neck, akin to a human wrist, allowing him to diagnose the animal's pulse. Did you feel any discomfort today? Sister Tiger shook her head. She only felt a bit uncomfortable in the evening. Chu Ci furrowed his brow. After a brief diagnosis, he leaned down to inspect Sister Tiger's abdomen. Brother Chu, what are you doing? Tiger Brother is right beside you. Do not disturb. Brother Chu is diagnosing Sister Tiger's condition. I am curious. How are animal ailments diagnosed? Do not forget, there is also the profession of veterinary medicine. What ailment has Sister Tiger contracted? Chu Ci examined Sister Tiger thoroughly. After a moment of inspection, he turned to Tiger Brother, fuming. What in the world did you take your wife out for today? Chapter 68. The commercial blueprint of Chu Ci. What has happened? Has Brother Tiger once again resorted to domestic violence against Sister Tiger? What domestic violence? It is Sister Tiger who is bullying Brother Tiger. What on earth is going on? I'm at my wit's end. With Brother Chu absent, have they lost all restraint? Not only were the netizens bewildered, but even Brother Tiger was left in a state of confusion, having been scolded by Chu Ci. He tilted his head, straining to recall the events of the day. Scolded? What could they have done? Brother Tiger paused, realizing they had merely confronted the male antelope, only to be reprimanded by its wife along the way. Could it be that his wife was harmed because of this? Brother Tiger blinked his large, bewildered eyes in confusion. We want to seek justice. We taught that bull a lesson, chirped a nearby little squirrel. Teach a bull a lesson? Indeed. We heard it was abusive. We were going to set things right. The little squirrel's face beamed with pride, as if it had accomplished something truly remarkable. It considered itself the arbiter of justice in the forest. Abuse? Chu Ci's eyes widened in shock as a sudden realization struck. They couldn't have harmed that antelope, could they? That creature seemed to be having a streak of bad luck. However, now was not the time to dwell on this. Chu Ci turned to Brother Tiger with a serious expression. Do you have any idea how perilous your actions were today? Sister Tiger is pregnant. You've stressed her out. Chu Ci gritted his teeth and smacked Brother Tiger on the head. Oh, so that is what you meant by stressing her out. Wait, she is pregnant? Congratulations, Brother Tiger. Congratulations. Brother Tiger has found a mate so quickly? Is it really possible to conceive in just half a month? Brother Tiger, you are quite impressive. Brother Tiger finally has an heir. Is it true? Brother Chu must have made a mistake. It can't be from overeating. Can animals even diagnose pregnancy? Brother Tiger stood frozen, staring blankly at Chu Ci, his eyes filled with disbelief, still reeling from the shock of the news. Is it mine? He asked in astonishment. Who else's could it possibly be? Chu Ci retorted, exasperated, as he confirmed that Sister Tiger was indeed pregnant. Yet, due to today's exertions, she had experienced some stress. Nevertheless, it was not a severe issue. A period of rest would suffice. The animals, upon hearing of Sister Tiger's pregnancy, gathered curiously around. The little squirrel cautiously approached Sister Tiger, resting its tiny head against her belly. I can hear it. She is pregnant, the little squirrel exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. You must be hearing things, Chu Ci remarked, rolling his eyes at the little squirrel. Child, I'm going to be a father. Brother Tiger exclaimed exuberantly, letting out a roar that startled the surrounding creatures into silence. The nocturnal animals hidden in the bushes trembled in fear, wondering which formidable beast was after them. Ha ha! Brother Tiger is utterly bewildered. Is this truly my child? Brother Chu, what did you do to Sister Tiger to make her doubt you? Brother Tiger is clearly unprepared for fatherhood. What on earth did Brother Tiger take Sister Tiger through to cause this stress? Stress can be dangerous. Brother Chu, hurry and take Sister Tiger to the hospital. However, the stress was minimal, and there was no immediate need for a hospital visit. Once home, he would massage Sister Tiger's belly, and tomorrow, he would gather some herbs known for their calming properties. Since Sister Tiger had just become pregnant, the impact was not severe. As for a hospital visit, he was a highly qualified veterinarian, so why would he need one? Enough shouting. You'll scare Sister Tiger, Chu Ci said, pushing Brother Tiger lightly. Brother Tiger grinned widely, gazing at his wife with sheer delight. Look at Brother Tiger, so happy he seems foolish. At last, there will be an heir to the throne in Brother Tiger's household. Indeed, this is a true heir. Tigers typically give birth in 3 months. See you all in 3 months. Brother Chu, my dog is due next month. Should we arrange a betrothal? Do you even know your place? Daring to propose a betrothal with Brother Tiger? Brother Tiger, according to my status, you are unworthy to speak to me. Not necessarily. What if someone has a preference for golden fur or quirky personalities? Big Yellow, the domineering tiger cub has fallen for me. Domineering tiger cub has fallen for the one who loves to eat dung. You all are quite revolting, Chu Ci said, glancing disdainfully at the messages. Yes, you. My child will be as handsome as I am, just as long as they don't inherit your narcissism. He looked at the grinning Brother Tiger, rolling his eyes. This fellow had many admirable traits, yet his self-adoration was excessive. He hoped their offspring would not inherit this trait. Otherwise, having 2 narcissistic individuals in one family would be unbearable. Sister Tiger is already pregnant. You should all step up your efforts, Chu Ci encouraged the other animals. Among the pairs he had facilitated, Sister Tiger was the first to show signs of pregnancy, while the others remained silent. Brother Chu, my wife and I have been married for 5 to 6 years, yet we have no children. Could you lend a hand? What? Do you think Brother Chu can magically grant you a child? Do you take him for a monk? After so many years without a child, one of you must have a problem. Brother, are you unable? Perhaps you should try a tonic made from tiger bones. Brother Tiger, what do you mean by tonics? I'm currently not taking human cases, Chu Ci stated, shaking his head at the requests in the chat. Humans were too troublesome, with too many complaints. Thus, he would refrain from human cases for now. However, animal requests were welcome. In a few days, he would establish the pricing for the matchmaking service. Those seeking companionship could come to him. Chu Ci had ambitions of his own. 1,000,000 would not last long. He needed to consider carefully even for a decent vehicle. Therefore, he planned to expand his matchmaking business, starting with the animals. Goodness, I thought Brother Chu was even accepting cases for childbirth. Who has the time to find partners for animals? You clearly don't understand. Many people raise animals like children. What does it cost for Brother Chu to intervene? Brother Chu, however, I will not accept cases involving protected species. My local dog is much simpler. There are plenty of dogs in the village. So finding a partner is no issue. Enough chatter. Let's return home, Chu Ci said, patting Sister Tiger's head. He wanted to massage her belly and gather some calming herbs tomorrow. This was Brother Tiger's first child, and he intended to take it seriously. Let us go home. At that moment, Sister Tiger felt like a celebrity, surrounded by animals who were all cautiously attentive. She began to feel a bit embarrassed. Soon, Chu Ci and the animals returned to the mountains. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chu Ci was taken aback by the 3 differently colored giant pandas. When did you arrive? We have come to present the bridal gold. Bridal gold? Chu Ci was taken aback, and then he beheld what the giant panda referred to as bridal gold. My goodness, is this not a case of ingratitude? Chapter 69. This is a classic case of marriage deception. Upon witnessing the adorable panda cub, Chu Ci was utterly bewildered. In a mere span of days, had they already welcomed a child? Where had this little creature come from? Please don't tell me this is your offspring. Chu Ci trembled as he pointed at the panda cub, which, upon spotting him, joyfully scampered over, affectionately whining and seeking attention. It was evident that this cub was the very one he had encountered in the mountains. Ah, isn't this the panda cub from before? I have never seen 3 pandas of different colors before. We caught a glimpse of that during the last panda matchmaking event. Goodness, didn't Brother Chu ask if this panda had any children last time? He replied with a no, right? If it had been truthful, do you think it would have found a brown panda? Isn't this a quintessential case of marriage deception? Even pandas have resorted to deceit nowadays. I must tell you, this is a quintessential case of marriage deception. Chu Ci glared at the black and white panda, infuriated that this creature had lied. If conflicts arose between the couple, would his esteemed reputation as a matchmaker not be tarnished forever? Wine. We don't mind. The panda approached, wrapping its arms around Chu Ci's leg, while the brown panda also came over, eager for affection. It seemed indifferent to the fact that its partner was accompanied by a child. The cub would eventually grow and lead an independent life. The presence of a child merely posed an inconvenience to their coupledom. Thus, after some discussion, they decided to leave the little one in Chu Ci's care. Not just the cub, but even its sister, the gray panda, would also be entrusted to him. Clearly, they wished to enjoy their marital bliss without interruptions. Wait, what do you mean? You intend to leave your child in my care? Chu Ci was taken aback. This is utterly ungrateful. I insist you take this little one back. It is preposterous to leave it here with me. Wine. And here is my sister. The brown panda nudged its gray sister toward him. What was the meaning of this? Were they truly planning to leave both siblings in his care while they indulged in their couple-esque retreat? Wine. The panda couple nodded cheerfully. Congratulations. You guessed correctly. Chu Ci rubbed his temples in disbelief. What an absurd predicament. How had he found himself entangled with these creatures? Had he known, he would have refrained from matchmaking for them. Perhaps it would have been better to let them remain single. Brother Chu's place has become a refuge. Being a matchmaker is proving to be quite challenging for Brother Chu. If you don't wish to take them in, hand them over to me. I wish to raise pandas. Even pandas deserve their romantic escapades. Who wouldn't desire a 2-person world? Brother Chu, just yield to the panda's wishes. Seeing Chu Ci's predicament, the online viewers erupted in laughter. However, their amusement was short-lived. These were pandas, after all. How could he express disdain for such an opportunity? How utterly detestable. Wine. They shall remain with you. The panda couple clung to Chu Ci's legs, gazing at him with pitiful eyes. If Chu Ci did not consent today, they would not relent. Fine, let them stay. All of them. Chu Ci waved his hand, exasperated. After all, it was not he who would be responsible for their care. If they wish to linger here, so be it. Now, can you let go of me? Whine, whine. The two pandas wobbled away, while the little one remained attached to Chu Ci. Sighing in frustration, he scooped up the cub and headed for the door. I suspect Brother Chu is engaging in a bit of reverse psychology. If the host does not enjoy the situation, please allow me to take over. Please return my panda. What is so special about pandas? Honestly, I have no interest in them. I find them utterly annoying, so clumsy and silly. Is someone up there turning sour? Brother Chu, I have a lucrative international deal for you. Are you interested? Please don't tell me it involves international poaching. Come in, Sister Tiger. I'll give you a massage. Chu Ci beckoned Sister Tiger into the room, allowing her to recline on the bed while he began to massage her. Brother Tiger stood watch, protective and steadfast. Sister Tiger was currently of utmost importance. He could not allow any harm to befall his beloved wife. I can truly see the affection in Brother Tiger's eyes for his wife. He is indeed a devoted husband. Be patient when Sister Tiger faces the trials of childbirth. Ask Brother Tiger whether to save the mother or the cub. Then he will be in quite a predicament. Do be reasonable. Complications during animal births are rare. Rare does not equate to non-existent. This is indeed true. My own cow passed away during childbirth. Could you refrain from applying human standards to define animals? Animals are beyond such definitions. That sounds oddly familiar. During this period, avoid strenuous activities and rest. Chu Ci gently stroked Sister Tiger's head. In truth, animals are far less delicate during pregnancy than humans, especially large creatures such as tigers, which can continue hunting even while expecting. Yet to be on the safe side, Chu Ci deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The gestation period for tigers typically lasts around 3 to 4 months, so the wait would not be excessively long. Where's the red-billed mountain crow? Did it manage to retrieve the yellow-billed mountain crow? Chu Ci scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the red-billed crow and inquired. Caw! The yellow-billed mountain crow refuses to return with it. The teal-headed diving duck chimed in, reveling in the drama. The yellow-billed mountain crow was utterly ignoring the red-billed one. Genuinely upset, how could it possibly consider returning? Please summon the red-billed mountain crow. Chu Ci sighed, concerned for the couple's relationship. It was merely a misunderstanding. Clarity was all that was required to resolve it. Soon, the teal-headed diving duck brought the red-billed mountain crow back. Is your wife currently ignoring you? Chu Ci inquired. With a sad nod, the red-billed mountain crow replied, I assure you, there is nothing between me and the gray crow. We are truly just friends. Why won't you believe me? Despite the red-billed crow's earnest explanations, the yellow-billed crow remained obstinate, convinced that they had betrayed its trust, leading the red-billed crow to lament continuously. It seems you still have much to learn. Chu Ci consoled the red-billed crow. Here's what we shall do. I will teach you 3 phrases that will win your wife's heart unconditionally. Chapter 70. What is this clown crash course? Just 3 sentences to make your wife utterly devoted to you. Chu Ci confidently raised 3 fingers. The red-billed chuff lifted its head with a swish, gazing at Chu Ci with excitement. 3 sentences can win my wife back? Why didn't you say so earlier? You've made me sorrowful for so long. From now on, if I die, I want to leave you any inheritance. Other animals, filled with curiosity, gathered around, eager to learn Chu Ci's methods. Hurry up, Chu. I want to learn how to pursue a girlfriend. No, Chu. If these 2 have a little chuff, your fortune will dwindle. What does the red-billed chuff having babies have to do with Chu's wealth? You're quite ignorant. Chu wants to inherit the red-billed chuff's fortune. Wait, inherit whose? The red-billed chuff? I can't believe 3 sentences are that powerful. The online audience was also stirred by curiosity, eager to discover what 3 sentences Chu Ci possessed that bore such enchantment. Listen closely. These 3 sentences are you there? Are you asleep? Come out to play. Chu Ci introduced his 3 sentences with a smile, yet the red-billed chuff seemed perplexed, staring at him with confusion. Are you there? Are you asleep? Come out to play. Do these 3 sentences really work? Not just the red-billed chuff. Even the online viewers were momentarily stunned upon hearing these phrases. Are you there? Are you asleep? Come out to play. Don't rush. Let me explain it to you slowly. Chu Ci chuckled. Saying "are you there" shows that you are a courteous bird, leaving a good impression. If your wife replies, you can directly say, "come out to play." If there is no response, proceed to the second sentence. The second sentence, "are you asleep?" indicates you are a considerate bird with clear boundaries, greatly enhancing her fondness for you. If she responds, invite her out to play. If there's still no reply, simply send the third sentence. "Come out to play." Straightforward and to the point. Girls dislike hesitance. They appreciate candor. Armed with these 3 sentences, you are guaranteed to stand invincible. Really? The red-billed chuff's eyes lit up. How could it not be true? Chu Ci a pour expression. Yet the online viewers could no longer hold their tongues. Chu, if you can't flirt, please don't mislead others. I can see my past self in this. What if the third sentence receives no response? Then delete the friend. Any hesitation shows disrespect for these 3 sentences. It's clear you can't attract a girlfriend. Her lack of reply is your test. Are you afraid of tiring your fingers? Pursuing a girlfriend requires patience, you understand? Oh no, while others are just joking. You're the real clown. Isn't this just pure clown talk? Don't ask how I know. I've done it myself. It's over. What is this clown crash course? Chu, don't mislead the red-billed chuff, all right? If they don't break up following your method, I'll take your surname. I thought you had some profound 3 sentences, but this is what you offer. I expected something grand, only to find Chu dropped a big pile. Misleading the youth. This is truly misleading. Red-billed chuff, don't learn this. If you do, you'll become a clown. The screen was filled with comments mocking Chu Ci's unreliability. These 3 sentences were nothing but pure, clownish rhetoric. Anyone who genuinely believed them was beyond saving. You don't understand a thing. This is an animal, not humans. They are innocent, devoid of your clownish thoughts. Chu Ci defended himself in the live stream. They are merely polite phrases. It's humans who complicate things. Come out to play. Come out to play. All you know is to come out to play. Exactly. Are you there? Come out to play. Are you asleep? Come out to play. What exactly are we playing? If you want to play, you 1T agree, so you must be indirect. Oh wow. Is that the implication? I've wasted my learning. Chu is a mental patient. Everyone must understand. So, are you coming out to play? Hiss. I feel Chu's reasoning has merit. So are you coming out to play? I don't believe the red-billed chuff can win back the yellow-billed chuff with this. Just wait and see. Chu Ci smirked disdainfully. Did you remember these 3 sentences? The red-billed chuff nodded. It could easily remember these simple phrases. However, will they truly work? Don't worry. I have more tricks up my sleeve. If she agrees to come out to play, you can continue saying this. Reporting to the leader, I've changed my heart. I like you more than yesterday. Don't ask what I'm doing. Just know I'm thinking of you. Proposals should be straightforward. So shall we sleep together? I want to become the horse beside you, longing to hear you say marry me. Not that. I never expected there would be such a master. Come, tell me, how does a bird transform into a horse? How does it work? To be direct, one should ask, hello, miss, shall we be buried together? This cheesy pickup line gives me goosebumps. At this moment, no words can describe my feelings. Isn't it like being force-fed nonsense? Awkward, Chu dares to say, I can't even bear to hear. Using Chu's method, my girlfriend successfully broke up with me. How wonderful. The red-billed chuff is drifting further away on the path to pursue its spouse. At this moment, I finally understand what it means to mislead the youth. The online viewers were at a loss for words, and when these cheesy lines were uttered, they realized Chu Ci was truly the king of clowns. Their king. Oh heavens! Take this monster, Chu. I'm curious where Chu gets so many cheesy pickup lines. Only a true king can utter such cheesy lines. Thus Chu is indeed the king of clowns. Stop talking. I beg you. I married my wife using these tactics back in the day. The clown brother has arrived. Haha. Wait, you're married? You actually got married? Laugh. Why aren't you laughing now? Chu's tactics resemble those used by my father's generation. So the question arises, what if the other party is unwilling to come out and play? It's over. One move has unraveled Chu's grand strategy. Still, the truth remains. Animals are more innocent than humans. They have not been tainted by the internet's chaos. For them, cheesy pickup lines are simply a devastating blow. With the groundwork laid, the yellow-billed chuff would surely come out. After all, they were once a couple. Chu Ci declared triumphantly. The online viewers fell silent for a long time. Oh no, Chu's clownish facade has been exposed. The red-billed chuff, inspired by Chu Ci's words, felt incredibly excited. It was eager to fly out and test these lines on the yellow-billed chuff, believing they would surely touch its heart. Not just the yellow-billed chuff. Even Brother Tiger found himself somewhat moved. Turning around, he noticed Sister Tiger glaring at him in anger. Why didn't you ever say such things to me before? I'm upset. Hold on. Chu Ci stopped the eager red-billed chuff once more and confidently spoke again. I still have one final trump card. The netizens were immediately taken aback. What? There's something even greater? Chapter 71. The grand move of Chu Ci. Is there really something grand? Chu, calm down. You cannot mislead others any further. I believe Chu should also include greetings like good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Have you eaten? It would seem more courteous. I feel as if I'm watching my own blind date. I hope the red-billed chuff appreciates these rustic love confessions. I am willing to bestow upon Chu the title of King of Fools. Do not teach Chu. Your methods are already outdated. In the mental institution, I respect no one but Chu. I am learning from Chu in the asylum. The netizens were once again astonished by Chu Ci's tactics. This was already absurd. But who would have imagined he had an even more remarkable move up his sleeve? Truly, it was akin to a turtle performing a backflip, one after another. Do not rush. Let me share my ultimate strategy with you. Do you see the moon tonight? Chu Ci approached the door and pointed outside. A full moon hung in the pitch-black sky, its radiant light spilling over the treetops, creating an ambience reminiscent of daylight, reflecting towering trees. Animals approached, curiously gazing up at the sky, bewildered by Chu Ci's intentions. What does the moon have to do with your foolish antics? I understand now. Chu is about to transform into a werewolf. As that song goes, for you, I shall become a werewolf. For you, I love madly. Wonderful. You are simply amazing. Chu wouldn't want the red-billed chuff to sing a confession, would he? Indeed, this might just be Chu Ci's grand move. I am dying of laughter. Is there not a single sane person in this live stream? No, my brother, none. In truth, the netizen speculation was not incorrect. Chu Ci's ultimate strategy was indeed to have the red-billed chuff sing a confession. Although this approach was somewhat cliché, it had proven effective time and again. Humanity tends to favor this method, as no one can resist such declarations of love, let alone animals. After countless predecessors have tested this approach, one might think it a jest. Tonight, the moon was splendid, perfect for a confession. Therefore, I shall teach you a song. When the time comes, you will sing it in front of the red-billed chuff. Once the atmosphere is set, how could it possibly remain angry with you? Chu Ci winked at the red-billed chuff, stirring its emotions. Not just the red-billed chuff. The mere thought of such an ambience excited it. No wonder humans are the rulers of this world. Their creativity knows no bounds. Now, you must study diligently. Come, I will sing a line. You shall follow. Chu Ci pulled the red-billed chuff back indoors and began the singing lesson. You ask, how deep is my love for you? Quack, 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 quack. The moon represents. Quack, quack, quack. Chu Ci taught earnestly, while the red-billed chuff learned attentively. Meanwhile, the netizens wore expressions devoid of emotion. They found themselves at a loss for words. This was beyond the realm of normalcy. They now seriously suspected that Chu could be an extraterrestrial. Please remember, my mother tongue is silence. Truly, it's like a little bee touching electric wires. What a buzz. The voice of the red-billed chuff is painfully grating. Can he even grasp the song? To be fair, Chu sings rather well. This method of singing is indeed viable, but teaching an animal to sing? I have truly opened my eyes in this lifetime. No matter how the red-billed chuff sings, it is earnest in its learning. What we women desire is simply an attitude. The netizens had exhausted their capacity for sarcasm, left only to watch as Chu Ci taught the red-billed chuff to sing. The bird mimicked with a semblance of skill. It exhibited the right attitude, albeit with a somewhat cacophonous sound. Brothers, remember to screen record this and show the yellow-billed chuff just how hard the red-billed chuff is trying. Wow, it's still you, Chu. Your tricks are plentiful. Be honest with your aunt. How many women have you deceived with this tactic? She is getting old and can't take it. You've wandered into the wrong scene. The duration of a song is neither too long nor too short. Chu Ci soon taught the essentials. Surely, you have learned enough. it is time to take your leave. Go confess your deep affections to the yellow-billed chuff and coax it back. And do not forget to find a flower to hold in your mouth, preferably a rose. Upon meeting, present the flower first, then sing this song under the moonlight. Chu's tactics are akin to a sow wearing a mask, layer upon layer. Why do I feel a sense of nostalgia for how my parents pursued women? Because this is precisely how the previous generation wooed. Which mountain valley do you expect to find roses? There are, my brother, wild roses grow in the mountains, and they are a nationally protected species. What? Wild roses? A nationally protected species? Go, Pikachu, pursue your love. Chu Ci waved his right hand. The red-billed chuff called out confidently. Chirp. Go for it. Success in your confession. The animals gathered around to cheer for the red-billed chuff, which nodded resolutely. It would surely succeed. Good luck. Chu Ci stood at the door, waving to the red-billed chuff soaring into the moonlight. Honestly, aside from the initial two sycophantic strategies, I feel that the singing method holds considerable promise. Singing is, after all, a timeless classic in confessing love. Let us hope the red-billed chuff succeeds. The song choice is excellent, and tonight's full moon provides perfect timing and setting for the red-billed chuff. I suddenly feel that Chu's approach to courting is somewhat skillful, albeit just a little. Hey, do not forget that the methods Chu teaches are typical of sycophants. He is truly the king of fools. No, I think Chu should be dubbed the king of sycophants. Once more, I offer you a chance to reorganize your words. How am I a sycophant? Chu Ci retorted defiantly. These methods were once the most commonly used. Although some have been discarded by human society, there are still those who cherish them, especially animals unfamiliar with such experiences. Whether it's rustic love confessions or singing, for them, it is a profound emotional blow. It is nearly impossible not to be moved. Ah yes, you excel at wooing women. Oh no, Chu. You should have gone live. Indeed, we wish to witness the confession scene of the red-billed chuff. You are exhausting Chu. He cannot keep up with this flock of red-billed chuffs. I too would like to see it, but alas, I have no means. Chu Ci shrugged, feeling quite helpless. Let's conclude the live stream for today. Tomorrow, we shall meet again, and then we will know whether the red-billed chuff has succeeded. As he spoke, Chu Ci casually closed the live stream. After a long day, his body ached. It seemed he was a bit fatigued. Brother Tiger, when you pass, may I inherit your tiger bones? Brother Tiger was taken aback. He even has his eyes on that. You perverse human. Brother Tiger shot Chu Ci a glance of disdain before turning to indulge in affectionate moments with his mate. Chu Ci felt rather bored. He turned back to his room to prepare for sleep. Tomorrow, he would venture into the mountains to gather herbs for a safe pregnancy. However, just before he fell asleep, the system's voice echoed. Congratulations, host, on once again facilitating a match made in heaven. Rewards are as follows. Animal feed, highly praised by all who have tasted it. A high-definition action camera from another world, you know what I mean. A divine fishing rod, with which all aquatic creatures are at your command. A newly added matchmaking announcement feature. Upon utilizing this function, animals within a 10-mile radius will receive the announcement, and suitable candidates may apply freely. This feature can be used once a week, with the announcement lasting for 7 days. After this period, it must be automatically replaced, and the content of the matchmaking announcement is to be composed by the host. Chapter 72. Introduction of the marriage announcement feature. The rewards this time are quite generous. Chu Ci couldn't help but nod in agreement. An action camera. This could be used to attach to animals in the future. But why wasn't it given to me sooner? It made me miss the confession of the red-billed blue magpie. It's all your fault, system. Chu Ci complained. Is it not absurd to blame the planet for not having enough attraction when one cannot even relieve oneself? I hesitate to comment on your ideas. Do you truly believe this will lead to a successful confession? It's merely a nuisance to the red-billed blue magpie. Even the system has nearly lost its patience. Chu Ci had long grown accustomed to the system's silence and indifference. He continued to review the remaining rewards. What a surprise, a new feature has emerged. This function appears quite powerful. Chu Ci gazed in astonishment at the marriage announcement feature. In essence, after utilizing this function, all surrounding animals would receive the marriage announcement, and it would be compulsory. This adds yet another avenue for helping other animals find partners. But for whom should it be used? Contemplating the system's new feature, Chu Ci fell into deep thought. Since this function can only be used once every 7 days, it must be approached with caution. Moreover, it seems there are no animals nearby urgently seeking partners. The teal-headed pochard can take its time, is not in a hurry. As for the crow, a targeted search would suffice. Using the marriage announcement would indeed be a bit wasteful. Perhaps I will come across a suitable animal while foraging for herbs in the mountains tomorrow. Chu Ci dismissed the thought and casually closed the system interface. Youthful vigor allows one to fall asleep effortlessly. However, tonight may be a sleepless one for the red-billed blue magpie. The success or failure hinges on this very night. Regrettably, there are no spectators present. No one knows whether this fellow's confession will succeed. The entirety of the process may only be known to the couple themselves. In any case, when Chu Ci rose the next morning, he did not see the red-billed blue magpie return. Could it be that it ran off in sorrow after failing? Chu Ci murmured to himself but did not dwell on it. He believed in his methods. They must be effective. A little yellow-billed blue magpie should be an easy conquest. After a quick wash, Chu Ci went to check on Sister Tiger's health. There are no significant issues. Tigers possess remarkable physical resilience. Chu Ci marveled. Sister Tiger was doing well, and her recovery was swift. Will you be staying at home or coming into the mountains with me? After a busy morning, Chu Ci finished his chores, gathered his tools, and prepared to head into the mountains. Roar, I shall accompany you into the mountains. Just be cautious not to indiscriminately forage for herbs. Brother Tiger rose, seemingly a bit concerned. Now that his wife is pregnant, she must be prioritized. Chu Ci shot him a glance, but remained silent. Brother Tiger might be self-absorbed, but he certainly exhibits care for his wife. It is evident he is a good husband and will undoubtedly be a good father in the future. Meanwhile, the giant panda couple expressed their desire to return to the bamboo forest to their peaceful world. The panda cub and the gray panda were left at home. All right, you may go back. Just refrain from visiting for trivial matters. It can be rather bothersome. Chu Ci said somewhat irritably to the two pandas. If this were to reach the ears of netizens, he would likely be ridiculed mercilessly. The panda couple quickly rushed over, clinging to Chu Ci's leg and playfully begging for affection, before dashing away without looking back, fearing he might call them back. Those ungrateful creatures. Chu Ci shook his head. You all can roam freely. Brother Tiger and I are heading into the mountains. Little Squirrel and the thieving couple, please take good care of Little Nose. After assigning some tasks at home, he slung his bag over his shoulder and ventured into the mountains with Brother Tiger. In early spring, the variety of herbs available for foraging is limited, as most are harvested in autumn. Herbs suitable for supporting pregnancy in this world are even scarcer. Brothers, today we will forage for herbs in the mountains. On the way, Chu Ci opened his live streaming room. Good morning, Chu Gu. Has the red-billed blue magpie returned? Same question. Did the red-billed blue magpie succeed in its confession? Even though a night has passed, I must say, Chu Ci's method is quite outdated. I suspect it hasn't succeeded. The yellow-billed blue magpie is no fool. I still hope they reconcile. Better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. As soon as the viewers entered the live stream, they inquired about the red-billed blue magpie. They were merely curious to see if Chu Ci's antiquated methods of courting would yield results. It was expected that the confession would succeed. Yet the red-billed blue magpie had not returned that morning. Chu Ci was confident in the method he had imparted. If this fails, he may have to intervene personally. Chu Gu is quite confident. By the way, how is it that Chu Gu, a matchmaker and adept at flirting, remains single? Healer, heal thyself. Ha, I get it now. Chu Gu is a king of empty talk. You know nothing. I'm currently focused on my career. How can I engage in discussions about romantic affairs? Roar? Brother Tiger turned to Chu Ci, bewildered. How could you dare to utter such words? Wasn't it you who pressured the teal-headed pochard into a relationship? What are you staring at? Oomph. Brother Tiger scoffed, choosing to ignore Chu Ci. System, please check if there are any animals nearby seeking romance. Noticing they had wandered quite far, Chu Ci instructed the system to search for animals desiring companionship. He was eager to establish his reputation as a premier matchmaker. Ding. System is currently searching. Suitable targets detected. Target's romantic requirements are. Upon seeing the system's notification panel, Chu Ci's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh no, have I encountered a weirdo? Chapter 73. Bizarre Romantic Demands. This search target is the rhesus macaque. The macaque's romantic demand is to accompany it in consuming 2 pounds of excrement daily. This is utterly unnecessary. Chu Ci grimaced upon seeing the search target. Early in the morning to encounter such absurdity. Has he stumbled upon a pervert? Does this macaque have such peculiar tastes? Why shun proper food for this? Chu Ci found himself at a loss for words. It is no wonder the system flagged this macaque. Its romantic requirements are exceedingly bizarre. Who could possibly accept such a ludicrous demand? Although rhesus macaques occasionally consume feces, it is typically a rare behavior among them, so may not partake at all. This is considered an eccentricity within the macaque community. Yet here it is, treating it as a staple, consuming 2 pounds daily? This is morally questionable. I must see what could possibly prompt such an outrageous request. Chu Ci mumbled under his breath as he glanced at the map provided by the system. The macaque that consumes 2 pounds of feces lay directly ahead, albeit at a considerable distance, requiring him to traverse several mountains before encountering it. His curiosity piqued. He was eager to meet this peculiar creature. Onward he went, conveniently searching for herbal medicine along the way. Chu Ci remained vigilant, scanning the grassy patches by the roadside, fearful of overlooking any vital medicinal plants. At this time of year, many plants in the mountains had just begun to sprout tender leaves. Thus, he kept his eyes peeled. It had not yet discovered the herbs he sought. Why doesn't he, brother Chu, simply purchase the herbs from a pharmacy? Digging them up seems so laborious. Many contemporary medicinal herbs are counterfeit, specifically designed to deceive the uninitiated. Indeed, I've encountered numerous fraudulent products online. Come visit us in Jiangnan during the vibrant March. Then let me ask you, is the Southwest truly the South? Answer me. What was that about? Look, with so much grass. Brother Chu can't possibly know them all, right? Almost all, Chu Ci replied nonchalantly, but his remark was perceived by netizens as mere pretentiousness. In a region teeming with flora, he dared to claim familiarity with every species. Such bravado was reminiscent of a walking database. Yet in truth, it was precisely that. Most medicinal herbs are derived from plants. As the saying goes, in the mountains, there are no weeds, treasures abound everywhere. The vast majority of plants can indeed be used as medicine. Those who work in this field typically possess some knowledge of herbal identification. They may not know extensively, but it is just enough for practical use. Found it. Huangqin. After a short while, Chu Ci pointed to a patch of inconspicuous tender grass on the hillside. Likely just sprouted. Its leaves shimmered with a fresh green hue, reminiscent of a newborn human, delicately tender. However, to the netizens, this resembled mere weeds. They would overlook it entirely as they passed by. What is this medicinal herb? It looks like a weed. It resembles Inchun a bit, as the saying goes in March. Inchun in April, Artemisia. You people are just machines. Did you not hear Brother Chu just say, this is Huangqin? Is there an NPC in the live stream? You must understand, not everyone's comprehension is the same. Huangqin is used for stabilizing pregnancy, but Brother Chu cannot utilize this. Cannot use it? Why not? Because it has not matured yet, Chu Ci lamented. The harvesting season for Huangqin is in autumn and winter, when its roots are used for medicinal purposes. The Huangqin he found had only recently sprouted, hence it was unusable. Huangqin is particularly suitable as a stabilizing medicine for pregnant tigers, capable of soothing and reducing heat, a perfect match for the extreme yang constitution of tigers. The timing is off, is not yet ready. Thus, he must seek another type of herbal medicine. Chu Ci continued onward with Tiger Brother. If you dig it out early and bring it back to cultivate, you can harvest it in autumn. What a strange nurturing method. This would be revolutionary in the cultivation community. I feel Brother Chu might return empty-handed. This season is not suitable for mountain herb gathering. Many medicinal plants are not yet mature. What do you know? Spring offers plenty of medicinal herbs. Enough of your herb discussions. I just want to know if there are any remedies for kidney deficiency. Did a werewolf just explode? Some brothers have them. Look at this. This is indeed Inchun, the medicinal herb known as Inchen. Now, it was still a tender sprout, perfectly edible. Chu Ci pointed to a patch of inconspicuous weeds by the roadside. This is Inchen, quite common by the roadside. This can be mixed into dough and steamed. It's absolutely delicious. Ah, this can really be eaten? You must be from the city. Spring is the season for wild vegetables. Many grasses are edible. I'm from the countryside. We also eat wild vegetables, but I've never tried Inchen or the like. Do you know purslane? We can also steam that here. You all are truly not picky eaters. What can we do? We've faced hunger. Anything edible will suffice. Inchen is a wonderful herb. It must be tasted. I'll gather some to take home. Chu Ci did not engage in the live stream discussions, bending down to pluck some Inchen to steam later. His own crops had yet to sprout. He might as well make do with some weeds. In the vibrant spring of March, it is the season for wild vegetables. A spring devoid of wild greens would hardly be spring at all. Wait, why do I feel like someone is watching me? At that moment, Chu Ci suddenly lifted his head, his brow furrowed. He felt an unsettling sensation of being watched from behind. Nothing? Chu Ci scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Could it possibly be a spirit? Is it a wild female spirit? Since it's here, you've gone too far. Ning Kaichin was invited, while you intruded. Brother Chu seems a bit paranoid. We haven't seen anyone watching you. The mountains can be eerie. You'll understand once you go there. It always feels like someone is watching. Could there really be something unclean in the mountains? I trust my instincts. Just now, something was indeed observing me. Chu Ci asserted decisively. Sometimes, human intuition proves to be the most accurate. Tiger brother, did you notice any unusual movements? Chu Ci inquired again. Tiger brother perked up his ears, his gaze fixed intently to the right. Chu Ci, too, turned his attention in that direction, puzzled. Did it run to the right? Just moments ago, he felt the gaze upon him was from behind. How could it have stealthily shifted so quickly? What manner of creature possesses such an ability to conceal its presence? Roar. Tiger brother let out a roar towards the right, startling a flock of birds that had been quietly perched in the forest, sending them flying in a flurry of panic. Their cacophonous cries lingered for some time. Just then, an animal leapt down from a distant tree, racing towards Chu Ci. Chu Ci's eyes widened in astonishment, his speech faltering. Hey, aren't you the one? The one who eats. Chapter 74. Would you care for a snack after work? Are you not the monkey with a penchant for indulging in excrement? Chu Ci remarked in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering this particular macaque so soon. The macaque, which had initially seemed delighted to approach Chu Ci, abruptly halted its steps, casting a resentful glance in his direction. Such impoliteness from a human. How could you expose such a trivial quirk in my presence? It is utterly humiliating. What? This macaque actually enjoys eating feces? Perhaps in its previous life, it was a dog. Macaques do have a habit of consuming their own kind's feces. Indeed, macaques are rather detestable now. Macaques have never been particularly popular, especially when compared to golden monkeys. Macaque, how dare you compare me to a golden monkey? The act of coprophagia is not uncommon in the animal kingdom. On one hand, it aids in the digestion and absorption of nutrients from food. On the other hand, it allows for the extraction of trace elements, helping to maintain the necessary gut flora. Additionally, some juvenile animals consume their mother's feces to acquire nutrients that their immature digestive systems lack. However, Chu Ci gazed at the macaque with a complex expression. Have you perhaps overindulged? 2 pounds a day? You are not a dog. He beckoned the macaque closer. Given its voracious appetite, it was likely suffering from some health issue. Chirp! The macaque quickly leapt to Chu Ci's side. Frowning, Chu Ci began to examine its body. Be careful, Brother Chu. It has smeared its unfinished feces on you. Damn it, I'm trying to eat here. Does Brother Chu not feel disgusted? He dares to touch this macaque. Remember, Brother Chu is a doctor now. A doctor cannot disdain their patients. How does Brother Chu know this macaque enjoys eating feces? Is that even a question? It must have tasted Brother Chu's, or perhaps was caught sneaking it in the middle of the night. I always thought the live stream was filled with humans. Turns out, some of them are not human at all. Help! Run! This is a live stream with a peculiar aroma. Contrary to what one might read online, the macaque was not particularly irritable. Instead, it sat quietly, allowing Chu Ci to conduct his examination. Occasionally scratching its head in impatience, it felt that it was not ill, merely peculiar in its taste for feces. There seems to be an issue with your intestines, Chu Ci concluded after a while. Indeed, it lacked something essential, which explained its unusual cravings. I could treat your condition, and you will no longer need to consume such things. It cannot serve as a meal, Chu Ci advised the macaque. To his astonishment, the macaque shook its head vigorously, jumping aside. Chirp! I enjoy it. I have a healthy appetite. Chu Ci was at a loss for words, wishing he could simply swat this stubborn creature. No matter how delectable it might find it, it cannot substitute for real food. No wonder its kind shunned its company. Who will want to play with someone who might resort to eating their droppings? As a good friend, would you share or not? Is this macaque actually addicted to eating feces? Laughing out loud, does it think of itself as a dog? I have some fresh and warm. Let us deliver it to the macaque. Oddly enough, the macaque does have rather white teeth. My dog's teeth are quite white too. Could it be from eating feces? Wonderful. My friend is struggling with how to whiten their teeth. If you want to eat, then eat. There is no need to fabricate friendships. Very well. Since you refuse my help, you may continue being a joyful little dung-sifting monkey. Chu Ci sighed, not pressing the matter further. Much like dining, it was the macaque's choice what it wished to consume. External opinions held no sway. If it desired to find a partner with similar tastes, so be it. Chu Ci inquired further, are you seeking a mate who shares your unique preferences? The macaque nodded in affirmation. Its peers failed to understand its behavior. It simply loved eating, possessing an impressive appetite. What was wrong with that? Why should it be ostracized? Very well. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Chu Ci replied with a bittersweet smile. These creatures were nothing short of extraordinary, each quirkier than the last. Such absurd requests. I am a golden matchmaker, not a deity. What? Does this macaque actually desire a partner? Its partner can eat while it eats. A perfect match. No, they should take turns eating each other's, eliminating the need for food. An ideal, closed loop. To love it is to love consuming its feces. I will battle you all, you absurd beings. The thoughts in this live stream are downright outrageous. I can hardly bear it. I have been thoroughly disgusted. If Brother Chu takes the macaque and its partner home, there will be no need for a restroom. Such convenience. Chu Ci glanced at the comments flooding the stream, his expression darkening. While he occasionally entertained unique thoughts, they paled in comparison to the bizarre ideas of these peculiar viewers. Was he truly broadcasting to a collection of non-humans? Such ludicrous notions held a hint of validity. You truly are a talented bunch, Chu Ci lamented. Indeed, I adore it here. The people speak so eloquently. Each one is a gem. Brother Chu, this matchmaking endeavor seems rather daunting. Even if it is challenging, the added disgust makes it worse. I thought humans were peculiar enough. This macaque is even stranger. How is a macaque peculiar? It does not ask for your car or house, merely desires a companion with similar tastes. Is that too much to ask? Indeed, Chu Ci nodded in agreement. Although the macaque's criteria for companionship were somewhat eccentric, it did not harm its fellows. It merely sought a like-minded partner. Chirp, can you help me find one? The macaque implored, scratching its face anxiously. Fear not. I shall certainly assist you in finding a mate, Chu Ci assured, intending to utilize the matchmaking feature to facilitate the macaque's quest. Does Brother Chu's live stream have a script? Why does it feel like he can comprehend animal speech? Let it be, as long as it's entertaining. Brother Chu, I implore you, refrain from crafting such nauseating scripts in the future. Have you forgotten that humans have also indulged in feces, perhaps during your childhood? You were the one who indulged. Some traditional medicines contain such ingredients, so let us not judge one another. Indeed, consuming feces is not devoid of benefits. Most importantly, scientists have discovered that certain animals can enhance their intelligence after consuming feces. Thus, Chu Ci gazed intently at the live stream. Would you care for a snack after work? Chapter 75. The first marriage announcement released by the heavens. No one shall hinder me. I challenge the streamer. I understand now. With such a streamer, it is indeed a wonder if any decent individuals grace the live room. My ex-girlfriend was a bit dim-witted. Is there a way to make her smarter? Pray tell, who is that scientist? I wish to send him some of my local delicacies. I am truly baffled. Why would anyone delve into such research? Brother Chu, why don't you partake in it yourself? Are you daft? I would never consume such repugnant fare. Chu Ci retorted with a hint of pride. Netizen, tiger brother, would you care for a taste of excrement? It might benefit your intellect. Chu Ci reached out with an insidious hand towards Tiger Brother. Roar. Tiger Brother's eyes widened as he hastily retreated 2 steps. Have you lost your mind? I am handsome and capable. Why would I forsake food for this? Then simply refrain from eating it. Why the fuss? Chu Ci sighed, his gaze once again yearning for the live stream. Perhaps you all should try some? Get lost. If you continue this way, I shall unfollow you. Is this how you plan to invite colleagues after work? Shall we head to the restroom for a bite? I know a place with exceptional service, with fresh produce flown in from elite sources. Goodness, that conjures quite the vivid imagery. Perhaps you ought to compensate me. My eyes have been sullied by your words. If I am guilty, let the Almighty punish me, but spare me the disgust from you vile beings. Alas, I regret enduring 9 years of compulsory education. For now I lament knowing so many characters. This is the first time I have encountered such revolting content in a live stream. Is this truly disgusting? You are still young. In the past, there were streams where people consumed Oreos in the restroom. Wait a moment, they streamed themselves eating Oreos? Is that true? Indeed. It was many years ago. You were too young to know. Why not, Brother Chu, give it a try? I assure you it would be a sensation. I have no interest in such notoriety. Chu Ci hastily shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, as he too felt a twinge of nausea. Who could predict what outlandish statements these uninhibited netizens would utter next? State your conditions. What is your height? Do you own a car or a house? Are there any debts? I shall take note to craft a marriage announcement for you. Is it truly necessary to inquire so deeply? What else could an animal possibly have? My brother, you owe me a lump from last week. When shall you repay me? Someone bring that show-off upstairs to me. This is matchmaking. Let's be serious. It is a matter of lifelong commitment. Come, allow me to take a few photos for your marriage announcement. After inquiring about the monkey's attributes, Chu Ci retrieved the beauty-enhancing camera rewarded by the system, ready to snap some pictures for the announcement. Pictures lend credence. This is a proper marriage notice. Now, strike a pose. Yes, just like that. Change it up. Raise your rear a bit. Make it alluring. Ah, perfect. Streamer, where did you learn such photography skills? It sounds rather unseemly. When you posed for that photo shoot, the poses were even more revealing. Last time, it was a hefty bounty for a child. Now, we have shifted to a marriage announcement. I am merely curious how the streamer intends to disseminate this marriage notice. Surely, it will be through those little creatures. Fear not, I shall handle it. Chu Ci stored away the beauty camera. The photos it produced were indeed appealing, albeit slightly distorted. But when has a matchmaker ever spoken with complete honesty? At the very least, the gender was accurate. That suffices. Return home and await my word when I find you a match, Chu Ci assured the monkey. The monkey, having confirmed that Chu Ci would genuinely assist in finding a partner, departed with a sense of relief. Brother Chu, want to you leave a contact number? What if we cannot find the monkey later? Trust in Brother Chu's capabilities. I feel that the monkey would pair well with my dog, both accustomed to such tastes. You and your dog have indulged too much. Why match them when they belong to different species? The remarks upstairs are quite unkind. After bidding farewell to the monkey, Chu Ci set about preparing the marriage announcement. He affixed the monkey's photo, detailing its basic conditions and requirements, notably emphasizing the necessity of consuming 2 pounds of excrement in bold, large letters for all creatures to see. The most exquisite dung-farming monkey seeks a companion to enjoy culinary delights. Those intrigued, do not hesitate to register. Shall the host proceed with publishing this content? Yes, publish it. Chu Ci eagerly urged the system to release the marriage announcement. In an instant, the minds of animals within a 10-mile radius were inundated with this peculiar notice. All were rendered bewildered. What is this? A marriage announcement? And a requirement to eat feces? Is the taste of monkeys so peculiar? The forest buzzed with excitement. Chu Ci paid little heed, for he trusted that those with suitable intentions would seek him out. Thus, he remained quietly at home, awaiting developments. Let's go. Forage for medicinal herbs. Chu Ci donned his basket and continued onward. Brother Chu suddenly exclaims, "Let us continue our feast of excrement. You scoundrel, are you deliberately repulsing us? Brother Chu, today you treat us like residents of the land of cherry blossoms. Brother Chu, my friend seeks a similar girlfriend. Could you assist him? Your friend is indeed unfortunate to have crossed paths with you. Please cease this topic." Chu Ci interrupted the netizens' chatter. Not long after, he halted abruptly, turning with a cold demeanor. "My friend, you have followed me for some time. It is time to reveal yourself. Who dares to tail my brother Chu? I saw nothing. Surely it is a ghost? Alas, there truly is someone stalking brother Chu. Could it be that monkey from earlier? The monkey is busy indulging in fresh excrement. It has no time to follow brother Chu. Enough. I beg of you, put an end to this. Should you not reveal yourself soon, I shall resort to force." Chu Ci's gaze remained fixated on the path he had traversed. He felt a distinct presence trailing him. Roar? Tiger Brother curiously scanned the surroundings. Why had he not noticed anything earlier? The forest was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs. Oh, nothing? Could it be I was mistaken? Noting the absence of any entity, Chu Ci sheepishly scratched his head. "Let us move on. Perhaps I misjudged. There is nothing following us." With that, Chu Ci turned to leave, and silence enveloped the forest once more. "Brother Chu, you are quite paranoid. Ha, frightening oneself. I suspect there may indeed be something tailing Brother Chu. Do not frighten him. It is easy to encounter trouble during the day. Brother Chu, my heart follows you. Might you glance back at me? Where did you learn that? Such a sycophant is truly distasteful. With Tiger Brother here, what is there to fear? Tigers are the kings of the mountains, feared even by ghosts. But what if the pursuer is a zombie? Leave me be. I shan't converse with trolls." At that moment, a shadow darted past. After taking just a few steps, Chu Ci abruptly turned and shouted, "Aha! Caught you." Chapter 76. A half-successful confession. Chu Ci's sudden action caught off guard the creature that had been trailing him. In a flurry of panic, it collided with a tree. After a brief, unsteady flutter of its wings, it turned and fled. Goodness, there really is an animal following Brother Chu. Brother Chu, you sly fox, I'm truly impressed. Brother Chu has directed all his cunning towards animals. Is that an owl? What business does it have following Brother Chu? Perhaps it wishes for Brother Chu to help it find a mate. What is wrong with this group of animals? They promised not to marry, yet they all seem eager to find partners. Hey, don't run. You perverted stalker, not only are you following me, but you also dare not reveal yourself. Chu Ci shouted loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the following creature hastened its flight, disappearing into the forest in an instant. Moreover, it may not sound while flying. This is the greatest advantage of the owl family, the ability to approach prey without emitting the slightest noise, making it particularly suited for stealth. No wonder Chu Ci and Tiger Brother had not noticed it before. Had it not been for Chu Ci's keen sixth sense, he might have never realized the barn owl was tailing him. What could this barn owl possibly want? Chu Ci pondered aloud. That's a barn owl. I thought it was just an ordinary owl. A barn owl is indeed a type of owl, and it is a nationally protected species. Aren't owls supposed to be nocturnal, right? Why is this owl out during the day? Brother Chu, have you done something to attract this owl? It seems to have come seeking you. What? I have never even seen this barn owl. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. Chu Ci protested, feeling quite innocent. Ever since moving to the mountains, he had never encountered an owl. Who could know why this barn owl was out and about during the day, trailing him like a stalker? I've got it. The owl must need Brother Chu's help. Brother, any normal person would know that without your reminder. Could it be that the barn owl has fallen for Brother Chu? The internet is not a lawless domain. It is not your playground. I just did a search, and believe it or not, barn owls are quite attractive. In terms of looks among owls, barn owls rank among the top, and they even have a nickname, monkey-faced owl. Shouldn't Brother Chu chase after it to see what is going on? Why would I chase? If you were being stalked by a pervert, would you pursue them? That would only give the pervert an opportunity. Chu Ci scoffed. Listening to these remarks, the online audience felt somewhat bemused, yet there was truth in his words. Who would want a stalker? You see, being too handsome is a curse. Even animals have begun to follow me. One must take care of oneself when venturing out. Chu Ci sighed, speaking to Tiger Brother. Tiger Brother nodded in agreement, understanding the sentiment. Indeed, One cannot be too handsome as a tiger. How can someone be so shameless? Did Tiger Brother just nod? Does he actually agree with Brother Chu? Have you all forgotten? The script Brother Chu gave to Tiger Brother portrayed him as a narcissistic tiger. Old fans should know this well. Brother Chu, could you write a better script for my Tiger Brother? Is Tiger Brother's narcissism learned from Brother Chu? Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Streamer, don't lead Tiger Brother astray. There's a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Wait, does it really need my guidance? Chu Ci was utterly astonished. These netizens are truly misplacing blame. Tiger Brother's narcissism is innate, with a hint of a domineering CEO demeanor. Though he has toned it down recently, it still ignites a desire in Chu Ci to knock some sense into him. These netizens truly speak without thinking. What do they mean by learning from him? He is not narcissistic at all. Enough of this. I have no interest in tracking this barn owl that is following me. Who knows what it intends? If it truly has a matter to discuss, it will surely come back. With that, Chu Ci turned and continued searching for herbs with Tiger Brother. He no longer felt the sensation of being watched. It seemed that the barn owl had indeed departed. At that moment, Director Lin called. Chu Ci, do you have some time lately? The Bureau would like you to do a simple record and data collection on the animals at your home. They wish to study these creatures. Since you're most familiar with them, it is best suited for you. Director Lin got straight to the point. Oh, no problem. I'll send you the data on these animals soon. Chu Ci readily agreed. He spent every day with these creatures. He certainly knew their characteristics well. All right, this task is entrusted to you. Director Lin chuckled. By the way, the Bureau has received a task that suits you quite well. Would you like to take it? He inquired again. Director Lin, what task? Chu Ci asked. Aside from matchmaking animals, I can't do much else. Haha, just right, this task is perfect for you. You're currently live streaming, which makes it inconvenient. I'll give you the details when you return. With that, Director Lin hung up the phone. What kind of task could the Forestry Bureau have? Chu Ci muttered to himself. Suddenly, a familiar call echoed from the sky. Chu Ci and Tiger Brother looked up curiously. A familiar figure appeared in the air. Chu Ci leaped up, waving his arms vigorously, shouting, "Hey, red-billed blue magpie! I'm over here! Roar!" Tiger Brother also let out a bellow towards the sky, his voice booming far louder than usual, akin to a diesel engine roaring to life, startling the viewers. This was the true roar of a tiger in the mountains. Merely the sound was enough to instill fear. Wow, Tiger Brother's call is truly powerful. Is this the true strength of Tiger Brother? My legs feel weak just listening. Is the red-billed blue magpie back? I wonder if it succeeded in its confession. I genuinely want to know how Brother Chu recognized this red-billed blue magpie. They all look so similar to me. Huh, why has only the red-billed blue magpie returned? Seeing that only the red-billed blue magpie had returned, both the viewers and Chu Ci were taken aback. Where is your mate? Didn't she come back with you? Chu Ci looked up at the sky once more. Indeed, it was just the red-billed blue magpie that had returned. So, does this mean the confession was unsuccessful? You didn't succeed in your confession yesterday? Chu Ci's expression darkened. His meticulously crafted plan had failed to secure the yellow-billed blue magpie. Woman, you have successfully piqued my interest. Didn't he succeed in your confession? This is a disaster. Haha, Brother Chu has suffered a crushing defeat. I said Brother Chu's tricks were too old. Success was impossible. Could it be that the yellow-billed blue magpie is even angrier now? Gah, half successful. The red-billed blue magpie looked as if it had just consumed something unpleasant. Its expression a mix of confusion. What does half successful mean? Your mate is preoccupied with some young stud? Chu Ci was utterly bewildered. Is it even possible for a confession to be only half successful? Truly unheard of. Gah, I want to confess. And then what? Chapter 77, Arab Herba. What happened after your confession? Chu Ci inquired with curiosity. Gah, it was only after my confession that I realized. She is not my wife. Chu Ci exclaimed, You foolish creature. How could you mistake your own wife? It appears you did that on purpose. Chu Ci felt a wave of disappointment. I provided you with all the methods, and you ended up confessing to the wrong person? Have you been reading too many urban romance novels? So, does that mean that bird accepted your confession? Gah, the red-billed chuff nodded dejectedly. Gah, however, I ran away immediately. Well done, brother. This fellow certainly exhibited the traits of scoundrel. Yet in such an environment, Who could resist the charm of a bird that spoke cheesy romantic lines and sang? Even a male could be swayed. But what about your wife? Gah! The red-billed chuff shook its head. It had searched all night for its beloved but could not find her, thus returning alone. Alas, your path of love is truly difficult. I will help you search for her in the next few days, Chu Ci sighed. This was one of the first pairs he had tried to match. Little did he expect such an outcome. It seems that suitable partners do not always end up together. How's that saying go? Fated yet unfulfilled. Indeed, even a match made in heaven can be separated for various reasons. The red-billed chuff and the yellow-billed chuff belong to this category. Chu Ci felt there was little more to say and could only offer consolation to the red-billed chuff. Is there a fortune teller in the live stream? Can you predict if the red-billed chuff and yellow-billed chuff can be together again? Calculating love fortunes for animals? That's a first. So, does that mean the red-billed chuff's confession was unsuccessful? Haha, I told you Chu Ci's methods were lacking. I predict these two belong to the category of fated yet unfulfilled. Let it be. Chu Ci, continue to help the red-billed chuff seek offspring with great wealth. May all lovers in the world become siblings. Such sweet talk. It must be laced with poison. Let's wait until we find the yellow-billed chuff to clarify the situation. Chu Ci sighed. When he finds some free time in the next few days, he will help the red-billed chuff search for its wife, hoping to see if there is any possibility for reconciliation. Be cautious and don't wander around too much lately. Watch out for that fellow who you successfully confessed to. Gah, which fellow? Who else could it be? The one you successfully confessed to. If you can avoid it, do so. Don't go out causing trouble. Chu Ci's words made the red-billed chuff abandon its idea of searching for its wife until she returns. It must avoid any further complications and obediently stay by Chu Ci's side. As they journeyed, the flowers and grasses along the way caught Chu Ci's eye. However, he did not find the medicinal herbs he sought, so he continued onward to see what lay ahead. At that moment, something on the distant hillside drew his attention. Dear viewers suffering from kidney deficiency, you are in for a treat. Look over there. Chu Ci pointed to the hillside. A patch of low weeds was blooming with clusters of small blue flowers, resembling stars scattered across the night sky. Is that a four-leaf clover? Isn't that just an ordinary wildflower? Who has kidney deficiency? I warn you not to speak recklessly. Wonderful. It's a divine herb. My friend is saved. Friend? Yes, that's me. I am indeed deficient. It resembles purple flowered ground ivy, but that blooms in about half a month. If I'm not mistaken, this should be kidney herb, which indeed has the efficacy to treat kidney deficiency. Is it herba? This is not herba. This is its sibling, Arab herba, Chu Ci stated, gesturing towards the patch of blue flowers. These small flowers are quite common along the roads in spring. Initially, the crowd thought it was just an ordinary wildflower until Chu Ci revealed its medicinal properties. Arab herba, like herba, is also known as kidney herb, and its medicinal value lies in treating kidney deficiency. Those in need can search for it in the fields. This herb can be consumed as a wild vegetable. Arab herba is an invasive species and is among the most severe types of invasion. It is now spread throughout the country, while herba is a native species. The two look quite similar and have comparable value. Either can be eaten. But who eats traditional Chinese medicine? I certainly don't like it. I prefer wild vegetables. I'll go dig some wild vegetables later. Chu Ci, I've sent you a private message. Please reply to me. You men are truly hypocritical. To be honest, I have never seen anyone eat herba. Usually, no one pays attention to these pale purple flowers. Huge brother, do you want to pick some take back? It will be good for your kidneys. Chu Ci teased. Huge brother immediately exploded in fury, leaping into the air and performing a full 360-degree spin. He angrily shouted at Chu Ci, do you think I am weak? Believe it or not, I could sweat you dead with a single slap. Huge brother is extremely young, so he cannot be weak. Who is huge brother aiming at after eating? At Chu Ci? Wow, so it's Sichuan opera? This is already beyond just simple Sichuan opera. An eerie forbidden romance. I want to see. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Chu Ci rolled his eyes at huge brother. Turning his head, he noticed the red-billed chuff was fervently munching on the Arab herba. It was eating with gusto when it suddenly looked up and saw Chu Ci and huge brother staring at it with inexplicable expressions. Gah, what's wrong? Nothing. Take your time eating. We will keep your secrets safe. We want to let other animals know you're weak. Roar. That's right. Huge brother also quickly nodded. Don't worry, brother. I'm the tightest-lipped. Gah. Let me explain. I'm not. We understand. We all understand. No need for explanations. We are brothers at heart. Chu Ci thumped his chest, assuring that he would not let this matter leak out. Haha. The red-billed chuff is finished. This secret will be kept by Chu Ci and Huge Brother for a lifetime. Tell the red-billed chuff not to eat it. His wife is gone. So it's fine to be weak. You are truly wicked, pouring salt on the red-billed chuff's wounds. Do you believe that when Chu Ci returns, all the other animals will know about the red-billed chuff's kidney deficiency? How is this any different from defecating in public and suffering social death? Roar. Hurry up and dig for herbs. At this moment, Huge Brother bit onto Chu Ci's clothing, dragging him forward. You came out to help me dig herbs for my wife, not to treat the red-billed chuff's kidney deficiency. I am angry. Slow down. Take it easy. Chu Ci was pulled along by Huge Brother, clearly anxious. After a frantic sprint, Huge Brother finally stopped. What's the rush? Herbs aren't something you can just stumble upon. Chu Ci gasped, glaring at Huge Brother. What on earth are you dragging me here for? He glanced around and realized he had never been in this area before. Chu Ci carefully surveyed the surrounding plants, and his eyes lit up. Oh, I found the herb I wanted to dig. It's this one. Raimi. Raimi is... Just as Chu Ci was about to introduce Raimi to the viewers, suddenly, an animal leapt down from a tree by the edge of the forest, landing directly in front of Chu Ci. Instantly alert, Chu Ci gazed at the creature with suspicion. What do you want? Don't tell me this is yours too. Chapter 78. The diligent little civet Chu Ci cast a wary glance at the little civet. How is it that I encounter this creature again? The last time, when he was foraging for monkey head mushrooms, this very creature had caused quite a ruckus. To his surprise, here was again. What? Are all the herbs in the mountains your handiwork? Is this a civet? The little civet, it seems Chu Gu encountered it last time. Could this Raimi also belong to it? Is this little civet in the business of herbal wholesale? Here it comes again to take advantage of Chu Gu. Let Hu Gu deal with it. It's merely a second-class protected animal, not capable of stirring much trouble. Meow. I'm here to help you. The little civet called out to Chu Ci and began to dig up the tender shoots of Raimi from the ground. Beneath the shoots lay the roots of the Raimi, known in traditional medicine for their ability to stabilize pregnancies. Unlike Scutularia, the harvesting season for Raimi roots is in the winter and spring, when the leaves wither and the stems lose moisture, making it the optimal time for collection. Chu Ci realized he was a few days late. The Raimi roots had already begun to sprout again. However, they could still be harvested, sliced, and dried for medicinal use. What? What are you trying to do? Chu Ci looked at the digging civet with confusion. There must be something amiss. This creature clearly never acts without a purpose. He remembered, well, the previous encounter. The little civet seemed fierce, and it was unlikely to have suddenly changed its temperament. Chu Ci remained on guard. What is the little civet doing? Perhaps it has something to discuss with Chu Gu, but feels shy. Most likely, last time it was too fierce. Now it hesitates to speak up. See? This is what they mean by leaving a line for future encounters. Flattery without reason is surely a sign of deceit. All right, enough. You needn't dig anymore. I have professional tools. Chu Ci intercepted the little civet. Meow. I just wanted to help. The little civet wore a look of earnestness. This was the first time Chu Ci had witnessed such a sycophantic expression on an animal, which only heightened his suspicion regarding the little civet's intentions. Its motives were undoubtedly ulterior. No need for your assistance. You dig too slowly. I'll handle this myself. Chu Ci moved forward, grasping the civet by its neck and setting it aside. Surprisingly heavy, he thought. He patted his hands, reached into his backpack, and retrieved a small hoe. Squatting down, he began to dig at the tender shoots of Raimi. Meow. Roar. Little brother, you're rather noisy. Just as the little civet was about to approach, a gigantic tiger paw descended from above, pinning it down. Terrified, it looked up to see Hu Gu gazing at it with indifference, resembling a mouse facing a cat. The stark size difference caused the little civet to tremble, leaving it no choice but to lie still, too frightened to move. Without comparison, there is no harm. I now realize how large Hu Gu truly is. Hugo, being a South China tiger, is still considered small. Just look at the Siberian tiger, which is even larger. Hey, aren't there wild Siberian tigers? Why didn't Chu Ci find Hugo a mate from that species? You've never seen a northeastern woman discipline her husband, have you? They can be quite fierce. Exactly. We finally have a wild South China tiger. Let us not extinguish its flame. With the temper of a Siberian tiger, Hugo would surely struggle to manage it. Chu Ci continued to dig tirelessly, unearthing the rami roots, which appear to be ordinary plant roots. They required further processing before they could be used medicinally. Is this all there is? After clearing away the soil, he placed the harvested rami roots into his backpack. Looking around, he spotted a few more rami plants not far off. One was particularly robust, having grown beyond mere shoots to sprout several small leaves. Given its rapid growth, I'll let you be for now. Chu Ci turned his hoe towards the adjacent tender rami shoots. Ah, I remember now. This is known as Shenghua Chao. I thought it looked familiar. Is Shenghua Chao another name for rami? Shenghua Chao, also called Huamazi, is a must-try when visiting Sichuan. Why is that? What makes this herb so special? This herb is quite unique. It ensures you'll always remember the day you arrived in Sichuan. Is that true? You lot shouldn't deceive outsiders. After finishing with the rami, Chu Ci glanced at the live stream and immediately interrupted the viewers' discussion. What they referred to as Huamazi was actually stinging nettle, covered in sharp stingers. Touching this plant would cause excruciating pain. It's a torment unlike any other. Those who are sensitive to pain simply cannot endure it. This is akin to a form of torture. Chu Ci asserted firmly. Thus, one must never touch stinging nettle, even if urged by a friend. Many outsiders who have been deceived into touching it often realize too late the severity of their mistake. Rami also belongs to the nettle family and bears some resemblance, but lacks such terrifying effects. In the future, if anyone suggests you touch stinging nettle, feel free to send them your regards, especially to their entire family. How could you be so cruel? You truly are wicked, daring to trick me. A friend of mine was tricked into touching it during a visit to Sichuan. To this day, he still wishes ill upon that person's entire female lineage. Getting touched is one thing. Just imagine being tricked into using stinging nettle for wiping. What a dreadful experience that would be. Oh, that sounds quite life-altering indeed. Stinging nettle isn't as terrifying, is it? We eat it as a wild vegetable, using it in hot pot. Sichuan people sure have iron stomachs. Once cooked, stinging nettle no longer stings, making it edible. Chu Ci turned to check the rami in his backpack. He had gathered a sufficient amount. Upon returning, he would wash it, slice it, and dry it, then combine it with other herbs to brew a remedy for stabilizing pregnancies. Now, what brings you here to seek me today? Chu Ci directed his gaze towards the little civet, still pinned down by Hugo, and indicated for Hugo to release it. The little civet mewed several times, approaching Chu Ci, appearing somewhat bashful. Just speak your mind. Whether I assist you is another matter entirely. Haha, Chugu certainly holds a grudge. Why are so many animals seeking Chugu? Chugu's reputation must have spread throughout the animal kingdom. The little civet looks adorably awkward. Animals in the civet family tend to be rather unremarkable in appearance. Their proportions are quite distant from those of true felines. Goodness, the little civet isn't a member of the cat family? Whoever told you that the little civet belongs to the feline family was mistaken. Are you going to speak or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Chu Ci stood up, feigning to depart. The little civet, in a flurry, jumped in front of him, fidgeting as it gazed at Chu Ci. Meow, would you like to try my feces? Chu Ci Huga. Have you ever harmed a cat? Chapter 79. The colorful blade technique descending from the sky shock, anger, fury. At this moment, Chu Ci's fury reached a boiling point. What did this fellow just say? Something about letting him taste his excrement? Can you believe such words? No wonder he had been so attentive earlier, yet spoke in a coy manner. He was clearly waiting to provoke me. How dare he toy with me? Roar. This creature has too little meat. I've never tasted such a thing. At this moment, Brother Tiger shook his head. The little spirit cat was far too small. It was hardly enough to satisfy him. Roar. If you need assistance, I can help you eliminate it. Brother Tiger offered, knowing that Chu Ci seemed to disfavor harming animals. He intended to lend a hand in this matter. As the king of the forest would take on this responsibility. Who would dare challenge me? The most important thing among brothers is to uphold loyalty. Meow. The little spirit cat trembled in fear. Chu Ci seized the little spirit cat by the scruff and leaned it against a nearby tree. I possess a technique of the colorful blade descending from the sky. Would you care to experience it? Chu Ci said menacingly. What is wrong with Brother Chu? Why does he want to harm this little spirit cat? Perhaps the little spirit cat failed to follow the script given by Brother Chu. I'm curious to know how much these animals earn for performing with the streamer. If possible, I could take part 2, as I'm a seasoned sycophant. I truly wish to understand what this colorful blade technique is all about. Brother Chu, don't act impulsively. The little spirit cat is a nationally protected species. Protected? I thought it was a secondary level. Keep in mind, it has long been classified as a primary level. Meow. No. The little spirit cat quickly shook its head. It did not wish to experience the colorful blade technique descending from the sky. No? Then that means yes. You contradictory, little creature. Chu Ci smirked, which sent a shiver down the little spirit cat's spine, especially when he gently stroked its belly with his other hand. Brother Tiger, what do you think about striking here? Chu Ci pointed at the little spirit cat's belly, whispering like a demon. Let us first slice open its belly and extract the innards. By the way, Brother Tiger, do you enjoy eating innards? Brother Tiger shook his head. He preferred to consume meat directly. Very well. We shall discard the innards and keep the meat. In that case, I will plunge the knife in one end and pull out the other. I will sever your artery. The domineering CEO falls in love with me. Transformed into a little spirit cat. Outrageous. The domineering CEO has been driven mad by you all. I will plunge the knife in one end and pull it out the other. I will stab you in the gallbladder. What about the yellow knife? So this is the colorful blade technique descending from the sky. Little spirit cat, be obedient. After severing the artery, we will cut the vein, and you will lie still, quite adorable. There's a demon above. What is wrong with Brother Chu? Why is he so furious at the little spirit cat? I hope Brother Chu doesn't act rashly and harm the little spirit cat. Otherwise, I'll have to inherit his estate, which would be quite troublesome. What you Chu's grandson? Meow. Don't stab. Don't stab. The little spirit cat trembled in fright. No stabbing? That is not for you to decide. Speak. Who compelled you to do this? Chu Ci barked angrily. How audacious. To approach and suggest tasting its excrement. Do you truly believe what you produced is cat poop coffee? Meow. I saw your marriage announcement. I heard you were seeking a spouse. I am seeking a spouse? Why would I seek a spouse? Chu Ci paused, then led the little spirit cat forward a short distance. The viewers could only see him conversing with the little spirit cat, but could not hear the words exchanged. Meow. It was written in your marriage announcement. Marriage announcement? Chu Ci rummaged through the previous announcement he had posted. The photo featured a macaque. This was accurate. Upon examining the content, it stated, I enjoy excrement, specifically seeking a spouse. Damn, I was referring to the macaque. Not myself. You misunderstood. Chu Ci glared at the little spirit cat. How could you make such an error? I'm truly a loss. I should have written this monkey instead. Meow. I thought you had posted the wrong photo. The little spirit cat retorted. Then why didn't you suspect there was a typo? Can animals even read? The announcement would be converted into their own language upon publication. Silence, system. Why didn't you alert me to the typo earlier? Chu Ci asked, his expression darkening. That's unfair. I asked you if you wanted to publish this content, and you confirmed it. The system shouted in protest. Chu Ci felt a bit embarrassed, indignantly questioning the system. Why didn't you warn me of the typo? Oh no, I hope no other animals misunderstand this. Chu Ci's expression grew even graver. Other animals are not as intellectually challenged as the little spirit cat. Well, that's a relief. Chu Ci sighed, casting another fierce glare at the little spirit cat. You are merely an animal. What business do you have seeking a spouse among humans? You must truly be seeking trouble. Meow. That's not it. That's not it. I wanted you to seek a spouse for me. The little spirit cat hurriedly defended itself. Seek a spouse for you? Then let me. Meow. I have nothing of value to offer you. I heard you enjoy eating excrement. You also enjoy eating excrement. Chu Ci was on the verge of despair. Can you believe this little spirit cat's lack of manners? It knows that one should bring gifts when asking for favors. Yet Chu Ci shook his head in exasperation. I am currently too occupied to assist you in seeking a spouse. You should return now. Finally, Chu Ci set the little spirit cat down. He was busy and had no time to entertain this impolite creature. The little spirit cat turned away, somewhat saddened, but not giving up, asked one last time, meow. Are you sure you want to eat? My excrement is quite fragrant. Get lost. Depart before I change my mind. Chu Ci gritted his teeth in fury. This little spirit cat has gone too far. What has the little spirit cat done to provoke Brother Chu? I'm not sure. It seems Brother Chu is about to consume the little spirit cat. Could it be due to the monkey head mushroom incident? But Brother Chu doesn't seem like the type to hold grudges. I can't comprehend what script Brother Chu is following with the little spirit cat. Could it be one of rebellion? The viewers observed from a distance as Chu Ci drove away the little spirit cat. Upon returning, he remained silent. Walking back with Brother Tiger, he would never disclose this incident to the viewers, for it was utterly embarrassing. Moo! Not long after they started back, Chu Ci suddenly heard several cries of distress from the woods. Before he could react, a figure burst from the thicket, wailing as if being hunted. Upon spotting Chu Ci, it seemed to have found a savior, rushing towards him. Brother Tiger immediately grew alert, positioning himself in front of Chu Ci, wary of any potential harm from this newcomer. Moo! Human, please save me. I am on the verge of being beaten to death. Before getting too close to Chu Ci, the creature suddenly collapsed to its knees, leaving Chu Ci momentarily stunned. This creature bore numerous wounds. It had clearly endured significant suffering. Why does it kneel upon seeing someone? His heart ached at the sight. How wicked! Who did this? How could one be so cruel to an animal? Are they not aware that wildlife is protected by law? Today, justice shall be served. No, you. At that moment, Chu Ci was about to offer some words of comfort to the other party. Moo, where are you running off to, dear husband? I have yet to express my affection for you today. Just then, another creature suddenly emerged from the woods, making a beeline for Chu Ci. Upon seeing Chu Ci, it paused momentarily, then erupted with joy. Moo, benefactor? What brings you here? Mo? What? Benefactor? Chapter 80. Has someone revealed the answer? Benefactor? What benefactor? The male antelope was utterly bewildered. He had no inkling that his wife had taken on a benefactor unbeknownst to him. Moo, husband, hurry and thank our benefactor. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't even know how to cherish you. The female antelope exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Chu Ci. Moo, it's you. It's you. Upon hearing this, the male antelope sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with recognition. He glared at Chu Ci in anger, questioning why his wife's temperament had changed so dramatically. She had taken to striking him intermittently, a stark contrast to their previous dynamic where he was the one inflicting harm. The most disheartening revelation was that he now found himself incapable of defending against her blows. Trapped, he could only endure the punishment while pondering the cause of her transformation. It must be you, human. How detestable. Go away. At that moment, Tiger Brother bellowed at the male antelope. Startled, the male antelope turned to see Tiger Brother, and his fury intensified. You. It was you who attacked me back then. You're all in cahoots. He roared. What are you glaring at? Tiger Brother shot back, his gaze fierce. He held a particular disdain for domestic violence. The male antelope, feeling humiliated, turned his head away, resolving to bide his time until he could retaliate. He huffed in frustration, but it seemed no one cared. Is that an antelope? It seems like Brother Chu knows them. Brother Chu, keep your distance. That antelope is dangerous. Why does that male antelope look like he wants to strike Brother Chu? Perhaps Brother Chu has wronged him. This is too much. You've gone too far. Chu Ci sighed, observing the male antelope's plight. Moo, didn't you tell me to act this way? The female antelope asked, confused. I didn't instruct you to be so harsh. You're hitting him multiple times a day. Chu Ci shot her a disapproving glance. Do you understand what sustainable development means? The female antelope paused, then shook her head. As an antelope, she had no grasp of such concepts. She only sought to make her husband love her more. Your relentless strikes against the male antelope are inappropriate. Daily beatings not only harm his body, but also inflict immeasurable damage to his mental well-being. The male antelope was taken aback by Chu Ci's words, nearly moved to tears. Finally, someone had spoken up for him. I misjudged you, human. You're a good person. However, Chu Ci's subsequent remarks plunged the male antelope back into despair. No, is sustainable development meant for you to use this way? Tell me, is this sustainable development? It seems more like sustainable beating. I feel for this male antelope, enduring domestic violence daily. It's pitiful. One must admit, this streamer is quite the character. Brother Chu, when will you reveal the prize for your matchmaking service? I'm still waiting to find a wife for my big yellow. What level of protected animal is your big yellow? Therefore, for the sake of sustainable development, one must wait until the male antelope's wounds have healed before striking again. When you do strike, don't forget to express your love. This can mend the wounds of the heart. Remember, continual violence could lead to dire consequences for your husband. If you desire a lasting union, designate days for heavier and lighter strikes, reserving Sunday for rest. This frequency must be adhered to. The female antelope's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. It became clear why her husband seemed to love her less lately. She had been too aggressive, provoking a backlash. Moo! She cried out excitedly to Chu Ci. Meanwhile, the male antelope gazed despondently at the sky, feeling utterly defeated. He had grown weary, contemplating the world's end. So Brother Chu is the true devil. Really? Domestic violence is scheduled now? Is this truly acceptable? Won't this male antelope be beaten to death? Fear not. Antelope hide is tough, and they can endure much. Brother Chu, are you inciting other animals to commit domestic violence? Male antelope, don't be afraid. Rise up and resist. We are your steadfast support. Uninformed viewers mistakenly believe the male antelope was a victim, rallying their verbal support in the live stream. Witnessing this, Chu Ci recounted the couple's grievances, shedding light on the situation. With clarity, the viewers' sentiments shifted. Like fickle reeds, they began to admonish the female antelope, condemning the male antelope. So it's a domestic violence antelope. You deserve that beating. When will this cycle of vengeance end? Now the female antelope seems to be the one inflicting harm. The male antelope brought this upon himself. Is the female antelope a masochist? No. After Brother Chu's intervention, she has transformed into a sadist. This antelope couple seems to have an adventurous dynamic. I worry they might end up in a deadly confrontation. Long-term domestic violence can indeed warp one's nature. Wait, what did you say? I'm in a change in temperament. What a faulty input method. Rest assured, the male antelope will not meet his demise just yet, though some hardship is warranted. Chu Ci glanced at the male antelope, who appeared utterly defeated. In time, he might cease his abusive ways towards the female antelope. By then, he would find himself in the position of victim, mirroring the female antelope's former state. However, with Chu Ci present, such a scenario would be averted. The male antelope would learn from his suffering, recognizing the wrongness of domestic violence. That alone sufficed. Living in a state of perpetual beating, could this couple continue their lives? Remember my words, sustainable development is crucial. Wait until he truly understands his mistakes before seeking me out. Chu Ci gently patted the female antelope's head. She responded with excitement, calling out to him, If you need anything, come find me. I must return home now. Farewell. Chu Ci did not linger, descending the mountain with Tiger Brother. Meanwhile, the male antelope was on the brink of collapse, consumed by thoughts of despair. What a tragic fate for the male antelope. The female antelope seems somewhat delusional, likely a result of her husband's abuse. I never anticipated that animals could experience domestic violence. In truth, animals are not so different from humans. This is what it means to repay injury with injury. May the male antelope find redemption. Is this truly acceptable? I fear for the male antelope's life. Didn't Brother Chu instruct the female antelope to remember sustainable development? The male antelope is quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with Brother Chu. However, one cannot dismiss the situation lightly. I merely intervened in an act of fairness. Chu Ci smiled, aware that the dynamics between the antelope couple were intricate. It was impossible to separate them. After all, the female antelope believed her husband had ceased to love her due to the absence of physical punishment. Such a mindset is challenging to rectify, necessitating gradual shifts in her perspective. Ding dong. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in Chu Ci's mind. System notification. A notice for matrimonial proposals has already been posted by certain animals. Chu Ci paused in his tracks. Have any creatures taken the initiative to announce their availability? Chapter 81. What have you been up to? To Chu Ci's surprise, it wasn't long after the marriage announcement was posted that a monkey came forward. He felt a twinge of concern, wondering if this creature would turn out to be yet another oddity. Please, not another peculiar little spirit like the last one. Otherwise, he might truly lose his temper. Not all animals lack comprehension like that little spirit. The system replied coldly. That's a relief. Chu Ci breathed a sigh of relief and continued his inquiry. System, where is the animal that has come forward now? It is currently on its way home. The system responded. Let us hurry back, Chu Ci eagerly declared, yearning to see just how audacious this applicant was to have responded to the marriage announcement. In pursuit of medicinal herbs for Sister Tiger, Chu Ci traversed several mountains over the past few days. Although the straight-line distance was not extensive, the winding paths made the journey lengthy. By the time Chu Ci returned to his neighborhood, it was already evening. As he approached his doorstep, he noticed the little squirrel dashing out hurriedly. Chu Ci frowned. What mischief was this creature up to now? What have you been doing? He asked the squirrel. I just had a trendy haircut. You think you can pull off that ridiculous hairstyle? Believe me, I could easily knock some sense into you. Go ahead if you can knock me out. I'll still get a trendy haircut. This is outrageous. Are you all auditioning for drama or something? Chirp. A monkey arrived at the entrance. The little squirrel leaped onto Chu Ci's shoulder and said, I know, that fellow is here for the marriage proposal. You didn't get into any trouble today, did you? Chu Ci tapped the little squirrel on the head and asked, did you? Chirp. No, not at all. The little squirrel, am quite honest. How could I commit any heinous acts? I don't trust you, Chu Ci scoffed. Despite its small stature, the little squirrel was quite clever. After all, how could one not recognize the wisdom in the saying, small in size, big in spirit? Let us go back and see that monkey. Chu Ci chose not to dwell on the squirrel's antics. Upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted the monkey that had come forward, squatting there cautiously and observing its surroundings. Given that Sister Tiger and the others were inside, it dared not enter, for after all, tigers do eat monkeys. If it weren't for its own lifelong matters, it wouldn't risk its life coming here. Hey, how come another monkey has shown up? This monkey isn't also here for a marriage proposal, is it? Perfect. It can make a pair with a monkey from this morning. Wait, we mustn't just pair them randomly. Monkeys have their own standards too. Don't even start on the monkey's standards. It makes me want to vomit. Chu Ci, your speed at finding partners for animals is astonishing. You mentioned it in the morning, and by afternoon, monkeys are already appearing. Chu Ci, when will you resume finding partners for humans? I genuinely wish to find someone. Chirp. The monkey raised its head upon seeing Chu Ci approach. Did you come in response to the marriage announcement? Chu Ci inquired, studying the monkey, whose appearance was unremarkable and suggested a straightforward nature. However, the female monkey interested in marriage wouldn't care much for appearances. What mattered was shared interests and compatibility. Chirp. The monkey nodded. Yes, the physical attributes are quite decent. Chu Ci's piercing gaze made the monkey somewhat uncomfortable, fidgeting and feeling out of place. It was here to seek a partner, and there was no need for such scrutiny. Feeling bashful, the monkey thought, just come in. Once I finish my tasks, I will interview you. Chu Ci invited the monkey inside. The monkey obediently sat on the floor, even shaking its head when offered chair. Is there an interview process for a blind date? Isn't a blind date akin to an interview? If you like them, you keep them. If not, you send them away. This monkey seems quite honest. Let us not take advantage of an innocent creature. This monkey came seeking help. I never intended to take advantage of it. It's the first time I've seen such an earnest monkey. It resembles me in a way. What? Are you a monkey too? Humans and monkeys are closely related. It's not entirely incorrect to say so. Many netizens seem to see their reflections in the monkey. Such a sincere creature was a rarity. After all, the monkeys one typically encountered online were more akin to the mischievous Monkey King, grinning and mischievous, a true rogue. Most blind date scenarios were equally awkward. Once inside, the monkey sat there, hands tucked away, not daring to glance around. The little squirrels curiously observed this sincere monkey, baffled as to why such a creature would possess such peculiar habits. Why eat this when there are so many other options? Clearly, this monkey was genuinely hungry. Chirp. The leader said that you squirrels enjoy eating waste too. Indeed, you do enjoy it. The thieving couple chuckled nearby, mocking the little squirrels. The little squirrel, incensed, stood up and protested. We do not. We squirrels are the cleanest creatures. We don't eat that. Chirp. Yes, you do. Chirp. No, we do not. What are the little squirrels and little foxes quarreling about? Perhaps the thieving couple is plotting to eat the little squirrels again. Weren't you going to prepare squirrel and fish earlier? Why hasn't that happened yet? We'll wait until the little squirrel gets into trouble. Then we can make squirrel and fish. You sly one, I know you're just craving those little squirrels. Why does everything you say twist into something else? Enough of the bickering. Do you think this is amusing for others to watch? Chu Ci, freshly washed, stepped in. The little squirrel and the cunning couple immediately rushed to him, exchanging grievances. Chu Ci paid them no mind, instead focusing on the monkey. Since you're here for a marriage proposal, we must go through the formalities. The monkey nodded earnestly. Very well. I shall ask you some rather pointed questions. Just answer truthfully. The monkey scratched its ear, unsure of the reason for the inquiries, but resolved to obey Chu Ci. Now, for my first question. The monkey perked up, sitting up straight. The netizens were all ears, eager to see what Chu Ci would ask. My first question. How many pounds can you eat? The monkey replied, Chapter 82. I can eat continuously. The inquiry posed by Brother Chu was rather incisive. Who dares to ask such a question? Isn't blind date supposed to involve inquiries about family size, housing, and vehicles? Yet, Brother Chu's question was not entirely misplaced, as it was indeed the monkey's desire to seek such a companion. Well, I concede, you are quite formidable. The monkey paused momentarily, evidently taken aback by the directness of Chu Ci's inquiry, leaving it unprepared. What can't you eat? If you can't eat, what are you here for? The matrimonial advertisement was explicit about the partner seeking someone with shared interests. Such statements do not align with its criteria. The monkey scratched its head in contemplation, then timidly raised a finger. 1 pound? That's acceptable. Chu Ci nodded, acknowledging that although this monkey might not consume as much as the female monkey, they were still a suitable match. After all, what normal animal would eat that much? To his surprise, the monkey shook its head, dismissing Chu Ci's assertion. 10 pounds? Again, it shook its head. 100 pounds? Chu Ci began to question his own existence. Yet the monkey shook its head once more. I can eat continuously. Chu Ci stared at the monkey with an odd expression. Were you perhaps a latrine in your past life? How else could you eat so much and still desire more? You might as well reside in a public restroom and eat to your heart's content, potentially becoming the emperor of excrement. Can you truly eat continuously? Chu Ci inquired again, skepticism lacing his tone. The monkey nodded affirmatively. What? Eat continuously? Is this monkey really capable of such consumption? I refuse to believe it. Brother Chu, demonstrate for me how much it can consume. The chatter continued, with some viewers questioning the absurdity of the situation. I should never have attended university. This is my first encounter with cultural ignorance. I wish for eyes that have never witnessed Brother Chu's live stream. Chu Ci précédent, his expression one of doubt as he scrutinized the monkey. The monkey hastily shook its head, assuring him that it truly could eat indeed. I shall conduct a thorough examination. Chu Ci declared, pulling the monkey closer for a full-body assessment. What? Chu Ci raised an eyebrow at the monkey, which appeared quite pitifully scared. You, my friend, seem afflicted by the same ailment as that female monkey. You are indeed a match made in heaven. After his diagnosis, it was determined that both monkeys lacked a particular nutrient, which explained their peculiar eating habits. Would you like me to help you remedy this? The monkey shook its head. Very well then. Congratulations on your acceptance. Chu Ci grasped the monkey's hand and shook it enthusiastically, conveying the good news. Hey, Brother Chu, isn't this a tad hasty? Indeed, this was only the first question asked. Such matters as marriage should not be treated lightly. Brother Chu must proceed with caution. This monkey meets the criteria for marriage. Finding a suitable match is not easy, so let us not be overly demanding, Chu Ci remarked, turning to the monkey. Please wait a moment. I will step outside to call the female monkey. With that, Chu Ci exited to notify the female monkey, simultaneously retracting the matrimonial notice. He feared that other animals might see it and rush to apply. As for utilizing this feature again, that would be 6 days hence. Chu Ci had not anticipated the effectiveness of this function. Within a single day, he had successfully found a partner for the monkey. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of bewilderment. Did you really call the female? I distinctly remember brother Chu not having her phone number this morning. But does that matter? The real question is, where would the monkeys acquire a phone? Duh. Monkeys are thieves. They could easily steal a phone. Ah, how did I not think of that? You are quite clever. The Chengdu Mental Hospital. The vehicle has arrived downstairs. You all come with me. I have already informed the female. You can wait here while I prepare dinner. With that, Chu Ci turned and headed to the kitchen, leaving the monkey obediently squatting in place, resembling a pitiful creature. Clearly, not all monkeys are unreasonable. Society's stereotypes are often too entrenched. After more than half an hour, Chu Ci's meal was nearly complete, and the female monkey, having received the message, rushed over. Wow, she really came. Did the host genuinely call her? You're quite foolish. Of course, it was another animal that relayed the message. Maintain your composure. A blind date requires decorum. Haha. The female monkey appears to be somewhat anxious. Hearing the commotion, Chu Ci emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands. This is your blind date. I found you a suitable partner. You share common interests. Such opportunities are rare, so make sure to converse meaningfully. The two monkeys stood up, gazing at one another. Do you enjoy eating? Yes, you do. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that they have found mutual attraction so swiftly? While it is indeed a joyous occasion, I can't help but feel concerned about their connection over food. You know nothing. This is what they call monkey dung. I see now. That is how monkey dung originates. This is hilarious. Your imaginations are boundless. The two monkeys slowly inched closer, clearly smitten with one another. What flavors do you prefer? The female monkey inquired. Go over there and discuss this. Chu Ci interrupted, annoyed. He was eager to enjoy his meal. Was it appropriate for them to discuss such matters now? The two monkeys eagerly dashed outside. Congratulations to the monkeys on finding suitable partners. I shall contribute 200 pounds of excrement. Mark it down as Brother Chu's responsibility. I will contribute 1,000 pounds. Mark it as everyone's responsibility. And congratulations to Brother Chu. You want need to purchase a toilet now. For the first time, I feel murderous intent toward unfamiliar netizens. Me too. Those rascals. Stop. Let us cease the discussion about the monkeys. Chu Ci interjected, preventing further discourse. You never know what outrageous remarks these viewers might utter, which would surely leave him feeling perturbed. Since the monkey's romantic situation has been resolved, it is best to conclude this topic. He still awaited his meal. Time to eat. After a long day, shouldn't I indulge myself? Chu Ci returned to the kitchen, serving the meal he had prepared. As for the animals, they would manage their own food needs without his concern. However, just as Chu Ci was about to enjoy his dinner, the two monkeys rushed in, flustered. What is wrong with you two? Why the urgency? Outside. The female monkey pointed anxiously. Before Chu Ci could react, a cacophony of monkey calls erupted from outside. Get out here. I have come to claim my bride. Is this truly how one seizes a betrothal? Chapter 83. What are you here for if you are unwilling to invest in love? Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a bemused smile. He never expected an attempted wedding theft to unfold. He was curious to see who had the audacity to wreak havoc on his territory. Without further ado, Chu Ci stepped outside with the animals. Who dares to interrupt a marriage? At the entrance stood over a dozen macaques, chattering noisily, their demeanor reminiscent of the arrogant monkeys often seen online. Leading the pack was a larger macaque, the protagonist of this wedding heist. Another wedding theft? How intriguing. Where have you been until now? You're too late. Wait, is this really about stealing a bride? Are there actually more males than females among the macaques? Brother Chu, this script is quite commendable. What if it's not a script? Are animal wives not typically seized? Strength reigns supreme. Come, let me gauge your strength. How dare you attempt to steal a wedding from me? Chu Ci shouted angrily at the leading macaque. At that moment, the previously boisterous troop fell silent, standing obediently as if trained, having been intimidated by the presence of Tiger Brother, the king of the forest. No one had mentioned that there were tigers here. Was this a trap for the monkeys? Why are you standing there? Come here. Chu Ci commanded the leading macaque. Cautiously, the macaque approached, squatting respectfully before Chu Ci, afraid to make a sound. Look at you, so spineless. You dare to steal a bride? Where have you been all this time? You could already be an uncle. Now you want to be a father? Your ex's second child is already in elementary school, and only now do you think of reconciliation? Where have you been? Answer me. Chu Ci's stern reprimand startled the macaque, nearly sending it fleeing in terror. Ha! Brother Chu, your attack power is lacking. This macaque arrived at just the wrong time. Not only cowardly, but also quite malicious. Exactly. While others are getting married, you're here making a scene? Stealing weddings is the most despicable, selfishly disregarding others' lives. Where have you been until now? The macaques are terrified of Brother Chu. Chirp. We grew up together. The leading macaque finally mustered the courage to speak. Grew up together? Chu Ci scolded. In this world, growing up together is the least intimidating thing. Childhood sweethearts cannot withstand the arrival of a radiant new love. Were you all this time? Chu Ci coldly queried again. The leading macaque chattered for quite a while, but could not articulate a coherent response. Look at you. Others are willing to endure hardships for love. Are you? Would you dare? Upon hearing this, the leading macaque was struck dumb. It never anticipated that its rival would be so resolute. How could it compete against such determination? It truly did not dare. Just by looking at you, it's clear you lack the courage. If you don't dare, then why are you here to steal a wedding? Scram! Chu Ci impatiently waved his hand. Thinking a warrior had come, he was disappointed to find only a coward. This mockery of a wedding is nothing. Don't waste others' time. Indeed, at the very least, one must be willing to sacrifice for love. You are not. So what are you doing here? This is the first time I've not supported a wedding theft. This macaque is simply driven by jealousy. If it truly wanted to be with the female macaque, why wait until today? Goodness. Watching this animal live stream feels like watching a romance drama. Others have moved on, but you have not. Charging forth for love? You are but a jester. I have always recognized your sharp tongue. Brother, though coarse, it carries truth. To love it is to endure hardship. What a romantic declaration. Are you sick? How is that romantic? The leading macaque was left speechless by Chu Ci's words, feeling utterly humiliated. It indeed should not have come today. Chirp. Can you give me another chance? The leading macaque turned to the female macaque, but she turned away, refusing to acknowledge it. From beginning to end, it was merely a jester. Just as Chu Ci had asked, where were you all this time? Had it known today would come, it would have acted differently. Now is all too late. Hurry and take your companions and leave. I've been hungry all night, and all I have to deal with is your nonsense. Chu Ci said with irritation. The leading macaque turned sadly, departing with its companions. Throughout, the macaque couple had not even cast a glance at it. Sometimes, before attempting to steal a wedding, one must assess their own strength. Isn't the macaque's social structure polygamous? This fellow should have many wives. No, only the king can have multiple wives. Ordinary macaques lack that power. Looking at this macaque's retreating figure, it resembles a dog. No, it is merely a clown, having misjudged its own strength. This monkey, with nothing better to do, attempted to imitate wedding theft. Chu Ci mumbled a few words, watching as the macaque and its followers disappeared into the moonlight. You too should be cautious. Keep your distance from such characters. Pursuing your own happiness while ignoring others' lives is despicable. Now attempting a wedding theft? Where have you been until now? Chu Ci scolded angrily once more. Listening to Brother Chu, have you been a victim of wedding theft before? Judging by the look of it, the other party likely succeeded. Brother Chu, be careful when you enter the mountains. What if these macaques seek revenge? What is the big deal? Thankfully, you weren't successful in stealing a wedding. What is there to fear? ISNT Tiger Brother and the others here? An open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden one is not. The key is that they can climb trees. And Tiger Brother can't do anything about that. Tigers can climb trees too, but they aren't as nimble as monkeys, unable to leap about in the treetops. What a stroke of bad luck. Chu Ci muttered again, turned to head back inside. Surely now he could enjoy a peaceful meal. Sitting at the table, he surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there was no danger before comfortably indulging in his dinner. After satisfying his hunger, Chu Ci moved a stool outside and sat for a while, taking out paper and pen to scribble notes, engrossed in his tasks. Once he felt content, he returned to rest. The following day, after breakfast, Chu Ci resumed his busy routine. He took the ramie roots he had dug up the previous day from his backpack, washing them several times with clean water to ensure no dirt remained. Once satisfied, he laid the ramie roots out to dry in the sun. When the moisture evaporated, he retrieved a kitchen knife and sliced the ramie roots into pieces, arranging them neatly before placing them back under the sun. Once dried, the ramie roots could be used for medicinal purposes. Mission accomplished. Chu Ci wiped the sweat from his brow. What seemed like a simple task had occupied him for the entire morning. Tiger brother, look how well I treat your wife. Thus, when you pass on, if you don't bequeath your bones to me, you will be unfilial. Brother Chu speaks the most audacious words. I'm dying of laughter. Tiger brother looks utterly bewildered. Filial piety breeds strength. Tiger brother. So, can you now call me father? Tiger brother doesn't he have many years left? Will Chu Ci be saddened when the day comes? Are you out of your mind? He.S. alive and well. Don't curse him. Remember, ramie roots boiled with chicken have calming effects. Don't forget, brother Chu. I'll head down a mountain this afternoon when I have some free time. Go purchase a chicken to stew. The Chu Ci also acknowledges the usage of ramie roots. Unfortunately, the ingredients on the mountain are scarce, compelling him to descend to the valley to buy supplies. Quack, have you forgotten about me? Chapter 84, at last. I have found you, good sir. The red-billed chuff approached Chu Ci, urgency evident in its tone. Oh, how could I forget to help you find a mate? Chu Ci exclaimed, smacking his forehead in embarrassment for neglecting such an important matter. The red-billed chuff was still preoccupied with thoughts of its partner, who, it seemed, might have already found a new suitor. Stop with the nonsense. They merely had a spat. No divorces occurred. Someone interjected. Poor red-billed chuff. Wealth cannot purchase companionship. Another remarked. Perhaps it merely lacks sufficient riches. With enough, surely, there would be no issue. By the way, who among you will descend the mountain to procure chicken? I shall assist the red-billed chuff in its search for a mate. Chu Ci addressed the gathered animals, who exchanged bewildered glances. Purchase a chicken? They have never even bought a human chicken. One chuckled. Oh, how amusing. Does brother Chu truly consider this motley crew of animals as if they were human? Why not simply catch a wild chicken in the mountains? Another suggested. Brother Tiger could manage that, but brother Chu would not fare well in such a venture. Brother Tiger must prepare it himself. If brother Chu assists, it would be deemed illegal. A voice chimed in. Brother Chu, first teach brother Tiger how to prepare a chicken, then let him fetch one from the mountains, someone proposed. The most versatile tiger is now emerging. Indeed, you all possess remarkable talent, Chu Ci mused, bemused by the antics of his audience. However, finding a partner for the red-billed chuff took precedence over procuring a chicken. He thought to himself that Tiger's robust health meant that there was no pressing need for nourishment. Let us proceed to assist you in finding your mate, he declared, setting aside his belongings and instructing Brother Tiger and the others to guard the home while he accompanied the red-billed chuff into the mountains. They would first visit the residence of the yellow-billed chuff. Ah, my marriage agency's pricing has been established, Chu Ci announced, pulling out a piece of paper along the way. Upon revealing the exorbitant rates, the online audience reacted with disbelief. 5,000 for a single introduction? Have you lost your mind? One exclaimed. Who possesses such wealth to seek Brother Chu's help for their pets? Another chimed in. 5,000 is half my salary for 6 months. I shall report this to the authorities. Surely this disrupts market pricing. Came another voice. But the reality is, Brother Chu's business is unparalleled. 5,000 per introduction? Acceptance will depend on your mood. This venture is quite the gamble, another taunted. I dare say Brother Chu's marriage agency will fold before long. Did someone not previously request Brother Chu to find a mate for their pet dog? Opportunity is knocking. The audience was skeptical of Chu Ci's agency, questioning who would be so generous as to part with such sums. Observing the barrage of comments, Chu Ci smiled faintly. Clearly, you are not my target clientele, he stated, shaking his head. His high pricing was intentional, aimed at affluent clients, such as tycoons and establishments like zoos and aquariums. He recognized that if his fees were too low, he would be inundated with requests, yet earn little profit. Establishing higher rates served to secure his desired clientele while ensuring that the average individual had no need to seek partners for their pets. Is Brother Chu planning to make a quick fortune and vanish? One mused. I can only imagine the outrage from those zoos upon seeing these prices. Last time Brother Chu visited the aquarium, he netted 20,000. How do you know that? Are you insider? Brother Chu, is this not price gouging? And what if human business? 5,000 could secure a wife after all. Goodness, what a peculiar thought. With the announcement of his price, many were instantly deterred. Such expenditure was simply unaffordable. Fear not, esteemed guests. Should you choose to engage my services, satisfaction is guaranteed, he assured. Really? Then what are the yellow-billed chuff? Why bring that up, revealing Brother Chu's shortcomings? This predicament cannot be blamed on Brother Chu. He merely facilitated their union, and they chose to quarrel. Indeed, Brother Chu even provides after-sales service that is quite commendable. Is the yellow-billed chuff perhaps already pursuing another? The audience remained invested in the fate of the red-billed chuff couple, especially since so many animals had found companionship. Yet this pair faced adversity. Chu Ci sighed, uncertain whether he could reunite the yellow-billed chuff with its mate. They might truly be fated to remain apart. Suddenly, a series of urgent cries echoed through the sky, drawing Chu Ci's attention upwards. He spotted several birds of prey soaring above, unable to discern their exact species from such a distance. Two larger birds were attacking a significantly smaller one, which appeared to be a fledgling, having only recently taken to the skies. "Stop! I do not wish to contend with you. Please, cease your assault," cried the small bird, embodying the essence of avian bullying. Chu Ci felt a pang of anxiety, wishing to intervene, but finding himself powerless. Who would have thought that bullying exists in the animal kingdom? Remarked one viewer. Wherever there is life, there exists a hierarchy. Another noted. Quite common. My cat frequently faces aggression from stray cats, someone added. Perhaps it is you, the owner, who is too timid to offer assistance, another teased. Brother Chu hastened to their aid. Do you envision Brother Chu as a superhuman? Perhaps he should carry a slingshot for such occasions. If I am not mistaken, those are hawks, a species classified as nationally protected. Do you truly believe you could intervene? The hawks flew with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing into the vast sky. The complexities of the animal world left Chu Ci pondering as he continued alongside the red-billed chuff. Some viewers questioned why the red-billed chuff did not intervene, prompting Chu Ci to feel exasperated. Those are hawks. What would you have the red-billed chuff do? Offer itself as a sacrifice? After what felt like an eternity, Chu Ci had accompanied the red-billed chuff for quite some time, yet they had not yet arrived at the home of the yellow-billed chuff. Quack! Just ahead. I can no longer proceed. I must rest momentarily, Chu Ci declared, waving his hand. Unlike birds, he could not soar through the skies. The trek had proven exhausting for his two legs. At that moment, a peculiar sound echoed through the woods. Zzz, good sir, I have finally found you. I have come to repay my debt with friends. Chapter 85. Brother, your hat has fallen. As Chu Ci settled down to rest, a red-bellied pheasant emerged from the woods, followed closely by a white-bellied pheasant. Aha, the chicken has arrived. Chu no longer needs to descend the mountain to procure one. Indeed, wildfowl possess greater nutritional value than domesticated ones. How did the white-bellied pheasant end up alongside the red-bellied one? Occasionally, they do coexist. In comparison, the red-bellied pheasant appeared rather ostentatious, while the white-bellied pheasant exuded a certain elegance. Red-bellied pheasant, once hailed as the national bird, the phoenix, now labeled a nouveau riche. Zzz. Chu Ci. Upon reaching him, it chirped eagerly. Zzz, good human. Quickly put an end to it. Is a gift I have brought for you. The white-bellied pheasant paused, its eyes widening in disbelief. You betrayed me. How could you be so wicked? Isn't your friend? Chu Ci regarded the red-bellied pheasant with a bemused expression. You've even brought your friend for sacrifice? Had I known, I would not have spared you last time. Zzz, eat stood my dear friend. The red-bellied pheasant revealed its true nature manifesting its underlying grievances. Brothers, this white-bellied pheasant has taken the red-bellied pheasant's girlfriend. Should I seek justice for it? A brand new version? Indeed, the red-bellied pheasant is no novice to the stage. It has appeared before. Why would the white-bellied pheasant claim the red-bellied pheasant's girlfriend? Is there no reproductive isolation between them? Justice must be served. I despise such foul justice. Both are protected species. The white-bellied and red-bellied pheasants can coexist, as there is no reproductive barrier between them. Numerous instances of hybridization between the two exist, resulting in offspring that inherit traits from both. The red-bellied pheasant has prominent crest, and the white-bellied pheasant has white mantle and tail. Logically, such hybrids should be quite attractive. Yet at times, their combinations yield rather unfortunate results. I've seen a video of hybrid pheasants, and I must admit, they are rather unsightly. Unsightly? I find them quite acceptable. I never anticipated that there is no reproductive barrier between these two. It's akin to humans of different skin colors. There is certainly no reproductive isolation. I abhor the sunlit rainbow unicorn. What are you saying? Quite nonsensical. I'm genuinely concerned about whether the offspring of the red-billed mountain crow and the yellow-billed mountain crow will also be particularly unattractive. Please no, since my girlfriend has left. What children could a red-billed mountain crow possibly have? If it steals your girlfriend, simply find another. If someone can take her away so easily, it signifies she never truly loved you. The white-bellied pheasant has inadvertently helped you to see the true nature of that hen. Such a girlfriend is hardly worth lamenting. Chu Ci rambled on to the red-bellied pheasant, leaving it momentarily stunned. So it truly does not love me. I have known this all along. Take care of yourself. What does a great man have to fear without a wife? Chu Ci patted the red-bellied pheasant's head and rose to depart. The white-bellied pheasant had long since fled. The red-bellied pheasant remained lost in thought. It does not love me. It truly does not love me. Chu Gu has left the red-bellied pheasant in shock. Indeed, it is as such. If someone can simply beckon and take away another, I have no need for them. From henceforth, the red-bellied pheasant shall lock away its heart and no longer sacrifice for love. Red-bellied pheasant, I sought your justice, not for you to break my heart. Early recognition of reality and abstaining from romance is the true path. Netizens expressed sympathy for the red-bellied pheasant, yet it was a predicament of its own making. A proper bird dedicates itself to hard work, seldom indulging in romance. May it come to understand this. Chu Ci glanced back at the still stationary red-bellied pheasant, uttering no further words, and turned to leave. Before long, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for facilitating the unique romance of the macaque. Reward are as follows. System, why is there a delay? Chu Ci complained, continuing to examine the rewards. Gold medal master chef skill. I can no longer bear to watch the meals you prepare. Do you consume pig feed daily? Seriously, you can reward me without the personal attacks. Chu Ci fumed. He admitted his culinary skills were lacking, but he questioned whether the food was cooked and edible. Answer me. Powerful laxative. Do you understand the sensation of a waterfall cascading 3,000 feet? Fecal matter testing reagent. Tests various indicators of excrement. Fragrant bait. Customizable. Customizable bait for specific fish species, ensuring you no longer return empty-handed. Excessive system. Have you ventured into the realm of lowly matters? Do you wish for me to prepare a meal and then administer a laxative for you to sample? Chu Ci was at a loss, considering the juxtaposition of the laxative and culinary skill. What is the meaning of this? And now the testing reagent? What next? A one-stop service for ensuring I don't suffer from poisoning after eating? He scoffed, closing the system's reward panel. The quality of rewards was becoming increasingly dubious. After venting about the system, Chu Ci continued onward. The gathering place of the yellow-billed mountain crows was quite distant. However, for avian creatures, it was merely a brief journey. Chu Ci traversed several mountains with a red-billed mountain crow, his legs nearly giving out. Finally, they arrived at the yellow-billed mountain crow's domain. This is your wife's family home? So far away. Chu Ci gazed at his surroundings, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Just in straight-line distance, he had traversed no less than 5 kilometers, not counting the arduous mountains. Am I to sleep in the mountains tonight? Are you certain your wife has returned home? Chu Ci queried the red-billed mountain crow. He had indeed spotted a few yellow-billed mountain crows earlier, but they were not the ones he sought. This is a disaster. With so many birds, when will I find her? Perhaps the yellow-billed mountain crows have already taken flight. Finding another wife for the red-billed mountain crow is not a necessity. If your wife argued with you, would you immediately seek a replacement? Indeed, Chu Ci has it tough. This task is no easy feat. Let the red-billed mountain crow remain single. After all, Chu Ci is waiting to inherit its fortune. Though I have witnessed this many times, I still feel the broadcaster's thoughts are somewhat outrageous. It is hard to fathom that in a nation with a complete ban on drugs, someone would conceive ideas comparable to intoxication. Ga, the red-billed mountain crow began anxiously searching the vicinity. Other yellow-billed mountain crows approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that a wife had fled, the others entered a state of eager gossip. Even fellow red-billed mountain crows came from afar to witness the commotion. As more and more yellow-billed mountain crows gathered, the red-billed mountain crow grew increasingly frantic. Just then, Chu Ci spotted something new in the distant woods. Isn't that your wife? Chu Ci pointed ahead, only to be momentarily taken aback. Why is your wife surrounded by? He turned his head to glance at the red-billed chuff. Brother, do not bow your head, or your hat will fall. Chapter 86. Congratulations, brother, you are a father. What? The red-billed chuff froze as it gazed ahead. Who was that beside its mate? Had it transformed into that green-headed duck? The red-billed chuff flapped its wings and anxiously flew forward. Don't act impulsively. Please, let's discuss this calmly. Chu Ci hurriedly called out. Shouldn't it be, brother? Don't bow your head. The crown will fall. Look for yourself. Is this a crown or merely a hat? Young red-billed chuff, did you drop a yellow hat or a blue one? Oh, neither? Then it must be this green one. This story seems oddly familiar. Bro, you're insightful. As we know, mixing yellow and blue creates green. I don't see any blue around the yellow-billed chuff. Do you understand the concept of a blue confidant? Oh, now I see. I stand corrected. See, the very situation I least wanted has come to pass, sigh. Everyone, let's not jump to conclusions. I was merely jesting. The red-billed chuff is not wearing a hat. The bird next to the yellow-billed chuff is likely a golden eagle. Realizing the audience in the live stream had misunderstood, Chu Ci quickly clarified. If I'm not mistaken, that golden eagle should be the one we saw getting bullied earlier. Chu Ci had noticed the eagle looked familiar at first glance. Upon further reflection, he realized it was indeed the little golden eagle that had been harassed. Initially, the distance was too great to discern its species, but he recognized it by its shape. When did we see that? How come I didn't know? You weren't in the live stream this afternoon, so you wouldn't know. So it's a golden eagle. It seems the red-billed chuff won't need that hat after all. Not necessarily. They are both birds. It might still be feasible. I recall a case where two different cranes fell in love and successfully laid eggs. What's the big deal? You're all aware of the famous liger, aren't you? It appears that animals engage in quite the antics. That's called love in its deepest form, hard to resist. Love knows no species. Love may transcend species, but perversion does not. Fortunately, we didn't let you become matchmakers. And thankfully, your academic performance is lacking. Otherwise, this world would be chaos. Chu Ci remarked with a smirk. This group of netizens reveled in making absurd pairings. Imagine if they were matchmakers or biologists. Who knows what bizarre creatures might emerge? One must not underestimate humanity's imaginative capabilities. Reports suggest there are some rather peculiar man-made beings. Therefore, there is no limit to perversion. Only greater forms of it exist. That's not the same. Regardless of the cranes, they're closely related, while a golden eagle is worlds apart from a red-billed chuff. Could it be that a domineering golden eagle has fallen for me? A second marriage bird? Are you out of your mind? You insist on putting a hat on a red-billed chuff, don't you? Then the question arises, why is the yellow-billed chuff with the golden eagle? Could it be that the golden eagle captured the yellow-billed chuff? The netizens were filled with curiosity. Even Chu Ci was intrigued by how the yellow-billed chuff ended up with the golden eagle. At that moment, the yellow-billed chuff spotted the red-billed chuff and unexpectedly turned away, unwilling to acknowledge it. Wait a moment, yellow-billed chuff. Why are you running? Can we talk this out? Chu Ci called out urgently, realizing that continuous avoidance was not a solution. Who could tell what the yellow-billed chough truly thought? Upon hearing Chu Ci's voice, the yellow-billed chough turned and flew back, while the little golden eagle flapped its wings and took off. Why did it run away? Feeling guilty? Chu Ci was taken aback. He was curious about the relationship between the yellow-billed chough and the golden eagle. Squawk! It was being bullied so pitiably. I saved it, the yellow-billed chough explained. It turned out that the yellow-billed chough had encountered the bullied golden eagle and had helped the little eagle. Is that so? Chu Ci nodded, then gazed at the yellow-billed chough with admiration. I must say, you're quite brave. Do you not understand that birds of prey are your natural enemies? You dare to approach it? To survive, you must indeed be fortunate. See, I told you there must be some misunderstanding. Chu Ci turned to the red-billed chough. The red-billed chough felt considerably relieved. But where have you been all this time? If there are issues between the two of you, it would be best to discuss them face to face. Any misunderstandings can be clarified. Avoidance is not a solution. Chu Ci urged the yellow-billed chough, eager to understand its thoughts. I was the one who introduced you both. If you two were incompatible, I would not have acted as a matchmaker. So what conflicts exist between you? Speak up. How can we resolve it if you don't express it? Chu Ci continued to plead earnestly. I'm most afraid of situations like this, when someone refuses to communicate and then says, you don't understand me. If you don't speak, how can I understand you? If you understood me, there would be no need for me to speak. See, that's how misunderstandings arise. This is unreasonable. Isn't this just creating trouble? Being a matchmaker is the hardest. It can easily turn into a situation where neither party is satisfied. Squawk, come with me. The yellow-billed chough called out, leading Chu Ci into the woods. Soon, they stopped beneath a grand tree. Squawk, go up and take a look. The yellow-billed chough instructed Chu Ci. Me? The yellow-billed chough nodded. All right then. To uncover the truth of the matter, Chu Ci began to climb the tree with effort. Squawk, I want to go up and see too. The red-billed chough attempted to follow, but was stopped by the yellow-billed chough, which clearly still harbored some anger. Shortly, Chu Ci reached the top of the tree, where a delicate bird's nest appeared among the branches. Chu Ci was taken aback and leaned forward to peer inside. Ah, I see. Upon seeing the contents of the nest, Chu Ci suddenly understood. He looked down and shouted, Congratulations, red-billed chough. You are now a father. Chapter 87. I shall not accept your request with a spark of surprise. Chu Ci exclaimed to the red-billed mountain crow. Upon hearing this, the red-billed mountain crow could no longer hold back its excitement and soared upward. When it beheld the eggs nestled in the nest, it let out an exhilarated cry. It turned out that the yellow-billed mountain crow had been incubating eggs all this time. No wonder it had been elusive. Did the yellow-billed mountain crow lay eggs? How could it happen so swiftly? Indeed, it has only been a little over half a month. Could it be that the offspring isn't from the red-billed mountain crow? Don't be ridiculous. Do you not know how to speak? The time it takes for birds to transition from gestation to laying eggs and eventually hatching chicks is remarkably brief. For birds like the yellow-billed mountain crow, they can hatch chicks in less than 20 days. At this moment, Chu Ci explained to the online audience. Unlike terrestrial creatures, birds have a notably short incubation period. The vast majority of birds complete this cycle of mating, laying eggs, and nurturing their young within a month, contrasting starkly with the 10 months of gestation experienced by humans. I thought birds, like humans, needed a long time to lay eggs. You must have never raised birds. While you may not have seen other birds, surely you've seen chickens. After a chicken becomes pregnant, it lays eggs daily. Oh, with that explanation, it suddenly all makes sense. See? The misunderstanding has been cleared. You two should have a good talk, Chu Ci advised the red-billed mountain crow couple, feeling a sense of relief as his reputation as a matchmaker was preserved. The yellow-billed mountain crow, however, had been rather inconsiderate, not mentioning its impending motherhood, leaving him to worry for so long. At this moment, the red-billed mountain crow gazed excitedly at the yellow-billed mountain crow, which, with a haughty snort, turned its head away, clearly not having fully forgiven its partner. All right, you two, just sort out your feelings. Now that the child is born, there's no need for further turmoil. Chu Ci urged the yellow-billed mountain crow. Now the question arises. If these two were to divorce, whom would Chu go side with? Wow, you are quite the talent. How about splitting the birds in half? The yellow-billed mountain crow appears quite proud. With a girl, a little coaxing will suffice. The yellow-billed mountain crow nodded. signifying its forgiveness of the red-billed mountain crow, causing the latter to nearly leap for joy. Observing this, Chu Ci inquired, "Will you both return with me? Or do you wish to remain here?" The yellow-billed mountain crow called out, indicating its desire to stay. Immediately, the red-billed mountain crow expressed its intent to remain with its partner. "Very well, then. Stay here and diligently hatch your young ones. If anything arises, just call for me. I shall take my leave now. I look forward to seeing the offspring of the red-billed and yellow-billed mountain crows. I wonder what color they will be. Red and yellow combine to make orange. Perhaps a new species of mountain crow will emerge. Let us hope it doesn't turn out like a hybrid golden pheasant. That's uncertain. Who knows what the offspring will look like after the genetic interplay?" The online audience was keenly interested in the appearance of the red-billed mountain crow couple's progeny. In just over a week, the chicks should make their debut. With a swift motion, Chu Ci slid down from the tree and brushed off his hands, preparing to speak, when suddenly he sensed a menacing presence behind him. He spun around abruptly, discovering a pair of eyes fixated on him from the adjacent thicket. Goodness, a leopard? Oh no, I forgot to bring Tiger Brother along. Had he not steadied himself against a nearby tree, Chu Ci might have stumbled, his heart racing with anxiety. Despite having coexisted with such formidable beasts for some time, he still felt a twinge of fear when confronted with them alone. "Chu Gu, we're doomed. The leopard has arrived." "Fear not, Chu Gu," confront it. "How can a mere leopard intimidate you?" "Exactly, a leopard is not a tiger. It's manageable. Quit fanning the flames. Must you stir up trouble? Chu Gu, hurry. Unleash your skills." "Brother, do you value your wife?" Perhaps having seen too much of Tiger Brother, the online audience grew overly emboldened, dismissing the leopard entirely. Chu Ci, however, felt an urge to curse. It was easy for them to speak boldly from a distance. He wondered how they would fare facing the leopard directly. Big brother, do you want a wife?" Chu Ci stammered, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the leopard turned and vanished into the foliage. It fled? Chu Ci was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the leopard's behavior. "Chu Gu is indeed impressive." A single phrase sent the leopard running. "Beware. The leopard may return for vengeance. Run, Chu Gu, flee home at once. It's south no place to linger. If Tiger Brother were here, would he fear such a creature? Isn't this area supposed to be Tiger Brother's territory? Why is there a leopard?" This region likely marked the periphery of Tiger Brother's domain, suggesting that the territories of the leopard and Tiger Brother overlapped. Chu Ci surveyed the surroundings. The territory of the South China tiger spans approximately 100 square kilometers, roughly a square of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. While it appears expansive in this mountainous expanse, it constitutes merely a fraction. Furthermore, as Tiger Brother had likely not patrolled his territory for some time, encountering a leopard here was not entirely surprising. The ecological environment in this area was quite favorable. Chu Ci, still shaken, patted his chest. He could not linger here. He needed to make haste back home. "Whenever you two hatch your young ones, return home. I am leaving now," he called out to the mountain crow couple perched on the tree. "Quack, quack." The red-billed and yellow-billed mountain crows replied, their heads still concealed. Alas, the bridge has been dismantled. Having found a partner, they have forgotten their kin. Chu Ci shook his head and, taking advantage of the remaining daylight in the woods, hurried towards home. Shouldn't it be that upon finding a partner, one forgets their offspring? We cannot disrupt the lineage. Otherwise, Chu Gu may never inherit the family fortune. Can you behave like a human, please? Chu Ci's courage has grown. He dares to return home alone in this environment. Otherwise, shall he summon Tiger Brother to pick him up? Indeed, Chu Gu could install a landline at home. In times of need, he could simply call for help. You truly are a genius. This suggestion by the netizens was rather intriguing. It might indeed come in handy someday. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. He needed to rush home. Fear gripped him. Darkness would soon descend, and he could not endure it. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound echoing eerily throughout the dim, desolate woods. It was indeed rather startling. Who was calling me? Chu Ci swallowed nervously and pulled out his phone to check. He gasped. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be a business inquiry? He muttered to himself before answering the call. Chu Gu is on the rise. He is even receiving business inquiries. That startled me. It was like watching a horror film when a ghost suddenly appears. Haha, someone is truly willing to pay 50,000 for matchmaking animals. Perhaps it's from a zoo. Seeing Chu go land a deal is more painful than being killed. Hello, Mr. Chu. We're the staff from the West Garden Temple in Gusu. Wait a moment. Where are you from? We're from the West Garden Temple in Gusu. Chu Ci took a deep breath. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your request. Why? Why not? Chapter 88. The Caring Brother Tiger, do you understand why? Chu Ci retorted. I have no idea, the staff member from Shiyuan Temple replied. Bewildered. They hadn't even voiced their request yet. Why had Chu Ci rejected them outright? Had they offended him in the past? Brother Chu, what are you doing? You can't just push business away like that. Exactly. It's your first order. You mustn't refuse it. Otherwise, it may lead to misfortune in the future. Didn't Brother Chu mention before that whether he accepts orders depends on his mood? Did Shiyuan Temple offend Brother Chu before? Shiyuan Temple. I think I understand why Brother Chu is declining the order. Why is that? If you are from Shiyuan Temple, then I truly cannot accept this order. I know you want me to find a partner for someone. However, you are putting me in a difficult position. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist. Chu Ci stated bluntly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to take the first order. It was simply impossible. There were only 2 male Yangtze giant softshell turtles left in the world, one domestically and one abroad. How could he possibly act as a matchmaker? Wasn't that unreasonable? If they could introduce other turtle species, the researchers would have already conducted experiments. They wouldn't need him at all. Mr. Chu, didn't you say you could help animals find partners? We understand this task is complicated, but could you possibly overcome the challenges and assist us? No. Chu Ci replied, decisively. I'm not a deity. How can I find a partner for an endangered species? Please refrain from calling me again. I fear other clients may misunderstand. Best of luck. With that, he hung up the phone. The staff from Shiyuan Temple exchanged glances, realizing they had made assumptions while overlooking the facts. The world recognized that only 2 Yangtze giant softshell turtles remained. Thus, even a top-notch matchmaker like Chu Ci was at a loss. I just checked Shiyuan Temple, and now I understand why Brother Chu refused the order. Even the King of Heaven couldn't handle that order. Brother Chu, don't be afraid. Why not challenge yourself? Having 2 males isn't entirely impossible. At least they would have companionship before they perish. I think we should clone a female turtle. That way, we can ensure the survival of the species. Brother Chu really takes orders as he pleases. What else could I do? Chu Ci sighed. He felt sympathy for the turtles, but he truly could not help them. He couldn't be expected to run around, utilizing the system's functions to find turtles desiring love. That would surely exhaust him. Moreover, after so many years, researchers had failed to locate any other surviving turtles. Why would he be able to find them? For the sake of a meager sum of money. He didn't want to labor toward an endeavor that bore no promise of results. Let us hurry home. The woods had grown dark, and the occasional hoots of owls echoed in the night, creating an eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a horror film. The chill of the evening air sent shivers down Chu Ci's spine. If only I had brought Brother Tiger along, he thought, cautiously observing his surroundings, feeling as though distant branches and rocks were watching him. At that moment, he wished to vanish like the wind and return home swiftly. Brother Chu, are you frightened? In such an environment, anyone who isn't afraid is truly a man. But to a fisherman, this is nothing. Fishermen have seen all. Indeed, fishermen often encounter aerial forces. Damn, what do you mean by that? Come out and face me. See, the lofty aerial force has been rattled. Why can't these legs move faster? Chu Ci grumbled about his own legs. Fortunately, they could not talk. Otherwise, they would retort, you can, you will. If you can't, then stop whining. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Chu Ci was panting with fatigue, regretting not having planned better before venturing out. Now, he found himself at a crossroads, unable to advance or retreat. He shined his phone's light around to ascertain his direction. Goodness, white eyes. Chu Ci halted abruptly, swallowing nervously as he gazed ahead. A pair of glowing white eyes appeared among the trees, paralyzing him with fear. Oh no, Brother Chu, you're done for. You've encountered a ferocious beast. Brother Chu, do you have any last words? Who will inherit your estate? Run. You might just save your life. What is there to fear? Aside from tigers, Brother Chu can fight to the death. Those eyes aren't green. Why are they white? Green eyes belong to wolves. White ones must be a tiger. Roar. The king has arrived. The owner of the white eyes roared, instantly calming Chu Ci. Brother Tiger, are you here to pick me up? You're amazing. Chu Ci exclaimed joyfully as Brother Tiger dashed toward him. Roar. The king is here to patrol his territory. Brother Tiger proudly raised his head. Chu Ci smiled silently, affectionately stroking Brother Tiger's head. He was deeply touched today, never expecting Brother Tiger would come out specifically to find him. It seemed his efforts in raising them had not been in vain. Brother Tiger is truly wonderful. Such a warm-hearted gentleman. How did Brother Tiger know Chu Ci would take this path? There must be a scent left by Chu Ci on the way. He surely followed it here. Don't underestimate the tiger. It can discern the direction of prey in the woods through airflow. It feels as though these animals possess superpowers. I really envy them. Animals envy you. They need not worry about the survival of the fittest. What? Animals actually envy someone like me? Wah! Suddenly, a sound came from behind Brother Tiger. Oh my little darling has come too. How wonderful. I shall leave my estate to you after I'm gone. Chu Ci hurriedly embraced the panda cub, planting a heartfelt kiss on its cheek. Wah! The little darling affectionately nuzzled Chu Ci's face. At that moment, Chu Ci was overjoyed, never expecting this little one would follow Brother Tiger to find him. It was such a delightful surprise. Sometimes, one mustn't blame parents for favoritism. Who excels and who falters is easily discerned. That is indeed true. It's often difficult for twins to receive equal treatment. Unequal treatment is the norm. Goodness. Will the panda ever see the day it inherits Brother Chu's estate? When the panda matures, perhaps Brother Chu could pass away first as a gesture of respect. Are you all here to hasten my demise? Chu Ci glared at the live stream audience. Roar, why aren't you kissing me? Seeing Chu Ci's affection for the little darling, Brother Tiger grew jealous. Is it because I'm not handsome enough? Go roll away. Chu Ci shot a glare at Brother Tiger. Two grown men shouldn't be kissing. If you wish to kiss, I'll find you a female tiger to indulge you instead. Let us go. We're heading home. Chu Ci held the little darling close, following Brother Tiger back. With Brother Tiger by his side, he felt much more secure. However, the night forest was unpredictable, and no one knew what awaited in the next moment. As Chu Ci walked, suddenly, an animal plummeted from above and lay motionless before him. Oh, please don't perish before my eyes. Chapter 8-9. The grateful golden monkey Chu Ci was startled by the creature that suddenly descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a golden monkey lying motionless on the ground. Oh no, please don't die in front of me, Chu Ci thought, bewildered by the stillness of the golden monkey. Is this how you choose to play with your life? Chu Ci, you're done for. A golden monkey has died right before your eyes. I can attest that this has nothing to do with Chu Ci. You're still too young, kid. Are you aware of the concept of a non-contact accident in traffic? Isn't that just a way to extort people? Who told you to drive? The driver is always held accountable when an incident occurs. Stop making things up. The concept of non-contact accidents shouldn't be misapplied. This has nothing to do with Chu Ci. Just as Chu Ci was grappling with the situation, a cacophony of monkey calls erupted from the forest. One by one, golden monkeys emerged, encircling Chu Ci. It appeared they were a close-knit group. What do you want? Are you trying to extort me? Chu Ci frowned at the bold monkeys. You dare to come out with Tiger here? Aren't you afraid he will bite you? The family is here. Chu Ci, you can't escape now. Don't worry. Golden monkeys aren't like macaques. They are of high moral character. Golden monkeys are simply too beautiful. I wish I could touch one. Compared to the macaques from a few days ago, golden monkeys truly represent the aristocracy among monkeys. Macaques are nothing but a band of robbers. They have tarnished the reputation of monkeys. Come spend some time with us. Golden monkeys sometimes visit our village for food, providing a chance for close observation. I envy my friends in Sichuan every single day. Just then, amidst Chu Ci's confusion, a golden monkey leaped forth and approached him, scratching at his thigh before pointing at the immobile monkey on the ground. It looked at Chu Ci with a puzzled expression. What is wrong with your companion? Realizing the urgency, Chu Ci hurried over. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the golden monkey was still breathing, albeit faintly. It was struggling, having choked on something. Chu Ci quickly assessed the situation and recognized the symptoms of choking. Without delay, he positioned the monkey upright, cradled it from behind, and employed the widely recognized Heimlich maneuver. The surrounding golden monkeys did not impede his actions. Instead, they sat quietly, occasionally fidgeting and casting anxious glances at their companion. I thought the golden monkeys were going to extort him. The golden monkeys are quite well behaved, remaining still. Animals today are becoming increasingly intelligent. They know to seek human assistance when in trouble. Turns out it was just choking. Does a Heimlich maneuver even work? Are you doubting a professional? Come on, spit it out. Chu Ci urged, lifting the golden monkey with steady hands. The Heimlich maneuver is widely regarded as the most effective method. With Chu Ci's adept technique, it wasn't too long before a moldy pine nut was expelled from the monkey's mouth. The golden monkey let out a weak call, but the prolonged suffocation had left it somewhat disoriented. Chu Ci gently placed it back on the ground to rest. The other golden monkeys quickly gathered around, expressing concern for their companion. Oh, this group of golden monkeys is truly loyal and touching. You've moved me to tears from now on. Only sell spoiled food to college students. Good person upstairs. Kudos to you. College students, are you treating us like livestock? Today, Chu Ci's virtuous deed counts as one. Thank goodness Chu Ci was here. Otherwise, this golden monkey would have been in grave danger. Everyone, please make way. Let the air circulate, Chu Ci instructed, waving his hand at the golden monkeys. They obediently retreated. Is it all right now? The golden monkeys anxiously gazed at Chu Ci. Don't worry, it's fine. Let it rest for a bit. Chu Ci gently patted the golden monkey's head, marveling at its silky fur, reluctant to let it go. Seeing Chu Ci fondly petting one of their own, the other golden monkeys eagerly approached, each extending their heads in anticipation of a gentle caress. This was their way of showing gratitude to Chu Ci. Haha, you are all too adorable. Chu Ci laughed heartily, petting them one by one, making the viewers in the live stream green with envy. Old thief, let go of the golden monkey. Do you understand what you're doing? Oh, the golden monkeys are not only cute, but also grateful. I'm completely smitten. Darn it, Chu Ci is flaunting again. I can't watch this. I might end up giving Chu Ci a beating. Why do all the animals let Chu Ci touch them? It's unfair. Unfair or not, Chu Ci has a unique way with animals. Just then, the golden monkey that had choked coughed a couple of times and stood up, excitedly approaching Chu Ci. It hugged his arm and affectionately nuzzled against him, grateful to Chu Ci for saving its life. All right. Meeting me is fate, Chu Ci said, patting the golden monkey's head again. At that moment, several other golden monkeys dashed over, clutching a few moldy nuts. Here, for you. They chattered eagerly. These are moldy. You can't eat them. Don't eat them. Chu Ci discarded the nuts they offered, explaining that they were winter stores that had gone bad. Let me give you something tasty. With that, he pulled out some animal feed from his pocket and distributed it among the golden monkeys, ensuring the little one received its share. Golden monkeys are so considerate. Look at the macaques next door. TSK. Chu Ci and the golden monkeys share a love that goes both ways. A rare sight to see a few national treasures together. Chu Ci, why not take one golden monkey home? Haha, I'd love to take one of these adorable golden monkeys home, but I wouldn't want to disrupt their lives. Chu Ci laughed heartily and stood up. I'm heading home now. Until we meet again, remember, moldy fruits are not to be eaten. They can make you sick. After bidding farewell and patting a few more golden monkeys on the head, he departed. The golden monkeys chirped a few times, watching him leave. What a genuinely good person. With Tiger accompanying him, Chu Ci felt considerably less fearful along the way. Leaning against Tiger, he found warmth in his presence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally caught a glimpse of the outlines of houses. Relieved, he thought, finally home. See you tomorrow, brothers. Exhausted, Chu Ci closed his live stream as soon as he entered the house and collapsed in a bed, feeling as if his bones were about to give way after a day of trekking. He slept soundly until late the next morning, feeling more fatigued than after a day of manual labor. Stretching at the door, he glanced at the weather outside. The sun shone brightly, and the spring breeze was intoxicating. It is yet another splendid day. Which of you would accompany me down the mountain to procure supplies? Chapter 90. This is the place. Smash it. Originally, Chu Ci planned to descend the mountain yesterday, but was delayed due to the matter concerning the red-billed blue magpie. However, today is not too late. The pantry at home is nearly empty, making it a perfect time to procure some supplies. Roar! Brother Tiger shook his head, indicating that he wished to take his wife for a leisurely stroll in the mountains. Chu Ci had previously mentioned that during pregnancy, one should not remain seated for prolonged periods. It is essential to go out and walk to maintain a positive mood, thus benefiting the fetus. Therefore, today he intended to accompany his wife into the mountains for some relaxation. Roar! Don't forget to buy a chicken for my wife. Brother Tiger reminded. Are you going to pay for it? Chu Ci extended his hand. Brother Tiger shook his head, indicating he had no money. You might as well catch a chicken in the mountains, and I'll cook it for you, Chu Ci joked. Brother Tiger shot him a glance. With your timid demeanor. If I catch one, would you dare to kill it? You humans are so troublesome, always protecting this and that. Yet the more you protect, the fewer animals there are. All right, you are the master. You are a good husband. Chu Ci chose not to argue with Brother Tiger and gave him a thumbs up. He then turned to the other animals. Aside from the little squirrel and the adorable one, the other animals expressed their desire to wander in the mountains as well. All right, then go enjoy yourselves in the mountains. You too, the crafty couple, remember what I told you earlier. Do not steal from others. Chu Ci sternly addressed the red fox couple. We didn't steal, we found it. They retorted defiantly, harmonizing in their banter. Chu Ci rolled his eyes at them and then looked at the gray giant panda. Are you going into the mountains with Brother Tiger? The gray giant panda nodded. Since coming to the house, it had been exceedingly quiet, so much so that the other animals nearly forgot about its presence. Very well. Brother Tiger, keep an eye on them. Chu Ci reiterated his instructions to Brother Tiger before closing the door and heading down the mountain with the little squirrel and the adorable one to procure supplies. Observing this, Brother Tiger and the others also left home and ventured into the mountains. While on the path, Director Lin Fei from the Forestry Bureau called. Chu Ci, about that matter at the Gusu Shiyuan Temple. Director Lin, are they asking for you to act as a mediator? Chu Ci chuckled, realizing the absurdity of the situation. I truly cannot assist with this. Where am I supposed to find a female soft-shell turtle for them? Chu Ci shook his head in exasperation. Turtles are easy to find, but soft-shell turtles are not. All right. Lin Fei sighed, understanding the improbability of the request. Shifting the topic, he asked, do you remember the task I mentioned last time? Yes, Director Lin, what task? Chu Ci inquired curiously. Do you recall the last time you went to select a mate for the South China tiger at the zoo? They would like you to assist them again. Is this a favor or a paid task? It's important to clarify up front. I have my rates now. Chu Ci's words prompted Lin Fei to burst into laughter. I never realized you were so fond of money. Rest assured, they are willing to pay you for your assistance. The hippos and giraffes at that zoo have been struggling to find partners, which is why they are seeking your help. Lin Fei explained the zoo's intentions. Initially, they planned to offer you 20,000 yuan, but regrettably, after you set your price yesterday, they lamented their timing. Had they known, they would have approached you sooner. Now, they must pay more. As long as the payment is satisfactory, everything can be negotiated. Regarding the price, 5. Chu Ci was interrupted before he could finish. 50,000 for one, 100,000 for two, right? I told them this up front. For the two animals, the hippo and the giraffe. So I informed them to prepare for a total of 100,000. A 100,000 is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci eagerly nodded in agreement. He had initially mentioned a price of 50,000 per engagement, but he never specified it was for just one animal-less matchmaking. However, that detail was inconsequential. With this additional task, it was 100,000. Since you've agreed, you'll go there this weekend. By the way, remember to make your contact information public. Otherwise, those who wish to seek your help will have trouble reaching you, and the calls will keep coming to me. Lin Fei reminded him. Chu Ci slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this crucial detail. It seemed the people from Gusu Shiyuan Temple had obtained his number through Lin Fei yesterday. All right, Director Lin, I will add my contact information later. Chu Ci nodded in response. The weekend is just 2 days away. I'll visit the zoo then, bringing Brother Tiger and his wife along to let them see their hometown. Quack! At that moment, the green-headed duck caught up. You said you weren't going. Why'd you follow me? Chu Ci asked the green-headed duck. Quack! When will you teach me martial arts? The green-headed duck demanded angrily. It had been so long since they had made that promise. It was eager to master the skills to become invincible. Don't worry, I'll teach you soon. Chu Ci deflected. Had the green-headed duck not brought it up today, he might have forgotten entirely. It seemed he needed to devise a plan to distract the green-headed duck swiftly. Did Brother Tiger and the others head into the mountains? Chu Ci shifted the conversation. Quack. The green-headed duck nodded. Shortly after you left, Brother Tiger and the others set off together for the mountains. Quack. When will you teach me martial arts? The green-headed duck persisted. Soon. Quack. When is soon? The green-headed duck continued to pester him with questions throughout their journey. The entire forest echoed with the incessant quacking of the green-headed duck, overwhelming Chu Ci. If possible, he would love to silence the duck. Why was it so fixated on this? Sigh. If you keep squawking, I'll turn you into roast duck. Chu Ci shot a glare at the green-headed duck. The green-headed duck fell silent, merely fluttering in front of Chu Ci, reminding him not to forget their promise. Meanwhile, after Chu Ci and the animals had left home, a group of creatures suddenly emerged from the forest. Clutching various sizes of stones in their claws, they bared their teeth and approached the door. After gathering together, they all looked at their leader. The leader glanced at the tightly shut door, jumped up and down in frustration, and screeched a couple of times. Then, with a sweep of its paw, it declared, Quack. This is the place. Smash it. He ruined my plans. Chapter 91. Does this person have an impressive background? Gentlemen, today I took the giant panda out for a stroll. After wandering for the entire morning, just as we approached the bustling street, Chu Ci opened his live streaming session. Finally, Chu has some leisure time today, taking the giant panda out for a walk. Aren't you afraid of being reported? No way, it's too far. You aren't walking down the mountain, are you? Rest assured, Chu is quite agile. The little creatures, perhaps intrigued by the myriad of street vendors, peeked their heads out, curiously observing their surroundings. You two hide well. Don't let anyone discover you. Chu Ci cautioned as he carefully tucked the little squirrel and the adorable panda into his bag. The two critters nodded in compliance, looking rather pitiful within. What is there to fear, Chu? You aren't a secret mistress. You can flaunt them openly. Haha. Chu is just afraid of being reported. To be honest, it's illegal for Chu to keep a giant panda. He doesn't have the proper permits. Giant panda's mother. Why do you meddle in my affairs? How dare you say I can't give my cub to you? Giant panda's mother. After all the trouble I went through to get my baby a proper status, and you just ruin it with one remark. Let us not forget, Chu has another identity. He is also affiliated with the Forestry Bureau, albeit as a non-staff member. What is wrong with using a beanbag as food? The streets were bustling with people, and as Chu Ci navigated through the crowd, no one paid him any mind. However, the adorable panda began to squirm, poking its head out of the bag, licking its lips while eyeing a nearby vendor selling milk powder. It was nearly impossible for those around not to notice the little creature. A panda. A real panda. Young man, where did you get this panda? Is it coming down from the mountains? Seeing that the adorable panda had been spotted, Chu Ci swiftly made his escape. My goodness, no wonder it's a national treasure. Its fame and popularity are unmatched. The little panda gazed anxiously at Chu Ci, yearning for milk powder. Chu, you're being stingy. What is wrong with buying some milk powder for the little one? Send me the streamer's account. Look at how miserly you are. Chu, hand me your phone. Is this the 200,000 you lent to Chu? Viewers rallied in defense of the little panda. It's just milk powder. We can cover it if you're short. You all don't understand. Do I seem like the kind of person who is stingy? Chu Ci was exasperated. The milk that giant pandas consume is specially formulated. It cannot be substituted with just any milk from the street. I must take responsibility for the little one. The little panda looked at him pathetically, and Chu Ci gently patted its head, explaining, No, this milk isn't suitable for you. When we get home, I'll request some special milk from the Forestry Bureau. The little panda nodded obediently, retracting its head back into the bag. I want some too. The little squirrel poked its head out at that moment. Chu Ci promptly pushed it back down. You're not getting any. Haha, reporting Chu. Isn't that favoritism? Ever since the little panda arrived, the little squirrel's status has plummeted. Does a giant panda even need to drink special milk when it grows up? No matter how big it gets, it's still just a child. I have a question. Why isn't a baby panda called a little panda? Little panda. If you're a little panda, then who am I? That's absurd. You've taken a name from the little panda. Now you want to strip it of its title. Both of you be quiet. I'm about to shop. Chu Ci patted the bag, scanning the street for what he intended to buy. Just then, someone hurriedly approached the law enforcement officers stationed at an intersection. Comrade, I want to report that person over there is poaching giant pandas. The passerby pointed towards Chu Ci's direction. However, the law enforcement officer merely glanced over and said nonchalantly, "Oh, don't worry about him. Don't worry about him." The passerby was dumbfounded. Does this person have such a strong background? Taking a giant panda out in public, and no one is intervening? If you're not going to intervene, then I'll raise one myself. Sound great. The passerby obstinately responded. You raise one, and you'll be captured. The officer's stern demeanor left the passerby speechless. Why? What's the justification for this? At that moment, Chu Ci remained oblivious to the fact that someone had reported him. He meandered about, stopping in front of a stall run by an elderly gentleman who was selling various kinds of comic books and martial arts novels. Just by glancing at the covers, one could tell they were relics from over a decade ago. Such nostalgic books. I used to read these when I was in primary school. Wow, I see a new work by Jin Yong, 9 and 9 Yang. The Cursed 9 and 9 Yang. It tricked me thoroughly back in the day. What's the fuss? Jin Yong's martial arts novels are considered the pinnacle of contemporary literature. Young man, you're still too young. Jin Yong is Jin Yong, and Jin Yong's new work is a different entity. They are not the same. Goodness, what a clever play on words. Sir, how much for this book? After perusing for a while, Chu Ci selected a martial arts manual titled The Shadowless Kick of Foshan. Young brother, I see you possess extraordinary potential. You're a martial arts prodigy. This book I stop with the flattery. I'll give you $5, no more. Sold. The stall owner nodded decisively and handed Chu Ci a plastic bag to pack it himself. Seeing the stall owner skillfully pull out a payment QR code, Chu Ci could hardly contain himself. Did I perhaps ask for too much? This is hilarious. The old man is afraid Chu Ge might have second thoughts. You scored a massive deal buying a martial arts manual for $5. Chu Ge. Haha. There was no bargaining experience at all. Shall we do it again? These kinds of books are sold by weight. $5 is genuinely a generous offer. What's the matter? Are you having second thoughts? The stall owner gripped Chu Ci's arm, his expression turning menacing. I have finally opened my stall. If you run off, I'll take your surname. Sir, please let go of me. $5 is fine. Chu Ci paid for the manual and received the shadowless kick. Young brother, I feel a connection with you. I have some classic masterpieces like Jin Ping May know. Thank you. Chu Ci quickly waved his hands, eager to leave the stall. What kind of nonsense is that? I'm a spirited young man. I wouldn't understand those things. Chu Ge, don't go. Buy that book. Is that still for sale? Young man, haven't you read enough? If Jin Ping May weren't so explicit, it would have made the 4 great classics in a 5. These are trivial matters. Why don't you ask this old gentleman? He must have some more risk of books. That's normal. I bought one in middle school. It opened the door to my new world. How do you all know so much? Chu Ge, why are you buying a martial arts manual? Are you planning to practice? I have my reasons. Chu Ci chuckled, patting the little panda peeking out. The little panda, with its round eyes, looked curiously around. Passers-by, upon seeing the giant panda, were momentarily taken aback. Could be a dog dyed in panda colors? Chu Ci hurriedly moved along, trying to ensure they didn't get a clear view. Selling pigeons. Selling nourishing pigeons. At that moment, the clamorous cries from the nearby poultry market captured the attention of Chu Ci. He turned to observe a middle-aged man engaged in the sale of pigeons. However, it was not the vendor's shouts that drew Chu Ci's gaze. Rather, it was the cooing of the pigeons within. Cuckoo, surname Chu, please save me. Chapter 92. Who did this? With an air of composure, Chu Ci approached the vendor selling pigeons. He scrutinized the various birds within the cages. A multitude of white and gray pigeons alongside a small number of brownish-red bodies with blue-gray heads. It was these very pigeons that cried out for his assistance. More precisely, it was this group of spotted doves. Upon recognizing Chu Ci, The doves fervently flapped against the cage, clamoring for him to liberate them. At that moment, Chu Ci had also identified them. "Sir, how much for the pigeons?" Chu Ci feigned nonchalance, inquiring about the price. The vendor, thinking him a potential customer, eagerly approached to provide details. "Why does Brother Chu want to buy pigeons?" "You don't understand. Pigeons are indeed a nourishing delicacy." "No, for sister who? Chicken stew would be more appropriate." "Perhaps Brother Chu wishes to nourish himself." Those pigeons appear to be spotted doves. To preemptively address some inquiries, spotted doves are indeed a type of pigeon. "Wow, how did you know I was going to ask that?" "I anticipated your query." "Rest assured, young man, these pigeons are all raised by me, fed with my own grains. There's absolutely no high-tech involved. Their meat is delectable for stewing. Why not take a few home for nourishment?" The vendor, with a grin, offered a cigarette, secretly contemplating how to swindle this young man. Nowadays, youth often neglect to weigh their purchases. Whatever price he states, they will pay. "Sir, there seems to be a problem with these pigeons. This one appears to be a protected species." Chu Ci pushed the cigarette back towards the vendor, pointing at one of the pigeons. "What's wrong? These pigeons are all raised in my home." "Protected species? Don't speak nonsense. Who would dare to capture a protected animal?" The vendor's demeanor shifted, appearing genuinely aggrieved. "Oh, it seems we have a situation. Brother Chu has no time. Let me enlighten everyone. This is a spotted dove, a species protected by the state. I recall all types of spotted doves are state protected, some even reaching level 2. What if this spotted dove is indeed his own? State protected species can be raised with proper application. I've never seen anyone raise such creatures. Are you certain this pigeon is yours? What if I claim to know it?" Chu Ci smiled knowingly at the vendor. The vendor's expression hardened, his anger palpable. "What do you mean you know it? Your trickery is too obvious. I can see right through you. You think to deceive me? I have many of these pigeons at home, approved by the forestry department with proper documentation. If you claim to know it, call to it and see if it responds." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Ci maintained a smile. The vendor scoffed, not believing that a wild dove could possess an owner. "Go ahead and call it." "Very well, I shall." With that, Chu Ci approached the pigeon cage and addressed the spotted doves within. "Do you recognize me?" The doves nodded eagerly. "Do you wish to be freed?" The doves nodded again. "Was it he who captured you?" The doves nodded frantically. It's him indeed. I will no longer sell you. Depart. I refuse to conduct this transaction." The vendor's facade crumbled, panic setting in as he began to shove Chu Ci away, desperate to rid himself of the situation. It appears the vendor has indeed lied. This group of spotted doves is remarkably cooperative. If you were imprisoned and someone came to rescue you, you would certainly cooperate. The vendor is doomed. He has captured so many state-protected species. It's just 3 protections. It's not a significant problem. He'll only face a few days of detention and a fine. From your tone, it sounds like you've experienced this before. Vendor, do you believe you can escape? Chu Ci scolded. "If you don't leave, I shall call the authorities. Do you think I'm someone easy to bully?" Their scuffle attracted the attention of bystanders, who paused to witness the unfolding spectacle. Noticing the commotion, law enforcement officers pushed through the crowd to intervene. "What is going on? Why the altercation?" One officer inquired, frowning. "Look, this person is causing trouble in my stall. What kind of behavior is this? I'm quite unlucky. I'll no longer conduct business here and will take my leave. Truly unfortunate. I can't afford to cross you." The vendor, feeling guilty, turned to pack up his stall. "Your illegal capture of state-protected spotted doves is something you must handle." At this moment, Chu Ci interjected, halting the vendor. "Damn it, I'll make you pay." The vendor, humiliated and enraged, sought to confront Chu Ci, only to be restrained by the nearby law enforcement officers. "Everyone, remain calm. Follow me to the station for statements. Mr. Chu, we kindly ask you to accompany us as well." The officers clearly recognized Chu Ci. Chu Ci nodded, following them to the station, where he provided a brief statement. The investigation soon clarified the matter. Upon entering the group, the vendor confessed, revealing that he had captured all the spotted doves from the mountains. He had sold some on the street before, but at that time, no one cared about such matters. He had always claimed they were his own. He never expected to encounter Chu Ci today, especially since Chu Ci was familiar with the doves, which made his situation absurd. The vendor could hardly fathom his misfortune. After understanding the situation, the law enforcement officers released Chu Ci, liberating the spotted doves alongside the other pigeons. Having spent time at the police station, Chu Ci shook his head in resignation. He truly knew those spotted doves. Previously, he had devised a plan to find a mate for the red-billed blue magpie. Thanks to the assistance of other birds in the mountains, his endeavor was ultimately successful. The spotted doves were among those birds he had aided. Naturally, he could not stand idly by in their time of need. Before departing, the spotted doves imparted some troubling news to Chu Ci. During their efforts to spread the word about his matchmaking initiative, other birds had taken an interest in the red-billed blue magpie and were en route to seek a union with him. The matchmaking plan had become quite burdensome. Chu Ci shook his head in disbelief. While the matchmaking endeavor appeared successful, it had brought about numerous complications. However, this was no longer his concern. The red-billed blue magpie would bear the brunt of the worries. Just ask if I found you a partner. Alas, my shopping is not yet complete. As the afternoon approached, Chu Ci hurriedly returned to the market, embarking on a significant shopping expedition. He certainly needed to procure chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Nuts were also on his list, as the little squirrels and the thieving couple particularly enjoyed them. Once he had gathered a substantial amount of supplies, carrying various bags, he hurried home on foot. Without a vehicle, he relied solely on his own 2 legs, which meant a journey lasting an hour or 2. As evening drew near, Chu Ci, laden with goods and weary from his trek, finally returned to the mountain. He resolved that he must purchase a vehicle in the future. In that moment, he realized the necessity of such a decision. The conviction of Chu Ci to purchase a vehicle for transportation has grown even more resolute. Once he completes the business with the zoo, he shall acquire a car. No matter how arduous the journey may be, one must not suffer unduly. However, wait a moment. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Chu Ci stood in a daze. Soon after, he unleashed a furious roar. Who did this? Who on earth is responsible for this? Chapter 93. Chu Ci faces retribution from animals. Chu Ci hastily set down the items in his hands and approached, bewildered. He discovered that all the glass in his home had been shattered by stones, and even the interior was not spared from the chaos. Who did this? Chu Ci bellowed in frustration. Someone is exacting revenge on Brother Chu. Could it be that pigeon vendor? Unlikely. He hasn't even shown his face yet. Brother Chu, think carefully about who you may have offended recently. I have a theory. Could it be those macaques? Macaques? Why would they smash Brother Chu's windows? Because Brother Chu prevented them from succeeding in their last wedding raid. Seriously, are they that vengeful? What do you think? Chu Ci pushed open the door, and upon surveying the disarray within, he could only sigh. At that moment, he harbored serious doubts that the macaques were responsible. However, he had no proof. After all, when he had driven away the group of macaques that night, they had exhibited no unusual behavior. Now, with no one at home, they had come to exact their revenge? Was this not an injustice against the innocent? Chu Ci cursed under his breath. Just then, Tiger Brother and the others returned from the mountains. Upon witnessing their ravaged home, the animals were rendered speechless. What the hell? We stepped out for a moment, and our home was robbed. Who has the audacity to do this? Do they not know that Tiger Brother resides here? Tiger Brother sniffed around and quickly provided Chu Ci with a definitive answer. It was indeed the work of the macaques. There is a distinct monkey scent in here. No doubt about it. Roar. I shall obliterate them. Tiger Brother roared, and the other animals rallied in fervor, each seething with indignation, eager to seek vengeance against the macaques. Hold on. Chu Ci interjected, stopping Tiger Brother. Those macaques are likely long gone by now. If you go after them, you will surely suffer losses. Though Tiger Brother is the king of the forest, he cannot match the climbing prowess of those monkeys. As long as they remain in the trees, our group cannot do anything to them. Are we just going to swallow this humiliation? This is infuriating. When have I ever fought such a cowardly battle? Though Tiger Brother may face challenges, he is not incapable of fighting back. Let Brother Chu capture those macaques and deal with them. Tiger Brother can, but if Brother Chu does so, it would be against the law. Roar? You're being timid. Tiger Brother laughed in disbelief. They have already bullied us to this extent, and you still wish to play the coward. I will take responsibility for this matter. I do not understand what you humans fear. I'm not afraid. We must approach this matter with caution. Perhaps I can apply for a special hunting permit. I intend to handle this personally. Chu Ci patiently explained to Tiger Brother, then smiled knowingly. With his home in such disarray, he cannot simply let this go. However, since the macaques are nationally protected species, he could not kill them indiscriminately. Yet, in special circumstances, special measures could be taken. If he possessed a hunting permit, Chu Ci's mirkt coldly, he would take matters into his own hands for revenge. Brother Chu, you are quite cunning. Is this permit easy to obtain? It's not easy. Permits are not granted to individuals without special circumstances. But Brother Chu is an external member of the Forestry Bureau. If they need a few macaques for research and ask Brother Chu to assist, that seems reasonable, right? Those macaques are finished. Animals have lives too. You cannot harm them like this. It is illegal. Please stop. Go to hell. Let us see how you feel if those monkeys vandalize your home. Very well. I have grown to despise macaques even more. Previously, Brother Chu helped the macaques find mates, and look where that kindness has led. Truly, good deeds often go unrewarded. Don't condemn all macaques for the actions of a few. All right, let's first tidy up the house. We can seek revenge on the macaques later. Chu Ci reassured Tiger Brother and the others. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a time of reflection. Can we really let those macaques escape? Not a chance. I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Tiger Brother grumbled, finding the macaques quite troublesome. Sighing, Chu Ci began cleaning the house, as he would need to sleep there that night. The animals also stepped forward to assist, but their help only made matters worse. Eventually, Chu Ci had to shoo them out and clean up by himself. The glass was beyond repair, all shattered. He would need to look into replacing it in the coming days. As he swept up the shards of glass, preparing to dispose of them at the base of the back wall, he suddenly jumped in surprise. Look at the base of the wall, Chu Ci exclaimed excitedly. What is wrong with the wall? Is it possessed? I haven't noticed anything. What is it? Brother Chu, please clarify. Goodness, there are snakes. Snakes? Where? I don't see them. Right here. 2 snakes. Chu Ci pointed to 2 spots at the base of the wall. Test your eyesight. Can you find them? With his guidance, the onlookers finally spotted the snakes, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. The 2 snakes were so well hidden that they blended seamlessly with the dead leaves. Even when paying close attention, it was difficult to spot them. Wow, you startle me. How did those snakes get here? Spring has arrived. The snakes must be emerging from their dens. They seem to be 2 venomous snakes. Brother Chu, snake meat is highly nutritious. Don't let these 2 escape. Snakes are generally protected by law, and I cannot afford to eat them. Now that snakes are adept at camouflage, anyone venturing into the mountains must be extremely cautious. Chu Ci shook his head, ignoring the 2 snakes. With so many animals in the house, it was unlikely that 2 snakes could cause a stir. He would eventually settle the score with those troublesome macaques. After much effort, Chu Ci finally managed to clean the interior of the house. Clenching his teeth, he resolved to confront the macaques. Just as he was about to lie down for a moment, a cacophony of monkey calls erupted outside. Had the macaques returned? This was intolerable. Fuming, Chu Ci grabbed something and stormed outside with Tiger Brother and the others. However, upon reaching the door, his anger dissipated halfway. For it was not the macaques that had arrived, but rather golden, snub-nosed monkeys. Yet, their condition was far from ideal. They appeared as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle, limping, with patches of fur missing and wounds covering each one. What happened to you? Who did you fight? Chu Ci approached and gently stroked the head of one golden, snub-nosed monkey, inquiring with concern. Chattering, the golden, snub-nosed monkeys pointed towards a spot not far behind them. Chapter 94. Is Chu Ci too soft-hearted? To Chu Ci's astonishment, a large troop of golden monkeys had encircled a few macaques, leaving them battered and bruised. The macaques were in a far worse condition than their golden counterparts. Chirp! They were the ones who shattered your window. The golden monkeys exclaimed, pointing at the macaques. You are truly remarkable, Chu Ci stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. The golden monkeys had demonstrated their gratitude and loyalty. Just as he pondered how to deal with the troublesome macaques, the golden monkeys had already resolved the issue for him. Woe is me, I am so moved. When I return, I shall give my husband a good scolding. The golden monkeys are splendid. They have moved even this scheming merchant to tears from now on. Expired food shall only be sold to university students. Are those not the same macaques that attempted to steal a wedding? Though they're all monkeys, the disparity is astonishing. This is what the ancients referred to. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. The golden monkey's actions deeply touch the online community, illustrating that even animals possess a sense of gratitude. You have worked hard, Chu Ci said, patting the head of a golden monkey. Tiger, go fetch my medical kit. He instructed, preparing to tend to the golden monkey's wounds. As for the macaques, whatever fate awaited them was of no concern to him. They were not his adversaries. Though captured, the macaques remained defiant, baring their teeth in hostility. If not for the sheer number of golden monkeys, they would never have been subdued. You're quite arrogant. Did I not scold you awake that night? No wonder the female macaque looks down on you. With behavior like yours, even a monkey would scorn you. Chu Ci taunted the leader of the macaques, inciting its rage. The enraged macaque leapt and attempted to scratch Chu Ci, but was swiftly pinned down by the golden monkeys. The leader was naturally indignant, struggling to rise, yet the overwhelming number of golden monkeys thwarted its efforts. Look at you, a prisoner, and still so brazen. This macaque clearly is not a good creature. We're the two macaques that Brother Chu previously helped. Perhaps they're too ashamed to show their faces, after all. Brother Chu is an outsider, while these are the same kind. Goodness, how heartless. Do you expect animals to possess a conscience? Not all monkeys are golden monkeys. Let me ask you, would you aid your own kin? It's only natural. Natural or not. Lack of conscience is lack of conscience. No need for explanations. How does Brother Chu plan to deal with these macaques? A viewer inquired. Dealing with them? Chu Ci pondered. Initially, he had intended to take matters into his own hands. But now the golden monkeys had already resolved the issue, capturing the macaques and teaching them a harsh lesson. Logically, the matter could conclude here. However, letting the macaques off easily would not sit well with him. Yet to kill them would be cruel. He was a human, not a beast, and such actions were beyond him. After all, his intention had been merely to teach the macaques a lesson. Has Brother Chu ever tasted monkey brain? It's when the monkey is still alive, and they crack open its skull, pouring in hot oil. Goodness, how barbaric. That would be more merciful. In some countries, they even serve roasted monkey meat. I wonder what it tastes like. Can monkey meat even be consumed? Macaques are now rampant. Killing a few poses no problem. Where on earth is that a practice? Is the bloodlust in this chat that intense? Though the macaques are at fault, their crimes do not warrant death. You are all quite heartless. Thank goodness the country has opened up cultivation practices. Otherwise, with one. For billion people, there would be one. For billion evil cultivators. I will report you to animal welfare organizations for animal cruelty. Brother Chu, how do you intend to resolve this? Many in the live stream expressed a desire for Chu Ci to deal with the macaques, suggesting methods that were quite cruel. However, they were merely venting online. If faced with the situation in reality, they would likely not dare to act so harshly. Regardless, macaques, too, are protected by law. Enforcement personnel may intervene. But as an individual, one cannot take matters into their own hands. Rest assured, I have found these macaques a good home, complete with food and lodging. With that, Chu Ci pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the Yazhou Zoo? This is Chu Ci. Do you know of a circus? Oh, you want macaques too? Very well, that has settled. After a brief conversation, he hung up, satisfied. Did Brother Chu just arrange for the macaques to be sent to the circus? Sending them to the zoo is the same. If they misbehave, they just get punished. Is this punishment too lenient? Not at all. It's akin to breaking someone's window and getting sentenced to life imprisonment. Would you consider that lenient? Being sent to a zoo means losing one's freedom. How is that different from imprisonment? There is a difference. At least they won't have to worry about food. Brother Chu is truly clever. This way, he bears no responsibility, correct? Oberi, I have found you all a place with food and shelter. Do not thank me. It's merely my passion for wildlife conservation. Chu Ci jested, addressing the macaques. Chirp. The macaques seemed somewhat dissatisfied, particularly the leader, glaring fiercely at Chu Ci. Not satisfied? Chu Ci chuckled, pointing at the leader. How about this? I shall release you, and you can gather your troops. Then we shall see who is stronger. What say you? The leader scratched its face, chirping an acceptance of Chu Ci's proposal. It vowed to return even stronger. Very well, you have my word. Here, take some food with you. You'll need strength to fight. Chu Ci handed the leader some animal feed. Now be off with you. Should we meet again, I shall not be so merciful. In plain sight, Chu Ci released the leader back into the mountains, while all its subordinates remained behind. This action left both the animals and the online spectators in stunned silence. Brother Chu, are you releasing a tiger back into the mountains to create a rival? I fail to comprehend Brother Chu's strategy. Indeed, Brother Chu is quite eccentric. His thoughts are beyond the ordinary. Confucius did not understand. Mencius did not understand. And even Laozi could not comprehend. Is the host soft-hearted? Sending them to the zoo is a blessing. What soft-heartedness is there? The viewers were perplexed by Chu Ci's recent actions. He merely smiled and turned to the golden monkeys. I need your help. Chirp. The golden monkeys gathered around, curious about what he required of them. Quite simple. Spread the word within the mountains, stating that Chapter 95, to master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. You speak as if that monkey has numerous companions. At that time, you shall let them have a taste. And then, Chu Ci rose quietly and leaned close to the ear of the golden monkey, whispering conspiratorially. Upon finishing, he did not forget to retrieve the accumulated animal feed from the room, distributing it generously among the golden monkeys. Although the viewers could not hear the details of Chu Ci's secretive discussion with the monkeys, they could surmise his intentions. Using others to do one's dirty work. Wow, Chu brother, you truly are cunning, resorting to such tactics. Impressive, Chu brother, employing underhanded strategies on the monkeys. The third tactic of the 36 strategies, using others to kill. I thought Chu brother was soft-hearted. Turns out he is quite devious. Hiss, I hope I haven't insulted Chu brother in the live stream before. I have. Does that mean I'm doomed? Chu brother, spare me. I will confess everything. Do you remember what I said? Chu Ci addressed the golden monkeys. They nodded in unison, indicating their unwavering commitment to fulfill the task. Chirp, let us set forth. Tomorrow is not too late. Tonight, we shall dine at my home. Noticing that the golden monkeys were eager to venture into the mountains, Chu Ci quickly intervened. Nightfall was imminent, and there was no need for haste. There was ample time to deal with that particular monkey. Why do I still not understand what Chu brother intends? Fool! Chu brother wishes for the other monkeys to confront that one, and the food serves as bait. Once the others realize this monkey possesses such delicacies, a conflict is inevitable. Is that so? Can the food truly wield such allure? Though I cannot discern what Chu brother has added to the food, it seems no animal can resist it. I see now. Chu brother must have infused the food with some irresistible substance. Using others to kill is indeed a clever ruse. But will this truly incite the monkeys to fight? Why am I still not comprehending? Could it be that Chu brother is employing the strategy of 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors? Let them engage in mutual slaughter, thus eliminating a significant number of monkeys. Hiss! How terrifying! Chu brother truly is devious. Do refrain from making baseless accusations. Why have I ever resorted to such treachery? What do I know of 2 peaches to kill 3 warriors as a mere operator of a marriage agency? Chu Ci waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head to indicate that he was not as calculating as the viewers believed. Such insinuations were slanderous. Hee, I almost fell for your nonsense. Those unfortunate monkeys. Why provoke Chu brother of all people? Send the monkeys to the zoo for proper reformation. Come now, even the zoo is exasperated by these monkeys. Wait, Chu brother. If those monkeys discover that the food is provided by you, will they not band together against you? Indeed, they could directly seize it from Chu brother. At this moment, an astute viewer recognized the flaw in Chu Ci's plan. However, upon seeing this, Chu Ci merely smiled and posed a question in the live stream. Have you not heard that saying? Gather some, suppress others. Divide some, support others. Hiss! The viewers were momentarily taken aback by this proclamation, finding it hard to believe. Are you certain this is your strategy against monkeys? Such tactics would spell disaster for them. Damn, I shall refrain from criticizing Chu brother in the future. I fear his retribution. Indeed, the most terrifying of all is a cunning mind. Chu brother, do you have friends in real life? Truth be told, These principles are well understood. It is merely that opportunities to implement them have been scarce. Once you assume a leadership role, even as a mere team leader, you will grasp the utility of Chu brothers' words. Indeed, our nation is rife with shrewd strategists. While Jia Su studied the Analects and Mencius, what do you suppose the viewers are studying? Chu brother, your words are truly intimidating. Just a small matter, Chu Ci replied with a slight smile. For a nation with a history spanning thousands of years, such knowledge is commonplace. After all, history is replete with similar events, countless in number. Various texts and anecdotes that delve into human nature abound. Thus, through ample observation and listening, one becomes knowledgeable. However, the crux lies in having the opportunity to apply such wisdom. By the way, how did you manage to locate the hiding spot of the monkeys? Chu Ci inquired curiously. The forest is vast. How did the golden monkeys find the others? Chirp, we led the way. At that moment, two monkeys emerged from the forest, limping slightly as they approached. Oh, it's you two. Chu Ci chuckled. Who was it that claimed these two monkeys were ungrateful? Step forward. Ha! So there were indeed guides among them. It seems not all monkeys are wicked. Lu Bailey. No one understands where my companions are better than I. Who is Lu Bailey? Please, have a seat while I tend to your wounds. Chu Ci took the first aid kit brought by Tiger Brother and began to treat the wounds of the two monkeys as well as the golden monkeys. The following day, the plan to visit the zoo was postponed due to the previous night's late endeavors. Today remained a beautiful spring day. Chu Ci basked in the sun, feeling warm and drowsy, until the quarrel between a pair of red foxes and a little squirrel roused him from his reverie. If you are so idle, go play in the mountains. Chu Ci yawned, feeling somewhat revitalized, yet sensing a lack of something. He meandered around the courtyard and waved at the teal-headed duck resting beneath the eaves. Come here, I shall teach you martial arts. Quack! Upon hearing this, the teal-headed duck eagerly raised its head from beneath its wings, excitedly quacking as it rushed toward Chu Ci. Finally, it could learn martial arts. I shall take on 10. Oh, I see now. No wonder Chu brother sought that book on the shadowless kick yesterday. Chu brother is quite eccentric, planning to teach a duck martial arts. Have you forgotten? This was a promise made to the teal-headed duck. Indeed, it was this very move that enchanted the teal-headed duck. Now, let's begin with the first page. Chu Ci produced the book on the shadowless kick he had purchased the day before, spat on his fingers, and turned to the first page. The teal-headed duck stretched its neck forward, its small, round eyes filled with excitement as they fixated on the contents of the book. Though it could not comprehend, it sensed the book's significance. Shadowless kick, a name most befitting you. Chu Ci glanced at the table of contents and was suddenly taken aback. Hiss! To master this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Chu Ci turned his head to lock eyes with the teal-headed duck. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed, quickly, Tiger brother, fetch a knife from the kitchen. Chapter 96. The reason the giraffe does not desire romance roar. All right. Brother Tiger turned and dashed back to the kitchen to fetch a knife. Huh, what does self-castration mean? The teal-headed, diving duck quivered, unsure what it entailed, yet feeling an inexplicable chill below. Self-castration means cutting off that part of you. It will liberate you from the burdens of desire. Chu Ci gestured as if chopping vegetables, sending a shiver down the diving duck's spine. Its neck stiffened instantly, head tilting in disbelief. Does even the shadowless kick of Foshan require self-castration? Perhaps Brother Chu has acquired the Evil Sword Manual or the Sunflower Scripture. Oh no, he might have obtained the authentic version. Brother Chu, you should try out first and practice for a while. My friend Peng, he transformed into Sister Yaya after riding a motorcycle. I think he would be quite suited for this. Gagaga. No, I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn. Realizing the implications, the teal-headed diving duck spun around and fled, flapping its wings in a frenzy in the yard. What are you running for? Trust me, once you do this, you will be invincible. Chu Ci attempted to persuade the diving duck, but it was already terrified, running into the woods without looking back. And yet, this creature fancied itself a noble among ducks. Chu Ci scolded. Not long ago, this fellow was willing to sacrifice its own cousin. Yet now, upon hearing the need for self-sacrifice, it balked. What about you all? Do any of you wish to learn? Chu Ci turned to the other animals. Clang! The knife Brother Tiger was holding fell to the ground as he turned and fled. Terrifying. Self-castration is too terrifying. I refuse to learn. It seemed the others were not destined to learn this martial arts manual. Chu Ci shook his head, then asked in the live stream, "How about you give it a try?" "I can't do it. I can't do it." "I suggest Brother Chu practice this. After all, you don't have a girlfriend." I believe those boys who do not wish to marry could benefit from this extraordinary martial arts manual. I simply do not wish to marry. That does not mean I eschew all romantic encounters. Brother Chu, is this really the sunflower scripture? Deceptive. It's merely a martial arts novel. Chu Ci flipped through a couple of pages, tossing the book aside in frustration. Yet again, I've been duped. There is no martial arts manual here. This is a case of false advertising. Exactly. Brother Chu has gone through all this, only for you to say it's a novel? Brother Chu, check if there is a line at the end that says, if you do not self-castrate, you can still succeed. Oh no, why didn't you mention this sooner? The internet upstairs is remarkably fast. It's all fine. You could always become a cute male figure. The next day, a vehicle from the zoo arrived to take Chu Ci up the mountain. They also brought along the macaques, as the zoo was in need of some new animals. Not only the macaques, but also the creatures from home joined the ride. Since they were idle at home, Chu Ci decided to take them for a stroll in the zoo. Brother Chu, you are truly talented, taking animals to the zoo. I can't stop laughing. Brother Chu must have a stroke of genius to come up with such an idea. Sister Tiger is going back to her parents' house. I've never seen animals visiting a zoo. It's genuinely eye-opening. Hello, Brother Chu. I am Xiao Zhang from the zoo, here to coordinate with you. A young man named Xiao Zhang was in the vehicle. The zoo's director, Sun Tao, was out on an inspection, so he was not present. Nice to meet you. Chu Ci nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Chu, here is 120,000 yuan, as instructed by our director. Xiao Zhang handed over 12 stacks of cash. Wasn't it agreed upon for 100,000? Chu Ci looked curiously at the extra 20,000. Brother Chu earns so much? Over 100,000 for a single outing? Brothers, let's go rob Brother Chu. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten how Brother Chu dealt with the macaques? Brother Chu, you cannot accept this money. Please do not take it. Why can't I take it? It seems you are envious, Chu Ci replied. Oh, our director mentioned that the extra 20,000 is for purchasing macaques. Upon hearing this, Chu Ci's expression grew serious. He promptly pushed the 20,000 back, placing the remaining 100,000 into his pocket. I cannot accept this. You would have me commit an offense. Accepting this money would make me guilty of illegally capturing and selling wild animals. Chu Ci shook his head. Xiao Zhang was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he took the money back. They had overlooked this detail earlier. Wow, Brother Chu has such high moral awareness. Haha. If Brother Chu took this money, wouldn't he be in trouble? Absolutely, because Brother Chu lacks a special hunting permit. Selling macaques would be a serious crime. Indeed, macaques are wild, so Brother Chu cannot sell them. The zoo is a bit unscrupulous. They're trying to trap Brother Chu. Perhaps the zoo did not think that far ahead. They meant well. Sorry about that, Brother Chu. Xiao Zhang apologized. No worries, Chu Ci replied lightly. The vehicle soon arrived at the zoo. Being a weekend, the influx of visitors was considerable, so Xiao Zhang led Chu Ci through the back entrance. Brother Chu, should we take Brother Tiger and the others for a stroll first? Xiao Zhang kindly inquired. No, let's focus on work first. We can explore afterward. Chu Ci declined Xiao Zhang's suggestion. Upon disembarking, he intended to address the matter of animal romance. All right, Brother Chu, right this way, please. This area is closest to the giraffe exhibit. Xiao Zhang guided Chu Ci and the animals toward the giraffe enclosure. Along the way, Brother Tiger and the others curiously observed the animals confined in cages, pondering what it must feel like to be locked away. Why doesn't the giraffe want to find a partner? Chu Ci inquired during the journey. We have no idea. No matter what method we employ, it proves ineffective. That is why we thought to invite you, Brother Chu, to help us figure it out, Xiao Zhang sighed. This seems to align perfectly with Brother Chu's expertise. What a fortunate coincidence. If you need a partner, consulting Brother Chu is undoubtedly the right choice. Wow, Brother Chu, how shameless you are. promoting yourself in your own live stream. Is it possible that the giraffe simply does not wish to find a partner? Everyone was quite curious about the reason behind the giraffe's reluctance to seek a mate. At that moment, Xiao Zhang led Chu Ci to the giraffe enclosure and pointed to a male giraffe. "Brother Chu, that's the one. Call it over so I can ask some questions." Chu Ci nodded in agreement. Xiao Zhang hurriedly instructed the zookeeper to bring the giraffe over. This male giraffe was remarkably tall, even when Chu Ci stood on a ladder. He was only level with the giraffe. "Hey there, big fella. I've heard you're not interested in finding a partner. Could you share the reason with me?" Chu Ci inquired while feeding the giraffe, feeling a sense of kinship with nature emanating from him. The giraffe finally revealed the truth. "Woo, I have lost my sense of taste." "Lost your sense of taste?" Chu Ci was momentarily perplexed, unable to comprehend the implications. "Lost my sense of taste." Chu Ci furrowed his brow, pondering how the absence of taste related to the quest for a partner. As he contemplated, a thought struck him while glancing at the giraffe, and he hurriedly descended the ladder. "Brother Chu, have you come up with a solution?" Xiao Zhang asked eagerly as he approached. "Indeed, I have an idea." Chu Ci nodded slightly, then began to rummage through his backpack. "What are you looking for, Chu Ci?" "I'm searching for my fecal testing reagent." "What? What is that?" Chapter 97. What flavors do you prefer? Xiao Zhang was taken aback by Chu Ci's words, unable to comprehend the connection between the fecal testing reagent and a giraffe's romantic pursuits. Even the netizens were left in a state of confusion, questioning Chu Ci's intentions. "What do you mean, Brother Chu? Why use a fecal testing reagent?" Xiao Zhang voiced the collective curiosity. "Oh, that giraffe mentioned it has lost its sense of taste." Chu Ci seemingly provided an explanation, yet the meaning eluded everyone, deepening their bewilderment. Why is Brother Chu being so cryptic? "I don't know. What does losing taste have to do with romance?" "Who knows? Let's just watch." You can't expect a rational person to comprehend the thoughts of someone with mental health issues. How long has Brother Chu been suffering from this condition? I hope one day he can come to my clinic for treatment. I admire him so much. Wow, Brother Chu actually has fans with mental health issues? Chu Ci rummaged through his bag for quite a while, ultimately retrieving the fecal testing reagent awarded by the system. To his surprise, it proved useful here. "Xiao Zhang, please gather all the female giraffes in your park. It's time for this gentleman to seek a partner." Xiao Zhang, perplexed, instructed for the female giraffes in the exhibit to be called over. "Brother Chu, what are you?" he asked again, curiosity piqued. "Don't you know?" Chu Ci looked at Xiao Zhang in confusion. "Should I know?" Xiao Zhang scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. He had cared for giraffes for some time, but had never heard of anything peculiar about them. Chu Ci regarded Xiao Zhang with a hint of disbelief. Was the public truly so uninformed about animals? Perhaps it was because animals no longer sought mates, leading researchers to overlook their unique courtship behaviors. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Ci decided to share the giraffe's unconventional mating rituals. "If I'm discussing this, I might just keep you all awake," he quipped. "I'm eager to see what Brother Chu intends to do. Who studies such things all day?" "You're mistaken. Biologists enjoy researching animals." The zoo staff, intrigued by Chu Ci's words, gathered around. An observant keeper even brought over a stool. "Brother Chu, please take a seat." "Thank you," Chu Ci smiled, embracing his little companion as he sat down to elaborate on the giraffe's bizarre courtship methods. The mating rituals of giraffes are indeed peculiar. Unlike humans, who can simply pair off upon attraction, giraffes undergo a rigorous procedure before mating. This involves the urine of the female giraffe. The crowd's curiosity was instantly piqued. Eager to learn more, clearing his throat, Chu Ci continued. During the mating season, the male giraffe will taste the urine of the female to determine if she is an estrus and suitable for him. Sometimes, the male even nudges the female's neck to encourage her to urinate. If the urine passes inspection, the two giraffes will mate in a mere second, completing the cycle of reproduction. Wait, how long did you say? Isn't it supposed to be 3 seconds for a real man? How come it's just 1 second here? Many animals have brief mating durations to avoid predators. This courtship method is somewhat disturbing. I'm genuinely astonished. What is the male giraffe thinking? Doesn't the male find it repulsive? How could he have such tastes? I have a friend with similar tastes as the male giraffe. I've tagged him. This is more shocking than monkeys consuming feces. There are quite a few perverts online. It frightens me. The uniqueness of the giraffe's mating ritual astonished netizens. They never expected that the seemingly docile giraffe had such a side to its nature. This is precisely why I need the fecal testing reagent. This male giraffe has lost its sense of taste, unable to discern the health indicators within the female's urine. My reagent can detect these vital elements. Chu Ci waved the item in his hand. This is a failure on your zoo's part. After saying this, he turned to Xiao Zhang and the others, who immediately apologized, as if Chu Ci were their superior. Brother Chu, how did you ascertain that this giraffe lacks a sense of taste? Xiao Zhang inquired, realizing they had overlooked such an issue. Let us not forget, I am a senior veterinarian. Diagnosis requires observation and inquiry, so assessing this was quite straightforward for me. Chu Ci affectionately patted his little companion and smiled confidently. The staff were thoroughly impressed, convinced that Chu Ci was indeed a true veterinarian. Veterinarians also rely on observation and inquiry. Brother Chu is incredible. The zoo staff were oblivious to these facts. The zoo staff seemed rather clueless. Brother Chu, may I use that testing reagent? Impressive, Brother Chu. Wouldn't the female giraffe resist? Why would she resist? She seeks to reproduce. I have a question. Can't the male giraffe simply ask the female if she's healthy or an estrus? Have you ever heard of a marriage scam? If you ask, they certainly won't divulge the entire truth, Chu Ci replied, shaking his head at the live stream audience. If it were as simple as asking, why would the male giraffe go through this? This is a tradition passed down among giraffes. While it may seem a bit unsavory, it accurately assesses the female's health. It is all in consideration of their offspring. This is truly the essence of superior breeding. By the way, my friend, what flavors do you prefer? Chu Ci turned to glance at the male giraffe. Once those words left my mouth, I completely lost my composure. I never knew giraffes had this ability. Could it assist with my testing? Forget machines in hospitals. Let's just use giraffes. Wait, why can't I taste it? Is it simply because I'm not a giraffe? Those giraffes are acting for survival, while you, my friend, are just plain perverse. These animals are truly fascinating. Have the female giraffes not been summoned yet? It's been a while, Chu Ci inquired. Today is a busy day for visitors, so we'll have to wait a bit longer, Xiao Zhang awkwardly explained. Very well. Then let us move on to the hippos, Chu Ci suggested, turning to ask. Yes, Brother Chu, the next is indeed the hippos, Xiao Zhang eagerly affirmed. Then please have this administered to the hippo, Chu Ci instructed, producing a blue pill and handing it to Xiao Zhang. Upon seeing the familiar blue pill, Xiao Zhang paused momentarily. Brother Chu, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to feed this to the hippopotamus? It is not suitable. It's fine, Chu Ci interrupted Xiao Zhang's words. Just feed it directly to the hippopotamus. This is something that will bring it immense joy. Xiao Zhang. Chapter 98. Kindred spirits among hippos. Xiao Zhang held the blue pill in his hand, his expression one of deep conflict. He didn't need to be told by Chu Ci. He understood that this diminutive pill could potentially affect the hippo. However, he hesitated, saying, Chu Gu, it's not that I doubt your medical skills, but is it really appropriate to administer Viagra to a hippo? Will this even be beneficial for it? His anxiety was palpable. The hippo had no interest in romance. It's not that it's impossible. We can't resort to coercion, can we? What else with the Viagra? Why we give that to a hippo? Chu Ci looked at Xiao Zhang, perplexed. What began as a quiet discussion quickly attracted the attention of the entire group. Everyone turned their skeptical gazes toward them. Were you feeding the hippo? This is more absurd than feeding a giraffe Viagra. This blue pill. I've never heard of giving this to a hippo. If it weren't for Chu Ci's previous performance, I might suspect he is a quack. Who is Viagra for? Why is Chu Gu giving it to a hippo? Why does Chu Gu carry these items with him? Is it possible that years of experience leads to expertise? It's quite normal for Chu Gu to carry medication for his own health. No, you got it all wrong. Xiao Zhang stammered, embarrassment flooding his face as he held the blue pill, his cheeks burning red. After all, this topic strayed into personal territory. Presenting it publicly was a bit awkward. This is a potent laxative, not what you're implying. What are you imagining? Chu Ci chuckled, understanding Xiao Zhang's overthinking. He lost his mind. There was no reason to force feed that to a hippo. This pill was merely a powerful laxative rewarded by the system. Thank goodness. I thought Chu Ci was going to give Viagra to the hippo and take a strong approach. Let's be clear, who said anything about coercing the hippo? Why is Chu Ci giving a laxative to the hippo? What is this about? Perhaps this is the hippo's way of courting? What kind of laxative looks like this? I almost misunderstood. You're not exactly innocent either. If your body were fine, how would you know about such things? You've misunderstood me. This substance was originally invented to treat cardiovascular diseases. Indeed, the hippo's mating ritual involved flinging dung. The better the dung was flung, the more likely it would attract a mate. Chu Ci took this moment to enlighten the online viewers about the function of laxatives. He then turned to Xiao Zhang. If I'm not mistaken, the rhino you mentioned must be constipated for quite some time, right? Lao Wang, is the rhino indeed constipated? Xiao Zhang quickly glanced back at his colleagues. It seems so. There has been a bit of an issue lately, but I thought, don't just think, if the hippo is in trouble, why didn't you report it? Xiao Zhang zepi min Lao Wan. Let us not dwell on that. Administer this laxative to the rhino. It has no side effects and will promote its bowel movements, ensuring it produces the most impressive dung to find a mate effortlessly. Chu Ci urged them on. After identifying the cause of the giraffe's ailment, Chu Ci speculated about the hippo's condition. As expected, the hippo, like the giraffe, wasn't unwilling to seek companionship. Rather, its ability to do so had been inhibited. Why are these animals' courtship methods so peculiar? I only knew hippos flung dung. I didn't realize it could help them find a mate. I think hippos should pair up with macaques. One enjoys flinging dung. The other enjoys eating it. A match made in heaven. That won't work. Macaques prefer dry food, while hippos produce liquid waste. This is quite the aromatic live stream. Chu Ci is truly a modern-day miracle worker. When will he show his skills to the fans? Are you out of your mind? Chu Ci is a veterinarian, right? It's essential to administer this medication discreetly in front of all the hippos, Chu Ci reiterated. Quickly, let us get this laxative to the hippo. After hearing Chu Ci's explanation, Xiao Zhang promptly organized staff to administer the laxative to the hippo. If Director Sun were present, he would surely regret spending a fortune on what should have been a straightforward affair. Why must it be done in front of all the hippos? Isn't that akin to defecating in public? Bro, this is indeed like defecating in public. Especially in front of the beloved? Luckily hippos use dung flinging as a courting method. Otherwise, this social faux pas would mean a lifetime without love. Chu Ci, the giraffes have arrived. Xiao Zhang exclaimed as he approached Chu Ci again. Yes, take these testing reagents. There are instructions, and they are quite straightforward. Find a suitable female giraffe and inform her. Chu Ci pointed to the giraffe behind the fence. Xiao Zhang nodded, taking the testing reagents from Chu Ci. By the way, Chu Ci, the giraffe has taste buds. A minor issue. Your zoo should have a veterinarian. Just have the vet treat it for a while. Chu Ci stood up, intending to explore the zoo, having no intention of administering treatment. He was merely there to help the animals find mates, not to take over a fellow veterinarian's role. Ye, let me show you around the zoo. Xiao Zhang quickly followed him. Is that it? 10,000 yuan already in hand? Chu Ci makes earning money seem so effortless. Chu Ci, can I be your disciple? I'm not in it for the money. I want to heal all animals in the world, ensuring they have healthy bodies. Well said. The first one to be executed should be him. Chu Ci, don't leave yet. I still want to see how to test the giraffe. You're getting a bit weird. The zoo was bustling with visitors. Along the way, many were startled by Tiger Ci. Tiger Ci disdainfully huffed and strode confidently at the forefront. Timid humans tremble at my grandeur. What a magnificent tiger. How did this stunning creature escape? I recognize him. That is Tiger Ci. Compliments surrounded him, causing his pride to swell. His tail stood high, resembling a classic meme, Victory Parade. Tiger Ci is truly a standout. Indeed, I've noticed that too. Tiger Ci is still quite handsome. Why are you praising him? Why not me? Have you turned your back on me? Chu Ci and the animals followed behind, even sparking a quarrel among the notorious couple, though it was unclear if Tiger Ci heard them. Regardless, the online viewers were well aware. Don't gossip about my Tiger Ci behind his back. How did Tiger Ci become the center of attention? Just look at his confident stride. Does Tiger Ci know he is handsome? Absolutely. Just look at that expression. His tail is practically reaching the heavens. Tiger Gu is truly amusing. He is adorably foolish. Bro, you call Tiger Gu foolish? Go challenge him if you can. I wouldn't dare. I'm just talking big. You're surprisingly honest. The Yazhou Zoo was quite expansive, home to a variety of animal species. Tiger Gu and the others were amazed to discover so many animals they had yet to feast upon. Excellent. They now had a goal. In the future, they hoped Chu Ci would open a zoo where they could indulge in every animal on Earth. Look, a capybara. At that moment, Chu Ci excitedly pointed at the animal behind the glass window, nearly jumping up in delight. Hugu silently moved aside with who saw, indicating that he did not recognize this unsophisticated country bumpkin. It's just an animal. What is all the fuss about? Truly embarrassing for me. When Chu Ci turned around, he noticed that Hugu and the others had distanced themselves from him. Why are you hiding, you lot? Can a capybara eat excrement? Can you? Chapter 99. Brother Tiger's encounter with teasing a lass. We dare not. Brother Tiger and the Red Fox quickly shook their heads. They certainly did not possess such peculiar tastes. Brother Tiger found it puzzling. Could these animals not find other sustenance? Why were they so eager to consume this? The capybara ingests its own excrement to better absorb the nutrients contained within. This is due to the capybara's inefficient digestive system, necessitating a second utilization. Young Zhang elaborated. Step aside. We wish to hear from Brother Chu. I never expected the capybara to be so adorable, especially with such a peculiar diet. I have observed that the vast majority of herbivores exhibit coprophagic behavior. Isn't this fellow's dropping square? I once heard someone explain this. You are referring to the wombat, not the capybara. The latter is a water pig. Did you hear that? The capybara's consumption of feces serves a purpose. Do not cast judgment upon them with disdainful eyes. Brother Chu admonished Brother Tiger and the Red Fox. He then turned his gaze toward the capybaras inside, who were playfully stacking upon one another. The larger ones supported the smaller ones above. Look, these little creatures are truly delightful, Brother Chu observed, his eyes fixated on the capybara's antics. Their natural clumsiness lent them an endearing charm, rendering them exceptionally gentle and quiet. Whimper? What about me? At that moment, the little darling in his arms lifted its head, gazing at Brother Chu with wide eyes. You are undoubtedly the most adorable, Brother Chu exclaimed, embracing the little darling and planting a fervent kiss upon it. Old rascal, release the giant panda. Allow me to take my turn. Brother Chu epitomizes the classic case of want to have his cake and eat it too. Which zoo in the Northwest boasts capybaras? I can purchase one to raise at home. They're not expensive, just several $100,000 each. Several $100,000 each is not expensive? What could it be that pricey? A friend of mine acquired a decent one for only $80,000. $80,000 for such a creature? It feels as though we inhabit entirely different worlds. One can only say that the lives of the affluent are beyond our understanding. Capybaras priced in the tens of thousands are indeed rather costly. Brother Chu clicked his tongue in dismay. He had earned $100,000 today, yet it might not even suffice to acquire 2 capybaras. It appears that the zoo truly possesses wealth. Had he known the prices were set so high, he would have adjusted accordingly. What a regret. Brother Chu, it has happened. It has happened. At that moment, an excited staff member rushed over, eager to clarify the situation. Pray, what has happened? Young Zhang intervened to steady the staff member. The hippopotamus. After consuming a laxative, it has erupted, the staff member exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. He even attempted to provide a vivid description, but was promptly interrupted by young Zhang. Such imagery, once spoken, would only invite embellishments and unwelcome thoughts. I am in stitches. Is this staff member daft? How could an animal that has taken a laxative not erupt? I am curious to witness the hippopotamus in such a state. You possess rather peculiar tastes. Look how effortlessly animals find partners. Then consider humanity. No more shall be said. And what a giraffe? What news do we have regarding the giraffe? Young Zhang inquired. The monitoring results for the giraffe had also been released. Ling Ling perfectly met the requirements. Has Ling Ling entered her estrus period? Young Zhang asked, intrigued. They referred to Ling Ling, a female giraffe that had arrived at the zoo just last year. It was astonishing that she had already reached her reproductive phase. The testing strips proved to be more effective than the keepers themselves. With this thought, young Zhang turned to Brother Chu, eager to please. Brother Chu, do you have any of those testing strips left? Might you sell us some? Alas, there are none remaining. I have given you all that I had, Brother Chu replied with a raised brow, expressing his helplessness. The system had only provided a limited quantity. Very well then, young Zhang sighed. Let us visit Tiger Mountain and allow Sister Tiger to reunite with her family. Having seen enough of the capybaras, Brother Chu requested young Zhang to lead him to Tiger Mountain. They had been away for quite some time, and Sister Tiger was due to return to her family. Certainly, Brother Chu, follow me. Young Zhang led the way, with Brother Chu trailing behind. However, as they passed the lion enclosure, the lions inside suddenly erupted with excitement, approaching the bars to call out to Brother Tiger. Roar, handsome boy, come play with us. This image was akin to that of a brazen femme fatale, almost as if she might whistle. It left the nearby male lions in a state of utter dejection. Your lions here are rather liberated, Brother Chu remarked with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Who would have thought that Brother Tiger would be subjected to such teasing? Notably, it was a group of lionesses doing the teasing. Clearly, lust knows no age, and lewdness transcends species. They had not exhibited such fervor previously. Young Zhang chuckled awkwardly. Ha! Has Brother Tiger been teased? Could it be that it is Brother Chu who is being teased? The male lions nearby must be utterly miserable, losing to a tiger. The male lions must be thinking, what? This golden mane of mine is inferior to a tattooed one. Is Brother Tiger truly so handsome that even the lions are captivated? The aesthetic preferences of lions should be akin to those of tigers. Otherwise, how could the liger exist? There are not only ligers, but also tigans. Alas, do not depart. Handsome boy, come inside. The lionesses clamored excitedly, banging against the bars. Brother Tiger tilted his head, smirked disdainfully at the group of lions, and then turned away. Oomph. Brother Tiger walked past, head held high in pride. However, this action provoked the lionesses, who roared in indignation. Roar! What does this tiger mean? Does he look down upon us? Who does he think he is? I would not deign to look at him. How brazenly arrogant. Come in for a one-on-one challenge. Alas, it seems your zoo's lions are in dire need of a lesson in etiquette, Brother Chu sighed, patting young Zhang's shoulder. What do you mean, Brother Chu? The literal meaning. Brother Chu replied without further explanation, hastening to catch up with Brother Tiger. Tiger Mountain was adjacent to the lion enclosure. Sister Tiger could scarcely contain her eagerness to reunite with her friends. System, please check. Brother Chu sought to ascertain if there were any animals in the zoo that were not yet interested in romance. Given the rarity of the visit, it would be prudent to earn a bit more money while he could. Ding dong. The system is currently searching. Task target identified. Lions. Lion romance requirements. XXXXXXX. Members may view. Brother Chu exclaimed, what on earth? Has business come knocking at my door? Chapter 100. Are you out of your mind, system? You actually want to profit from my finances. Chu Ci was both amused and exasperated by the system's manipulations. He had been exploiting the resources of the zoo, only to find himself being exploited in return by the system. Was he now merely a laborer for the system? This system is designed with the host's best interests in mind. The funds collected will be used to pay the host's income tax. If the host is unwilling, the system can forego the fees. However, when the tax bureau investigates the host, the system's comments sent a jolt of realization through Chu Ci. How could he have forgotten about taxes? The zoo operated on a public account, and receiving money in front of so many online viewers without paying taxes would render him guilty of tax evasion. He was acutely aware of the many celebrities on Earth who had fallen victim to similar oversights, and he certainly did not wish to provide anyone with leverage against him. Reluctantly, he conceded, fine, go ahead and collect it. He sighed, understanding that this was yet another justification for raising prices. From now on, he would ensure that his earnings were strictly post-tax income. Ding! 20 tax payment completed. Wait a moment. 20%? System, have you pilfered my taxes? Chu Ci was once again taken aback by the system's announcement. One moment he had 100,000, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to 80,000. The host's income today did not go through the company's public account. It is classified as personal incidental income. In Huawei, the tax rate for incidental income is 20. Moreover, After this unlock, the function to view romantic requirements can be used indefinitely without additional charges. Really? Chu Ci was momentarily stunned. So this counted as incidental income? Although the system's information was accurate, was it truly reasonable? It seemed he would need to register a new company. Future transactions would have to go through a public account. Chu Ci accepted the reality with a weary expression. Establishing a company for public accounting was indeed the most legitimate way to avoid taxes. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might not have realized this critical point. Wait, what about when I sold the cowbell? Why didn't you mention it then? That should also count as incidental income, right? Chu Ci inquired. The other party has already paid the host's income tax. The herbal shop was surprisingly considerate, Chu Ci mused. Now, could I finally see the search results from earlier? The current search target is a lioness. The lioness's romantic requirement is seeking a handsome tiger brother for a sweet romance. Chu Ci, animals are now seeking interspecies romances? He was at a loss for words. No, system, you must provide me with another option. This is beyond my capabilities. I can't just push Brother Tiger into the flames. Chu Ci protested. Just like that, 20,000 vanished, leaving him in a foul mood. The system had to conduct a new search. He simply could not meet the lioness's requirements. Ding! The system is searching for a target. Target found. A pregnant black bear in the mountains. The black bear's romantic requirement. Seeking a like-minded male bear to co-parent my unborn child. Chu Ci, what the heck? Is this a quest for a big fool? He stared in disbelief at the system's chosen target. It was evident that it was searching for someone to take advantage of. If you wish to make a wish, go to the temple and find the wish-granting turtle. Such a service is not available here. He had always seen such absurdities on television, but never imagined he would encounter it firsthand, especially involving animals. How ridiculous! It seemed that animals, like humans, formed a complex society. Forget it. I will not concern myself with the black bear's affairs. After all, no male creature willingly wants to be the fool. Chu Ci was dissatisfied with both of the system's search results. He decided to take a break at home for the next few days. He had been exhausted from his recent activities. Chu Ci, are you unhappy? Xiao Zhang approached Chu Ci cautiously, noticing his sour expression. Xiao Zhang, the lions at your zoo are a bit rebellious, Chu Ci replied, taking a deep breath and seriously patting Xiao Zhang's shoulder. Xiao Zhang was startled. What's wrong, Chu Ci? Nothing, Chu Ci said with a faint smile. Xiao Zhang scratched his head in confusion. Tiger Sister was chatting amiably with her friends, exchanging recent life experiences. As Chu Ci observed for a moment, he was about to leave when he suddenly noticed something unusual about the tigers. Have you given the tigers injections? Chu Ci frowned at Xiao Zhang. He noticed small puncture marks on the tigers' bodies. Although they were minor, he had seen them while the tigers were showcasing themselves to Tiger Sister. Xiao Zhang stuttered, struggling to explain. These are from their treatments. Don't worry, Chu Ci, we take great care of the tigers. Xiao Zhang nervously scratched his head. Don't believe what they say, Chu Ci. The zoo gives animals hormone injections. Isn't that normal? Humans do it too, all for the sake of having children. I've heard that it can be harmful to their health. Why would you give animals injections? You're overthinking it. The zoo knows more than you do. Exactly. Some people just love conspiracy theories. They said it was for medical treatment. Just wait. When you're old, they'll sell you health supplements. Although Chu Ci was skeptical of Xiao Zhang's explanation, he chose not to press further. This was the zoo's affair, and he had no authority to intervene. Nevertheless, the animals at the zoo seemed to be well cared for, so he decided to temporarily accept their claims. Chu Ci, come on, let me take you to explore other areas. Xiao Zhang enthusiastically led Chu Ci away to tour the zoo. The zoo was vast, and a complete tour would consume a significant amount of time. After a thorough exploration, Chu Ci realized it was already afternoon and prepared to head back. Xiao Zhang, it's getting late. I must return, Chu Ci said as he led Brother Tiger and Sister Tiger away. The Tiger Sisters' friends gazed longingly as they departed. All right, Chu Ci, I'll arrange for someone to take you back. Xiao Zhang quickly called to arrange transportation, then escorted Chu Ci and his companions out through the back door. Chu Ci, do come back to visit when you have a chance. Xiao Zhang waved goodbye. Chu Ci remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement before boarding the vehicle. What a wonderful day. I enjoyed a free tour of the zoo. What a great deal. Haha, nothing compares to seeing it in person. It's vastly different from just viewing it online. Oh look, the snow-capped mountains. Can you believe we can see them from here? Seeing snow-capped mountains from Rongqing is surprising, but here too? Yazhou is closer to the snow-capped mountains than Rongqing. It's common to see them on clear days. As Chu Ci listened to the online discussions, he turned to gaze out the window. Indeed, the outline of a snow-capped mountain appeared distinctly at the city's edge. For outsiders, such a sight could be breathtaking, but for locals, it was merely a mundane occurrence. How delightful! The ecological environment in Yazhou is quite splendid. The azure sky and the visible snow-capped mountains. Not to mention the presence of polar bears. How wonderful! Wait, that is not right.